Chapter 401. Unprecedented. Zhao, Kuo. How Ren tensed up. Since Zhao Kuo failed to reach the heavenly dragon realm and almost lost his life, he hadn't returned to East Ocean. Zhao Guang initially thought that Zhao Kuo went to train himself for a while and would quickly return. However, after leaving, no one heard from Zhao Kuo again. Zhao Guang was worried that Zhao Kuo was caught in some sort of accident, and he sent out people to look for Zhao Kuo. Finally, a few days ago, he received news and found where Zhao Kuo was heading. He was shocked that Zhao Kuo was going to the Dragon God Shrine for the general exams. This morning, Lu Qing called him and told him that Hao Ren was going to participate in the exams at the Dragon God Shrine as Su Han's assistant as well. When he linked these two things together, Zhao Guang started to build a plan in his mind.
I'm not too sure whether this news is true or not, but at least it's a lead. That's why me, Z, her mom, and a few elders will go to the Dragon God Shrine this Saturday, Zhao Guang said through the phone.
Is there anything I can help with? Hao Ren asked. Nothing really. I just wanted you to enter the exams as a representative of the East Ocean Dragon Clan instead of Su Han's assistant, Zhao Guang said. East Ocean Dragon Clan. Hao Ren as a representative of East Ocean Dragon Clan. If it were before, the four Ocean Dragon clans wouldn't participate in any of Dragon God Shrine's events, including the general examinations. The reason why Su Han was able to enter the exams was because she technically wasn't a member of the East Ocean Dragon clan. In a sense, the four Ocean Dragon clans were an alliance of their own, and the Dragon God Shrine was an alliance formed by smaller dragon clans. The rise of the Dragon God Shrine, in reality, was a challenge to the four Ocean Dragon clans. That was why the four Ocean Dragon clans and the Dragon God Shrine didn't interfere with each other and only observe each other's actions. However, if Hao Ren were to represent the East Ocean Dragon clan and participate in the exams rather than Su Han's assistant, the meaning of everything would be different. Even if the East Ocean Dragon clan only sent one cultivator, it would still have a symbolic meaning. It was Hao Ren who became the key person to make such changes. Yeah, I can do it, Hao Ren said on the phone. Suddenly, he felt an enormous weight on his shoulders. If he were to participate as Su Han's assistant, then losing wouldn't really matter. However, if he were to represent the East Ocean Dragon clan, then losing early on would make the East Ocean Dragon clan lose face. You don't have to overthink this. This is a strategic decision that was made by all the elders and me. Therefore, your performance during the exam is irrelevant. As long as you represent the East Ocean Dragon clan, we will have enough reasons to go to the Dragon God Shrine and find clues as to where my third brother is, Zhao Guang explained. Okay, I understand, Hao Ren responded. For Zhao Guang, this trip was to have interactions with the Dragon God Shrine and to see Zhao Kuo. After thinking about it a bit more, Hao Ren felt like the latter was probably the main reason. The current situation of the four Ocean Dragon clans was unpredictable with Zhao Horan's return. He suppressed the South Ocean Dragon clan, the North Ocean Dragon clan before defeating the West Ocean Dragon clan. These reasons have made the alliance between the four oceans extremely weak. Also, Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, and Zhen Kongming would be coming with us. Zhao Guang finished his last words and hung up the phone. Hao Ren stared at his cell phone. He had a hard time believing the supporters he would have when he was taking the exams. The Dragon King, Dragon Queen, and Princess of East Ocean, as well as several purple-robed elders of East Ocean, the disciple of a soul formation realm cultivator, twin sisters from the immortal realm, and the only disciple of Chu Niu, the eldest son of the godly dragon. However, when he really thought about it, if he lost in the first round of combat or couldn't even pass the first day's written exam with such a strong support team, it would be such a humiliation. He suddenly sensed chills in his spine. He looked at Xie Yujia who was sitting in front of him, and he remembered that smile she just had. He guessed that she was looking forward to seeing his battles on this weekend. She probably found out that he was going to take the exams and thus understood why he was running with Su Han in the morning. He felt delighted. Class begins. The teacher, who was almost bald, walked into the classroom and disrupted Hao Ren's thoughts. Time slowly flowed away. The bell that signaled the end of the class finally rung, ending the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom. Hao Ren slowly stopped circulating his nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll within his body. Just when Hao Ren was about to get up and go back to the dorm with Zhao Jiayi, a guy in a white t-shirt came over. He was Lu Qi, the president of the Go Club. Lu Qi had extraordinary skills, winning all the competitions when he was in high school. When he entered university, he was the champion of the national amateur competition 2 years straight and even represented China to compete in Korea, winning 16 games and losing only one. His talent and skill allowed him to be respected even by top Chinese Go players, and he also had a beautiful smile and good looks. He was also humble and low-key, attracting a loyal female fanbase. Different from Huang Zuji, even though Lu Qi was incredibly popular with the girls at school, he was never arrogant about it. Since he was rarely at school due to all the competitions, this sudden appearance he made in this classroom shocked everyone. "I'm sorry, but are you looking for someone?" Xie Yujia asked while everyone hadn't recovered from the shock. Hao Ren. Lu Qi's gaze locked onto Hao Ren, who was at the back of the classroom. Everyone's gaze had turned to the back of the classroom where Hao Ren was. Hao Ren looked over and saw that Lu Qi had a dim red light around him. "The element of fire. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you," Lu Qi said while he stared at Hao Ren. His voice was calm but bleak. Hao Ren walked past the crowd and went to the front of the classroom where Lu Qi was. Lu Qi wore a pair of frameless glasses, and his eyes gave out a dim red light. His skin was softer than girls', and it looked like he came from a wealthy family. To sum it up, he was more handsome than Hao Ren. The classroom was filled with clamors, all discussing what was going on. Lu Qi is a prodigy in the Go circle. No matter how hard one thought, there didn't seem to be a connection between him and ordinary students. However, he suddenly appeared here and asked for Hao Ren in a provocative tone. This strange event led to plentiful of gossip and theories. "What is it?" Hao Ren asked. "A challenge." Lu Qi uttered the two words coldly. "Wow." The classroom got noisy. "Where?" Hao Ren asked. "At the Go Club," Lu Qi answered. Oh, people in the classroom were astonished. "Sure." Hao Ren nodded without any hesitation. Lu Qi nodded back and walked toward the staircase, and Hao Ren followed him. Dong, 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 the crowd rushed toward the staircase and wanted to see what would happen. Between the academic buildings, there were sky bridges that connected them. Hao Ren followed Lu Qi to a nearby academic building, causing the buildup of a large crowd there. Lu Qi is challenging Hao Ren to a game of Go, really? If you don't believe it, just go to the Go Club. What is actually happening? I heard it's because of Su Han. Yeah. When they were walking toward the Go Club, they talked about Su Han. It must be that Lu Qi also likes Su Han. Since Hao Ren and Su Han came to school together today, Lu Qi was infuriated by the sight. Great gossip. I can't believe that Lu Qi has a crush on Su Han. Just when the crowd was building up in front of the Go Club, Hao Ren and Lu Qi entered the classroom that was dedicated to this club. Lu Qi had great accomplishments in the Go circle, including defeating Japanese and Korean professionals and bringing in countless honors and trophies for the university. That was why the school dedicated a room for him to practice Go in, and it was the only exception for a school club. In order for the members of the club to practice in peace, the windows of the classroom had black papers stuck to them along with specialized sound insulations installed. Hao Ren and Lu Qi entered the classroom, and the rest of the students were all trying to get a peek through the door or trying to hear what was going on inside. However, due to the sound and light insulations, they couldn't see or hear a thing. Are you saying that you're challenging me because of Su Han? Hao Ren looked around the classroom and asked Lu Qi. There were 6 to 7 tables in the classroom, and they were decorated with black and white chess pieces. Su Han sent out a secret notice to all secret clubs in the university. She said that whoever defeats you by Friday can replace you as her assistant. Lu Qi looked at Hao Ren in the eyes with unflustered emotions. Su Han, she thinks my life is too easy, Hao Ren thought secretly. Just a short self-introduction. I, Lu Qi, am a Dewey-level fire elemental dragon from the main branch of Wood Forest, Lu Qi said. I'm Hao Ren, a Gen-level water elemental dragon from East Ocean, Hao Ren said while backing up half a step. It's my honor. Lu Qi put his hands together and then suddenly attacked. The classroom was lit up by a red light, an energy sphere. The 2 tables beside Lu Qi bounced away. The black and white chess pieces rose. Lu Qi put his hands out and counted 10 black and white chess pieces before throwing them toward Hao Ren. Lu Qi had amazing Go skills, but his cultivation was also quite incredible. Although he looked like he was in his 20s, he might have trained for 50 to 60 years in order to achieve Dewey level. He had the skills to compete on the exams at the Dragon God Shrine. Everyone knew that the Dragon God Shrine had a quota for its official inspectors. Theoretically, it was based on merit. However, under similar circumstances, they would prioritize cultivators who had the position of assisting inspector. It's my honor. Hao Ren also put his hands together, and 160 sword energies suddenly shot out of his shoulders. The sound of the sword energies piercing through the chess pieces shook the classroom, and the floor was covered in broken chess pieces. With only 40% of his cultivation power and only at Gen level, Hao Ren had to give it his all to defeat a Dewey level cultivator. What is this technique? It was the first time that Lu Qi had witnessed such a technique and was slightly shocked. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the broken chess pieces bounced up again before dashing at Hao Ren. The broken chess pieces were lit up with bright red fire and followed the movement of Lu Qi's palm. The tens of chess pieces had transformed into hundreds of flaming fragments. After Hao Ren moved his palms in the air, the 160 sword energies immediately doubled. The sword energies were flying across the room, smashing the chess pieces to the extent that there wasn't even powder left. 3. Talents. Heaven, earth. Hao Ren said each word clearly and precisely. The sword energies gave out a humming noise, and the sparkling swords charged toward Lu Qi's head, chest, and legs. With only 40% of his cultivation power, Hao Ren had to finish off the battle quickly. Also, he had to freeze his nature essence for a split second within each second to not trigger the 5 mountains bracelets. During the split second when Hao Ren's nature essence froze, the sword energies vanished with the loss of energy. Then, once Hao Ren managed to get his nature essence back up again, the sword energies reappeared. Never had Lu Qi seen such strange attacks. Suddenly, a chessboard that was in white and black appeared in his palm. That was his natal Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure emitted a pure black and white flame, and at the same time, the sword energies already arrived at Lu Qi's neck, stomach, and knees. Whoosh! The sword energies suddenly stopped a few millimeters in front of Lu Qi. Buzz, buzz, with Hao Ren's continuous rhythm of stopping and remitting his nature essence, the sword energies vanished and reappeared. Even after taking out his strongest weapon, Lu Qi was flabbergasted. You lost. Hao Ren calmly uttered the 2 words. A mystic black and white flame was still floating around Lu Qi's chessboard. He stared at Hao Ren, tightly gritting his teeth. Then, he put the chessboard back into his body. From start to finish, the battle only took 5 seconds. I lost. Lu Qi nodded and stopped the red energy sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense sword energies rushed back into Hao Ren's body. Lu Qi only had 1 natal Dharma treasure, but Hao Ren had 320. The sword energies were Hao Ren's nature essence, and they were also his natal Dharma treasures. If you want, I can have another battle with you, Hao Ren said. Lu Qi raised his head and looked at Hao Ren. Pung! The red energy sphere reappeared, and Lu Qi's entire body was blazing with red flames. His white skin turned bright red. Pung, pung, pung. The chessboard turned into a black and white Tai Chi symbol with a big fire dragon symbol at the center, emitting dazzling flames. When a fire dragon flies into the sky, it lights up everything. Lu Qi practiced the raging flame scroll. The burning flames he emitted were capable of melting rocks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hao Ren's sword energies reappeared from his body. This time though, they weren't colorful swords but were solely made up of black ones. Black water scroll. Lu Qi couldn't help but scream. The black sword energies formed waves just like the water in the netherworld and rushed toward the flame. Water counters fire. With the countering element and the power of the sword array formation, Hao Ren's water elemental array formation did not lose to Lu Qi's burning flames. Pung! 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 The flames and the swords were colliding with each other. Water and fire opposed each other, and the flames around Lu Qi and the water elemental swords around Hao Ren were wearing each other out. In a few days, the exams in the Dragon God Shrine were going to take place. It would be easy to pass the written exam, but the combat exams would be difficult. The news Su Han spread out suddenly got Hao Ren a bunch of trainers. In the East Ocean University, there weren't many strong opponents, but there were a bunch of dragon cultivators who were around the same level as Hao Ren. How could Hao Ren not accept this gift from Su Han? Half an hour later, the Go Club's door finally reopened. Lu Qi walked out with a pale face. In contrast, Hao Ren looked proud. He waved his hands and walked out of the classroom. They both didn't explain anything. However, when Lu Qi walked down the stairs, he almost tripped. From then on, the rumor of Hao Ren beating Lu Qi in a game of Go spread rapidly across the campus. Chapter 402, Robberies. Isn't winning Lu Qi in a game of Go too incredible? Yeah. What else could they do in the Go Club room? I heard that Lu Qi looked pale when he walked out. He must feel terrible losing. Really? I don't think winning Lu Qi is actually possible. That Hao Ren though, he's even great at basketball. Not only basketball, but he's also good at rock climbing and boxing. He's like the Superman. He is a great singer as well. Breaking news. Breaking news. Yi Feng, a 4-year student, along with some companions, are going to the cafeteria to find Hao Ren. Isn't Yi Feng the one that opened a few restaurants outside the school? Yeah. I heard he wanted to find Hao Ren to discuss some things. A lot of people have gathered around the Clearstream cafeteria. Let's go there too. All of a sudden, the school got turned upside down by the news. With the flow of time, the dragon cultivators who used to live deep in the woods were slowly assimilating with the mortals in society. Especially the young dragon cultivators who had trained at home to some extent. They would go into the cities, enter a high school or university, and meet new friends to expand their horizons. Within East Ocean University, there were over 10 secret groups. Some were based on their elemental attribute, some were based on their realms, and some were based on where they were from. After receiving Su Han's message, they all went to find Hao Ren, despite previously being relatively low-key. The Hao Ren who had once rejected the invitation to enter their groups had suddenly become the #1 target. As long as one could defeat Hao Ren, he or she would be able to obtain the qualifications to become an assisting inspector. However, in the eyes of ordinary university students who didn't know the secretive dragon cultivators that all come from backgrounds of wealth and power, the ordinary students all thought that the sudden challenges against Hao Ren by these famous students were because they were jealous of his close relationship with Su Han. A day quickly passed by. Hao Ren was exhausted and dragged his tired body to Su Han's office. In just one short day, he had become the focus of the entire school. The school, however, had no intention of interfering with the students' gossips. Today was just the beginning. In the next 2 days, it'll become much worse, Su Han said calmly as she felt Hao Ren walking into her office. The ones who haven't attacked are just patiently waiting for their opportunities, right? Hao Ren asked. She opened her eyes and said, if you can't even defeat them, there's no chance for you to survive the Dragon God Shrine. But I can only use 40% of my power, Hao Ren said while looking at her. Su Han scanned Hao Ren with her cold gaze and said, the people participating in this exam have far superior powers than them. She stopped for a bit before continuing, I watched your battles with Lu Qi. You clearly won by a distance in the first battle. In the second battle, you amazed me with your patience. Even a Dewey-level cultivator isn't your match. Hao Ren lightly smiled. Although he wasn't a Dewey-level cultivator yet, if he compared the volume of nature essence with a Dewey-level cultivator, he was confident that he was superior. He had cultivated all 5 elemental essences simultaneously. With all 5 elements together, it was as if there were 5 Gen-level cultivators fighting one Dewey-level cultivator, not to mention that he was able to counter his opponent's elemental essence and use sword array formations. Let's go. I bought frozen dumplings today. Su Han opened a drawer and took out a bag of dumplings. Together in the drawer with the dumplings was Su Han's white jade sword. Su Han practiced the ice frost scroll, and her natal dharma treasure was of ice-cold nature. When Su Han put the sword in the drawer with the dumplings, it worked as an automatic refrigeration system. As if something was stuck in Hao Ren's throat, he couldn't say anything. But it was Su Han. For her to go out and buy a bag of frozen dumplings, it was already a vast diet improvement. Pa, Su Han threw the bag of dumplings over to Hao Ren. When we go back, you're responsible for cooking the dumplings. Then, you have to read the inspector's handbook, Su Han said emotionlessly while she put back her white jade sword. After that, she went straight out of the office. Hao Ren looked at her slim body as she walked away. He held the bag of cold dumplings and couldn't help but laugh. She is the one who wants to eat dumplings, but she is afraid that she'll overcook them. That's probably why she's making me cook them. After realizing Su Han's true intentions, Hao Ren quickly ran out of the office and ran to catch up to Su Han. Days passed by quickly. In the evening, Hao Ren had to cook for Su Han. Then at night, he had to memorize the inspector's handbook. Next day morning, he had to run to school with Su Han. During the day, had to battle against young cultivators who wanted his position. Within the school, Hao Ren's reputation grew rapidly. Although he had tens of students come to him to discuss things, he still ran to school with Su Han in the morning. The male students were extremely jealousy at this sight. On Thursday, Su Han showed up in class in a shirt that had semi-see-through sleeves and a pair of black shorts with simple white polka dots. It was her first time coming to class after she had taken a break from school, and her appearance was dazzling and sexy. Zhao Liren almost nosebleed. Once again, Su Han became the model that the girls at school looked up to for fashion inspiration. Also, Su Han's look today hinted that the summer arrived early. During this time, Zhao Yanzi, with her study materials, pretended to go to the girls' dorm at the East Ocean University every night to find Xie Yujia to study. However, she was led by Little White and Xie Yujia to Fifth Heaven to train. The Qin Yin sect found tens of herbs Xie Yujia was missing to the valley and placed them at the entrance of the ethereal summit. When Xie Yujia saw the abundance of materials, she made tens of beauty pills for Little White to bring back to the Qin Yin sect as a thank you gift. Overall, there was nothing wrong. Sixth Heaven, the Sky Mountain sect. A girl wearing a cyan dress walked up the stone steps rapidly. At her waist hung a golden bell. With each step, the bell made a series of crisp noises. A golden squirrel was chasing behind her. Its movements were brisk, forming the illusion of a streak of golden lights. "Daddy, are you looking for me?" the girl asked as she ran into the garden and pushed open the bedroom door. Inside the bedroom sat a mid-aged man with a long black goatee. "Duan Yao, you're back." The man rocked his chair while nodding slightly. "Daddy, what's the matter? Why did you ask me to come back on such short notice? Did something urgent happen?" Duan Yao asked carefully while blinking a few times. Pung. The man slammed his hand on the table to his left, and a white jade teacup jumped into the air. Duan Yao was shocked, and her whole body shivered. "How dare you still pretend to be innocent? Kneel before me!" the man yelled with his eyes wide open. Duan Yao was scared and quickly kneeled on both knees. A mid-aged woman walked in from the room next door, and she shook her head helplessly when she looked at Duan Yao. She came over and handed her a cushion to kneel on. "Be honest with me. What did you do on Fifth Heaven?" The man glared at Duan Yao, and his voice was extremely strict. Under the wrath of her father, Duan Yao felt like her body was losing strength. She hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Dad, I found some clues to the thieves that offended the White Sand sect and stole the 2 elixir stoves that we gave to them a while ago. I've been chasing after the thieves recently." Pung. The man slammed against the tea table again. Duan Yao was scared to look up, and her whole body shivered. The mid-aged woman beside the mid-aged man felt empathy toward Duan Yao, but she didn't dare utter a word to appease the man's anger. "How dare you try and fool me? You really think I don't know anything?" The mid-aged man was so mad that he turned purple from holding his breath. "You relied on Luohia's powers and stole from cultivators who were passing by Fifth Heaven. You think I don't know?" When she heard this, Duan Yan fiercely shook her head. "Daddy, I didn't." "How dare you quibble?" The man continued to raise his voice. "It has already been reported to Sixth Heaven. Are you saying that the cultivators on Fifth Heaven are lying?" The perpetrator was a girl who is 15 to 16, rode a snow lion, had a purple-green longsword, and used the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Duan Yao looked up and stared blankly at her dad. Luohia, who was standing on her shoulder, jumped to the ground as it looked at the madman in front of it. It ran a little further, just to be safe. "Dad, that snow lion, it is white, isn't it?" Duan Yao asked after thinking for a bit. "It is white. Don't think you can trick me with these little tricks. Luohia is a level 5 snow lion. Becoming white is easy for it." The man got angrier as Duan Yao asked for the details. The woman who stood next to the man tried extremely hard to convey the message. Keep quiet for now. Don't talk back. However, Duan Yao was extremely confused and did not understand what she did wrong. That snow lion is not pure white. Its legs are golden. That's the evidence that it was Luya not completely changing colors. How dare you quibble at this stage? You're the daughter of the sect master of the Sky Mountain sect. How dare you go and rob cultivators on fifth heaven? You made me lose face. Not only did you rob them, you even robbed the affiliates of sects on sixth heaven. If they didn't come to me, I wouldn't know the troubles you have caused on fifth heaven. Each word the man said echoed in the room. How dare you say it wasn't you? I haven't taught any other disciple the Big Dipple constellation scroll. Also, you took the purple-green treasure sword long ago. Alright, she's been playful and has done some wrong things. It was inevitable. However, she's been trying to find clues for the White Sand sect this time on fifth heaven. The mid-aged woman finally tried to appease the man's anger. Duan Yao looked down, and her teeth made a loud grinding noise. She had never robbed cultivators on fifth heaven, but she couldn't say that she had lost the purple-green treasured sword and the Big Dipper constellation scroll. The Big Dipper constellation scroll was a technique that her father begged from seventh heaven, and the purple-green treasure sword was one of the greatest treasures of the Sky Mountain sect. If her father learned that she lost them, he would be even madder. Go to the back mountain and reflect for a month. Only rough meals. No visits allowed, the mid-aged man roared. He looked at Duan Yao who was kneeling. He thought for a second and said, if it weren't you, we will see what happens on fifth heaven for the coming month. Meanwhile, on fifth heaven, Zhao Yanzi looked at the Dharma treasures, technique scrolls, spiritual herbs, elixir pills, and Dharma notes that filled up half of her cave abode. She puffed up her cheeks and said, these things aren't good. They're wasting so much space. Oh well, I'll rest for a month. Chapter 403. Dragon God Shrine. Ring, ring, ring. The bell that signaled the end of Friday's classes rung. Hao Ren put on his backpack and left the classroom. In 4 days, he successfully defeated 26 dragon cultivators at the East Ocean University. 3 were at Dewey level, 12 were at Gen level, and 11 were at Gen level. Hao Ren's classmates ran out the door behind him. Outside the classroom was Su Han. She was standing there with a t-shirt that had a little boy stamped on it. She also wore a pink sports jacket and didn't zip it up, and the yellow baseball cap on her head made her seem both refreshing and youthful. Hao Ren saw Su Han at the door when he walked out of the classroom. Let's go, Su Han said lightheartedly while looking at him. All the students around them were shocked. What is this situation? Su Han coming to the classroom to pick Hao Ren up from school. Isn't that what couples do? They thought. Okay. Hao Ren nodded and flung his backpack onto his back before following Su Han to the stairs. Ma Lena was standing outside the classroom door. She was also astonished by this. Only when Hao Ren and Su Han had walked downstairs, she realized what had happened and shoved an elbow at Xie Yujia. He. It's okay. Xie Yujia smiled comfortably without a slight hint of anger or jealousy. Her tolerant appearance shocked the students outside the classroom as well. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. You didn't break up with Hao Ren, right? Ma Lena questioned Xie Yujia. I didn't, I still love him, Xie Yujia answered with no hesitation. She smiled and grabbed Ma Lena by the hand and led her toward the staircase. Hearing Xie Yujia's words, the guys were so furious that their eyeballs were almost popping out. How dare him, that bastard, Hao Ren, they thought. Are you all set? Su Han asked when they came out. Yeah, everything's set, Hao Ren responded. Even though he was a modern mortal who grew up competing and attending all sorts of exams, competitions, and races, entering the Dragon God Shrine's exams was a first for Hao Ren. Carrying a backpack and walking out the school gate with the setting sun's light dimming on them, Hao Ren felt like he was a student in the ancient times when people had to go to the capital to take exams that determined their fate. The battles in the last few days had increased Hao Ren's battle experience immensely. However, the truth was that the real elite dragon cultivators weren't at the East Ocean University. They were the future successors of their clan, and the elders kept them back at home. Fighting those that weren't the strongest among his generation gave Hao Ren the chance to warm up. Su Han knew what Hao Ren's ability was like, so she was sure that he wouldn't lose easily. She was actually quite satisfied with his performance. After all, if Hao Ren couldn't even pass the challenges at school, there was no chance that he would pass the Dragon God Shrine's exams. As Su Han looked at Hao Ren, who was wearing a thin polo shirt and long sweatpants, she had higher expectations of him. Maybe, this kid can actually make it to the top 3? Su Han secretly thought. The two walked out of the school. They took a taxi that was passing by and slowly faded from the stares of the crowd back at school. In Lu Qing's office, there were a few young male teachers. They looked mad and exclaimed, "Vice Principal, what is this? Ms. Su is so close to a student. This will have a negative impact on the school's reputation. Vice Principal, you really should interfere with this. The school can't be like this. Ms. Su is in the spotlight at the school, and her condescending attitude is unacceptable. A teacher should behave like a teacher. I think that student should also be punished. Recently, many male students challenged him privately, and girls have been talking about him. Isn't this enough evidence that all the students in the school are unpleased with him? Vice Principal, you need to stop protecting Su Han and that Hao Ren." The male teachers were extremely passionate about their beliefs. They were almost about to slam the table. Lu Qing was sitting at his desk, just looking at the teachers calmly. He obviously understood what these male teachers were thinking. The male students all a crush on Su Han, and so did these male teachers. These male teachers tried to approach Su Han either obviously or secretly. However, Su Han didn't care to bother with them and didn't even remember their names. Now, Su Han was always with a male student. How could this not be a huge blow to their ego? "I won't interfere this time," Lu Qing said calmly, stating his stance on the situation. All the male teachers were shocked and were about to explode. "Vice Principal, how can you not do anything?" Lu Qing was still sitting calmly at his desk, looking at them with no emotional fluctuations. The school has its rules. There aren't any rules that prohibit students and teachers running to school together. What? The male teachers looked at each other and were utterly speechless. Does the school have rules on whether a teacher can walk home from school together with a student? The male teachers were once again speechless. Lu Qing leaned forward a little bit and asked, "Unless you guys are saying that Su Han and Hao Ren are dating?" Once he said this, the male teachers' faces turned bright red. They couldn't say another word. Su Han and Hao Ren seemed to have a close relationship, but it was highly unlikely that they were dating. Also, the male teachers were unwilling to think in that direction and didn't want to admit that Su Han was no longer available. "What other questions do you guys have?" Lu Qing said at a slow speed as if he were questioning them. "Vice Principal, even if there's nothing wrong about Ms. Su, but that student. We can't just let that student off the hook," a male teacher suddenly suggested. "He often skips school. According to school regulations, that should be an offense. We should at least give him a warning." Yes. There's nothing wrong with Ms. Su, but the student should be punished. The other male teacher unanimously agreed with this opinion. Lu Qing put on a straight face and didn't say anything. "Vice Principal Lu, if you can't deal with this problem, we'll go find the principal." After seeing Lu Qing's indifferent attitude, the male teachers became decisive. Lu Qing was only the vice principal, and on top of him was the principal. "Hao Ren got my approval beforehand. If you have any questions, you can go consult the principal," Lu Qing said. Let's go find the principal." At this current moment, all the male teachers were hot-headed. They weren't scared of offending Lu Qing anymore and went straight to the principal's office. Half a minute later, a roar was heard from the principal's office. "What on earth do you think you guys are doing? Hao Ren is Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's son. If we give a serious warning to Hao Zonghua's son, what do you think the consequences are? Are you guys willing to take on the responsibilities?" There was absolute silence for a split second in the principal's office. Then, the male teachers quickly ran out of the office. Meanwhile, Hao Ren and Su Han were in a taxi. They went to a small park a few kilometers away from school. Everyone around them was once again jealous of Hao Ren as he led Su Han to the ticket window and bought 2 entrance tickets to the park. It was very quiet in the park, but they did not have time to wander around. They quickly found a quiet spot where no one was around, and Su Han took out her white jade sword and created a red energy sphere. Then, she used her power to carry them up high into the sky. They were heading towards the Dragon God Shrine. As they flew higher and higher, the sight of East Ocean City became smaller and smaller. After they were above layers of clouds, Su Han maximized their speed. On Su Han's waist hung a shiny token. That was the symbol of an official inspector, and no forces dared to stop them. "Have you memorized everything in the handbook?" Su Han asked to confirm. Su Han's hair fluttered in the air as they continued ascending, and she looked beautiful from this angle. "I've memorized everything," Howen said. To memorize that super thick handbook, he had pulled a few consecutive all-nighters. His head was about to explode with all the information that was crammed in. After all, even Su Han couldn't remember everything. "I hope you won't disappoint me," Su Han said calmly. Howen stood behind Su Han and smelled the scent of her hair. It was fresh and sweet. He was a bit touched by what Su Han said. Although Su Han didn't show any emotions, he understood that Su Han had high expectations of him. "I'll try my best," Howen said decisively. "Okay." Su Han slightly nodded. The longsword they were standing on shone brighter. They flew for a whole hour, and then Howen saw a large platform in the sky from afar. Around the platform were many other cultivators who were flying at full speed toward it. They were cultivators who came to participate in the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine. The whole platform let out a dim red light. It was enveloped in an energy sphere. During this time of the year, around the Dragon Boat Festival, the Dragon God Shrine will have the exams for 3 days. Only during these 3 days will the Dragon God Shrine be open to the public. Normally, only the official inspectors who hold tokens can enter. Of course, they sometimes bring back criminals, and they are brought in too. Otherwise, no one else can enter. Su Han saw that Howen was slightly surprised, so she explained to him. "So, the Dragon God Shrine also has a prison?" Howen asked. "Dragon cultivators who committed crimes are locked within the heavenly prison here. All the 4 ocean dragon palaces have their own prisons," Su Han said. "The prison at the East Ocean Dragon Palace is probably the Ice Palace," Howen thought to himself. As they talked, they arrived on the platform with Su Han using her long sword to carry Howen with her. Howen looked around. There were rows of small rooms lined up, and there were probably thousands of them. In the center was an enormous black palace, and around it was hundreds of large-scale battle arenas. The platform which was floating high in the sky supported thousands of rooms, hundreds of battle arenas, and an enormous palace. "Do you think this looks like the 9-Dragon Palace?" Su Han asked Howen. "A little bit," Howen said. "If the 9-Dragon Palace were a super city, then the Dragon God Shrine was a small city. In the 9-Dragon Palace, there were mountains, lakes, abandoned buildings, and towers that reached the sky. However, the Dragon God Shrine was an enormous platform that had a series of rooms, battle arenas, and a massive palace with tens of thousands of small rooms. The Dragon God Shrine was built based on the 9-Dragon Palace. However, we don't have that kind of power to support a platform as big as the 9-Dragon Palace. This is all we can do," Su Han said. Howen was left speechless. The Grand Palace was a historical site in the 9-Dragon Palace, and it was the ancestral home of all 5 elemental dragon clans. The Dragon God Shrine was based on the 9-Dragon Palace. Although it was not as big, being able to support its size in the middle of the sky was already a great accomplishment. The site of the Dragon God Shrine already showed off its power, and it was nothing to be reckoned with. "Let's not waste time. You only have a little time to prepare." Su Han slowly descended and landed on the platform. "The written exam starts tonight. Here's your temporary identity token. I got it for you beforehand. Your room number is Ren Yin 246. Once you've found your room, don't wander around because that's not permitted." According to Su Han's personality, she wouldn't utter an extra word. However, this time when she took Howen to the Dragon God Shrine, she explained all the things Howen should know in detail in hopes that he would succeed. From her ring, she took out a yellow wooden token and gave it to Howen. Howen looked down and saw Ren Yin 246 feet carved on it. It didn't seem special at all. "I have to go report at the Dragon God Shrine, so I don't have time to take you around. Go find your room and rest. There should be a set of clothes in your room and go change into them. Remember to put your temporary identity token by your waist. After 11 tonight, anyone that hasn't put on the prepared clothes or the identity token will be killed as a trespasser." Su Han left those words with him and walked toward the Black Palace with her long sword. Howen was a bit freaked out by how Su Han uttered the word, "kill," on the Dragon God Shrine's territory, it was better to not get on the wrong side of the terrifying official inspectors. Among the rows of rooms, small roads connected them. The roads were made of blue stones. The walls were gray, and the roofs had black tiles. The whole place gave off a mysterious old city feeling. On the narrow paths, participants were rushing through. There were some who wore modern-style clothing while others wore light-colored linen clothing. There were both males and females, and the busy passers-by and the narrow streets together formed a weird yet interesting picture. Hao Ren was brought here by Su Han, so he didn't need to go get his temporary identity token. But for many of the other cultivators here, they had to go get the tokens themselves. No one other than the participants and staff members was allowed in the examination area for the written exam. The elders who came with the participants had no choice but to camp out around the site. For this exam, no matter which clan the participants came from or what role they had, they were all regular participants. Ren Yin 243, Ren Yin 244, Ren Yin 245, finally. Hao Ren followed the numbers and finally arrived at his own room. All the rooms looked the same. It was a small room with an area of only half a square meter. Inside was a table, a chair, a set of clothes, and some writing tools. Hao Ren injected some nature essence into the temporary identity token, and the array formation that had locked the room opened. The set of clothes prepared was a long light brown robe. However, unlike the clothes the other participants he saw on the streets wore, Hao Ren's had two little silver dragons embroidered on the shoulders. Chapter 404, Identity or Strength. Hao Ren changed into his long robe from his modern clothes. The last time he went to the Nine Dragon Palace, Hao Ren was wearing a Taoist robe that had embroideries on the sides. That was his first time wearing traditional clothing. This examination outfit was plainer than the one he wore last time. Other than the two little silver dragon embroideries on his shoulders, there were no other decorations on his robe. The material used was also not rare at all, just something you could find anywhere, and the robe was just long enough to cover his ankles. The rooms in the area were only half a square meter big. From the table, which was placed against the wall, to the other walls, it was just enough to fit one person. Hao Ren sat on the chair and placed both hands on the table. There was barely room to move around. The dragon cultivators didn't come to the Dragon God Shrine for a vacation. They were all here to take the exam. With the tens of thousands of participants, using such small rooms to fit everyone was reasonable. Hao Ren sat in the Ren Yin 246 feet room quietly, and he soon got bored. The people in the rooms beside him were also cultivators. All the cultivators were anxiously waiting for the written examination to start. Outside were some cultivators pacing around because they were too anxious to sit down. Hao Ren was a bit bored and didn't feel that well in the room, so he put his temporary identity token on and went outside. There were many young cultivators outside. Some were pacing back and forth while others were talking in small groups. When the others saw Hao Ren walking over, they were all surprised. When he walked over, some stopped talking while others moved out of his way. This showed that Hao Ren had a far higher status. Hao Ren was looking down and wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice this. The only difference between him and others was the two little silver dragons on the shoulder areas of his robe. He's an assisting inspector, he should be amazing. Careful. Let's not let him hear us. There were whispers all over the place. Hao Ren finally realized that the light brown robe with two little silver dragons on it wasn't just for anyone, it was only for assisting inspectors. No matter which dragon clan one came from, what role they had previously held at home, and how strong they were the same in the Dragon God Shrine. However, there was one exception, the assisting inspectors. At the Dragon God Shrine, the assisting inspectors were far more superior than any other dragon cultivator. Although they all took the same exam, assisting inspectors were the most likely to become official inspectors. During the exam period, if ordinary dragon cultivators started fighting with each other outside the arena, it was perfectly fine. However, if anyone dared to clash against an assisting inspector, then he or she would be automatically disqualified. That was the exclusive right of the assisting inspectors. That was why these cultivators were more cautious when Hao Ren walked over. They were scared of subconsciously bothering Hao Ren. "I can't believe I'd bump into you here," a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Hao Ren turned, and a familiar cultivator walked over from another path. It was Wang Shi. Wang Shi was from the Earth Element Dragon Clan and had fought Hao Ren once before in Elder Sun's martial arts dojo. Hao Ren looked at him, and he felt like Wang Shi looked taller than before. He saw an identity token by Wang Zai's waist, and it read Ren Mao 297. Who is that person? Who is he? Isn't he afraid that talking to an assisting inspector this way might disqualify him? I know him. He's Wang Shi, an Earth Elemental Dragon from the Wuyi Mountain. I heard that he already reached Xuan level. The clan at the Wuyi Mountain has focused all their attention on bringing up only him. Xuan level, he must be mighty. In these few years, there haven't been any strong cultivators that have reached Qian level or Kun level. Oh, it's him. I heard that he's one of the favored participants in this year's exams. It is very likely that he will become an official inspector. The cultivators around Hao Ren and Wang Shi started talking amongst themselves. Hao Ren watched as Wang Shi came closer. Hao Ren thought for a moment and said, I didn't think I'd see you here either. Assisting Inspector. Wang Yi looked at Hao Ren and said in a disdainful tone. The atmosphere started to become tense on the narrow path. The ones who were more cowardly stepped back because they were afraid that they would get involved and get disqualified. So what, you have a problem with that? Hao Ren looked at Wang Shi with hostility. I will beat you during the combat exams tomorrow. Wang Shi stared at Hao Ren and said proudly. The others were all afraid of Hao Ren, but he wasn't. He had fought against Hao Ren before and knew that Hao Ren wasn't that strong. If it weren't for the East Ocean Dragon Palace, there is no way that he would be able to be an assisting inspector, Wang Shi thought. Since he just recently reached Xuan level, he was extremely confident in his ability and power. Although Xuan level was below Kun level, the person who had reached Xuan level could be considered as a master. If he were able to get a mystic crystal, then reaching Kun level was possible. A little assisting inspector is no match for me, Wang Shi thought. What he wanted was to reach for the sky, defeating all including the assisting inspectors. Even with Hao Ren's good manners, he was infuriated by Wang Zai's aloof attitude. Dang, 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 the bell in the center of the Black Dragon God Shrine rang loudly. The platform that supported the Dragon God Shrine gave out a deep red light. The array formation of the Dragon God Shrine was up and functioning again, locking everything within it. It was 9 in the evening. The energy sphere was reinstalled, and any cultivators who weren't in it by now were unable to enter. Also, the ones who were in the Dragon God Shrine couldn't fly out anymore. It meant that those dragon cultivators who were late were automatically disqualified. Wah, wah, wah. Those who were wandering on the streets quickly returned to their rooms. In 2 hours, the written exam would begin. From 11 in the evening, the official inspectors who were going to proctor the exam would gather. That was why during this time, the participants had to sit tight in their rooms. Humph. Wang Shi looked down at Hao Ren one last time and headed back to his room. So, he's at Xuan level, Hao Ren thought as he watched Wang Shi slowly disappear into the horizon. He clenched his fist tightly and then slowly relaxed it before walking back to his, Ren Yin 246 feet room. This should be the right time to see how far he has progressed from all his training back at school. Chapter 405. Main Examiner's Special Care. Hao Ren returned to his room, opened a transparent energy sphere with his identity token, and sat in it. The messy examination area suddenly became silent. The inspectors who wore silver silk robes stepped on their Dharma treasures and entered the written examination area. The structure made up of thousands of black-roofed rooms seemed like an enormous black Bagua map, surrounding the Dragon God Shrine at the center according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. These rooms that were used only once a year were the outer city of the Dragon God Shrine. The Black Dragon God Shrine and the nearby white arenas in 4 directions were surrounded by these tens of thousands of rooms, and the Dragon God Shrine could be considered as the inner city. For this written examination in the middle of the night, the Dragon God Shrine sent hundreds of inspectors to supervise their respective areas. Hao Ren knew if Jauo were to take part in the general examinations, he would come to this written examination tonight. But with the scale of the written exam at the Dragon God Shrine, finding Jauo was harder than reaching the heavens. The hundreds of inspectors dashed through the alleyways between rooms, swiftly checking the situation in each room. An inspector walked past the path in front of Hao Ren. He saw Hao Ren's silver dragon embroideries on the shoulders, and his indifferent face got a little warm as he nodded slightly. Hao Ren nodded back in response. From such a simple gesture, Hao Ren knew that in the examination process, the official inspectors would favor assisting inspector. That was why when the cultivators at the East Ocean University knew that they could get the position of assisting inspector from Hao Ren, they desperately challenged him. As for the two cultivators in the rooms beside Hao Ren's, when they saw the official inspector nodding at Hao Ren, they were envious and jealous. However, what could they do? They weren't assisting inspectors. The quota for assisting inspectors was limited. Basically, they were sponsored by official inspectors, and each official inspector could at most have one assisting inspector. Assisting inspectors were usually very strong and had a high chance of passing the examinations at the Dragon God Shrine. Otherwise, the official inspector wouldn't take such a burden. That inspector flew away, and Hao Ren's row of rooms fell into silence once again. Time slipped by. Although thousands were waiting for the examination to start, it was silent. A burst of noise came. Hao Ren looked up and saw Qin Xiaoyang on his golden weaving shuttle, flying toward Hao Ren's room. The strong aura almost lifted a few tiles off the rooms. Boom! Qin Xiaoyang suddenly stopped and hovered in front of Hao Ren's room. He was wearing a silver silk robe, but it had a bright four-clawed golden dragon embroidery on the shoulder. The four-clawed golden dragon represented the status of Qin Xiaoyang, a level 4 inspector. Behind Qin Xiaoyang, two accompanying inspectors had three-clawed golden dragons embroidery on their shoulders. A level 4 inspector with two level 3 inspectors came here only to see the cultivator in Ren Yin 246 feet. Who is this assisting inspector? When the two cultivators who were sitting in the rooms beside Hao Ren saw this, they were so shocked that they couldn't utter a sound from their throats. They took part in a few general examinations and were quite familiar with the written exam. However, they had never seen and heard of anything like this. Usually, the written examination area was patrolled by level 1 and level 2 inspectors. Level 3 inspectors were not required, not to mention level 4. Do you like this environment? Does it fit you? Hao Ren raised his head and looked at Qin Xiaoyang as he snorted lightly and didn't speak. Qin Xiaoyang was standing on his golden weaving shuttle, meaning that his natal Dharma treasure had been returned to him. That was because Su Han, a level 3 inspector, didn't want to fight with him in the Dragon God Shrine, so she returned his Dharma treasure. Perhaps you don't know yet, but I'm one of the 4 main examiners this year and is responsible for the East area. Qin Xiaoyang hovered in midair, staring at Hao Ren. You happen to be in my area. The two cultivators who were in the 2 rooms to the left and right of Hao Ren's listened as their ears turned hot. With the special care of a level 4 inspector who is one of the 4 main examiners, it seems like this cultivator is absolutely going to be an official inspector, they thought. If they had known earlier, they would not have cared about their faces and fawned over the assisting inspector Hao Ren. You arranged this deliberately, didn't you? Hao Ren asked. Yes, so what? Qin Xiaoyang sneered, staring at Hao Ren. This time, he was chosen to be the main examiners responsible for the East area. As one of the 4 highest examiners, he had 6 level 4 inspectors as his aide. This made him immeasurably prestigious. This meant that during the examinations period, Qin Xiaoyang would be one of the 4 most powerful inspectors. Even Su Han couldn't go against him during this time period as it would influence the main examiner's decision. Since there are too few metal elemental dragons, you are probably chosen because they want to balance everything out, Hao Ren scoffed. Qin Xiaoyang was only at Kun level, and there were more than a few level 4 inspectors in the Dragon God Shrine. Therefore, it did seem like Qin Xiaoyang was chosen for other reasons other than pure strength. Hao Ren pointed out the reality, and it made Qin Xiaoyang burn with rage. There weren't many metal elemental dragons, but they were far more powerful compared with other dragon cultivators. There were quite a few young metal elemental dragon cultivators who reached Kun level and even Qian level, but their pride was way beyond the 4 ocean dragon clans. Therefore, metal elemental dragons were never interested in taking part in the general examinations in the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren's words undoubtedly touched a sensitive nerve within Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang seemed powerful, but he was barely in the mid-lower tier in the entire metal elemental dragon clan. Becoming an inspector in the Dragon God Shrine was not something that a metal elemental dragon should be proud of. Sir, please calm down. Seeing Qin Xiaoyang's twisted facial expression, the two level 3 inspectors hurriedly advised. Qin Xiaoyang was one of the 4 main examiners this year in the Dragon God Shrine. If he attacked a cultivator who was taking part in the exams, the consequences would be dire. You have guts. Su Han indeed taught you. Qin Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. I'll see how you do in tomorrow's combat exams. The reason why the written exam was held at night was for the quietness. If Qin Xiaoyang couldn't hold back and attack Hao Ren, resulting in loud noises, that would attract lots of attention. By then, the scene would get ugly. Hao Ren knew clearly that since he was assigned to Qin Xiaoyang's area, the latter would try everything to deal with him in various ways. Therefore, the result of angering Qin Xiaoyang was the same as not angering him, so Hao Ren didn't hold back at all. At this moment, the two cultivators beside Hao Ren were so surprised that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were regretting not befriending Hao Ren a moment ago, and now they were afraid that Qin Xiaoyang might vent his rage on them, thinking that they were together with Hao Ren. It turns out that the level 4 inspector is not this assisting inspector's superior, but his enemy, they thought. It was common for grudges to occur between inspectors due to some conflicts. But a tiny assisting inspector dared to challenge the authority of a level 4 inspector. That was very hard to believe. The two cultivators beside Hao Ren were scared and worried that Qin Xiaoyang's fiery glance would land upon them. Sir, the written exam is about to begin in half an hour officially, a level 3 inspector reminded Qin Xiaoyang. Tell the proctor of this area to keep an eye on him for me. If there is any kind of fraudulent behavior, kill him instantly. Qin Xiaoyang's face turned green as he said ruthlessly. Understood. The two level 3 inspectors hastily cupped their hands together. In fact, they complained in their hearts. Before they came here with Qin Xiaoyang, they were asked by Su Han to take good care of the cultivator in Ren Yin 246 feet room. Everybody in Dragon God Shrine knew that Su Han had the highest chance of reaching the heavenly dragon realm among the inspectors. Even though she fell from a level 4 inspector to a level 3 inspector, nobody dared to look down on her. However, Qin Xiaoyang had the support of the metal elemental dragon clan, so he was also a hot potato. Qin Xiaoyang and Su Han's attitudes differed on the treatment of this assisting inspector. One wanted to suppress him while the other wanted to pull him up. Humph! Qin Xiaoyang stepped on his golden weaving shuttle and flew away. The two inspectors looked at each other, quietly exchanged a few words before flying toward the Dragon God Shrine as well. Ren Yin 246 feet. The person in there is Su Han's assisting inspector. Judging from Su Han's attitude, she cares a lot about her assistant. This cultivator is a sensitive character, they thought. Dong, 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 the bell sounded. It was 11 at night. The inspectors on standby immediately dashed through the alleyways and threw the test papers into the rooms. Hao Ren picked up this long exam paper, saw the dense questions, and panicked a little. All of them were short answer questions. The time limit for the written exam was only 2 hours. Hao Ren picked up his ink brush, infused it with nature essence, and dripped the words onto the paper like raindrops. If it weren't for the vague memory of painting with Su Han together, Hao Ren wouldn't even know how to use an ink brush. Swoosh! All the rooms emanated writing noises. The written exam was not difficult, but it would eliminate a batch of cultivators. This anxiety was not inferior to the feeling that Hao Ren had when he was taking his university entrance exam. The inspector who received the order of keeping an eye on Hao Ren really sat in the path outside Hao Ren's room and stared at Hao Ren. It was commonly known that the most unpleasant thing when writing exam papers was being stared at. Right now, Hao Ren felt like rushing out and beating him. Dong, 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 time's up. Hao Ren held the ink brush in his hand. He still had one more paragraph to finish. The inspector sitting in front of Hao Ren stood up quickly and collected the papers. The combat exams would start 5 in the morning. An inspector announced loudly. There were only 4 hours for the participants, the rest before the combat exams began. All the exam papers would be marked in 2 hours, and those who couldn't pass would be directly kicked out. For the vast majority of cultivators who were confident in passing the written exam, this time was for them to replenish their energy and stretch. Writing all night long followed by many battles. The examinations at the Dragon God Shrine is awfully tough. Hao Ren thought as he went to the front of the room and was about to stretch. Suddenly he saw a set of familiar boxing techniques being practiced in the alleyway in front of him. The East Ocean Dragon Palace's Fundamental Boxing Techniques. Chapter 406. Strongest Support Team. Hao Ren took a closer look and saw that it was the fundamental boxing techniques that the soldiers in the East Ocean Dragon Palace practiced each morning and each evening. The familiar techniques and the burly body belonged to no one but Jauo. Hao Ren's heart lurched. Quickening his steps, he ran to the alley entrance hundreds of meters away from him. The cultivators moving in the alley got angry when they were pushed aside by Hao Ren, but they held their anger when they saw that he was an assisting inspector. After practicing the boxing technique, Jauo swung his arms around before walking into the alleyway to his right. "Third uncle," Hao Ren called out immediately. However, Jauo didn't hear him since he had walked into the aisle between two rows of rooms. "Who's making such noise?" A level 2 inspector who was patrolling nearby flew down from the sky. Although the written exam was over and there was still some time until the combat exams, this time was for the cultivators to rest and replenish their energy. No noise was allowed. When he saw it was an assisting inspector who made the noise, this level 2 inspector's anger abated a little, but he still struck his Dharma treasure on Hao Ren's chest, forcing him back 3 steps. No noise is allowed in the area. After giving him a warning, the inspector walked out slowly. The nearby cultivators looked at Hao Ren and envied him. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would have been kicked out of the Dragon God Shrine by the inspector for yelling. He would be disqualified and probably be forbidden to enter the Dragon God Shrine's general exams for the next 3 years. However, since he was an assisting inspector, he just got a warning. That was why the identity of assisting inspector was an object of envy. However, after this interruption, Hao Ren couldn't see a trace of Jauo when he ran to the aisle. It was early morning, and the sky was still dark. The light was dim in the area with many rooms. The cultivators moving around the rooms were all wearing the same brown robe, and Hao Ren couldn't find Jauo among them no matter how hard he looked. With his identity as an assisting inspector, he dashed into this aisle, and no cultivator dared to stop him. Hao Ren searched the rooms one by one, but he didn't find Jauo. He searched in the nearby aisles, and the result was the same. Less than 4 hours were left before the combat exams, which began at 5 in the morning, and many cultivators were taking this time to cultivate. The written exam area prohibited noises, so Hao Ren couldn't call out, making it harder for him to find Jauo. However, he was confident that Jauo was nearby. This area was not far from Hao Ren's Ren Yin 246 feet room, which meant that Jauo and Hao Ren belonged to the same exam area. Since they were in the same exam area for the written exam, they would belong to the same area for the combat exams. Hao Ren might need to fight with Jauo later on. Hao Ren wondered what realm Zi's third uncle had reached while he walked back to his room, Ren Yin 246. In the 2 rooms next to his, the 2 cultivators were sitting cross-legged on their chairs cultivating. Sensing Hao Ren's return, they opened their eyes and looked at him, but they didn't speak. Anyone who dared to confront a main examiner was undoubtedly a dangerous person, and they obviously didn't want to get involved with him. Hao Ren remained silent. After returning to his room, he also closed his eyes to cultivate as well. The exam venue before dawn looked quiet and peaceful, but in fact, everyone was busy preparing for the exam. This was the calm before the storm. The cultivators who were chatting with each other at the entrance of the aisles probably would engage in life and death battles a few hours later in the arenas. Dang! Dang! The bell from the Dragon God Shrine sounded again. It was 5 in the morning. Hundreds of inspectors came out together once again. All the cultivators who had written the exam tensed up instantly. Boom! From one room in Hao Ren's row, an identity token flew out into an inspector's hand. The owner of the token had failed the written exam and lost his qualification to enter the combat exams. Swoosh! Another wooden token suddenly flew from the waist of one cultivator. Swoosh! While the inspectors flew across the rows of rooms, wooden tokens flew up one after another. It wasn't easy to pass the written exam of the Dragon God Shrine. Nervously, Hao Ren gripped the wooden token on his waist, afraid that it would fly out as well. On the test papers, there were only the examinees' numbers, and Hao Ren would fail the written exam as well if he got the answers wrong. However, the level 2 inspector passed by Hao Ren's room without taking his identity token. Meanwhile, Hao Ren heard the sighs of relief from the cultivators of the neighboring rooms and knew they had been nervous, too. The identity tokens that flew into the inspector's hands quickly turned black, which meant that those numbers were no longer valid, and the dragon cultivators who corresponded to those numbers were disqualified from the next portion of the exams. The cultivators who failed the written exam packed up and left sadly. The dark red light surrounding the platform of the Dragon God Shrine suddenly vanished. The Dragon God Shrine was open to the public again. The failed cultivators could go back home or stay to watch the battles. Those cultivators who didn't enter the Dragon God Shrine yesterday were able to enter now. Following the crowd, Hao Ren walked to the arenas in the inner city and observed the Dragon God Shrine from close up. In the white morning light, the Dragon God Shrine looked like a huge black city, giving people a sense of suppression. The platform around the Dragon God Shrine, including the outer city and the inner city, was only open for 3 days each year for the general exams. However, the interior of the Dragon God Shrine was never open to the public. No one except official inspectors and criminals who inspectors caught could enter the Dragon God Shrine. This rule added mystery to the Dragon God Shrine. 3 level 4 inspectors walked out of the Dragon God Shrine and sat on the 3 armchairs on the watching stand, which was slightly higher than the arenas. In each of the 4 directions of the Dragon God Shrine, 24 small arenas surrounded one big arena. There were altogether 96 small arenas and 4 big arenas. Hao Ren was in the east area, which Qin Xiaoyang was responsible for. However, as one of the main examiners, Qin Xiaoyang didn't seem concerned about the preliminary battles since he didn't come out from the Dragon God Shrine. Instead, he had asked 3 deputies to come out and keep order. Besides the 3 deputy examiners who monitored the battles, there was a lot of level 1 and level 2 inspectors who were responsible for keeping scores and arranging competitions. Since the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine was a grand event in the Dragon Tribe, the organization temporarily called back many inspectors. As a result, the number of inspectors back at the Dragon God Shrine reached a peak. Standing in the crowd, Hao Ren looked around and didn't see Su Han. If Su Han were here wearing a silver silk robe, it would be easy to find her. Many inspectors wearing silver robes were walking around the arenas while the examinees wearing brown robes were standing beside the fields. Jia Yin, Yi Yin, Bin Yin, Ding Yin, Jia Mao, Yi Mao, Bin Mao, Ding Mao. Before each small arena stood a sign, and there were altogether 24 of them. Ren Yin 245 and Ren Yin 247, Hao Ren's neighbors during the writing exam, saw the sign, Ren Yan, and hurried toward that arena. Hao Ren realized that the preliminary competitions were arranged in the order of the numbers, and he quickened his steps to the sign. Built with thick white rocks, the arena was 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 1 meter higher than the platform. In the middle of the arena were 2 vigorous characters formed by darker stones, Jing Jie. Obviously, this arena was called Jing Jie, and all 24 small arenas of the Dragon God Shrine were named after the 24 solar terms. 101 versus 102, 103 versus 104. The level 2 inspector responsible for Jing Jie arena declared in a loud voice. 245 versus 246. Hao Ren suddenly turned to look at the cultivator who was his neighbor on the left during the written exam last night, and this examinee who looked to be in his 40s also turned to look at Hao Ren alertly. "Uncle." While Hao Ren was about to do some warm-up exercises for the competition, a clear voice sounded in the sky. He looked up and saw Zhao Hongyu's Dharma treasure, the mountain river Qian Kun painting, floating over. As the energy sphere of the Dragon God Shrine opened again, Zhao Hongyu flew in with Zhao Yanzi and others. As a top-tier Dharma treasure, the mountain river Qian Kun painting was bright and fast, attracting people's attention when Zhao Hongyu maneuvered it to the arenas with her group on it. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili jumped down from the Dharma treasure and called out to Hao Ren cheerfully. Dressed in green and cyan ancient dresses with their hair coiled up, they returned to their original, unique look. They were so beautiful that Hao Ren's eyes lit up. "Uncle." Seeing Hao Ren staring at the Lu sisters, Zhao Yanzi called out again, displeased. She was wearing a radiant patterned dress, looking quite vivacious among the brown robes of the surrounding cultivators. Cough. Cough. Hao Ren cleared his throat, not pleased with Zhao Yanzi calling him uncle. Hao Ren, we are rooting for you. Xie Yujia stepped down from the painting and said to Hao Ren while blushing. It was her first time watching Hao Ren compete in a formal match, and she could only think of such simple words to encourage him. Okay, I'll try my best. Hao Ren nodded at Xie Yujia. Seeing Hao Ren ignore her, Zhao Yanzi's face reddened with anger. This is the Dragon God Shrine. Behave yourself. Zhao Hongyu reached out to stop her. Mom. Zhao Yanzi felt wronged and looked up at Zhao Hongyu. However, Zhao Hongyu seemed to be on Hao Ren's side and didn't show any intention of scolding him. Looking around, Zhen Kongming crossed his arms in front of his chest and seemed unconcerned about how far Hao Ren could go in the competition. The senior members of the Dragon Palace who came with Zhao Hongyu's family were only Premier Xia, Elder Lu, and Elder Sun. Ren, have you seen Zi's third uncle since you came here yesterday? Zhao Guang asked. Zhao Yanzi, who was gritting her teeth at Hao Ren, heard this question, and she stared at Hao Ren with widened eyes as well. Chapter 407. Win Streak. Third uncle. Hao Ren thought for a bit and replied, he should be in this big exam area. I think I saw him in the written exam area. Oh, really? Zhao Guang brightened up. With his cultivation strength, third uncle will win the first few competitions for sure. It'll be easy to find him by that time, Hao Ren said. Yeah, you're right. Zhao Guang lowered his head and thought for a few seconds before turning his gaze to Hao Ren again. I'll go into the Dragon God Shrine. You can focus on the competition. Dad. Don't you want to watch Hao Ren compete? Zhao Yanzi called out immediately. Hee. Zhao Guang smiled but didn't answer. Hao Ren immediately felt that Zhao Guang didn't hold high hopes for him in the competition. His purpose for coming to the Dragon God Shrine was to look for Zhao Kuo and negotiate with the Dragon God Shrine. Elder Lu and Elder Sun, come with me. Zhao Guang looked back at Lu Qing and Sun Yun and said. Yes, Your Majesty. The two elders followed Zhao Guang immediately. Seeing them leave, Zhao Yanzi immediately grabbed onto Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu looked down at Zhao Yanzi and smiled. Okay, I'll stay here and watch the competition with you. Zhao Yanzi was relieved since she thought Zhao Hongyu would also go to the Dragon God Shrine. While Zhao Guang led two elders to the gate of the Dragon God Shrine, the participants and the Dragon Clan forces who were here recognized Zhao Guang. Isn't he Zhao Guang from the East Ocean Dragon Palace? And behind him are two elders from the East Ocean. Why are they here? Instantly, questions rose in the mind of the people in the area. From the gate of the Dragon God Shrine walked out two inspectors wearing robes embroidered with four-clawed golden dragons. They welcomed Zhao Guang and the two elders of the East Ocean into the palace. Since its establishment hundreds of years ago, the Dragon God Shrine had never allowed any dragon cultivators except inspectors and criminals into the interior of the Dragon God Shrine, not even the Dragon Kings. Obviously, they made an exception for Zhao Guang. The present Dragon King of the East Ocean Dragon Palace brought only two elders into the Dragon God Shrine, and it brought all kinds of speculations to people's minds. Watching Zhao Guang disappear into the Dragon God Shrine, Hao Ren was also a bit worried as well. However, on the second thought, he thought that Zhao Guang's high-profiled entrance into the Dragon God Shrine was probably an act for Zhao Kuo's sake as well. If Zhao Kuo were around, he would undoubtedly know that Zhao Guang was also in the Dragon God Shrine. If he wanted to know the content of the negotiation between East Ocean and Dragon God Shrine, he would have to find Zhao Guang. It was Zhao Guang's way of forcing Zhao Kuo to show himself. Ren Yin 101 and Ren Yin 102. The inspector responsible for Hao Ren's arena called out. The two cultivators were ready, and they jumped into the arena simultaneously. Hao Ren looked around at the other arenas and saw that competitions had begun. Unlike the written exam, the combat exams were open to the public, and some elders stood around the arenas where participants from their respective forces were battling. Almost 10,000 dragon cultivators gathered around the east area alone, not to mention the other three big areas. It showed that the general exams in the Dragon God Shrine was indeed a grand event for the dragon tribe. These dragon clans came from different places on the land, and their elders who were responsible for internal business rarely had an opportunity to meet each other. The Dragon God Shrine's general exams provided such a meeting place. The cultivators who were recommended by different forces to enter the Dragon God Shrine's general exams represented the highest cultivation strength of their generation in their dragon clan. According to their performances and rankings, the elders from different clans would determine their statuses in the entire dragon tribe and strategize for the near future, keep low or advance aggressively. Bang! While Hao Ren was looking around, one cultivator fell from the Jing-Jie arena. The identity token hanging on the waist of the fallen cultivator automatically flew into the hand of the inspector before turning black immediately. The Gen-level cultivator who fell to the ground looked a bit upset. Standing up immediately, he brushed the dust off his robe and walked away. No elders came to him, which meant this cultivator entered the test on his own, instead of being a future star of a dragon clan. While Hao Ren was looking at the retreating back of this cultivator, another pair of rivals had stepped up into the arena. Bang! Bang! While cultivators fell from the 24 arenas, the elimination matches went on quickly. Ren Yin 245 versus Ren Yin 246, the inspector declared. Hao Ren leapt into the arena. His rival, the cultivator in his 40s, kicked the ground lightly with his toes and jumped easily into the arena, too. Wearing a brown robe with an embroidered silver dragon, Hao Ren immediately attracted people's attention. The eastern test area had about 10,000 cultivators around the 24 small arenas, and each of the arenas was a center of attention. The arena was only 1 meter higher than the ground, but Hao Ren felt entirely different than he did when standing on the ground. Hao Ren, go! Xie Yujia clenched her fists and yelled. Standing by Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren with her big eyes. Zhen Kongming looked unconcerned, but he glanced at Hao Ren from the corner of his eye. The hunchbacked Premier Shah stood straighter and looked up at Hao Ren's dashing form in the arena. Gongzi, go! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily yelled at the same time, attracting the attention of the nearby young cultivators. After you, the cultivator opposite Hao Ren bowed. After you. Hao Ren stepped back half a step and made a stance, too. Swoosh! The cultivator in his 40s released a long sword from his palm. Natal Dharma treasure, his presence was also released. Gen level. In a flash, this Gen level cultivator rushed to Hao Ren's side. Standing below the arena, Zhao Yanzi gripped Zhao Hongyu's hand. Dang! Hao Ren lifted his right hand to block the sword. Upon closer look, one could see a pale green light in Hao Ren's palm. His left foot took half a step forward, and his right hand pushed out onto the general-level cultivator's shoulder. The push looked casual, but it sent the cultivator flying. Bang! The gen-level cultivator dropped below the arena, crashing onto some watching cultivators. He stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance. Thank you. Hao Ren cupped his hands and said crisply. His attack was quick and determined, blocking his rival's attack and pushing him out of the arena in one move. More importantly, he maintained a calm expression like a master during the whole process. Zhao Hongyu had expected Hao Ren would win, but she was surprised he had defeated his rival so quickly. Mom, uncle is awesome. Seeing Hao Ren defeated his rival with one attack, Zhao Yanzi grabbed Zhao Hongyu's arm and yelled in excitement. Zhao Hongyu gave her a hard look, and Zhao Hongyu immediately changed her words, Hao Ren is awesome. But her tone was not as excited as a moment ago. Hao Ren jumped down out of the arena and looked up to watch the next competition. Glancing at the calm expression on Hao Ren's face, Zhao Hongyu admired his calmness, modesty, and brains, thinking that he could become a great figure one day. He didn't launch the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, so he could hide his technique. He injected nature energy into his palms to defeat his rival with boxing techniques to save most of his nature essence for future battles. Hao Ren is careless about minor things, but his clear thinking and careful strategy on major issues far surpass my expectation, Zhao Hongyu thought. Back on the ground, Hao Ren watched the next battle in the arena silently without blinking. Hey, stinky uncle, at Hao Ren's silence, Zhao Yanzi walked over and bumped into him. Hao Ren had been watching the battle with all his attention and stumbled forward when Zhao Yanzi bumped into him. Z. Zhao Hongyu immediately scolded her. Zhao Yanzi turned her head. She had never seen Zhao Hongyu had looked so sternly before. Immediately, she walked to Xie Yujia's side. Ren's assessing his potential opponents. Don't disturb him, Zhao Hongyu continued. The debut release occurred at NOV3L equals B, J, N. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu and then at Hao Ren. At this moment, Hao Ren looked grim with intense eyes. He looked aloof but was more dashing this way. After all, he was not watching for fun but watching to find out the cultivator's technique and methods of defense and attack, since any one of them could become his future rival. Zhao Yanzi understood the situation instantly, and she stood obediently by Xie Yujia's side. Anyway, Hao Ren was representing the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Zhao Yanzi hoped he would protect the honor of the East Ocean Dragon Palace with his excellent performance. In the arena, Ren Yin 247, who was Hao Ren's neighbor on his right during the writing exam, lost in the competition shortly. After half of the Ren Yin cultivators were eliminated, the second round began. Ren Yin 244 vs Ren Yin 246. Hao Ren got into the arena again, and this time he used 2 attacks before he sent the Gen-level cultivator flying. Ren Yin 246 vs Ren Yin 249. Ren Yin 210 vs Ren Yin 246. Ren Yin 132 vs Ren Yin 246. With the calls of the inspector, Hao Ren went into arena and beat all his rivals out of the arena with crisp moves. While she watched, Zhao Hongyu saw some clues. She found Hao Ren was using the fundamental boxing techniques that were familiar to all the soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. With Hao Ren's winning streak, Zhao Yanzi got more and more excited. She almost cheered. She suddenly felt like Hao Ren very powerful. All the cultivators couldn't last 3 rounds of attacks with Hao Ren. Good move. While Hao Ren won another match, cheers exploded in the audience around the Li Sha Arena, the 4th small arena to his left. A brawny man with a black face and black beard stepped to one side in a stance and launched a punch, sending a Dewey-level cultivator with yellow light around him flying more than 10 meters out of the arena. It was one of the fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Chapter 408. Number, Ren Yin 246. Zhao Kuo. This time, Hao Ren clearly saw Zhao Kuo withdrawing his fist and standing there magnificently in the Li Sha Arena. After winning, Zhao Kuo looked around, and his gaze finally turned to Hao Ren, who was 3 small arenas away. The 24 arenas were 1 meter higher than the platform. Therefore, the people who were in the arena could see the battles in the surrounding arenas. At this moment, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo had defeated their respective opponents and stood in the Jing-Jie Arena and Li Sha Arena, looking at each other across the space. Dozens of meters away, Hao Ren could still feel the piercing and dominating energy in Zhao Kuo's eyes. Ren Yin 168 and Ren Yin 197. The inspector of the Jing-Jie Arena declared. After casting another glance at Zhao Kuo, Hao Ren jumped off the arena. The cultivators around the arenas were densely packed together, and they couldn't see what was going on more than 1 arena away. Gongzi, you were awesome. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately walked to Hao Ren, handing him water and a towel like 2 cheerleaders. Seeing Hao Ren's victories, Zhao Yanzi's face flushed with joy, but she didn't want to admit it to him. Instead, she snorted with a pout. You have won 6 battles consecutively, Xie Yujia smiled lightly and said. Everyone who is still in the game all won consecutively. Zhen Kongming dampened their enthusiasm with his words. His words didn't sound encouraging, but he spoke the truth. After all, this was only the initial selection process, and anyone who wanted to continue forward had to win 7 or 8 battles in a row. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren. It's Hao Ren's first time participating in the exam, and he is doing a great job. Then, she frowned slightly and glanced at the direction of the Dragon God Shrine. 4 hours had passed since the combat exams began. Zhao Guang had been in the Dragon God Shrine with the 2 elders for 4 hours as well. Glancing at Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren thought for a while and decided not to tell her about Zhao Kuo. From the look of things, Zhao Kuo would definitely win out of the Yi Mao cultivators. Since Zhao Hongyu was worried about Zhao Guang, Hao Ren decided not to mention Zhao Kuo for the time being. In the Jing-Jie Arena, a Dewey-level cultivator was in a fierce battle with another Dewey-level cultivator. As the competitions went on, the cultivators with weaker cultivation strength were gradually eliminated. The Gen-level cultivators would be lucky to get to the 2nd or the 3rd rounds, but they couldn't win in the 4th or the 5th round. The cultivators who would be last standing in the arenas were going to be at least Dewey level cultivators. At Gen level, Hao Ren was a rare exception at this point. In the arena, the cultivator with the Ren Yin 168 identity token hanging on his waist suddenly lifted his wooden bowl, emitting a bright light. The cultivator with an identity token of Ren Yin 197 condensed a thick layer of yellow armor around him, and the two big hammers in his hands released dazzling yellow lights. With equal strength, they couldn't reserve their nature essence anymore and unleashed their true strengths. Ren Yin 168 suddenly shot out a wooden awl which instantly pierced Ren Yin 179's armor and his shoulder before flying out through his back with a trace of blood. Ren Yin 179 grunted and tried to fight back, but his right leg was pierced by the wooden awl which turned and flew back. With a banging noise, the burly cultivator, nearly 2 meters tall, sat down in the arena. Sorry. The Dewey-level wooden elemental dragon cultivator released a green light beam from the wooden bowl and sent the earth elemental dragon cultivator with the Ren Yin 179 identity token flying out of the arena. Several earth elemental elders standing around the arena immediately rushed over to help this cultivator up. This earth elemental dragon cultivator pushed the elders off him and struggled up with great fortitude, and he looked defiant. Obviously, this Ren Yin 197 was a new star in an earth elemental dragon clan. Having been defeated, there was no use to be upset, and he had no choice but to return to the mountains and cultivate hard for next year's exam. The inspector responsible for the Jing-Jie arena stood up with a cold expression and yelled, "Ren Yin 168 and Ren Yin 246. He didn't even spare a glance at the earth elemental dragon cultivator who failed. After all, such failures were countless during the Dragon God Shrine's exams each year. What the Dragon God Shrine wanted was the top 10 who could become official inspectors and 40 masters who were going to become assisting inspectors. The cultivators who failed in the early stages were not the ones who the Dragon God Shrine were after, no matter how great their backgrounds were. Standing in the arena, Ren Yin 168 asked for a 15-minute break to adjust. This wood elemental dragon cultivator would fight Hao Ren, whose number was Ren Yin 246 next. If he won, he would gain 7 consecutive victories and become the champion of the Ren Yin group, earning the qualification to enter the next stage of the exams. At the inspector's nod, Ren Yin 168 hurried out of the arena, and more than 10 wood elemental elders who were waiting around the arena immediately surrounded him. Some helped him smooth out his meridians while one fed him an elixir pill from a bottle. Some other elders glanced at Hao Ren and kept giving Ren Yin 168 tips and instructions. In ancient times, if a scholar won first place in the imperial exam, he would bring great benefits to his family. It was the same for the Dragon God Shrine's general exam. If a cultivator became an official inspector, no one would dare to mess with the clan he was in. Especially to those middle-ranked dragon clans, the more inspectors they had, the more powerful they were. Ren Yin 168 and Ren Yin 246. The break was over, and the inspector stood up again and yelled. The wood elemental dragon cultivator had replenished his nature essence and leapt into the arena. Steadily, Hao Ren went onto the arena, and the silver dragon embroidery on his shoulder shined in the rising sunlight. The wood elemental dragon cultivator had observed Hao Ren's matches and found that he was good at boxing, but he had no Dharma treasures or a high realm. Despite that, Ren Yin 168 didn't dare to relax since he was afraid that Hao Ren had been hiding his true power. He also asked the elders from his clan to observe Hao Ren's companions. The information he got was very confusing. Among Hao Ren's cheering group were 2 beautiful twins who looked very powerful but emitted no lights of dragons. The mother and daughter were respectively at Xuan level and the Foundation Establishment realm. Another beauty looked like a mortal without any fluctuations of nature essence, but she had silver and golden light encircling her like some Dharma treasures. A Li-level kid who looked very fierce. The last person was a hunchbacked old man who was at Xuan level, and his light showed that he came from a water elemental dragon clan. After you, on the arena, the wood elemental dragon cultivator and Hao Ren cupped hands at each other. Hao Ren's strange support team and his identity as an assisting inspector confused this cultivator, and that was why he decided to suppress Hao Ren at the very beginning. The wooden bowl in his hand shot a dazzling green light toward Hao Ren's heart. Green Wood Scroll. This wood elemental dragon cultivator was only 28 years old, but he had reached top-tier Dewey level, just one step from Xuan level. He was a young star in the Qingcheng Mountain Dragon Palace and even one of the entire wood elemental dragon tribe. If he unleashed his full force, even the elders in his clan were not his match. That was why he was sure that he could suppress Hao Ren's gen-level power with one attack. If Hao Ren had been hiding his true power, he would force Hao Ren to show it. Be careful. Seeing the aggressiveness of the wood elemental dragon cultivator, Zhao Yanzi shouted outside the arena. After all, the previous earth elemental dragon cultivator got his shoulder and right leg pierced just a moment ago. Hao Ren reached out his hands, and he absorbed the green light coming his way with a wave. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll, absorb. The power released by the wood elemental Dharma treasure that was powered by the green wood scroll contained pure wood elements, and the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had the power of absorbing 5 elements. Absorbing his opponent's attack looked risky, but Hao Ren had watched all the matches in the Jingjie arena, and he remembered each of the 6 matches of this wood elemental dragon cultivator. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hao Ren absorbed the wood elemental nature essence because he was sure he could do it. The wood elemental nature essence entered Hao Ren's body through his palms before going to his feet. In one cycle, the energy was completely devoured. A thin beam of white sword energy shot out from his little finger. Metal elemental sword energy, metal conquered wood. Almost at the same time, Hao Ren turned lightly and pushed his palm at Ren Yin 168. The brown wooden awl suddenly shot out from the wood elemental dragon cultivator's forehead. Like a flash, Hao Ren grabbed the wooden awl while the Hundan godly lightning in his palm broke the wooden awl into 2 pieces. The white sword energy arrived at the wood elemental dragon cultivator's side together with Hao Ren. The wood elemental dragon cultivator raised his hands to block Hao Ren's palm, but the sword energy hit him on the chest. As he felt numb all over his body and couldn't move, his shoulder was struck heavily by Hao Ren's palm. Hao Ren's palm contained more white metal elemental nature essence. Feeling as if his whole body was disintegrated, the wood elemental dragon cultivator took several steps back, not able to defend or attack. As he was forced back, he stepped into the air and fell from the arena. Bang! He fell from the huge arena, and dust rose upon his fall. The wood elemental elders hurried over and helped the young cultivator with the identify token Ren Yin 168 up. Thank you. Hao Ren stood on the edge of the arena and cupped his hands gracefully. Standing on the ground, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren in his fluttering robe with stars in her eyes. How come Hao Ren looks so dashing all of a sudden? She thought. Numb and sore all over, the wood elemental dragon cultivator looked up at Hao Ren with rage and yelled with gritted teeth, "You cheated." Seeing people turning their eyes to him, he pointed at Zhao Yanzi and the others with ambiguous backgrounds and yelled. They must have been assisting him with hidden weapons. Hey! Careful with your words. Zhao Yanzi jumped out and yelled, pointing her finger at the wood elemental dragon cultivator. How could a gen-level cultivator win 6 battles consecutively? It must have been you guys who have been assisting him in secret. Looking at Zhao Yanzi and the people around her, the wood elemental dragon cultivator stood up and yelled. The inspector responsible for this arena ignored this argument and lifted his right hand. The identity token hanging at the waist of this wood elemental dragon cultivator flew into the inspector's hand and turned black instantly. It meant that the wood elemental dragon cultivator was disqualified for the rest of the competition, and the inspector decided that Hao Ren won the match. I don't agree. They used hidden weapons. You must investigate them. The wood elemental dragon cultivator pointed at Zhao Yanzi and the others, yelling in a loud voice. As a young master from the Qingcheng Mountain Dragon Palace, it was a big disgrace for him to be defeated by a gen-level cultivator with 2 attacks. You are a lousy loser. Useless. Zhao Yanzi got angrier and made a face at the wood elemental dragon cultivator. It instantly enraged the wood elemental dragon cultivator. Standing up, he yelled at the elders by his side, Elder Lu, Elder Yi, teach them a lesson. The Qingcheng Mountain Dragon Palace was a big force in the southeast area, and this wood elemental dragon cultivator was the son of the Dragon King there. Feeling cheated, he got angry at Zhao Yanzi's provocation and lost his temper. Ren Yin 246 from the East Ocean Dragon Palace is the winner. Standing in the arena, the inspector declared. East Ocean Dragon Palace. Although the inspector's voice was not loud, his words stunned all the cultivators around the Jing-Jie arena. East Ocean Dragon Palace. The wood elemental elders from the Qingcheng Mountain all looked at Zhao Yanzi and her group in astonishment, and the other forces nearby stared at Zhao Hongyu and the others in bafflement. Each of the 24 arenas would get one final winner whose clan and origin would be declared at the end of the elimination matches. The East Ocean Dragon Palace also entered the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. The news instantly caused an upheaval around the Jing-Jie arena. The elders of the Qingcheng Mountain immediately dragged their young prince out of the area without a fuss. After all, they couldn't afford to mess with the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Chapter 409. Zhao Guang's reason. Hao Ren looked over to the Li Sha arena and realized that it was empty as well. It meant that the battles in the Li Sha arena had finished earlier. The cultivators beside the Jing-Jie arena were whispering into each other's ears. Hao Ren was only at Gen level, but his performance was outstanding in the Ren Yin group. It was unbelievable, but experienced cultivators knew that it was impossible to cheat. Each arena around the Dragon God Shrine had its own energy sphere which could resist any nature essence from cultivators below Kun level. In fact, even if a Qian level or Kun level master were to break through the energy sphere, it would cause an obvious quack. Since the cultivators outside of the arena couldn't help, the only ones who could influence the outcome of the match would be the two participants. Therefore, as many cultivators watched Hao Ren slowly jump down onto the ground, they were all surprised at this cultivator with the token, Ren Yin 246 feet. Great techniques. He seems to be only at Gen level, yet his strength is impressive, they thought. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren in surprise as well. She thought he wasn't good at battling, but he appeared to be an experienced cultivator. He was both calm and fast. That wood elemental cultivator didn't even get a chance to use his most powerful technique before Hao Ren kicked him out of the arena. In Zhao Hongyu's opinion, that cultivator might even have the chance to rank in the top 50 in the general exams. However, Hao Ren defeated this powerful cultivator. Hao Ren was an absolute surprise to all of them. In war, the key is to trick your enemies. In other words, have your enemies think you are going to use one method but use another. Have your enemies think you are going near them but get very far. Have your enemies think you are going away but get near. Tease them if they are easily triggered. Spoil them if they are timid. Annoy them if they are in peace. Split them if they are united. Attack them when they are least prepared. And take actions that surprise them. Hao Ren seemed to be using random techniques, but he was using the art of war. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren differently and thought, who said that he couldn't be the commanding general of East Ocean? Grandma made you these zongzi one for you, Hao Ren. Xie Yujia walked to Hao Ren, took out 2 hot zongzi out of her bag, and handed them to him. What did you guys say to Grandma? Hao Ren asked as he peeled the zongzi. I told her that you are going on a trip with Zi's family and will be back tomorrow, Xie Yujia answered. Hao Ren nodded as he quickly ate half a zongzi. He hadn't had any food since he got to the Dragon God Shrine last night and was starving after so many battles. Xie Yujia covered her mouth and giggled when she saw Hao Ren devouring the food. Zhao Yanzi stood half a meter away from them, and she got so mad when she saw them acting all lovey-dovey. I made these elixir pills for you to replenish your nature essence. Xie Yujia took a white porcelain bottle out of her pocket and put it in Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren sensed a strong surge of nature essence as soon as he opened it. There are 60 essence replenishment pills, Xie Yujia said. She said it as if it was not a big deal, but these elixir pills were all valuable level 4 elixir pills. When she learned from Zhao Hongyu that Hao Ren was attending the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, she stayed up a few nights and made them particularly for Hao Ren. Thank you very much. Hao Ren put the bottle into his necklace. He was a little touched when he noticed the dark circles under Xie Yujia's eyes. If the surrounding cultivators were to see a bottle filled with 60 level 4 essence replenishment pills, they would definitely be extremely jealous. Hao Ren suddenly asked Xie Yujia, did you break through to the Foundation establishment realm? I broke through yesterday, she slightly nodded. Haha, congrats. I thought I felt something different about you, Hao Ren said happily. Xie Yujia used to look a bit weak when she stood beside Zhao Yanzi. However, her temperament seemed to be even stronger than that of Zhao Yanzi's today. The life-death notes could connect with heaven and earth. Therefore, Xie Yujia appeared to be more powerful than Zhao Yanzi even though they were both at the Foundation establishment realm. It's all right, Xie Yujia blushed a little. She used about 20 Foundation establishment pills in total to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, it wasn't really something worth congratulating. Hao Ren looked around and noticed that about 6 more battles were happening right now. The cultivators beside Jingjie Arena slowly spattered. They either went for a break in the outer city or went to watch the battles in the other arenas. Dang, 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 the bell at the Dragon God Shrine rang again. It was noon. There were 96 small arenas from east to west and south to north. All the battles have been completed, and 96 winners had been generated in total within 8 hours. All the level 4 inspectors on the stage entered the Dragon God Shrine. The level 2 inspectors who were in charge of the battle arenas followed their superiors and went back to the Dragon God Shrine. They had to issue internal reports, analyze scores, and generate the list. The upcoming battles would take place between 1 to 3 in the afternoon. Hao Ren looked over at the Li Sha Arena. Many cultivators were leaving. Then, he looked in the Dragon God Shrine's direction but didn't see Zhao Guang and the 2 elders coming out. Zhao Yanzi was a little worried as well. She stood on her tiptoes and looked toward the Dragon God Shrine. At this moment, Zhao Guang, the 2 elders, and 6 inspectors walked out of the Dragon God Shrine's door. Dad! Zhao Yanzi waved her hands. She was finally relieved to see Zhao Guang coming out. Zhao Guang headed toward the Jingjie Arena calmly along with Elder Lu and Elder Sun. Zhao Hongyu walked to them and asked worriedly, "How was it?" Zhao Guang didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "How were Ren's battles?" "Not bad. He placed first in the Ren Yin group," Zhao Hongyu answered. "Oh?" Zhao Guang was slightly surprised. He obviously didn't expect Hao Ren to win in the Ren Yin group. He looked at Zhao Hongyu and said, "The Dragon God Shrine thinks that both East Ocean and West Ocean need to abide by the rules. They are still keeping Black Wolf, a top master of the West Ocean, in the Dragon God Shrine's prison, and they didn't release him even though the West Ocean Dragon Palace requested several times. Black Wolf murdered several inspectors. They sure won't release him," Zhao Hongyu said. "Therefore, they said that it is okay if we want our stuff back, but our cultivator needs to rank top 3 in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams," Zhao Guang exclaimed. "Beastards!" Zhao Hongyu became furious suddenly, and it even startled Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Guang and thought for a bit before saying, "We have several Qian level and Kun level elders, and it shouldn't be hard for them to rank within the top 3 in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. But wouldn't that be beneath them? They wouldn't want to fight for the Dragon God Shrine's inspector positions. We are already giving them face to let Hao Ren attend this general exam in East Ocean's name." "Isn't third uncle here this time too, Mom?" Zhao Yanzi interrupted. "Your third uncle is attending as an individual. He isn't representing the East Ocean Dragon Palace even if he ranked within the top 3, Zhao Guang said. "Uncle, Auntie, what is going on?" Hao Ren asked in confusion. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and then at Xie Yujia and the others behind them. She calmed down slightly and said, "Our East Ocean Dragon Palace lent the Dragon God Shrine something a long time ago. The leasing period was 200 years, and the time is almost up. However, the Dragon God Shrine doesn't seem to want to return it to us." "What is it?" Zhao Yanzi blinked. "You don't have to worry about that." Zhao Hongyu didn't answer her question. Zhao Yanzi didn't push further since she noticed Zhao Hongyu's bad mood. She turned to the hunchbacked Premier Shah and pouted, urging him to answer her. Premier Shah took 2 steps back and shook his head when he noticed Zhao Yanzi's look. He was the premier of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so he certainly knew what Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were talking about. However, he didn't dare to tell her that since Zhao Hongyu didn't say anything. Zhao Yanzi then turned to Zhen Kongming since she thought he would know about it as well. However, Zhen Kongming whistled as he looked around, ignoring Zhao Yanzi completely. Zhen Kongming was closer to Xie Yujia than Zhao Yanzi, so he didn't tell her anything. This made Zhao Yanzi even madder, and she glared at Hao Ren. "Is it very important? Do we have to get it back? Or is it vital to the Dragon God Shrine?" Hao Ren hesitated for a bit before he asked. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Guang had his own reasons for coming to the Dragon God Shrine, and it seemed like Hao Ren's intuition was correct. This thing is very important to the Dragon God Shrine, but it is more important to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Due to the lack of this item, the East Ocean Dragon Palace got slowly surpassed by the West Ocean Dragon Palace in the last 200 years, Zhao Guang said. The leasing period is almost up. If we don't get it back in time, it will be difficult to get it back in the future, right? Hao Ren asked after some consideration. It was just like lend out money. If one couldn't get it back within the agreed upon time, it would become bad debt. Zhao Guang nodded seriously. If the Dragon God Shrine is unreasonable, our East Ocean Dragon Palace could fight them in a battle, Zhao Hongyu said abruptly. Lu Qing and Sun Yun, who stood beside Zhao Guang, kept silent. Zhao Guang slighted sighed. 3 of the 6 vice shrine masters have reached peak Qian level. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Guang in surprise, and she didn't know what to say. The Dragon God Shrine had been developing rapidly over the past 200 years, and it had far surpassed the East Ocean Dragon Palace's expectations. It had exceeded all 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces and had become the strongest dragon force. The East Ocean Dragon Palace lent that item to the Dragon God Shrine to assist them in defending the human cultivation sects. Now, it seemed like the East Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to get it back if the Dragon God Shrine didn't want to return it. Chapter 410. Won't go easy on you. Since Zhao Kuo is in the Dragon God Shrine as well, why don't you discuss it with him before the afternoon competitions start? Zhao Hongyu said. Looks like that's the only thing we can do. We have half a year left. Zhao Guang shook his head slightly. If Zhao Kuo had reached the Heavenly Dragon Realm, the Dragon God Shrine could keep this item for another half a year at most. However, since the East Ocean Dragon Palace's strength was way weaker than the Dragon God Shrines, they would keep playing dumb. The item was essential to both the Dragon God Shrine and the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The fact was, the item belonged to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. However, in the last 200 years, it was used by the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren knew even clearer that the old Dragon King, Zhao Horen, had passed away. It meant that the very person who lent out the item Zhao Guang was talking about 200 years ago was no longer here. It would be even more difficult for the East Ocean Dragon Palace to get it back. What on earth is this item? The item that tremendously reduced the East Ocean Dragon Palace's strength in the last 200 years. Zhao Yanzi was extremely curious, and Hao Ren wanted to learn more about it as well. However, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had been obscure about this topic, so Hao Ren couldn't push the answer out of them. There were many people from all over the place around them. Even if Zhao Hongyu were to tell them, she would wait until they got back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. You can prepare for your afternoon battles. Zhao Guang led them out of the battle area as he calmed down again. Compared to other participants' elder support teams, Hao Ren's support team appeared youthful and lively. The average age was young, and there were quite a few beautiful girls. Also, Hao Ren's assisting Inspector Silver Dragon embroidery on the brown robe made him look very special as well. They are from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The 4 Ocean Dragon clans never attend the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, no? I heard that the participant is the Fuma. No wonder, so he is not really from East Ocean. The princess is still young, and they aren't married yet. Ren Yin 246. He still has his identity token. So, he is from the Ren Yin group. Gen level, he is only at Gen level. Did the Dragon God Shrine do this on purpose? I heard that the Ren Yin group is the weakest group this time. Hao Ren and everyone around him could hear all sorts of discussions as they walked by. The cultivators in the Ren Yin group indeed seemed to be weaker than what Hao Ren had expected. Rather than crediting this to the Dragon God Shrine, he thought that it was all a part of Qin Xiaoyang's plan. He assigned the high-level cultivators into other groups, so Hao Ren could rank top in his group. This way, Hao Ren would be facing real masters in the grand arena, and tens of thousands of cultivators would be witnessing his loss. Qin Xiaoyang wanted to expose Hao Ren's tragic loss in front of everybody. Hao Ren and his group went back to his Ren Yin 246 room to pick up his belongings. This was Zhao Yanzi's first time at the Dragon God Shrine, so she found the rooms where the participants completed their written exams fascinating. Since the written exam was done, All the energy sphere over the rooms were removed. The cultivators who didn't want to go outside could take rest in the rooms. The entire row beside Ren Yin 246 was empty. The crowd entered the rooms randomly, had snacks, and took a break. Everything seemed to be peaceful, but there was a tornado in disguise. Neither Zhao Hongyu nor Zhao Guang seemed to be as relaxed as before. Zhao Yanzi ran into Premier Shah's room to ask about that item, but she went back to her own room with a pout after getting no information. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were sharing the zongzi outside the rooms harmoniously. Essence replenishment pill. Hao Ren poured an elixir pill out of the small bottle and swallowed it. Nature essence traveled throughout his body instantly. The 5 maintains bracelets prevented the nature essence from being used in a large degree, but Hao Ren still consumed quite a large amount of nature essence after 4 hours of battling. The battles in the afternoon would be more intense and fierce, and it would consume a lot more nature essence without a doubt. Xie Yujia's bottle of essence replenishment pills was undoubtedly a timely help. Hao Ren took an empty bottle out of his bag and put 30 essence replenishment pills into it. Then, he threw the new bottle into his necklace. The sword energies of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll dashed around rapidly in Hao Ren's body. 2 hours were more than enough for Hao Ren to fully recover. Dang, 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 the Dragon God Shrine's bell rang. It was 1 in the afternoon. Hao Ren slowly pulled back his nature essence and walked out of his room. Elder Lu and the rest of them came out of their rooms as well, and they headed toward the inner city. The cultivators came in great numbers and soon filled up the area. In the past 2 hours, the news about the East Ocean Dragon Palace's Fuma attending the Dragon God Shrine's general exams got passed around, and the audience all came to see how powerful this Fuma was. Therefore, there were way more people in the East exam area than the other 3 exam areas. The regions around the arenas were congested. It's 1 in the afternoon. Let's welcome the winners. A level 3 inspector shout after gathering all his nature essence. He stood on the grand arena which was surrounded by 24 smaller arenas. The identity token at Hao Ren's waist suddenly shone with bright yellow light. In the meantime, 23 yellow lights shone in the crowd. Good luck. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren in encouragement. She hoped that Hao Ren could have a great fight, but she didn't count on him getting ranked in the top 3. In her opinion, he already gave his all in the Jing-Jie arena. He used the light-splitting sword shadow scroll with his fists, surprising his opponents. He could at most play outside of the box once with his actual sword array formation, and his opponents would know his trump cards. Hao Ren hopped to the center of the grand arena before everyone else. Then, the other 23 cultivators landed in the arena from different directions. Hao Ren's eyes opened wide when he saw Zhao Kuo among the 23 cultivators. Zhao Kuo's face was dark, and he had a long beard on his chin, as burly as before. His firm muscles filled his brown robe up, and it seemed like he could rip the robe apart just by flexing his muscles. Jia Yin, Yi Yin, Bing Yin, Ding Yin, Jia Mao, Yi Mao, Bing Mao, Ding Mao, 24 cultivators exactly. They lined up in 2 rows according to code. Yan and Mao. Wang Shi, with the identity token which said, Ren Mao 197 feet, stood opposite to Hao Ren. Wang Shi looked at Hao Ren in disdain. He was surprised that Hao Ren could get out of the Ren Yin group, but the gossips made him believe that the Dragon God Shrine favored the East Ocean Dragon Palace on purpose. Zhao Kuo stood diagonally across from Hao Ren, and there were a few cultivators between them. Hao Ren took the opportunity to observe Zhao Kuo. He realized that Zhao Kuo was only at Dewey level. He ranked top in the Yi Mao group simply with the help of his iron fists. He didn't use the light-splitting sword shadow scroll either. Zhao Kuo rolled his eyes hard at Hao Ren when he noticed Hao Ren's stare, forcing him to look away immediately. Third uncle is still so short-tempered after cultivating again, Hao Ren thought to himself. Hao Ren looked at the other 23 cultivators on the stage as they observed their opponents as well. 13 Dewey-level cultivators, 8 Xuan-level cultivators, and 2 Kun-level cultivators. Hao Ren appeared to be the weakest as he was only at Gen level. 2 Kun-level cultivators. Hao Ren remembered that Su Han was also at Kun level when she attended the Dragon God Shrine's general exam. This was only the East exam area. There might be other Kun level and Qian level cultivators in the other 3 exam areas. The Dragon God Shrine's general exams really attracted a lot of undiscovered talent. Amongst the 24 cultivators, there were 4 assisting inspectors including Hao Ren. 2 of them were at Shuan level, and 1 was at Dui level. Hao Ren was also the weakest. Hao Ren found another acquaintance amongst the 12 Dui level cultivators, Lu Qi. The Go genius, Lu Qi's pale face was covered with scratches, and the identity token on his waist said, Jia Mao 166 feet. Who knew how heartbroken his fangirls would be if they saw him like this? Lu Qi was not only the new star in the Go circle but also a fire elemental dragon cultivator. He couldn't snatch the assisting inspector position from Hao Ren, so he decided to attend the Dragon God Shrine's general exam as well. Yin and Mao, pick your opponents, the inspector said between the 2 rows. Hao Ren was slightly surprised at this remark since he thought that his opponent was Wang Shi, and he was already planning on how to defeat Wang Shi secretly. That might not be the case now. Jia Mao, the inspector shouted. Lu Qi, who was covered with wounds, took half a step forward and said immediately, Ren Yin. Hao Ren was the weakest among all the cultivators. Lu Qi sure wanted to win a few more battles after ranking top in the Jia Mao group. Therefore, he picked Hao Ren without even thinking. Hao Ren nodded at Lu Qi, accepting his challenge. He appeared to be very calm, but he was actually worried. Su Han, why aren't you here yet? He thought. He could try his best to defeat Dui level and Shuan level cultivators, but Kun level cultivators were different stories. If he encountered a Kun level cultivator while wearing the 5 maintains bracelets, he would be smashed before he could do anything. It was a relief for him when Lu Qi picked him. Jia Yin, the inspector continued. The cultivator with the Jia Yin identity token picked a Dui level cultivator as his opponent. The inspector called out the names one by one. The Kun level cultivator from Ding Yin group picked Zhao Kuo to fight against. Zhao Kuo snorted coldly in response. When it was Wang Zai's turn, he picked a Dui level cultivator from the Zhang Yin group. However, he still glimpsed at Hao Ren as he made this choice. It seemed like he believed that he could get into the next round, but it was a pity for him not to be able to defeat Hao Ren in front of everybody. Soon enough, all 24 cultivators were paired up. 12 pairs of cultivators were led into 12 small arenas to battle at the same time. The 6 winners would be battling in the grand arena in the middle in the next round. As the 24 cultivators walked to the edge of the arenas, Hao Ren quickened his steps after Zhao Kuo and shouted, "Third uncle." Zhao Kuo turned around and stared at Hao Ren with his round eyes. He asked in a deep voice, "What? Do you want to beg for mercy? Don't expect mercy from me even though you have passed the initial selection round." Hao Ren searched through his necklace and took out a small bottle. "This is for you." "What the hell is this?" Zhao Kuo opened the bottle as he shouted. Then, he sensed a strong nature essence coming out of it. Many level 4 essence replenishment pills filled up half the bottle. They were all top-tier supplements. "It would be my pleasure to battle with Third Uncle." Hao Ren smiled before he hopped down the arena. Chapter 411. Watch Uncle or Third Uncle? Third Uncle, Third Uncle. Zhao Yanzi shouted in excitement when she saw Zhao Kuo. However, Zhao Kuo hopped into the Li Sha arena without hesitating. Zhao Yanzi was confused as she watched Zhao Kuo dash through the air, wondering why her third uncle didn't respond to her. She had no idea that Zhao Kuo's opponent was a Kun-level cultivator, so he had to give his full effort. He didn't have time to greet them at all. Hao Ren was assigned to battle in the Chu Fen arena, which was the one Lu Qi just battled in. "Yujia, I gave half of your essence replenishment pills to Zi's third uncle," Hao Ren said after he walked over to Zhao Hongyu and everyone else. Xie Yujia was a little surprised. She didn't mind it, but she didn't understand why Hao Ren gave them to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo seemed to be very blunt. In the process of chasing after the goal as the strongest, he didn't even go to see his relatives. In other words, if Hao Ren were in Zhao Kuo's way of leveling up, he would show no mercy toward Hao Ren. It seemed a little weird for Hao Ren to offer the essence replenishment pills to him. Oye, Hao Ren's heart is sometimes too big to predict, she thought. Xie Yujia smiled lightly at this thought. "It's okay. You have enough left anyways." I'll keep you company while cultivating when we get back to fifth heaven. Hao Ren smiled back at Xie Yujia. Then, he suddenly hopped into the air and headed toward Chu Fen Arena. There was an array formation over the Dragon God Shrine's platform. All the cultivators below Kun level weren't able to fly unless they had a high-level Dharma treasure like Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting or the Dragon God Shrine's identity token. When Hao Ren entered the Chu Fen Arena, Lu Qi was already ready for the battle. Zhao Yanzi stood beside the Grand Arena. She looked to her left and then to her right, hesitating on whose battle to watch. "Z, me and your dad are going to see your third uncle's battle," Zhao Hongyu said to her and then headed toward Li Sha Arena. Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Premier Sha followed them. Zhao Yanzi stood where she was. She was more indecisive than before. At this moment, Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, and Zhen Kongming headed towards Hao Ren's Chu Fen Arena without any hesitation. Since Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren would be battling at the same time, they split up into two groups. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu and the others who had already stepped further from her to the left. Then, she looked at Xie Yujia and the others who slowly walked away to the right. She stomped her feet and ran after Xie Yujia and the others. "Humph, third uncle is bad because he ignored me," Zhao Yanzi complained as she ran away. Xie Yujia was surprised when she turned back and saw Zhao Yanzi following them. She thought she was going to watch her third uncle's battle. At this moment, Zhao Kuo glimpsed around from Li Sha Arena. He stood proudly in front of a fire elemental Kun-level cultivator. He saw Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, two elders, and Premier Xie heading over but didn't see Zhao Yanzi with them. A grown girl can't be kept at home, he thought. Zhao Kuo shook his head as he sighed. He knew Zhao Yanzi's heart was closer to Hao Ren already, and he silently swore, "If Hao Ren ever mistreats Z, I will for sure destroy him." "Come on." Then, Zhao Kuo shouted at the Kun-level cultivator in his fighting stance. A wave of majestic aura raised from him. Hao Ren stood in front of Lu Qi in the Chu Fen Arena, 4 to 5 arenas away from the Li Sha Arena. Both Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo created sword energies. There were even more cultivators around the Chu Fen Arena than those who went to watch the Kun-level cultivators. The title as East Ocean Dragon Palace's Fuma was more than enough to attract them to watch the battle. On top of that, the Kun-level cultivator would for sure make it to the next round, so they would have a chance to watch an even better battle later on. But Hao Ren, as a Gen-level cultivator, might be battling for the last time at the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren took a deep breath and looked at the crowd around the arena. Then, he shouted, "Please." Lu Qi took out a black and white chessboard and raised it. Then, 180 black chess pieces and 180 white pieces rolled out of the board. When Lu Qi fought Hao Ren in the clubroom back at East Ocean University, he didn't apply his full force since he was worried about damaging the classroom. He didn't know anything about Hao Ren's techniques because it was their first fight ever, and he also underestimated Hao Ren. That was why he lost twice. But since now they were at the Dragon God Shrine's arena, Lu Qi could go all out with his Dharma treasure. The area around the Chu Fen Arena had already been extremely crowded before the battle started. It took Xie Yujia and the others a while to squeeze to the front row, but they immediately got pushed back and forth by the incoming cultivators. Boom! Boom! Lu Linlin and Lu Lili couldn't bear being touched by other people, so they both used their Qian-level power. As if two bombs exploding in the crowd, it pushed all the cultivators back, making it seem like two stones were thrown into a lake. The inspectors who were in charge of maintaining order sensed Qian-level powers when they were about to head over, and they were astonished by the strong power. "So annoying," Zhen Kongming said as he stood between Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Then, he created a sharp white energy sphere, pushing the cultivators around him 1 meter away. An inspector of an even higher level came over to see what was going on, and he suddenly spotted Xie Yujia who was beside Zhen Kongming. He saw the light mark shining on her shoulder. That is, the special mark from a Soul Formation Realm cultivator, he thought. Soul Formation Realm cultivator. The equivalent of the Heavenly Dragon Realm. The inspectors returned to their assigned area in a rush. There was no way that they could do anything about the order around Chu Fen Arena. When the surrounding cultivators were in a hectic mess, Lu Qi and Hao Ren started their battle in the arena. Lu Qi's chess pieces floated half a meter above the ground like stars. They reflected each other in a well-laid-out formation. Hao Ren used his technique. The 160 colorful sword energies shot out of his back, and they floated beside Hao Ren. Whoa! Many cultivators were surprised to see Hao Ren use his technique for the first time. Lu Qi was the only calm one because he knew that Hao Ren's technique was going to be like this. Lu Qi shook his chessboard. Shoo, shoo, the 360 chess pieces dashed toward Hao Ren in a very messy order. It felt like Lu Qi picked up a handful of chess pieces randomly and threw them at Hao Ren. However, the chess pieces coordinated with each other, demonstrating that the positioning of them wasn't random at all. Hao Ren slightly turned and flipped the 160 sword energies to block the 360 chess pieces. Dang, 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 there were sparks everywhere. The chess pieces were a part of the Dharma treasure, and they were different from the regular ones that Lu Qi used in the classroom last time. All the pieces hidden in the chessboard were made of vermilion bird rocks. They went through 49 days of forging and were as hard as diamonds. They entailed incredible power and were assigned yin and yang properties and corresponded to black and white colors. The fire element that the vermilion bird rocks entailed was as powerful as the samadhi true flame. Hao Ren tried his best to defend it with his sword energies. However, the pressure he felt was entirely different from last time. Lu Qi's chessboard Dharma treasure had been thoroughly put to use, and it was challenging to fend against. If Hao Ren didn't have sword energies, he would never be able to defend himself with just one or two Dharma treasures. The Vermilion Bird Board is the ultimate treasure of the Wood Forest's fire elemental dragon clan. This little cultivator borrowed the Dharma treasure from the head elder. No wonder he could rank top from the Jauo group. A cultivator beside the arena recognized the Dharma treasure and praised. Gen level is still just Gen level. There's a big difference between Gen level and Dewey level. I suppose he wouldn't have a chance to win against a Dharma treasure like this now, another cultivator said as he watched the battle. Seeing Hao Ren having trouble defending himself, Lu Qi applied more nature essence. The Vermilion Bird Board's chess pieces gave out a ray of heated light, and all the surrounding cultivators felt a strong energy. The arena under Hao Ren's feet became boiling hot, and the chess pieces caught on fire. Hao Ren's sword energies suddenly turned black. The 160 black sword energies were thrown back into the chess pieces. It's indeed the black water scroll again. Lu Qi was prepared for this. He slightly shook the chessboard, and the flame immediately covered up Hao Ren. He knew that Hao Ren was a water elemental dragon cultivator, and the black water scroll was the most authentic and relatively powerful technique amongst all water elemental techniques. Therefore, it was not surprising at all. However, the 160 black sword energies turned white within a second. Black. White. Hao Ren's sword energies changed as Lu Qi's chess pieces changed. But instead of changing positions, they changed color. Black water scroll, no, white metal scroll. Lu Qi was a little confused with the chessboard in his hand. Hao Ren's sword energies slowly purified after waves and waves of trembling. Metal creates water, and water counters fire, Zhen Kongming murmured as he stood closer to the arena. He seemed to have put the pieces together. The white ones were the purest metal elemental sword energies, and the black ones were the purest water elemental sword energies. Break. The 160 sword energies all sprung up. Black sword energies put out the flame on the chess pieces and knocked them away. The other 160 sword energies Hao Ren kept aside suddenly flew out at this moment. First, there were 160 black sword energies, and then there were 160 white sword energies. The power of 320 shooting sword energies was way stronger than that of the tiny chess pieces. The chessboard in Lu Qi's hand suddenly enlarged. The Vermilion Bird Board was a Dharma treasure which could both attack and defend. The chess pieces could attack, and the board could defend. On top of that, Lu Qi held his natal Dharma treasure in his palm. It was also a chessboard. Two Dharma treasures. One was a natal Dharma treasure, and the other was a top-tier Dharma treasure. The Vermilion Bird Board shoot out a ray of black light all of a sudden under the cover of the many chess pieces. The black light hit Hao Ren's chest, and the strong impact force pushed him 5 meters back. He tripped out of the arena. The very thing that hit Hao Ren's chest was nothing else but another chess piece. The 361st chess piece. Zhao Yanzi screamed out as she jumped up outside the arena. Boom! Hao Ren suddenly released a sword energy from the bottom of his left foot, and the tip of his right foot was still in the battle arena. Break! Hao Ren shouted out again calmly. The sword energies surrounding Lu Qi suddenly united and formed a web, reflecting white light. The Hundan sword energies could break through all 5 elements. Lu Qi's mind turned blank as he felt lightning flashing through his body. The vermilion bird board slipped out of his hand as he fell onto the ground softly. Chapter 412. Losing for sure. The audience around the Chu Fen arena didn't understand the situation yet. Hao Ren kicked the ground lightly with his left foot and returned to the center of the arena. The 320 sword energies returned to Hao Ren's body with swooshing sounds. Lu Qi was unconscious and disheveled while Hao Ren was intact. Wow! The audience exclaimed. This battle lasted for 1 hour while the sword energies and the chess pieces fought with each other, but it ended in a flash. Lu Qi used a Dharma treasure to control the chess pieces while Hao Ren controlled his sword energies with his mind directly. Besides, he mostly used 160 sword energies to block the 360 chess pieces, showing people who was stronger. The inspector responsible for the Chu Fen arena was a little stunned as well. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally lifted the sign, Ren Huayan. There were altogether 24 small arenas in each direction, so there were 96 arenas in total. After defeating Lu Qi, Hao Ren entered the top 48, which meant that even if he lost the rest of the matches, he would be among the top 50 and thus would keep the position of assisting inspector until next year's Dragon God Shrine's general exams. Aside from the 48 who would become assisting inspectors for sure, the other 2 would be chosen by the main examiners after the combat exams. Oh, third uncle. After seeing Hao Ren winning the battle, Zhao Yanzi suddenly remembered Zhao Kuo and immediately pushed through the crowd toward the Li Sha arena. Hao Ren also remembered Zhao Kuo, so he leapt forward lightly and headed in that direction. Zhao Yanzi, who was trying her best to squeeze through the crowd, suddenly found herself being lifted into the air. Alarmed, she looked up and found it was Hao Ren. Don't move. Hao Ren looked down at Zhao Yanzi in his arms and carried her by the waist as he flew toward Li Sha arena. Wrapped in Hao Ren's arms, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren's chiseled cheeks, feeling his arms beneath her waist and smelling his warm scent after a battle. Suddenly, her heart began to race. Bang! Landing from the sky beside the Li Sha arena, Hao Ren cleared an open space in the crowd with his presence. The cultivators around him looked at him. When they saw the silver dragon embroidery on his brown robe that was signaling his identity as an assisting inspector, they kept their silence. These cultivators were elders in their respective dragon clans, but in the territory of the Dragon God Shrine, they didn't want to offend even an assisting inspector. Ignoring the surrounding cultivators, Hao Ren gently put Zhao Yanzi onto the ground. Zhao Yanzi flushed with embarrassment and couldn't even look up. Suddenly, she remembered that her third uncle was still in a battle and immediately looked up at the arena. On the Li Sha arena, Zhao Kuo was panting while his body was covered in blood. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi, forgot her girly muses and screamed at the sight of Zhao Kuo. With 2 blazing fireballs on either side of him, the fire elemental Kun-level cultivator stood in the center of the arena. Except for several tears in his brown robe, he seemed intact. Zhao Kuo's right hand shook slightly while it kept a defensive gesture, but his left hand dangled listlessly as if it was broken. Boom! A burly body dropped to the ground suddenly. Zhao Yanzi was about to rush over when she saw that it was the Kun-level cultivator who had fallen instead of Zhao Kuo. Humph! Zhao Kuo snorted in disdain. Standing firmly on the edge of the arena, he took out the bottle of pills Hao Ren gave him and poured out 3 white essence replenishing pills before swallowing them. Instantly, some sharp-eyed cultivators saw that Zhao Kuo's elixir pills were level 4 pills. Eating 3 level 4 pills in one go. From the looks of it, he has 1 full bottle of them, they thought. Even the level 2 inspectors by the arena envied his luxury. After all, level 4 pills were rare even in the Dragon God Shrine. After swallowing 3 essence replenish pills, Zhao Kuo's ashen face regained some luster. After kicking the Kun-level cultivator out of the arena, he looked around viciously before leaping out of the arena. All the cultivators who met Zhao Kuo's gaze shivered on the inside. Down on the ground, Zhao Kuo didn't greet Zhao Guang and the others. Instead, he sat down at a spot and circulated his nature essence to heal his wounds and digest the nutrients from the essence replenishment pills. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi was about to approach him, but Hao Ren stopped her. "Let third uncle rest," Hao Ren said. Obviously, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had missed the climax of the battle. When they arrived at Li Sha Arena, Zhao Kuo had just finished battling the Kun-level cultivator. Only at Dewey level, Zhao Kuo should not have defeated a Kun-level cultivator. Hao Ren couldn't imagine how Zhao Kuo managed it. With her arm in Hao Ren's hand, Zhao Yanzi's heart raced like crazy. With a slight nod, she pulled Hao Ren slowly to Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang's side. "Ren won the match, right?" Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and asked him with a faint smile. "Yeah." Hao Ren nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, another two pairs of cultivators were still battling in the two arenas, but Wang Shi was not among them. Obviously, he had also finished his match. Xie Yujia took Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, and Zhen Kongming to Zhao Hongyu's side. "Take this time to get some rest." Seeing Hao Ren still standing by Zhao Hongyu's side, Xie Yujia urged him. The cultivators who had ended their battles earlier would have more time to rest, which was essential to the upcoming fierce battles. "Gongzi, we'll help you smooth out your meridians." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stood on either side of Hao Ren, and each took one of his arms. The moment their nature essence entered his palms, it encountered fierce resistance. Suddenly, their hands were bounced off him. "A razor blocking our nature essence in Gongzi's body." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili exchanged a look before looking at Hao Ren in surprise. He, Hao Ren laughed, trying to smooth things over. He took out the bottle from his necklace and swallowed an essence replenishment pill before sitting down cross-legged in a cool spot. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lili tried to follow him, Zhao Hongyu reached out her hands and stopped them. "This is Hao Ren's chance to improve himself. We'd better let him do it by himself," Zhao Hongyu said gently while placating them with her eyes. Dang! Dang! The Dragon God Shrine's bell sounded. It was 3 in the afternoon. The identity token hanging by Hao Ren's waist shone with a yellow light. The identity token on Zhao Kuo, who was sitting not far from him, also lit up. Yellow lights lit up in 10 other places. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang, who was wearing a silver robe with a 4-clawed golden dragon embroidery on it, walked out casually in the company of other 6 level 4 inspectors. As the main examiner of this region, Qin Xiaoyang sat in the biggest armchair in the middle while the 6 deputy examiners sat on both sides of him. With a wave of his right hand, the 12 identity tokens from the East exam area flew into Qin Xiaoyang's hands and instantly dimmed. It meant that another 12 cultivators were disqualified for the next round. With one wave of his hand, Qin Xiaoyang showed everyone his authority. The remaining 12 cultivators, including Hao Ren, gathered in the grand arena. After Zhao Kuo had defeated one Kun-level cultivator, there was one Gen-level cultivator, which was Hao Ren, 4 Dewey-level cultivators, 6 Xuan-level cultivators, and 1 Kun-level cultivator, and they were all males. Among the original 4 assisting inspectors, 1 Dewey-level assisting inspector was defeated by a Xuan-level cultivator, and only 2 Xuan-level assisting inspectors and Hao Ren were left. It meant that the Dewey-level assisting inspector who had lost the match didn't pass the Dragon God Shrine's general exams and thus lost his title as an assisting inspector. After winning by a narrow margin, Hao Ren entered the top 48 and successfully kept his title of assisting inspector, but he aimed to enter the top 10 and become an official inspector so that he could kick Qin Xiaoyang out of East Ocean City. The following combat exams would be held in the Grand Arena. As a crucial part of the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, the selection of official inspectors was worthy of the personal attention of Qin Xiaoyang, the main examiner. The first match, Qin Xiaoyang glanced at each of the 12 cultivators and paused on Hao Ren for half a second before continuing with a loud voice, "Ren Mao versus Ren Yin." With the Ren Mao identity token on his waist, Wang Shi took half a step forward. Being called by Qin Xiaoyang, Hao Ren took half a step forward reluctantly. Wang Shi was now at mid-tier Xuan level and was the strongest one among the 6 Xuan level cultivators. This move clearly showed Qin Xiaoyang's intention. The second match, Bin Mao vs General Yin. The third match, Gui Mao vs Yi Yin. Qin Shaoyang continued to announce the arrangements. Each cultivator called by Qin Shaoyang took half a step forward. The sixth match, before Qin Shaoyang could announce it, everyone knew the arrangement. Among the 12 cultivators, only 2 hadn't stepped forward yet. They were Zhao Kuo and the last Kun-level cultivator. Qin Shaoyang planned to have Zhao Kuo fight 2 Kun-level cultivators in a row. The reason why he didn't arrange for the battle between Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren was that he wanted neither of them in the top 10. Jerk. On the ground, Zhao Yanzi looked up at Qin Shaoyang with gritted teeth. A moment ago, her third uncle almost lost half of his life in the battle against 1 Kun-level cultivator, and Qin Shaoyang made use of his power as the main examiner to make this arrangement on purpose. Hearing the arrangement, Zhao Guang clenched his fist, and his eyes were full of fury. Knowing Zhao Kuo's identity, Qin Shaoyang was purposefully challenging the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "We must ask Zhao Kuo to quit the exam," Zhao Hongyu said with a little sigh. "Begin." Qin Shaoyang waved his hand and sat back in his armchair. 10 cultivators shot out of the grand arena. In their brown robes, Hao Ren and Wang Shi stood on the large square arena that was 300 meters long and 300 meters wide. The two of them looked like 2 small chess pieces. Hao Ren looked around. The crowd was packed, but Su Han, who could remove the 5 mountains bracelets, was nowhere to be seen. "After you." Wang Shi lifted his right hand and signaled the beginning of the battle. Chapter 413. Xuan Level, Trump Card. Hao Ren looked around but still didn't see Su Han. "After you." Wang Shi yelled again. Hao Ren nodded slightly and was about to get ready when he saw Su Han flying out of the Dragon God Shrine. Wearing an inspector's silver robe which had 2 dazzling 3-clawed golden dragon embroideries on the shoulders, she immediately caught people's eyes when she flew out of the Dragon God Shrine. No matter if it were dragon cultivators or human cultivators, females generally had weaker cultivation strength, and the percentage of female inspectors was unusually low in the Dragon God Shrine. That was why everyone's eyes lit up at the appearance of Su Han, a beautiful inspector. In her fluttering silver silk robe, Su Han crossed the grand arena and landed by Zhao Hongyu's side. Hao Ren looked at her expectantly, hoping that she would come over and remove the 5 mountains bracelets from him. However, she just stood by Zhao Hongyu's side coldly, seeming to have forgotten about Hao Ren's 5 mountains bracelets. "After you." Wang Shi yelled again, and his tone was laced with anger. "After you." Hao Ren finally answered. "Wang Shi from the Wuyi Mountain Dragon Clan." Wang Shi shouted his name while his body gradually emitted a yellow light. "Hao Ren from the East Ocean Dragon Clan." Hao Ren said while dozens of sword energies slowly rose from his back. The atmosphere around the arena instantly tensed up. This was the first of the 6 matches, and everyone wanted to see the strengths of the top 48 cultivators. After all, they had gained the titles of assisting inspectors, and their competitions in the grand arena would be judged by 7 level 4 inspectors. Bang! Wang Zai's aura abruptly rose. Mid-tier Xuan level. The violent air current spread outward and blew up the dust in the 900 square meters arena. Wah! 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 Hao Ren's 320 sword energies twirled at full speed close to his clothes, forming an impenetrable shield which engulfed Hao Ren like a cocoon. Gazing at Hao Ren, Wang Shi took out a black sword and held it cautiously with both hands. "Wow! What sword is that? So ugly. It's crooked. Is it useful in battles?" Around the arena, some cultivators talked among themselves in surprise and bafflement. The black stone sword in Wang Zai's hands looked as if it had been made in a hurry with an ordinary rock. The body was crooked, and the blade was not sharp. However, Zhao Hongyu was surprised. The cultivators, including the elders from the smaller clans, were not as knowledgeable as Zhao Hongyu, who knew that the sword was a Dharma treasure from the 9 Dragons Palace. The Dharma treasures from the 9 Dragons Palace looked crude, but their powers far surpassed ordinary Dharma treasures. Wang Shi was holding a primitive Dharma treasure. The 9 Dragons Palace was opened by the 4 ocean dragon clans every 50 years, and it would descend to the first heaven after opening, attracting countless human cultivators and dragon cultivators to take the risk and break into the palace. That was why some of its Dharma treasures came out of the palace in the past hundreds of years. The Wuyi mountain dragon clan had acquired this primitive Dharma treasure from somewhere and gave it to Wang Shi, a junior in their clan, to use in this exam. In the arena, Hao Ren stared at the black stone sword in Wang Zai's hands with caution. He had been to the Nine Dragons Palace and knew that Wang Zai's stone sword was definitely a Dharma treasure from there, judging from its mysterious and primitive presence. Bang! A commanding energy burst out of Wang Zai's black sword and mingled with Wang Zai's earth elemental nature essence, dashing toward Hao Ren. The sword energy surrounding Hao Ren spread before his chest like lotuses that were suddenly blooming, and the 320 sword energies rushed toward the sword energy released by Wang Shi one after another. Wah! Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were instantly scattered by Wang Zai's sword energy. The black energy together with Wang Zai's earth elemental nature essence hit Hao Ren's chest and sent him flying. The scattered sword energies immediately flew to Hao Ren's back and supported him, preventing him from falling out of the arena. One attack. It was only one attack. Wang Zai's aura overshadowed Hao Ren's power and almost defeated him. At this moment, Wang Shi swung out his hands and turned his stabbing movement into a chop. It looked like a small movement, but the sword energy that was gushing out of the black sword looked like a solid sword that was hacking toward Hao Ren's head. Boom! Dust flew up everywhere. Deep cracks were cut into the hard surface of the arena, and white debris and chipped stones rained all over the arena. Such power astonished some level 2 inspectors, since the arenas at Dragon God Shrine were made with special rocks which were unbreakable with ordinary Dharma treasures. Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes and yelled anxiously. Xie Yujia lifted her clenched fist to her chest, and she felt like her heart was in her throat. The white debris gradually settled down. Hao Ren wasn't lying on the crack but stood in the air with 2 gray sword energies beneath his feet. His sword energies gave him a narrow escape. Hovering in the air, Hao Ren's face was pale as if he had lost a lot of physical strength and nature essence. Outside the arena, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were worried. Knowing the arrays that were restricting his nature essence, they were afraid that he would be killed with the huge difference in strength that existed between him and his opponent. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Seeming to have sensed the fear in Hao Ren's support team, Wang Shi said to Hao Ren. Killing an opponent would be crossing the line, and the killer would be disqualified from future exams at the Dragon God Shrine. Outside the grand arena stood some cultivators who had battled with Wang Shi before. Seeing the power of his 2 attacks, they were astonished and frightened. When Wang Shi fought them, he didn't take out this sword. It was clear that he was saving it for stronger opponents such as Hao Ren. Dragon breaking 9th heaven. Holding the sword with both hands, Wang Shi emphasized each word as he used this technique. Overwhelming energy exploded from his black sword and swept toward Hao Ren in the air like a tornado. Such a powerful energy even affected the surrounding cultivators, and some low-leveled ones couldn't even keep their balance. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies looked like colorful toys in this situation, while his body was swept up into the high sky before the sword energy viciously dragged him to the ground. Bang! Hao Ren's body crashed into the rock-hard arena, creating a shallow crater. If his body had not been tempered by heavenly lightning, he would have died in the crash. Hao Ren groaned while he pushed himself up. Outside the arena, the cultivators looked at Hao Ren with wide eyes, thinking, is this guy a monster? An ordinary gen-level cultivator would have died or at least be crippled after falling onto the hard arena from the high sky. However, this Ren Yin 246 can still stand up. With a trace of blood dripped down the corner of her mouth, Hao Ren brushed off the dust with stiff hands as the 5 colored sword energies flew out of his body again. At this sight, Xie Yujia was heartbroken while Zhao Yanzi's eyelids fluttered. On the stand, Qin Shaoyang snorted with his arms crossed before his chest. Humph! The East Ocean Dragon Palace is weak after all. With the black sword in his hands, Wang Shi moved closer to Hao Ren. The sword energies around Hao Ren's body began to move swiftly. Useless. They are useless against my Dharma treasure, Wang Shi said confidently. Looking at Wang Shi in alarm, Hao Ren finally knew why his confidence came from. The primitive Dharma treasure from the 9 Dragons Palace was his greatest weapon. Outside the arena, Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned her head to Zhao Hongyu and said, "Mom, we also have Dharma treasures from the 9 Dragons Palace." Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. Indeed, the East Ocean Dragon Palace had quite a few primitive Dharma treasures from the Nine Dragons Palace, but they rarely used them. Also, she thought it was quite unfair to use them against other cultivators during the general exams at Dragon God Shrine since East Ocean Dragon Clan had the advantage in having easier access to them. Bam! Another loud sound came from the arena. Hao Ren slipped back almost 6 meters while hundreds of sword energies scattered. The Dharma treasures from the Nine Dragons Palace were primitive treasures and were not made of the 5 elements. It meant that Hao Ren couldn't use his lightning power against it. In theory, the Hundan godly lightning could deal with the primitive Dharma treasures, but Wang Zai's realm was way higher than Hao Ren's. The Wuyi Mountain Dragon clan put all their hopes on Wang Shi. After returning from East Ocean City, Wang Shi broke through to Xuan level, and 16 senior elders in his dragon clan spent 36 days pushing Wang Zai's realm to mid-tier Xuan level before the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. Bang! Another sword energy shot out of the black sword, and Hao Ren slid out another 4 meters on the arena before standing up. Around his body, the sword energies got dimmer. The blinking light of the sword energies showed the suppression of the 5 mountains bracelets. Assisting Inspector, is this the best you can do? So, you got the title of the Assisting Inspector just because you come from the East Ocean Dragon Palace? Different from Hao Ren's sword energies, the earth elemental nature essence released by the black sword added the power of the black sword itself, and it was as powerful as Hao Ren's sword array. Another cut appeared in Hao Ren's shoulder while his robe was torn. The silver dragon embroideries on his shoulder were cut into pieces, revealing the bloody flesh underneath. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily shook with rage. However, they quenched their anger since they had to abide by the rules, and Hao Ren was not in deadly danger yet. Main Examiner, Ren Mao's Dharma treasure is too powerful. We are selecting inspectors, not Dharma treasures. Su Han couldn't contain herself anymore. She suddenly flew up and yelled at Qin Shaoyang. The combat exams don't rule out Dharma treasures, Qin Shaoyang said with a lazy wave of his hand. Meanwhile, another wound appeared on Hao Ren's shoulder as he tried to stand up. A few drops of blood splashed onto his own face. Hao Ren swayed, but he didn't admit defeat. Roar! Little White suddenly flew out from Zhen Kongming's storage space. It rushed into the arena in its level 2 snow lion form. Chapter 414, Spirit Beast. Do you have one? Enraged, Little White rushed into the arena and immediately spat out a huge fireball. Boom! Unprepared, Wang Shi was blackened by the fire despite blocking it with the black sword. Roar! Before he could react, Little White spat out another fireball. It was a ball of Samadhi true flames. The primitive ancient treasures from the Nine Dragons Palace were not made of the 5 elements, and neither was the Samadhi true flames. The fire element in fire elemental techniques belonged to the 5 elements. However, the Samadhi true flames was an elixir making fire and not part of the 5 elements. Wang Shi had never seen such a thing before, and he was almost burned like an elixir furnace by Little White. Slashing out his black sword and retreating more than 10 steps, he finally regained his balance. However, his brown robe was almost burning with smoke, and the fire put a big hole in the chest of his robe. After spitting out 2 fireballs, Little White's anger abated a little, and it flew to Hao Ren's side and carried him easily onto its back. This is a spirit beast. The audience was dumbfounded. With the scarcity of the nature essence on First Heaven, spirit beasts had been extinct while demon beasts which were from the same origin lived at the bottom of the ocean and couldn't be tamed by dragon cultivators. That was why they were astonished when a spirit beast suddenly appeared by Hao Ren's side. Alarmed, Wang Shi slashed out the black sword continuously. One after another, black sword energies flew toward Hao Ren, but Little White dodged them easily with Hao Ren on its back, and colorful light appeared under its paws. The cultivators who were watching were even more astonished. What is the level of this spirit beast? It could fight with a Xuan-level cultivator. Even a Qian-level cultivator couldn't catch and tame such a spirit beast, they thought. Nonsense. Slamming the arms of the armchair, Qin Shaoyang stood up abruptly. The combat exams are 1-to-1. The Ren Yin cultivator is disqualified for breaking the rules and fighting his opponent with a partner. Qin Shaoyang glared and declared with a resonant voice. Wah! A white light beam rushed to his side. The combat exams at the Dragon God Shrine doesn't rule out spirit beasts. Circulating her full nature essence, Su Han said in a louder voice. Since Qin Shaoyang declared that the rules didn't forbid Dharma treasures, Su Han proclaimed that the rules didn't prohibit spirit beasts, either. Hearing Su Han's words, the audience began to talk amongst each other. Indeed, since the Ren Mao cultivator could use a primitive ancient treasure, why couldn't the Ren Yin cultivator use a spirit beast? There are only two cultivators fighting each other, and the spirit beast couldn't be counted as a cultivator despite its great force, they thought. Qin Shaoyang's face paled while his authority as the main examiner of the East exam area was severely challenged. After half a second of hesitation, he continued, I'm the main examiner, and it's a violation of rules if I say so. You won't dare. Su Han got tough as well. Bang! Su Han's aura as a mid-tier Qian level cultivator was released suddenly. Among all the cultivators in the area, no one was more powerful than mid-tier Qian level. Even Qin Shaoyang, the main examiner, was only at Kun level. A level 3 inspector was fighting with a level 4 inspector, who was the main examiner, over a little assisting inspector. Instantly, the cultivators in the East exam area of the Dragon God Shrine were stunned. Such a thing had never happened, not even in their imaginations. Su Han, are you threatening me over an assisting inspector? Qin Shaoyang clenched his fist and glared at Su Han. Yeah, I'm threatening you. What can you do about it? Su Han narrowed her eyes and released a stronger aura. Bang! Bang! The two arms on Qin Shaoyang's armchairs shattered. Under Su Han's powerful aura, even a chair made of iron would have been crushed. The 6 level 4 inspectors on both sides of Qin Shaoyang didn't dare to intervene. They knew about Su Han's temper. The colder she sounded, the more unapproachable she was. They had never seen her so enraged. Okay, I'll see how long he can last. Qin Shaoyang retreated half a step and sat back in his chair. Humph! Su Han snorted and returned to the side of the arena. A level 3 inspector threatened the main examiner. The cultivators in the East exam area saw a dramatic scene. It was even more intense than the combat exams in the Dragon God Shrine so far. They had understood by now that this Gen-level cultivator was the assisting inspector of the beautiful inspector. The beautiful inspector was so partial with her assistant that she even made a scene with the main examiner. Looking at Su Han, who had returned to her side, Zhao Hongyu was also shocked. After all, Su Han never cared for anyone, and she had never done anything for others this actively as she did for Hao Ren. Bang! In the arena, Little White spat out another fireball. With Little White's aid, Hao Ren finally had time to build a sword array with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. 5 elemental fundamental sword array formations. With 16 sword energies in one group, 20 groups of sword energies of 5 elements flew toward Wang Shi. Busy in blocking Little White's fireballs, Wang Shi didn't have any time to block Hao Ren's attacks with his black sword. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the 20 sword energies stabbed toward Wang Shi under the cover of the flames. After all, Wang Shi just reached Shuan level and was pushed to mid-tier Shuan level by the elders. Without the advantage of the black sword, he couldn't unleash the full force of Shuan level, and it made the situation tricky for him. The level 2 Snow Lion was equivalent to a mid-tier to top-tier core formation realm cultivator according to the human cultivator's realm division. In a sense, Hao Ren and Little White were 2 Gen-level cultivators fighting against 1 Shuan-level cultivator. 2 Dragons Array Formation. The 320 sword energies were divided into 2 groups which attacked Wang Shi from both sides. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Wang Shi emitted a dazzling yellow energy as if he was wearing a thick armor. The sword energies hit Wang Zai's body, but they couldn't pierce his armor. No matter what, you are only a Gen-level cultivator, Wang Shi said with clenched teeth as he injected Earth Elemental Nature Essence into his arm, making the black sword shine a yellow light. Dang! With the yellow light, the black sword collided with Hao Ren's sword array and forced Hao Ren to back off 5 meters. Undoubtedly, Wang Shi was so far the most powerful opponent Hao Ren had met in the Dragon God Shrine's general exam. Faced with Hao Ren and Little White's attacks from the front and the back, Wang Shi immediately calmed down and blocked the attacks steadily. 3 talents Heaven-Earth Array Formation. Hao Ren's sword energies reorganized before flying toward Wang Shi again. With the restriction of the 5 mountains bracelets, Hao Ren could only unleash 40% of his nature essence. Otherwise, his sword array would be as powerful as a Dewey-level attack. Heaven breaks and earth shatters. Wang Shi stepped on the ground while holding the sword with both hands. Beams of yellow light rose from the arena and blocked the sword energies. After all, the earth elemental dragons were not weak. Other cultivators might be caught off guard by Hao Ren's techniques, but Wang Shi had seen them a long time ago. Although the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was unique, Hao Ren had no hope of winning if he couldn't penetrate Wang Zai's defense. Since Wang Shi was not as agile as Hao Ren, he would change from attacking to defending. After all, the earth elemental dragons excelled in defense. Little White could only attack from a distance by spitting out fireballs. However, it could spit no more than 3 powerful fireballs in a short while. If it tried to bite him in close range, it was no match for Wang Shi. Let's fight this out. While the yellow light around his body darkened, Wang Zai's black sword suddenly hacked toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren withdrew all 320 sword energies and took out an ordinary sword from his necklace. It was one he had confiscated from the 5th heaven. He injected nature essence into it and condensed a 5-colored long sword. He knew that no tricks or sneak attacks would work on Wang Shi, who was at Xuan level. He had to fight him with his own strength. Dang! Their swords collided with each other. Hao Ren's longsword wavered, and his body was forced back 5 to 6 steps. Wang Shi advanced and hacked toward Hao Ren again. Dang! Their swords collided again. It was not only a competition of Dharma treasures but a competition of nature essence as well. Hao Ren's sword had 2 big chips in it. It was not as good as Wang Zai's black sword. Dang! It was another collision. The sword in Hao Ren's hands was going to break into 2, and his heels were touching the edge of the arena. Loan me swords. Hao Ren called out to the cultivators behind him. Wah! Wah! Immediately, 5 to 6 long swords were tossed up from behind him. Hao Ren caught one and blocked Wang Zai's attack with it. Dang! The sound was even crisper. No match for Wang Zai's black sword. This sword got a small chip in it, and Hao Ren's meridians received more shock than the sword. There was a difference of 2 realms between Zhen level and Xuan level, and fighting with nature essence was the most reliable way for Wang Shi to win. Dang! 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 The swords collided 4 times with each other. Seeing that this new gray sword was about to break into 2, Hao Ren kicked up another sword with his toes and continued to battle with Wang Shi. Such a fight seemed crude, but it was a competition of strength. In the blink of an eye, the 5 to 6 swords were all chipped while Hao Ren turned from one edge of the arena to another. Loan me swords. Hao Ren called out again. Generously, the cultivators tossed another 6 to 7 swords onto the arena. Hao Ren, at Zhen level, was fighting a Xuan-level cultivator with pure force, and many audience members admired him for this, including those who were not members of the water elemental dragon clans. I'll see how many swords you can get. With the black sword in his hands, Wang Shi hacked toward him continuously. In the violent collisions, Hao Ren's dragon core became unstable, and the spiritual core in the Qihai acupoint above the dragon core started to shake. Snap! Snap! Several openings in Hao Ren's dragon core were unblocked until the number of unblocked openings reached 136. Hao Ren, catch! More than 10 meters away, Zhao Yanzi threw a long golden spear toward Hao Ren as if she was throwing a javelin. Coiled Dragon Golden Spear, Chapter 415. The 1 inch longer, 1 bit stronger. The coiled dragon golden spear spun in the air as it dashed toward Hao Ren. Holy sh*t. Even if you're passing a weapon over to me, you don't have to throw it at me with the sharp spear pointing toward me. How do you think I can catch it? Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren looked at the golden spear that was spinning rapidly at him. On the inside, he was screaming for help. Dang! Wang Shi lifted his black sword and used it to hit the spinning spear, and the spear bounced off. Little White was staring at Wang Shi cautiously. It bit onto the golden spear with its mouth and flew over to Hao Ren. Thanks. Hao Ren took the golden spear from Little White. He was saying that to both Little White and Wang Shi. If it weren't for Wang Shi stopping the momentum of the spear, There was no way that Hao Ren would have been able to catch it. "Let's see how long you can last," Wang Shi said while waving his black sword and charging toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren only knew how to use his fists and not swords in close-range combat. After fighting with Wang Shi for a while, his arms were feeling a bit sore. After receiving the spear, he held the front of the spear with his left hand and the back end with his right hand without thinking and attacked Wang Shi as if the spear were a snake that was trying to capture its prey. Hao Ren successfully hit the body of Wang Xi's sword and made it go off trajectory. Good. The cultivators outside the arena simultaneously cheered for Hao Ren. They subconsciously became supporters of Hao Ren. They all hoped that the underdog could win against the stronger adversary. Dang! Dang! The two weapons collided once again. Wang Shi was forced to take half a step back when faced with the long sharp spear. The 1 inch longer, 1 bit stronger. This was the iron rule in the close-range combat. This golden spear was half a meter longer than the black sword. Hao Ren pierced at Wang Shi using his spear forcefully and redeemed himself. Although Hao Ren didn't learn how to use a spear systematically, he learned how to use his fists from practicing the fundamental boxing techniques. From the perspective of martial arts, both spears and fists were similar in principle. This golden spear was delicately made and was created with tough materials. It was once Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure. Since it was meant to be the West Ocean Dragon Palace's crown prince's natal Dharma treasure, the spear was really powerful. However, when Zheng Yitao was imprisoned by the East Ocean Dragon Palace, his natal Dharma treasure was confiscated. Hao Ren lacked an appropriate weapon to fight against Wang Shi. While watching the battle, Premier Xia suddenly remembered that this golden spear was in his storage ring and thus passed it to Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren breathed heavily as he held the end of the spear and used it to fight. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, and it was being used by Hao Ren effectively, giving Wang Shi a hard time to approach Hao Ren. The coiled dragon golden spear had incredible powers and was a great treasure. It allowed smooth passage of nature essence. The materials that were used in the coiled dragon golden spear even exceeded that of Su Han's white jade sword in terms of quality. Dang! Dang! The golden spear and the black sword kept colliding with each other, creating a ton of sparks due to friction. While Hao Ren used sufficient nature essence to fight against Wang Shi, Zheng Yitao, who still had connections with his natal Dharma treasure, was suffering from the pain of Hao Ren's battle. Hao Ren used Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure to fight against a Xuan-level cultivator. Each time the coiled dragon golden spear was damaged, Zheng Yitao's physical body and mental mind would both be hurt even though he was far away. It was killing him. Piercing, thrusting, pounding, twirling, circling, pointing, pulling, pushing, the soldiers at the East Ocean Dragon Palace used long spears. Hao Ren saw their training many times, and the fundamental boxing technique and the fundamental spear technique were from the same branch of techniques. Therefore, Hao Ren was able to increase his confidence in battle, and he fought more and more fiercely. Spear was the king of cold weapons. Wang Shi knew he couldn't win within a short amount of time and was agitated. He wanted to reserve his nature essence for later battles, but he infused his Xuan-level nature essence into the black sword and pierced it at Hao Ren after losing his cool. The impact of the collision of nature essences made Hao Ren's dragon core vibrate. Pa, pa, pa. A few openings were forcefully unblocked in this extreme situation. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Wang Shi thought that there was no way he can take the humiliation of being defeated by a gen-level cultivator. He continued to use more power, and the yellow light around his sword became even brighter. Dang! Sparks flew all over the place. Hao Ren backed off 3 steps. However, another 3 openings were unblocked. He finally understood what it meant to level up and get stronger during battle. Hao Ren felt like his entire body was burning. The new openings needed more nature essence to nurture them. Dang, 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 the sword and spear collided with each other even faster. I'll see how long you can hold off. Wang Shi was like a mad dog as he attacked Hao Ren ferociously. Wang Xi's black sword was unharmed, but Hao Ren's golden spear had strips of scratches on it. As Hao Ren backed off and withstood Wang Xi's attacks, he had reached 152 openings. That was close to mid-tier gen level. In the midst of this tense battle, Hao Ren was both anxious and thrilled. Even though he could be defeated at any moment, his strength was increasing every second. Hao Ren's nature essence is overflowing. He should have surpassed Gen level, right? Outside the arena, Zhao Hongyu turned to Zhao Guang and asked. He is practicing the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which is different from normal techniques. The amount of nature essence that he stores in his body far exceeds any normal cultivator at his level, Zhao Guang explained. Ever since Zhao Guang found out that Hao Ren's technique was unique and powerful, he transferred the training scroll to the purple grade level, which was the highest level in the profound cultivation palace. He didn't want other cultivators to have easy access to it. Dang! It was another fierce attack. The impact sent Hao Ren backing for 5 steps, and he tightly squeezed the golden spear that had scratches all over it. Little White! Hao Ren shouted. Roar! Little White flew over and lifted Hao Ren with colorful flames under its paws. Go! Hao Ren pointed the spear at Wang Shi. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Ow! Little White gave out a weird and excited roar. Without hesitation, it dashed toward Wang Shi violently. Dang! Hao Ren pierced fiercely with the golden spear, and Wang Shi was only able to defend himself in time. However, he was lifted and thrown to the back as a result. Boom! Wang Xi's entire body emitted a golden yellow light. He firmly stood his ground in the arena and stopped himself from going anywhere. Hao Ren swung the golden spear as Little White charged to the other side of the arena where Wang Shi was. Hao Ren was charging toward Wang Shi from the sky. An impact under the boost of Little White's speed was far from just terrifying. Wang Shi finally was forced to dodge instead of defending, and he quickly rolled to his right to escape the attack. Boom! The golden spear made a massive hole in the floor of the arena. Hao Ren pulled the spear out from the big hole that it had created. He then looked at Wang Shi with a much calmer expression. Little White's claws released a colorful light while its legs were golden, and its body was white. It looked extremely cool. Hao Ren was riding on the back of this level 2 snow lion, and he looked even more dashing. Suddenly, he used his long spear to pierce. As Little White moved forward, Hao Ren's golden spear once again pierced ahead. Dang! A loud noise echoed through the arena. The golden spear put a long scratch that was lit bright red like fire on the black sword. With the movement of the spear, it glided right toward Wang Xi's throat. Hao Ren shook his wrist, and Wang Shi was quickly pushed more than 10 meters away by the powerful impact. Hao Ren and Little White were like great partners that could read each other's minds. In the battle between Hao Ren and Wang Shi, Hao Ren was like a cavalier, and Wang Shi was like a foot soldier. Hao Ren was in the advantage. Wang Shi clenched his teeth. He knew he couldn't overpower Hao Ren with the strongest flight Dharma treasure since the snow lion was too fast. The cultivators around them all knew that Hao Ren could target Wang Xi's throat in the last attack, but Hao Ren showed mercy. The even stronger cultivators were able to tell that Wang Shi had little remaining nature essence left at this point since the black sword was powerful but also consumed a large amount of energy. Dong! 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 Little White landed in the arena. With flames around its paws, it left burnt marks on the white stone floor as it ran. After transforming into its snow lion, Little White weighed over 200 kilograms. Yet, it was able to run like lightning. Dang! 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 Hao Ren thrust forward 3 times in a row. Wang Shi held his sword tightly, but his wrist was almost broken. Then, his hand finally let go of his black sword. Hao Ren stepped onto Little White's back and leapt forward, grabbing onto the black sword. The vast power of ancient times immediately rushed inside Hao Ren's mind. Buzz! The black sword resonated. Let me try. Hao Ren stabbed the golden spear into the ground and took the sword before striking forward with it. Boom! The black sword let out 3 times the power compared to when Wang Shi was using it. A mark that was more than 20 meters long was left on the arena. How is this possible? Wang Shi was shocked. Hao Ren was only at Gen level but was able to use the black sword better than him, a Xuan level cultivator. He didn't know that the black sword was a primitive ancient Dharma treasure. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll made Hao Ren cultivate all 5 elemental essences, and the combination of the 5 elemental essences was the Hunden energy. It was a power that was best suited for the black sword. Not only was Wang Shi shocked, but all the cultivators around the arena were speechless. Hao Ren's clothes were torn, and he had blood dripping from his body. However, when he took the black sword that was crooked and dented, he looked like an ancient god. Tink. When Hao Ren wasn't paying attention, Wang Shi took advantage of this time and rolled over to the golden spear before pulling it out. Dang! Wang Shi used all his remaining nature essence and aimed the spear at Hao Ren. Hao Ren, with only 40% of his nature essence, swung the black sword and blocked the attack. Puff! Wang Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed away for more than 10 meters. He was like a loose kite, swaying down toward the earth. More than a dozen elders from the Wuyi Mountain Dragon clan rushed to catch the falling Wang Shi. Wang Shi was half dead at this point, and the presence of a strong Shuan-level cultivator was nowhere to be seen. Good fight. Hao Ren cupped his hands in front of his chest and threw the black sword lightly toward the elders from Wuyi Mountain. The black sword was a valuable treasure, but Hao Ren was not the type of person to take other people's treasures. An elder of Wuyi Mountain caught the black sword. He looked at Hao Ren and thought for half a second before saying, "The Wuyi Mountain Dragon clan admit defeat. You won fair and square." From the simple fact that Hao Ren returned the black sword to Wuyi Mountain, he showed better manners than Wang Shi. Wang Shi had always been conceited. Now that he lost to a gen-level cultivator and almost lost a valuable treasure, his cultivation path would probably end here at the Dragon God Shrine and would not increase any further. Meanwhile, at the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Zheng Yitao, who still had connections with the Golden Spear, finally passed out from the pain. The Golden Spear and the Black Sword had collided in the battle for over 20 minutes. While Hao Ren was able to unblock new openings, the coiled dragon Golden Spear was scratched and hurt, and Zheng Yitao, who was far at the West Ocean Dragon Palace, handled and took on the pain. On the side of the arena, a faint smile appeared on Su Han's face. The main examiner on the viewing platform, Qin Xiaoyang, looked awful. He let out a cold snort, waved his hand, and announced, "Next battle." Chapter 416. Powerful pill goes with powerful person. Hao Ren took the golden spear with him while he walked out of the arena. The cultivators around him opened a path to let him walk through. After defeating Wang Shi, Hao Ren was in the top 6 in the East exam area, meaning that he was now in the top 24 of the Dragon God Shrine's entire exams. As long as he could win another battle, he could move up from assisting inspector to an official inspector. Little White shrunk back to the size of a palm, and it jumped up and down by Hao Ren's feet. However, even with its cuteness, none of the cultivators in the area dared to look down on it. "Not bad," Zhao Yanzi said with excitement and walked up to Hao Ren. "I'll give this back to you." Hao Ren gave the golden spear back to her. Zhao Yanzi passed the golden spear to Premier Shah, and the latter put it behind his back. Surprisingly, there was a storage space inside Premier Shah's hunched back. Ruff. Ruff. Little White continuously wriggled its tail because it wanted attention from those around it. Ha ha ha, Little White was also awesome. Zhao Yanzi bent down and picked Little White up, and Little White was so excited that it lightly moved its paws. "There are 5 more battles left in this round. I should find a place to rest," Hao Ren said. "Are you okay?" Xie Yujia looked at him a little worried. "I'm okay." Hao Ren waved his hands and jumped to a place with fewer people. Now that everyone had gathered around the grand arena, the other 24 smaller arenas were almost empty. Hao Ren went to the further one, Bai Lu Arena, and sat down cross-legged. He took out the small porcelain bottle and rolled out 5 essence replenishment pills before eating each individually. Having used up such a large amount of nature essence in such a short amount of time, Hao Ren could only use elixir pills to restore some energy. If the other cultivators saw Hao Ren eating 5 essence replenishment pills all at once, they would be very envious and shocked. 5 level 4 essence replenishment pills were precious, and it was not something that gen-level cultivator could handle. The wounds on Hao Ren's shoulder weren't small, and he had more injuries all over his body. The ointment that Su Han gave him before wasn't used up, so he stored it in a little ceramic bottle and kept it in his storage space. "That isn't very effective. Use this one." Hao Ren suddenly heard a cold voice from behind him. Tap. A small light brown bottle was tossed over to him. Hao Ren turned over, and Su Han was half a meter behind him. "The wounds are fairly deep. It's better if you use this one instead, Su-han said. Although her voice was cold, she was still able to express her caring attitude. Thanks. Hao Ren waved at her with the bottle in hand. He got a hold of a corner of his robe and flipped the whole thing off. Su-han paused for a bit and quickly turned her back against Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't say anything before taking off his clothes. For a split second, Su-han felt the impulse of chopping Hao Ren to pieces. Hao Ren was only in his boxers. He didn't think taking off his robe would be a problem since he wasn't naked. He poured some of the dark liquid onto his hands and quickly rubbed it on his wounds. The liquid seeped through his skin and into his muscles, and he immediately felt that his wounds were closing. After he found out the effectiveness of this medicine, he carefully handled it so that he wouldn't waste any of it. He sealed the bottle and quickly got dressed. Although his wounds were healed, his robe was still torn. Su-han, what's the name of this ointment? Hao Ren asked Su-han. Blossoming skin ointment. Su-han turned around and said in a slightly angry voice even though Hao Ren had put his robe back on. I only used a little, there's still a lot left. Hao Ren quickly explained. Then, he stood up and handed the bottle back to Su-han. Su-han looked at Hao Ren and felt speechless. She took the bottle from Hao Ren's hand and put it in her ring. If you need it later, come and find me, she said. Hao Ren thought to himself, Su-han is unpredictable. I only used a little bit more of the ointment, and she got mad at him. Just then, Xie Yujia finally squeezed through the crowds around the grand arena and rushed over to Hao Ren's side. She immediately asked, Hao Ren, how are your wounds? Su-han just gave me a good ointment. It is really effective, Hao Ren said. Humph. Su-han jumped onto her longsword and flew toward the grand arena. Xie Yujia looked at Su-han disappear and was a little bit confused. Then, she quickly looked back at Hao Ren and said, if you don't have enough medicine, I have others with me. I just used 5 essence replenishment pills, and my nature essence has almost recovered fully. I was able to improve my realm in the battle just now, so I need to firm my foundation, Hao Ren said as he sat on the floor in the Bai Lu arena. If you wanted to steady your realm, I have foundation establishment pills with me. Xie Yujia took out a small white bottle from her pocket and showed Hao Ren. Foundation establishment pills? Yeah. The foundation establishment pills are not only useful for cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment realm. It could also firm one's foundation, Xie Yujia explained. She had recently learned a lot from Zhen Kongming on how to make more common elixir pills, and she also picked up a lot of knowledge on the theories. Hao Ren took the bottle from her hands. On the bottle, there was a little label that said, Foundation Establishment Pills, Level 4, 20 pills. Xie Yujia's attention to details impressed Hao Ren. Not only was she good at keeping everything organized with elixir making, but she was also like that with her studies and housekeeping. He took out 5 foundation establishment pills and ate them individually. If other cultivators saw this, they would be shocked again. The 5 essence replenishment pills quickly restored his nature essence while the 5 foundation establishment pills were quickly absorbed into his meridian, making him feel all warm and cozy on the inside. There wasn't much time for them to chat. Hao Ren closed his eyes and started to use his light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. In the fierce battle, Hao Ren had reached 162 openings in the Dragon Core and was on mid-tier gen level. With the 5 elemental sword energies moving in his body, repairing the Dragon Cores, and restoring his nature essence, Hao Ren was able to unlock more openings smoothly in the future with the help of the foundation establishment pills. The 5 level 4 essence replenishment pills and 5 level 4 foundation establishment pills would be a luxury for a normal cultivator. When Wang Shi forced himself to reach a new realm before the Dragon God Shrine's general exam with the help of the 16 elders of Wuyi Mountain, he didn't have any high-quality elixir pill to support his realm. His body did not have time to get used to the new power, and it hurt his body instead of helping him. The elders of Wuyi Mountain had warned him ahead of time that if he met a cultivator that was at a high realm, he shouldn't force himself to win. Instead, he should just admit defeat. However, Wang Shi didn't think that he would lose to Hao Ren who was only at gen level. However, if he had a few level 4 foundation establishment pills to supplement his cultivation, then his power during today's fight would be at mid-tier Shuan level, and the outcome of the battle might be different. Not having a strong support team would lead to bad endings. Conversely, Hao Ren had a strong support team, and it made him extremely powerful. 4 hours later, Hao Ren slowly opened his eyes, and his entire body was relaxed. He turned over and saw Xie Yujia by his side. She also had her eyes closed, cultivating. Xie Yujia had reached the foundation establishment realm, and her skin looked fresher and brighter than before. She gave out a gentle and calm aura. Gongzi. Hao Ren heard Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's voices from afar. Hao Ren looked up and saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily standing on the brink of a small arena, and they were looking down at him playfully. Ha ha ha, they laughed and jumped toward Hao Ren. Congratulations Zongzi, you have reached mid-tier gen level. After hearing their voices, Xie Yujia ended her cultivation and looked at Hao Ren. Indeed, Hao Ren looked much better after his foundation was stabilized, and his eyes were bright. Hao Ren gave out a light laugh and asked Lu Linlin, which match is on right now? The 5th battle is almost over, Gongzi, Lu Linlin said. What's the situation like? He immediately asked. Hao Ren wanted to see the battles himself, but he needed to restore his physical strength and nature essence while he still had time. Getting ready for his own battle was more important. In the 3 battles that just finished, 2 Dui level and 1 Shuan level cultivator lost. It's the 5th battle right now, and it looks like it is about to be over as well, Lu Linlin said. Let's go over and watch. Hao Ren stood up and asked, how's Z? The Dragon King and the Dragon Queen are with her. They didn't want the little princess to disturb you while you're cultivating, Lu Linlin said. That's why I didn't see her, Hao Ren thought. However, we are in the territory of Dragon God Shrine, and it's probably better that she isn't running around. The 4 of them walked toward the grand arena. The cultivators who were watching the fight quickly created a path for them to pass. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't give out the auras of Qian level cultivators. However, Hao Ren, who had the identity token, Ren Yin 246 feet, was known for defeating a Shuan level cultivator. He was a rising star. Dang, 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 the bell at the Dragon God Shrine rang. It was 7 in the evening. Torches around the arenas lit up one by one. The sky dimmed down while the torches sparkled brightly around the east exam area. With the torchlights, the Black Dragon God Shrine looked even more mysterious. One can't hold on any longer, Lu Linlin said. Pung, just when Lu Linlin finished her words, the Shuan level cultivator was blown out of the arena. The identity token of the defeated cultivator flew from his waist and into Qin Xiaoyang's hand. Next, Qin Xiaoyang said while waving his hand. He seemed a bit bored and tired. On the west side of the arena, a bright yellow light lit up. The black-faced and black-bearded Jauo jumped into the arena as the light shone on him. Bam! A chubby wood elemental cultivator landed from the sky so heavily that the floor of the arena cracked. The wood elemental cultivator had a chubby body that looked like a tree trunk, and he was almost 1 head shorter than Jauo. However, no one dared to underestimate his abilities. He was a Kun-level cultivator, and his aura expanded outward in the arena. A dim, soft green light lit up the entire east exam area. Wah, 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 from Jauo's body, 720 sword energies dashed out. The identity tokens on their waists were both emitting faint yellow lights. He can't beat his opponent, Lu Linlin said quietly. Jauo took out a wooden box from his black ring calmly. From the box, he took out a pill. It was a godly elixir pill from the 9-Dragon Palace, Empowerment Elixir Pill. Immediately, the Kun-level cultivator who was knowledgeable was shocked, and his eyes opened widely. Jauo was so desperate to win this battle that he was willing to sacrifice an ancient godly elixir pill. Chapter 417. Don't want to see anyone. Qin Xiaoyang saw the elixir pill as he was yawning, and he shivered and almost stood up. This pill was dark, and it contained the power that belonged to the ancient immortals. In this Dragon God Shrine's general exam, it was surprising a primitive ancient Dharma treasures were used, and even a godly elixir pill. These items from the 9-Dragon Palace were extremely powerful and could help one win the battle if the match was close. Jauo put the elixir in his mouth and swallowed it. Right at this moment, many of the cultivators were shocked and opened their eyes widely. Hao Ren had gone to the 9-Dragon Palace to retrieve a few bottles of elixirs, so he knew there were 5 types: detox elixir pills, foundation establishment elixir pills, essence replenishment elixir pills, realm elevation elixir pills, and empowerment elixir pills. The empowerment elixir pills could increase one's nature essence in a short amount of time, and it was incredibly useful during a deadly battle. However, most cultivators believed that it was a waste to use such a precious elixir even if it were for the Dragon God Shrine's general exam. The special usage of the empowerment elixir pills was during heavenly tribulations. It could enable one to successfully overcome the challenge through increased nature essence. Pong. After eating the empowerment elixir pill, Zhao Kuo's power and aura increased immensely. There were now 720 sword energies buzzing and resonating with each other. Dong. Zhao Kuo stepped back heavily with his left foot. He looked as if he were an arrow that was about to dash toward the wood elemental cultivator. The Kun-level cultivator had a soft flash of light in his hand. An array of light came into existence from the wooden stick. The light, like a willow, grew many branches. Spring gave birth to all. The wood elemental cultivator had incredible skills. Although he looked like a chubby young man, he had cultivated for over 400 years. The unique feature of wood elemental techniques was that the practitioner could stay forever young. Zhao Yanzi looked anxious as she pulled Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu toward Hao Ren. Where Hao Ren was standing was closer to the arena, so they were able to see it more clearly. Little White had transformed into its snow lion form, and Zhen Kongming was sitting on its back. He looked relaxed as if he were on the back of a cow. Since Little White was no longer a secret, it no longer had to stay in Hao Ren's necklace. Uncle, the thing the third uncle used was a godly elixir pill, right? Hao Ren asked Zhao Guang as he walked over. Yeah, Zhao Guang frowned. Third uncle is at Dewey level now. Is it okay for him to use it? Hao Ren asked worriedly. When Hao Ren retrieved the elixir pills from the Nine-Dragon Palace, Zhao Guang and the elders had carefully examined and researched the elixirs. They concluded that if a low-leveled cultivator used the elixir pills, their bodies would not be able to bear the power and would have the risk of self-exploding. Therefore, most elixir pills were stored in secret. Only a small proportion of the elixir pills were given to the strongest elders of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang remained silent. He stared straight at the arena, frowning even more. He was extremely worried. In the arena, the 720 sword energies that were tied by the willow branches like wood elemental nature essence suddenly exploded. Bang, 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 bang. The loud noises of explosion sounded as the wood elemental nature essence was crushed. The impact of the blast shook all the cultivators surrounding the arena and made them take half a step back. The Kun-level cultivator suddenly turned pale. The wooden stick was his natal Dharma treasure, and he was injured when the nature essence of it got damaged. The strong impact of the explosion impressed the cultivators who were watching. Zhao Kuo was only a Dewey-level cultivator who had eaten an ancient godly elixir, but he had successfully pushed a Kun-level cultivator to the brink of defeat. What if the Kun-level cultivator or even a Qian-level cultivator ate the empowerment elixir pill? They could probably get halfway to the heavenly dragon realm, they thought. Great. Third uncle should win for sure now. Zhao Yanzi, who was standing next to Premier Shah, let out the breath that she was holding and said, Third Lord is strong and fierce. He's going to win, Premier Shah said as he went along with Zhao Yanzi and nodded his head. However, Hao Ren thought of other problems. He turned to Zhao Guang and asked, where did the empowerment elixir pill come from? Hao Ren had gone through the burden of retrieving a few bottles of godly elixir pills from the Nine-Dragon Palace. However, at that time, Zhao Kuo had left the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Therefore, there were only two ways that he could have gotten the elixir pill. The first possibility was that Zhao Kuo sneaked back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and took them, and the second possibility was that Zhao Kuo sneaked into the Nine-Dragon Palace and got his own elixir pills. I stored the godly elixir pill secretly. We shouldn't lose them, Zhao Guang responded. As he thought for a moment, he said, but I put 5 godly elixir pills in Kuo's palace. So, Zhao Kuo did come back, but he just didn't want to see us, Zhao Hongyu said. Sighs, if only he had the godly elixir pills back then. He might be able to become a heavenly dragon with their help, Zhao Guang said lightly. Premier Shah suddenly came over and said, Dragon King, although there are still godly elixir pills in storage, The power of these elixir pills is so strong that if one ate one pill, he or she wouldn't be able to eat the same type within 100 years. The third lord has eaten the empowerment elixir pill now, that means. Zhao Guang thought for a few seconds and was worried. Although Zhao Kuo ate an empowerment elixir pill in battle, there were still more at the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so they weren't anxious about the waste of treasures. However, Zhao Kuo now could no longer eat another empowerment elixir pill within 100 years. If Zhao Kuo returned to peak Qian level, he no longer could rely on the empowerment elixir pill to surpass the heavenly tribulation. In reality, Zhao Kuo reached peak Qian level in just 200 years. If he were to retrain, he shouldn't take too long. Maybe in 100 years, he would be able to return to peak Qian level and perhaps even charge at the heavenly dragon realm. Hao Ren stood next to Premier Xia and Zhao Guang, listening to their conversations and thought how strange the situation was. If Zhao Kuo only wanted to increase his realm through battle, he didn't need to waste a godly elixir pill, especially if it meant that he would lose the ability to use another empowerment elixir pill within 100 years. In the arena, the wood elemental cultivator rapidly stepped 5 steps back. In his hand, a light had appeared once again, and the wooden stick was once again reborn. It turned into vines and covered the whole battlefield. FCK off! Zhao Kuo shouted. He was in the center of his sword energies as they spread out in all 4 directions. The 720 sword energies rapidly expanded like blazing fire, burning every bit of the vine. Zhao Kuo opened his eyes widely, and his brown robe puffed up with the impact of the explosion. It seemed as if his body couldn't withhold such strong and wild nature essence. Although the realm of Dewey level wasn't low, it also wasn't high. Zhao Kuo eating the godly elixir pill at the Dewey level was risky. His body could explode at any moment. After seeing how Zhao Kuo was willing to risk his life for the battle, Hao Ren suddenly realized why Zhao Kuo entered the Dragon God Shrine's general exam. He was probably aiming for the 7-core 5-color lotus. The last time Zhao Kuo failed in the heavenly tribulation, his dragon core exploded, and his realm was destroyed. Although Zhen Kongming saved his life with elixirs made from snow lotuses, his dragon core was barely repaired, and his mystic crystal had been completely destroyed. Now that he cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll which required all 5 elements to be absorbed together, he would want the best mystic crystal, which was located right in the Dragon God Shrine. Pa, 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 pa. In the arena, the sword energies were like a raging storm, destroying everything in its way. The wood elemental Kun level cultivator didn't get the chance to use his powers to recover, and he was already under Zhao Kuo's sword energies attack. Wah, 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 the 720 sword energies merged and became one enormous sword. The sword was over 40 meters long. Zhao Kuo accumulated sufficient nature essence while his eyes opened widely. As he pointed ahead, an enormous sword dashed forward with a piercing light. All the cultivators had to close their eyes. Hao Ren, who was standing near the arena, had to use his nature essence to keep his eyes open to witness what was going to happen. Bam! The sword energy slashed down. The grand arena that was 300 meters wide, 300 meters long, and 1 meter thick got cut into 2. A hole that was 200 meters long and 50 meters wide appeared in the arena, and one could see the bottom of the ground. Black dirt was visible. Zhao Kuo's strike completely destroyed the grand arena. Little White was standing in front of Zhao Yanzi, blocking the little rocks that blew over from the explosion. It was protecting its little Jumu. When the audience started to open their eyes, they saw the chubby wood elemental cultivator slowly climbing out of the hole and waving his hand. He was admitting defeat. Humph! Qin Xiaoyang raised his arm and pulled over the identity token from the Kun level cultivator's waist, and it turned black immediately. Third uncle! Third uncle! Zhao Yanzi shouted out while waving her hands at Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo had defeated 2 Kun level cultivators in a row. In her mind, her third uncle was the best. Zhao Kuo stepped out of the collapsing arena and went outside. Third Lord! Premier Xia rushed to greet him. I don't want to see anyone before the general exams are over. Zhao Kuo waved, and a sword energy was released, pushing Premier Xia 5 steps back. The cultivators that have made it to the final round are Yi Mao, Ding Yin, Wu Mao, Ji Yin, Zheng Yin, Ren Yin. You shall fight again tomorrow at 7 in the morning. Qin Xiaoyang and the other examiners announced together. Then, they followed the silent main examiner, Qin Xiaoyang, out toward the Dragon God Shrine. Anyone could see that the main examiner Qin Xiaoyang was in a terrible mood. At the same time, the 6 Level 2 inspectors walked to the 6 finalists respectively. They led them to their rooms to rest. The cultivators who were beside Hao Ren's room during the written exam were now in the crowd, staring at Hao Ren in amazement. Who would have thought that a Gen-level cultivator would be able to get himself into the top 6 in the East exam area out of tens of thousands of cultivators? The difference between cultivators was so large. Please follow me. A level 2 inspector who wore a long silver robe walked in front of Hao Ren and led them to a room in the outskirts of the Dragon God Shrine. Jauo was led toward his room by another inspector. The top 6 cultivators, along with their support teams, were going to live in the same building. Chapter 418 to 10,000 swords are equal to 10,000 mines. The temporary residence was a wooden building with 3 floors. The first floor was a dining area, and the second and third floors were bedrooms. Jauo, who walked in front of Hao Ren and was led by an inspector, went straight to a second floor room. It seemed like he didn't plan to eat on the first floor. Zhao Yanzi looked at Jauo's back with a sad gaze, but she also knew her third uncle well. If Jauo was not going to see anyone, it was no use even if she went up to him. Hao Ren's group rooms were on the third floor, the ones with the best views. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, Zhen Kongming and Little White, and Elder Lu and Elder Sun. Each pair got a room. The remaining Hao Ren and Premier Xia were put into one room. They had a total of 6 rooms, and they occupied most of the rooms on the third floor. Since Hao Ren entered the top 6 in the East exam area, the Dragon God Shrine must arrange accommodations for everyone who came with Hao Ren. Otherwise, even if the Dragon God Shrine wanted to be friendly toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace, at most they could get were rooms on the second floor. Only the cultivators who were going to participate in tomorrow's battle and their support groups could get good rooms on the third floor. Hao Ren entered his room, went to the window, and pushed it open. At night, the platform the Dragon God Shrine was on looked like a small town immersed in the darkness. The small rooms and buildings around were like chess pieces, and the Dragon God Shrine that was in the center of the platform was hidden in the darkness. Su Han returned to the Dragon God Shrine to rest. Of course, she wouldn't be living in a temporary residence. This kind of inn-style buildings were used on a large scale only during the Dragon God Shrine's general exam on the date of the Dragon Boat Festival. The 3-story building was surrounded by several small 2-story buildings and 1-story bungalows. Therefore, the 3-story buildings seemed very tall among the shorter houses. The cultivators who made it into the top 12 in the East exam area but failed to enter the top 6, together with their support teams, were placed on the 2-story buildings. Once the Dragon God Shrine's general exams were over, they would all become new assisting inspectors. The cultivators who made it out of their groups but failed to become the top 12 in the East exam area were placed in the 1-story bungalows made with mud tiles. These cultivators were just one step away from entering the top 48 and becoming assisting inspectors. Therefore, these people would be participating in next year's general exams for sure, and they might be future assisting inspectors and even official inspectors. For the other cultivators who lost early, if they didn't want to leave the Dragon God Shrine and wanted to watch the combat exams tomorrow, they could only sleep outside. This kind of differential treatment was an indication of the attitude of the Dragon God Shrine. This organization respected power. No matter which forces or clans cultivators came from, if they were strong enough, they could join the Dragon God Shrine and stand far above the ordinary cultivators. At this time, Hao Ren was standing at the window. Of course, some cultivators who were standing outside looked up at him. Hao Ren's waist was still shining with the yellow identity token flashing, and these cultivators were looking at Hao Ren with respect. To be able to live on the third floor of the third-story building, powerful strength was a must. This seemingly ordinary 3-story wooden building was in the dreams and fantasies of many cultivators. It was a place where they couldn't get close even if they gave their best try. Seeing the envious eyes on the ground, Hao Ren gently closed the window and sat down by the bed. The current situation was that he was one of the top 6 in the East exam area and one of the top 24 overall. To become one of the 10 official inspectors, Hao Ren had to gain at least one more victory. If he wanted to be in the top 3, he must win 2 more. Hao Ren took a long exhale. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Gongzi Hao, you may practice with ease. Your humble servant will guard the surroundings for you, Premier Shah said as he lifted a chair and sat down behind the door, guarding the room for Hao Ren tightly. Thank you, Premier Shah. Hao Ren smiled. He was indeed worried that Zhao Yanzi might come to him. The room was small, but it was exceptionally quiet. When Hao Ren closed the window, he could not hear the sounds outside the building. Obviously, this 3-story wooden structure was equipped with a soundproof array formation, allowing the cultivators who would be competing tomorrow to cultivate or sleep in peace. Sword energies swam around Hao Ren, and they were like Hao Ren's eyes. Through them, he was able to feel the situation in the room vaguely. Every sword energy held a bit of Hao Ren's spiritual sense, and he spread the sword energies to the corners of the room and felt that his mind was continually expanding. Sitting in front of the door, Premier Shah bent over and held onto his chair with both hands, gradually showing signs of falling asleep. Hao Ren's sword energies were like flickering starlight, scattered in the room but was completely silent. Having no idea which room Zhao Kuo was in, Hao Ren suddenly moved his sword energy and tried his luck. A faint sword energy, only the size of a fingernail, slipped out of the door and ran down the wooden corridor to the 2nd floor. Hao Ren's spiritual sense controlled the sword energy, and it slipped into the 1st room. Who is it? A Xuan-level cultivator, who was cultivating, immediately felt strange and shouted. Hao Ren's sword energy rushed out through the crack in the door and then ran along the hallway to the room next door. The sword energy bumped into something when it was traveling through the crack in the door and bounced off immediately. The cultivator in that room was obviously more cautious and set up an array formation. Fortunately, such a weak sword energy didn't trigger the array formation, and Hao Ren hurriedly pulled back the sword energy and moved it to the next room. This time, the weak sword energy entered the crack in the door smoothly, and Hao Ren felt that the person in the room was Zhao Kuo. At this moment, Zhao Kuo was sweating intensely, and his body glowed in a 5-colored light. Tempering the body with the 5 elemental nature essences, it turned out that he was practicing the light-splitting sword shadow scroll this way. Hao Ren's mind moved a little, and this little movement of the sword energy immediately alerted Zhao Kuo. The latter felt that there was a spiritual sense exploring his room, and 4 sharp sword energies immediately pierced toward the faint light at the door. Who's this coward that dares to spy on me? Zhao Kuo shouted fiercely. Hao Ren's glimmer of light was surrounded by Zhao Kuo's sword energies, and it didn't even have a chance to escape and perished immediately. Hao Ren, who was in the room on the 3rd floor, felt a sting in his head. He felt like a needle stabbed into his forehead, and his spiritual sense was slightly damaged. It was very unpleasant. When one's realm was not high enough, it was offensive and somewhat dangerous to spy on other cultivators using spiritual sense. Hao Ren hurriedly pulled back the other 2 sword energies that were moving around in the building and summoned them back into his room through the cracks in the wooden board. Anyways, using sword energies as vehicles for the spiritual sense was safer than using the spiritual sense alone. Hao Ren understood spiritual sense more and was able to control his mid-tier gen-level strength better. As the 2 sword energies slowly moved back toward Hao Ren's room cautiously, he suddenly detected a series of laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. It sounded like Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were having fun. What are they doing? Hao Ren's thoughts changed, and the sword energies which were connected with Hao Ren's mind automatically entered Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's room. Damn. Hao Ren felt awkward. He was just thinking about it, and his sword energies actually went into the sisters' rooms unexpectedly. The sword energies that entered Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's room were like Hao Ren's eyes. Immediately, he opened his eyes and saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili in their undergarments. They already took off their ancient dresses, and they were tickling each other on the bed. The porcelain-like smooth skin, beautiful curves, and youthful bodies, even enough the gen-level sword energies could only return a very blurry image. Hao Ren couldn't help but get a nosebleed. What was that? Being tickled by Lu Lili, the panting Lu Linlin was suddenly alert. Blushing, Lu Lili caught Lu Linlin's arm and gasped at the tiny glimmer of light near the door as well. The white bracelet on Lu Lili's wrist quickly shot toward the fleeing sword energy and locked it down. Lu Lily waved back casually, and the white bracelet returned to Lu Lily's wrist. That tiny sword energy fell right into Lu Lily's palm. Spiritual sense Dharma treasure. Lu Linlin's eyes widened as she nipped the light in her palm. When she heard her sister say this, Lu Lily widened her lovely eyes and said, "Could this be Gongzi's sword energy? Would Gongzi do such a thing?" Lu Linlin squinted her eyes and looked at Lu Lily. Lu Lily shook her head and replied, "Gongzi wouldn't do such a thing." Sitting cross-legged on the third floor, Hao Ren had cold sweat coming out of his body layer by layer. He was connected with his sword energies tightly, and this sword energy was being held by Lu Linlin as if he was pinched by Lu Linlin's fingertips. "It must be a coward, thinking that we are weak and wants to peek at us. Shameless." Lu Linlin nipped the light and said fiercely. "If it is really Gongzi, we can let him see it." Lu Lily blinked and said next to her. "Pooh." Hao Ren nosebleed again. "Our Gongzi is not such a shameless person. Humph, we need to give this shameless person a warning." Lu Linlin's fingers jerked hard, and a streak of nature essence flashed past her fingertips. Hao Ren was listening carefully to Lu Linlin's dialogue with Lu Lily, and he felt an intense pain throughout his entire body as if he had a tendon pulled off. His head fell and knocked onto the floor instantly. With 2 streaks of blood under his nose, Hao Ren almost had a nature essence backlash when that pain hit him. Napping at the door, Premier Shah suddenly woke up. "Gongzi Hao! Gongzi Hao! Are you all right?" He hurried to Hao Ren, trying hard to help him up. Hao Ren's nose was bleeding, and the instantaneous loss of nature essence made Hao Ren fall to the floor. "Gongzi Hao, your nature essence is strong, but you cannot over-cultivate." Premier Shah hurriedly took Hao Ren to the bed and advised him. "No, nothing." Hao Ren gasped, and his head was still blanking. Thinking of the scene of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren continued to nosebleed. The feeling that the entire body was sore and the inability to use a trace of nature essence remained in Hao Ren's body. After Lu Linlin shattered the sword energy this time, how could Hao Ren dare to casually release sword energies to spy around next time? "Gongzi Hao, you have to take care of yourself. The future of the Dragon Palace is dependent on you." Premier Shah assisted Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren raised his hand and was about to respond with a few words, but Premier Shah said with a heavy tone, "You and Princess Z are the hope of the Dragon Palace. The children and grandchildren of the royal family are dependent on you too." "Pooh." Hao Ren's nosebleed just showed a sign of slight pause, but they immediately jetted out again. Chapter 419. You land you lose. It was late at night. Hao Ren, who was immersed in cultivation, maintained a state of stability, and the body's abundant nature essence continued to impact new openings. Zhao Kuo's way of tempering the body with 5 elemental essences was a method that Hao Ren had never thought of before. Hao Ren's previous cultivation method was to simply maintain the balance between the 5 elements and then strike openings with abundant nature essences. In fact, the 5 elemental essences that condensed to a certain concentration could also temper one's body. This cultivation method was safer and more sustainable than the lightning cultivation. Zhao Kuo was once a Qian-level master, and he was experienced in cultivation. Therefore, he could quickly reach Dewey level in a short period of time, and he was quite skilled in the use of light-splitting sword shadow scroll. If there's no accident, Qin Xiaoyang would arrange a battle between third uncle and me. Thinking of going up against Zhao Kuo, Hao Ren felt excited and nervous at the same time. When his nature essence moved to the top of his head at the Beihui acupoint, a tingling sensation spread from the top of his head to his body. This was the indirect effect of Lu Linlin's annihilation of Hao Ren's sword energy. It was as if his natal Dharma treasure was damaged, and Hao Ren was affected. After all, Hao Ren's sword energies were like his natal Dharma treasures. Lu Linlin grasped the sword energy, locked in the streak of the spiritual sense, and then extinguished it. This let Hao Ren withstood more than 10 times the pain of losing ordinary sword energies. The night passed by little, the light of dawn came in through the cracks of the windows. Hao Ren let out a long breath and finally circulated the nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll for 300 complete cycles. Premier Shah was lying on a chair and had fallen asleep. "Gongzi! Gongzi!" The voices of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily rang outside the room. Premier Shah in the chair shuddered and fell onto the floor. He quickly got up and opened the door. Gongzi. The two sisters cheerfully hopped in. It is almost time. Gongzi, eat something and get ready for the combat exam. Hao Ren nodded, feeling a bit of a headache. This is the new clothes that we took on behalf of the Gongzi, quickly put on it. Lu Lily took out a new robe, reaching out to him. Hao Ren wanted to resist. However, he couldn't match Lu Lily's hand speed and proficiency. Lu Lily's quick hands grabbed a few sharp corners from Hao Ren's old clothes and immediately took off his clothes. Gongzi, let us change for you. Lu Lily held the new robe, and with Lu Linlin's hands, jerked it twice, and put it on Hao Ren comfortably. Standing in the room, Premier Shah looked at Hao Ren, thinking that even the current Dragon King didn't have such a treatment. With the brand new robe, Hao Ren swept away the slight dizziness and appeared upright and extraordinary. Today's robe was of the same style as yesterday's, but the material used was more than twice as good. The dark blue robe, which was lined with strands of thin thread, felt soft but sturdy. It seemed like ordinary weapons couldn't cut through the clothes. These thin lines were obviously advanced materials, and this robe had also risen to the level of Dharma treasure. Hao Ren, dressed in a blue robe, stood in the room and turned around casually. The robes glowed with shallow golden light. With Hao Ren's gestures, it made him shone with elegance. Gongzi, Lu Linlin said to Hao Ren while she trimmed the corners of the robe and complained, "Last night, there is a cultivator in the building who tried to spy on us with his spiritual sense Dharma treasure." "Oh, what happened later?" Hao Ren asked, sweating on his forehead. "Fortunately, my sister was very vigilant, and she immediately extinguished the spiritual sense," Lu Lily rushed to say. "Yeah, Gongzi. I didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in the building. I light-handedly gave this person a punishment, enough for him to endure a full night of pain," Lu Linlin said indignantly. Lu Lily energetically nodded. It said that there are so many evil people in the world, but there are so few good people like Gongzi. Hao Ren listened to their conversations, and his face turned red and white. In fact, last night was the first time he used sword energy for detection. Hearing the sound in the Lu's sister's room, he got curious, and his sword energy entered their room unexpectedly. This was actually not his original intention. HMPH. Later when we discover who used the spiritual sense Dharma treasure to probe, we will not forgive him lightly, Lu Linlin said. If Gongzi discovers such a person later, you must beat him up. Lu Lily agreed with her. Cough, cough, Hao Ren dry coughed twice, thinking that he should no longer casually use sword energies to spy on others. Gongzi Hao, shall we go down? Premier Shah saw that Hao Ren's face was twisting and asked tentatively. Let's go. Let's go. Hao Ren hurried out of the room. The corridor outside the room could see the lobby on the first floor. Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Zhen Kongming sat around two square tables respectively. Hao Ren, dressed in a bright blue robe, walked down the stairs and immediately caught the attention of the cultivators in the hall. In this three-story building, the key residents were the top 6 cultivators who were going to take part in the new round of combat exam today. Now that it was only a short time away from the exam, the tension was already soaring and spreading in the building. In the hall, there were already 5 other blue-robed cultivators. Hao Ren was the latest one to appear. The 4 blue-robed cultivators were accompanied by their support teams, and only Zhao Kuo sat on the corner of the table alone, quietly drinking water and eating white steamed buns. Zhao Kuo didn't have any support teams and said nothing. But even so, who would dare to provoke him? He was a madman who defeated 2 Kun-level cultivators. Dewey level, Shuan level, Shuan level, Shuan level. Hao Ren walked from the stairs to the hall, and he scanned the realms of the other 5 blue-robed cultivators as he walked down. When he stepped into the hall, he immediately felt that dozens of cultivators swept their spiritual senses toward him. They all wanted to see if Hao Ren had changed in realm over the night. Mid-tier Gen level. Hao Ren's realm was exactly the same as last night, so dozens of spiritual senses were immediately withdrawn. Hao Ren, here, Zhao Hongyu slightly waved toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren sped up and went to Zhao Hongyu's table. What is third uncle doing? He is not showing interest to anyone, Zhao Yanzi complained while having white porridge. Your third uncle certainly has his plans. You don't need to mess with him. Zhao Hongyu shook her head and said. Oh, Zhao Yanzi was not convinced. Her third uncle, who had previously been the most kind to her, now didn't even pay attention to her. This emotional gap for her was hard to adapt. Dong, 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 the bell of the Dragon God Shrine suddenly sounded. It was 7 in the morning. 6 level 2 inspectors entered the building. One of them came to Hao Ren and asked him to follow. Hao Ren, who hadn't had time to eat, grabbed 4 white steamed buns and followed this level 2 inspector toward the inner city. On both sides of the street, the cultivators who were waiting for the opening of the inner city suddenly saw Hao Ren and the blue-robed cultivators coming. All eyes were shining. The cultivators wearing blue robes were the strongest in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. All the blue robes had 2 glittering silver dragon embroideries near their shoulders, and all the blue-robed cultivators had bright yellow identity tokens on their waists. Yi Mao, Ding Yin, Wu Mao, Ji Yin, Zhang Yin, Ren Yin. The 6 blue-robed cultivators, led by 6 inspectors, walked into the area. Wah wah wah, immediately afterward, countless cultivators poured into the inner city like a tide. After a night, the damaged Grand Arena had been repaired, and even the 24 small arenas had been completely fixed. Qin Xiaoyang, who wore a golden robe, raised his head and stuck out his chest, slowly coming out of the Dragon God Shrine. The 6 deputy examiners were still wearing silver silk robes. Qin Xiaoyang's robe was different from yesterday's, showing his identity as the main examiner of the East exam area. Who lands on the ground losses, no matter dead or injured. Qin Xiaoyang walked to the center of the stand and said loudly. No matter dead or injured. These words echoed in waves in the East exam area. During yesterday's combat exams, if one mistakenly killed an opponent, he or she would permanently lose the qualification to participate in future exams at the Dragon God Shrine. In today's combat exams, even this rule was abolished. When masters were fighting, they had to give their 100% effort. Anyone who didn't do that would lose. Therefore, in order to choose the strongest, the cultivators could fight freely. The first match is Ding Yin versus Wu Mao. The second match is Ji Yin versus Zhang Yin. And the third match is Yi Mao versus Ren Yin. Qin Xiaoyang casually announced the arrangement. Yi Mao versus Ren Yin. Hao Ren tightened his fists. As expected, Qin Xiaoyang arranged him and Zhao Kuo to become opponents to fight. Standing in front of Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo, who had heard this arrangement, simply snorted and didn't even look back at Hao Ren. Snap. Snap. The 2 cultivators of the Ding Huayan token and the Wu Mao token went onto the arena at the same time. One was a Dui level cultivator, and the other was a Xuan level cultivator. The 2 gave a slight gesture and suddenly unleashed their power. Pang, the nature essences collided, and both of them flew 100 meters away. One stood in the Li Sha arena, and the other stood in the Chu Fen arena. Hao Ren was surprised at first, but he soon understood everything. The so-called land and lose meant that if one fell out of the arenas, the cultivator would lose. The scope of this battle was not limited to the Grand Arena. The 24 smaller arenas around it were also places to land. As a result, the scope of the battle would be greatly expanded. The entire East exam area was a battlefield. At this time, Su Han slowly walked out of the Dragon God Shrine with a ponytail. Chapter 420. Unexpected appearance. Su Han's long robe had 2 3-clawed golden dragons embroideries on her shoulders. She strolled through the crowd to Hao Ren's side. Since level 3 inspectors were only lower than level 4 inspectors, the nearby cultivators around the arena immediately made way for her. Standing before Hao Ren, Su Han didn't speak. She turned toward the Grand Arena. Bang! Another violent collision sounded in the arena. The Dui level cultivators who entered this round were not inferior to ordinary Xuan level cultivators. The Dui level cultivator wearing the Ding Huayan identity token engulfed the area within hundreds of meters in a pale blue soft light. Seeing the color emitting from this cultivator, Hao Ren judged him to be a member of a river branch of the water elemental dragon clans. Since the water elemental dragons were the largest group, they were divided into branches of stream, river, lake, and ocean. Ocean branch included the 4 ocean dragon palaces, while there were a lot more dragon clans in the other branches. This water elemental cultivator is the only son of the third elder in the Tungtian River Dragon clan. He has cultivated for over 200 years. Zhao Hongyu looked at the arena and said in a low voice. How about the fire elemental cultivator at Xuan level? Hao Ren continued to ask. I don't know about him. Zhao Hongyu shook her head. With the East Ocean Dragon Palace's resources, they could find out the background of the Xuan level cultivator, but it wasn't necessary. The man standing over there is the third elder of Tungtian River Dragon clan. Zhao Guang nodded toward another direction of the arena and said. Hao Ren looked toward the direction Zhao Guang indicated and saw an old man who was wearing a green and observing the match in the company of some other cultivators. The old man seemed to be close to Kun level, and Tungtian River Dragon clan should be a big force from the sound of its name. He was one of those who hoped their juniors could enter the Dragon God Shrine to get more experience and better resources for future development. After reaching a high realm, the juniors could come back to the clan and act as elders even if they quit their position as inspectors. In short, they would have more options. Bang! Another violent collision sounded from the arena. After entering the top 24, they wouldn't compete with martial arts techniques, and both parties would unleash their full strength and fight with nature essence. The fire elemental cultivator at Xuan level released clouds of fire, spreading them into the sky. Water and fire were nemeses. In the sky above the arena, the fire clouds and water waves looked quite pretty. The Dewey level cultivator used an 8-gate water light mirror, which was the most powerful Dharma treasure of the third elder from Tungtian River Dragon clan. Activated by water elemental nature essence, it could release endless water without stopping. With a painting scroll in his hand, the Xuan level cultivator was trying his best to absorb the water around his fire clouds. Although his Dharma treasure was less powerful than the Dewey level cultivators, his realm was higher than his opponent. Boom! A fire dragon rushed out from the Xuan level cultivator's palm. Wah! Wah! The Xuan level cultivator waved both hands and released 5 more fire dragons. Swoosh! The 8-gate water light mirror released 8 strong light beams. Bang! The Li Sha arena where the Dewey level cultivator was standing on shattered instantly. He couldn't dodge the power of the 6 fire dragons. Still, he raised the 8 gates water light mirror in the air, but his feet were on the ground. Even the nearby cultivators felt the violent heat waves that were as hot as thousands of degrees. If not for the protection of the top-tier Dharma treasure, 8 gates water light mirror, the only son of the third elder of Tungtian River Dragon clan would have had his hands and feet burned off. The winner is Wu Mao. Qin Xiaoyang stood up and declared. Upset, the Dewey level backed out of the arena while his identity token of Ding Huayan automatically flew into Qin Xiaoyang's hand. The third elder from Tungtian River Dragon clan cupped his hands at the Xuan level cultivator standing in the arena, saying, Brother Liu, thank you for your mercy. You are welcome. Your son has great talent, and he will have great prospects in next year's Dragon God Shrine's general exams. The Xuan level cultivator said to the third elder of Tungtian River Dragon clan. Hearing their conversation, Hao Ren knew that they were acquaintances. Graciously, the Xuan level cultivator wearing the Wu Mao identity token slowly walked down from the arena. Immediately, several cultivators from his clan hurried toward him to hand him water and dry his sweat for him. The second match, Si Yin vs Zhen Yin, a deputy examiner on the stand called out. Bang! Bang! 2 Xuan level cultivators went into the arena at the same time. One emitted yellow light while the other emitted green light. The last match was fought with care since both parties were acquaintances. But in this match, I'm afraid they will fight viciously. Standing by Hao Ren, Zhao Hongyu said. Sure enough, the moment she said those words, the 2 cultivators abruptly released their nature essence. They were both at mid-tier Xuan level. Meanwhile, a wooden ship engraved with dragons and phoenixes suddenly appeared in the sky above the arena. All the cultivators looked up, including the 2 cultivators in the arena. The wooden ship slowly landed on the Shaji arena, and Zheng Xin, Zheng Yitao, Premier Liu and 12 elders of the West Ocean Dragon Palace walked out. Their group was even bigger than that of the East Ocean Dragon Palaces. Among the 12 elders, 6 were at Qian level, and the other 6 were at Kun level. At the appearance of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Qin Xiaoyang was surprised. and he was about to stand up from the armchair when he thought of his title as the main examiner and remained seated with forced calmness. Zheng Xin led Zheng Yitao, Premier Lu, and the 12 elders through the arena toward Howen and the others. It's the West Ocean Dragon Palace, both East Ocean and West Ocean are here. What's the matter? It said they had a war recently, all kinds of gossip circulated the place. Oldman Zheng is really trying to act tough. He brought out all the remaining senior elders of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The West Ocean Dragon Palace is vulnerable to sneak attacks now, Zhao Hongyu said in a low voice. Despite her words, she was alarmed at the appearance of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. She locked her eyes on Zheng Xin. Boom! As he approached Zhao Guang and the others, Oldman Zheng suddenly released the pressure of mid-tier Qian level. This violent presence overshadowed the presences of the 2 Xuan-level cultivators in the arena. The cultivators standing near Hao Ren immediately retreated several meters. After all, it was no fun if the East Ocean Dragon Palace and the West Ocean Dragon Palace began to fight on the territory of the Dragon God Shrine. Don't worry. Oldman Zheng is bluffing, and his real realm is not so high. He is probably at Dewey level, and the pressure he released is not stable, probably the result of secret elixirs. Suddenly, Zhao Kuo's deep voice came from behind Hao Ren and the others. Oldman Zheng is only at Dewey level. Astonished, Hao Ren looked at Zheng Xin who was walking toward them and found it quite unbelievable that this old Dragon King of West Ocean was only at Dewey level. However, Zhao Kuo must have his reasons to make such a judgment. After all, he had once been a master at peak Qian level, only one step away from the heavenly dragon realm. Thus, his judgment on realms was usually accurate. He, Elder Zheng. Why are you here? Zhao Guang took half a step forward and asked with a smile. Humph. You East Ocean is here. There is no reason that I can't be here. At a wave of Zheng Xin's hand, the wooden ship in the Sha-Ji arena shrunk into the size of a fist and flew into his hand. This Dharma treasure of Zheng Xin seemed as powerful as Zhao Hongyu's Dharma treasure, River Mountain Qian Kun painting. Zheng Xin looked refreshed and high-spirited while Zheng Yitao by his side looked pale as if someone had just beaten him. Standing by Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi glared at Zheng Yitao with disdain. I just remembered that our Yitao's Dharma treasure is still in your hands, right? Zheng Xin looked at Zhao Guang coldly. The hundreds of cultivators standing nearby all looked at Zhao Guang and Zheng Xin instead of the 2 cultivators in the arena. Premier Shah, since they asked, you may return it to them. Zhao Guang turned to Premier Shah and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Premier Shah drew out the golden spear from his back and placed it in the hands of Premier Lu who was standing by Zheng Xin's side. Seeing the scratches on the body of the golden spear, Zheng Xin's expression changed. Yesterday, Zheng Yitao who had been staying in the West Ocean Dragon Palace suddenly rolled onto the ground in pain and suspected that it was because of his natal Dharma treasure. Then, Zheng Xin received the intelligence report, saying that the Dragon King of the East Ocean Dragon Palace used the excuse of Hao Ren taking the Dragon God Shrine's general exam and gone to the Dragon God Shrine. Oldman Zheng who had been recovering his strength couldn't remain still anymore. He summoned the remaining 10+ elders of Qian level and Kun level and flew immediately toward the Dragon God Shrine. Zheng Xin put the coiled dragon golden spear into Zheng Yitao's hand, and his face changed again at the sight of Zhen Kongming who was riding on the back of Little White behind Hao Ren. The kid left him nightmarish memories. His gaze turned to the other people around Zhao Guang, and he suddenly spotted Zhao Kuo. Since the East Ocean Dragon Palace released the news that Zhao Kuo had passed the heavenly tribulation, no one had ever seen Zhao Kuo. Thus, the West Ocean Dragon Palace believed that Zhao Kuo failed the heavenly tribulation and died in the process. That was why the West Ocean Dragon Palace decided to suppress the East Ocean Dragon Palace. But now, Zheng Xin saw Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo is still alive, which means, Heavenly Dragon Realm. Zheng Xin, who had been trying his best to bluff, suddenly lost his courage, and his legs turned to jelly. Your Majesty, Zhao Kuo is now only at Dewey level. A Qian level elder leaned toward Oldman Zheng and whispered. Dewey level? Oldman Zheng looked at Zhao Kuo again. Just a moment ago, he was startled at the sight of Zhao Kuo and looked away immediately. Now, upon a closer look, he found that Zhao Kuo was indeed only at Dewey level. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Zheng's courage returned immediately. Zhao Kuo was not dead, but he didn't succeed in passing the heavenly tribulation and was reduced to Dewey level. The East Ocean Dragon Palace was just an empty house now. They had found the trick of the East Ocean Dragon Palace on their risky trip to the Dragon God Shrine. Smugly, Old Man Zheng waved at the elders behind him, "Let's go." If the East Ocean Dragon Palace could negotiate with the Dragon God Shrine, then the West Ocean Dragon Palace do it as well. After all, the West Ocean Dragon Palace had resources such as the West Ocean Mystic Ice. Chapter 421. Third Uncle, please. Old Man Zheng, who was walking toward the Dragon God Shrine, stopped at the entrance for a moment before two inspectors led him, Zheng Yitao and Premier Lu, into the Dragon God Shrine. The rest of the elders could only stay outside. As West Ocean Dragon Palace's people entered the Dragon God Shrine, Zhao Guang showed a hint of concern. The East Ocean Dragon Palace came to the Dragon God Shrine to regain something that belonged to them, and the West Ocean Dragon Palace came to the Dragon God Shrine too. Bang! While everyone was looking toward the Dragon God Shrine, the two Xuan-level cultivators started fighting in the arena. The appearance of the West Ocean Dragon Palace not only concerned Zhao Guang, but also the two cultivators on the arena. In the past, the four Ocean Dragon Palaces were never involved with the Dragon God Shrine, and cultivators from the four Ocean Dragon Palaces never appeared in the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine either. However, this time, not only did the East Ocean Dragon Palace send their Fuma, but the West Ocean Dragon Palace also appeared at the Dragon God Shrine on the last day. This meant that the four Ocean Dragon Palaces might send their own cultivators to the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine in the future. There were a lot of cultivators in the four Ocean Dragon Palaces. If they decide to join the general exams, future competitions would become more intense than ever. Boom! The two cultivators' nature essence collided with each other in the middle of the arena. The appearance of the East Ocean Dragon Clan and West Ocean Dragon Clan threatened them and made them fight even harder. If they lost this round, they would only have a one-year contract as an assisting inspector, which meant that they would have to compete against the cultivators from the four Ocean Dragon Palaces in the future. The fierce nature essence swiped through the east exam area, and the pressure suffocated the low-level cultivators. The two cultivators in blue robes constantly changed their positions. Each time they collided with each other, the low-leveled cultivators experienced chest pain. Wah! Another small arena was bombarded by the nature essence and became a pile of gravel. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. The Wood Elemental Xuan-level cultivator and the Earth Elemental Xuan-level cultivator both exerted all their strengths and used everything they got. Shoo! Another splash of nature essence flew out from the chaotic battle. A young cultivator at the front was caught off guard and got knocked out by the nature essence. Wah! Shoo! Shoo! The Wood Elemental Nature Essence and the Earth Elemental Nature Essence collided with each other fiercely, and all kinds of chaotic energy flew in all directions. As they fell into an intense battle, the two Xuan-level cultivators, who were determined to defeat their opponents, didn't care about the audience. The low-leveled cultivators could not stand the repercussions of the Xuan-level cultivators' attacks. Even though they all backed up immediately, a lot of the low-leveled cultivators still got hit on the faces, shoulders, and heads. Suddenly, two dashes of nature essence that contained wood elements and earth elements glowed as they flew directly toward Howen. Zhao Yanzi, who was standing next to Zhao Hongyu, panicked as she suddenly saw two razor-sharp arrow-like energy flying toward her. Wah! Howen's right hand suddenly shielded Zhao Yanzi's face, and the two dashes of nature essence hit Howen right in his palm. Howen caught the two dashes of energy with his hand at lightning speed. Zhao Yanzi's shrugged shoulders slowly relaxed as she sighed. She turned around and looked at Howen. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. "It's too dangerous here. You should go to the back," Howen said to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi, who was confused, heard Howen's comment and suddenly showed her teeth and said, "I don't want to. I am not scared of those things anyway." As she finished, two more dashes of nature essence flew toward her again. Howen withdrew his right hand intentionally. Zhao Yanzi bent over and screamed as she saw the two dashes of nature essence flying toward her. Suddenly, Howen reached out and caught the two dashes of energy at the last moment. Zhao Yanzi, who was holding her head, looked up at Hao Ren before she suddenly pouted her lips and lightly punched Hao Ren. "Jerk. Stop playing tricks on me," she said. Xie Yujia could not help but smile as she looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Bang! Bang! Both the southeast corner and the south side of the grand arena collapsed. The turbulence along with the scattered rocks of the arena flew toward all directions like bullets. Cultivators below Dewey level had to hide to avoid getting injured. Doom! Zhen Kongming, who remained quiet, formed a cyan-colored energy sphere. The energy sphere surrounded Hao Ren and the rest of them. All the scattered rocks turned into dust as they hit the energy sphere. Most of the dragon cultivators weren't good at forming energy spheres and array formations. The only energy sphere they could create was the red energy sphere that could hide them from mortal sight. At that moment, without any preparation, Zhen Kongming suddenly formed a protective array formation and grabbed many other cultivators' attention. Useless. Let me show you what I can do. Zhen Kongming, who was sitting on Little White's back, snapped his finger. Suddenly, the cyan light glowed brighter and formed two rapidly expanding light walls, covering the grand arena and other small arenas in the surrounding. The nature essences and rocks that hit the light walls immediately turned into dust. Zhen Kongming effortlessly formed a huge energy sphere that covered the entire East exam area. Elders from different clans looked at Zhen Kongming and thought, the East Ocean Dragon Palace, no wonder they have such a well-deserved reputation. It was at this moment when Oldman Zeng walked out from the Dragon God Shrine along with Zeng Yitao and Premier Lu. The two inspectors from the Dragon God Shrine led them to the entrance and did not go any further. Oldman Zeng greeted the elders who stayed outside by the entrance and led them toward the arena. As Oldman Zeng was about to step into the viewing area, a bright light suddenly raised at the tip of his foot. Energy sphere. Inside the arena, the green and yellow nature essence shook continuously. The energy sphere that Zhen Kongming formed was created by absorbing the scattered nature essences from the two Xuan-level cultivators. As Oldman Zeng was blocked by the energy sphere, his face turned pale and was embarrassed. The elders behind him stepped up and were about to break the energy sphere, but Oldman Zeng suddenly yelled, "Stop!" However, right after he yelled, the energy sphere that covered the entire East exam area suddenly collapsed. During the fierce battle between the two Xuan-level cultivators, the nature essence from both sides broke out at their peak. As the energy sphere suddenly collapsed, all kinds of scattered nature essences and rocks flew toward the crowd of cultivators. All the cultivators who laid down their guards because of the protection of the energy sphere were caught off guard and got wounded. Even the elders from some clans were thrown into a panic. In an instant, all cultivators looked toward Oldman Zeng who just walked out from the Dragon God Shrine. Their stares were filled with anger. Just because the West Ocean Dragon Palace wants to enter the viewing area, they broke the energy sphere and caused many injuries among the cultivators from different clans. They do look down upon weaker clans. As expected, the West Ocean Dragon Palace does handle things rudely and unreasonably. Oldman Zeng saw all the hatred from the crowd as he felt wronged. In fact, the energy sphere collapsed before they did anything to it. However, no explanation would work at this moment. All Oldman Zeng could do was groan and lead the elders toward the arena. Although all the cultivators did not say a word, they were disgusted with the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhen Kongming, on the other hand, sat on Little White's back and smiled. With a small tactic, he made all the clans at the arena start to hate the West Ocean Dragon Palace. In contrast, the East Ocean Dragon Palace, who offered an energy sphere to protect the cultivators, made good impressions to the clans. "Good job," Hao Ren said to Zhen Kongming quietly. "Don't mention it," Zhen Kongming said proudly. Boom. Another small arena was razed to the ground. The wood elemental cultivator, who was glowing in green, started to show signs of weakness. Although the earth elemental cultivator was not as powerful as he was before, he clenched his teeth and was fighting even more fiercely. A stamp-shaped Dharma treasure flew out from the earth elemental cultivator's chest and shot toward the wood elemental cultivator. The wood elemental cultivator got hit directly by the stamp, and he spat a mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. However, a green vine was released from his hand, and it turned into a streak of green light and shot toward the earth elemental cultivator's head. Still struggling. The earth elemental cultivator glowed in yellow as the stamp doubled its size and directly shot through the wood elemental cultivator's chest. The stamp hit the ground and formed a huge pit, and the wood elemental cultivator fell into the pit, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Ji Yin, victory, Qin Xiaoyang stood up and said coldly. Immediately, 2 level 2 inspectors, who were standing on the side of the arena, rushed toward the wood elemental cultivator and dragged him out of the pit. The elders from the wood elemental cultivator's clan hurriedly took him in and tried to heal him. As the wood elemental cultivator's chest was shot through by the earth elemental cultivator's dharma treasure, and it seemed like he would not be able to make it. During the most intense part of the combat exams at the Dragon God Shrine, cultivators usually had to face difficult opponents and gave everything they've got to win. Each year, there would be 1 or 2 cases where cultivators were severely injured or died in battle. The earth elemental cultivator withdrew his stamp-shaped dharma treasure and slowly walked away from the arena while clenching his chest. It seemed like he was suffering from internal injuries as well. Qin Xiaoyang took the wood elemental cultivator's identity token from his waist and waved his hand. Next. Zhao Yanzi looked at the wood elemental cultivator whose eyes were lusterless and suddenly pulled Hao Ren's robe as she frowned. Hao Ren, don't get up there. Just a second later, Zhao Kuo took a huge step and entered the arena. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and freed his hands from Zhao Yanzi before he walked toward the large arena. You can't defeat my uncle, so don't go, please. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and yelled. Hao Ren didn't turn around. He jumped into the arena and cupped his hands before his chest. Third uncle, please. Oldman Zeng widened his eyes and looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo who were standing in the arena. Hold up. At this crucial moment, Su Han, who was standing on the side of the arena, suddenly yelled. Chapter 422. Battle. Under everyone's gaze, Su Han walked into the arena and to Hao Ren's side. The 3-clawed golden dragon embroideries on her silver robe meant that she was a level 3 inspector. The audience still remembered her confrontation with the main examiner and her suppression over him. This Ren Yin cultivator is her assisting inspector. She's a super beauty. Seeing Su Han's sudden appearance on the arena, the cultivators who were watching began talking amongst themselves. Su Han. This is a combat exam. What are you doing up there? Qin Xiaoyang couldn't bear it anymore and stood up from his chair. He felt disgraced when the people from the West Ocean Dragon clan appeared suddenly and interrupted this combat exam. Now by going into the arena without asking for his permission, Su Han was challenging his authority. Ignoring him, Su Han grabbed Hao Ren's arm and sent a strong surge of nature essence into his body, forcing out a series of colorful circles from the top of his head. The 5 colored circles, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 mountains bracelets? An elder from a clan exclaimed. 5 mountains bracelets, those are 5 mountains bracelets that are used by inspectors. The topic turned from Su Han to the 5 mountains bracelets. Some low-leveled young cultivators didn't know about the 5 mountains bracelets, but the elders all knew that these were top-tier dharma treasures used to restrict a cultivator's nature essence. It means that this gen-level cultivator had been competing while wearing the 5 mountains bracelets. At this thought, the elders from many forces looked astonished. On the viewing area, Qin Xiaoyang was also surprised, and the deputy examiners by his side looked at each other in shock as well. After all, during the combat exams, every cultivator tried to use 120% of their true force, but Hao Ren had been competing while wearing 5 mountains bracelets. Standing opposite to Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo was also a little surprised. With his experience, he was very familiar with the function of the 5 mountains bracelets. He thought what Hao Ren showcased was his real strength and was surprised that Hao Ren made it so far with greatly restricted strength. Due to some small wrongdoings, I put a set of 5 mountains bracelets on him as a punishment. Is there a problem? Su Han looked up at the 7 examiners and asked in a loud voice. The 6 deputy examiners shook their heads while Qin Xiaoyang remained silent with a gloomy expression. It was quite common for official inspectors to punish their assisting inspectors. Although the 5 mountains bracelets were usually used to lock up criminals, no rule said that they couldn't be used on assisting inspectors. Besides, from her behavior yesterday alone, Su Han was rather protective of her assisting inspector. After the 5 mountains bracelets were removed, Hao Ren felt lighter as remainder 60% of his cultivation strength returned abruptly. The array formation that locked up his strength disappeared, and Hao Ren found that he could circulate his nature essence a lot smoother than before. With the 5 mountains bracelets in her hand, Su Han lightly got out of the arena. She chose this moment to remove the 5 mountains bracelets because she thought Hao Ren could unleash his full strength in this fight. While the 5 mountains bracelets restricted Hao Ren's nature essence, it also protected him. The bracelets restricted 60% of his nature essence from going out, and it stopped 60% of the inflow of others' nature essence at the same time. Therefore, when he encountered strong opponents, the 5 mountains bracelets acted as an armor protecting his important meridians from being shattered by his opponent's nature essences. That was why Su Han didn't remove the 5 mountains bracelets when he was competing with Wang Shi. At this moment, Wang Shi was the one who was the most astonished outside of the arena. After losing the match yesterday, he didn't leave the Dragon God Shrine. Instead, he stayed the night in the outer city and just wanted to watch Hao Ren's pathetic failure today. However, when he saw Su Han removing the 5 mountains bracelets from Hao Ren, he was stunned by the realization that Hao Ren didn't unleash his full strength in the battle with him. Likewise, Lu Qi in the audience was also stunned at this sight. He thought he was just one step away from defeating Hao Ren, but the fact was that Hao Ren's Gen-level power far surpassed his Dui-level strength somehow. After the removal of the 5 mountains bracelets, Hao Ren swung his arms and cupped his hands at Zhao Kuo again. "Third uncle, please." "Humph." Zhao Kuo snorted. "If you admit defeat now, I'll let you go." Looking at Zhao Kuo calmly, Hao Ren said, "Third uncle, if you are brave enough, fight me." Hearing his words, Zhao Kuo's eyes widened. Boom! Hao Ren abruptly released his aura, and the debris around the arena spread outward. After 2 fierce battles, only 8 of the 24 small arenas were left, and the grand arena Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo stood on was also severely damaged. According to the rules for the combat exams, anyone who fell to the ground would lose the match. Since 16 small arenas were in ruins now, Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren would have less space to maneuver and thus increasing the difficulty of the battle. If they both fell to the ground at the same time, they would lose together and be disqualified from further competitions. This was the result Qin Xiaoyang hoped to see. Then, don't expect mercy from me. Glaring at Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo released the 720 sword energies from his arms. Good. With a shout, Hao Ren's 320 sword energies shot out from his back. One was like a 1,000-armed Buddha while the other looked like a peacock that was spreading feathers. Each shot out hundreds of sword energies into the air, and the dancing sword energies presented people an impressive sight. The unknown light-splitting sword shadow scroll would probably become famous from now on. However, this technique was now placed on the top level of the Profound Cultivation Palace as the purple grade technique of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and only Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren were cultivating this technique. Standing by the arena, Xie Yujia turned to look at the wood elemental cultivator who just lost the match. He lied on the ground motionlessly, and the elders from his clan tried their best to save him. In the end, they shook their heads helplessly. A wood elemental female cultivator took the Shuan-level cultivator in her arms and cried. However, most of the cultivators were focused on the imminent battle between Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo. After all, winners would take all while losers could get no attention. Well, Xie Yujia signed sadly and took out a small red box. After placing it into Little White's mouth, she said to it, "Deliver it over there." Little White blinked and understood her instruction. It got Zhen Kongming off its back and flew toward the wood elemental cultivator. The Sorrow Elders saw Little White toss a small red box at their feet, and they picked it up. Life Fortune Pill. The elder who opened the box exclaimed. Life Fortune Pills were made from combining Level 4 Detox Elixir Pills, Level 4 Foundation Establishment Elixir Pills, Level 4 Essence Replenishment Elixir Pills, Level 4 Realm Elevation Elixir Pills, and Level 4 Empowerment Elixir Pills. Right now, even Level 4 pills were scarce, not to mention the Life Fortune Pill which required 5 kinds of Level 4 pills. As the name, Life Fortune Pill, indicates, this pill could turn the dying back to life. As long as the cultivator still had one breath left in his or her body, the pill could restore the vitality. With 5 colored light beams underneath its paws, Little White returned to Xie Yujia and wriggled its tail, signaling that it had done the errand. Xie Yujia rubbed its head and gave it a light smile. In order to make this one pill, she practiced a lot and wasted half an elixir furnace of level 4 pills. She planned to save it for Hao Ren, but she was soft-hearted. After hearing that woman cry so miserably beside the dying wood elemental cultivator, she felt very sympathetic. Bang! Bang! In the arena, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo had begun hitting each other with sword energies. The 320 sword energies and the 720 sword energies were way too flashy in the air, and it made people dizzy. Only Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo could tell the sword energies apart. While the battle went on, the sword energies got closer and closer. Bang! Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo both flew 100 meters out and landed on the Li Chun Arena and Li Chu Arena respectively. Crack! Crack! Some sword energies burst like bubbles. Hao Ren smiled as he stood on Li Chun Arena. "Kid, you are good." Zhao Kuo steadied his body and said to Hao Ren across from the grand arena between them. Among his 720 sword energies, 80 were just shadows without any nature essence, and Hao Ren discovered this weakness during the battle and broken them one by one. Hum. Hum. The 640 sword energies surrounding Zhao Kuo lined up in neat square groups and blinked. "Third uncle, you are good, too," Hao Ren said politely. The reason he discovered the 80 sword shadows was that he also cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and he knew that the number of the sword energies would only double, which meant that after 320 sword energies were 640, not 720. It was just a warm-up. "Now, let's start the fight." Zhao Kuo opened his arms and lightly bent his knees, getting ready for battle. His sword energies hummed like bees, encircling his body. "Hee hee. Same here." Hao Ren pointed his right hand forward, and his 320 sword energies turned around, pointing their tips toward Zhao Kuo. Suddenly, Zhao Kuo leapt 100 meters into the air. Exerting strength through his legs, Hao Ren jumped up as well. The sword energies collided with one another while Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo's fists crashed in the air. Bang! The violent aura left a crack in the big arena. The fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Chapter 423. More experienced. The cultivators in the Ren Yin group and the Yi Mao group all had a taste of the power of the fundamental boxing techniques, which were more powerful in the hands of Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo. The fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace looked ordinary, but they were the foundations for the soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon clan who had to be ready for battles and wars. The soldiers were mostly low-leveled cultivators with little talent, and they didn't possess high realms to use powerful techniques like the elders. Their way of earning merits was to fight wars and win honors in the army. That was why this set of boxing techniques didn't have any fancy yet less effective strikes, and they were aimed at vital spots such as important organs and body parts. Bang! Bang! Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo hit each other's chest with their right fists, and the ground they stood on collapsed by half a meter. Bang! Bang! Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo entangled with each other while their fists and feet struck each other so fast that the audience couldn't see clearly. Bang! Their shoulders got punched by each other. Whoosh! They each retreated 3 steps. After they regained their balances, the ground beneath their feet collapsed into deep holes. They were both directing the energy from their opponent out of their body and into the ground, and the hard floor of the arenas couldn't hold together. "Dad!" Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo as she yelled at Zhao Guang with concern. Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren were engaged in a fierce battle, showing each other no mercy. Zhao Guang locked his eyes on the arena and didn't answer her. Sword energies rushed into the space between Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo while they continued to fight fiercely. They leapt up into the air again. Bang! 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 They fought their way from the air to the arena. Zhao Kuo kicked at Hao Ren, and the latter dodged. However, the Li Chu arena that Hao Ren stood on collapsed with a bang. Leaping high, Hao Ren punched at Zhao Kuo, but Zhao Kuo moved aside by half a meter. As a result, Hao Ren's fist turned the Jingjie arena below Zhao Kuo into debris. One punch and one kick each destroyed an arena, and it was clear that a ton of nature essence was empowering these two moves. Is this still a battle between a Gen-level cultivator and a Dui-level cultivator? The surrounding cultivators were shocked by the sight as they thought, Such kicks and punches would inflict the same damage to cultivators' bodies as the Dharma treasures. While the audience was stupefied, Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren's elbows collided with each other. Like two balloons that were crashing into each other, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo's feet also collided with each other, and they were bounced back for hundreds of meters. Bang! Bang! The small arenas Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo landed on were instantly shattered. Before the audience could react, they leapt into the high sky like flying cranes and exchanged attacks in the air. Bang! Bang! They fell onto the grand arena from the air. Faster than Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo swept his leg toward Hao Ren and turned a region of the grand arena into dust. Bang! Hao Ren blocked Zhao Kuo's leg with both fists and fought back. Bang! Bang! He turned the arena beneath Zhao Kuo's feet into dust as well. To the audience, they were not fighting but destroying the arenas. Mom! Why are third uncle and Hao Ren fighting like this? Seeing Zhao Guang ignore her, Zhao Yanzi turned to Zhao Hongyu and asked. Your third uncle and Hao Ren don't want to injure each other, and they are trying to force each other out, Zhao Hongyu said. Force each other out? Zhao Yanzi thought for a moment and understood. With the small arenas all destroyed and the grand arena significantly damaged, the places that they could stand on would get smaller, and the battle would become even more difficult. The person who couldn't block the other's attack would fall to the ground and lose the match. Dragon King Zhao. At this moment, a voice interrupted the conversation between Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Guang, who had been watching the competition, turned his head and saw an old wood elemental cultivator walking to his side with two young wood elemental cultivators. They were all looking at him with respect. I'm Song Shi, the first elder of the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan. I want to express our gratitude to East Ocean for giving us the elixir pill, the elder introduced himself and said. Baffled, Zhao Guang looked at him and wondered. Although the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan is a big force in the wood elemental dragon clans, East Ocean is far from them, and we don't have a close relationship. In the future, if the East Ocean Dragon Palace needs the help of the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan, we'll do our best. The wood elemental elder cupped his hands at Zhao Guang and said. Elder Song, you are too kind. As members of the dragon tribe, it's our duty to help each other, Zhao Guang said. I'll always remember the East Ocean Dragon Palace's generosity. After my disciple recovers, we'll pay you a visit. The first elder nodded at Zhao Guang and left with the two young wood elemental cultivators. Zhao Guang suddenly saw the wood elemental Shuan level cultivator who battled on stage not long ago, and he realized why they came to him. He turned to look at Xie Yujia and got a bit emotional. Due to the recent upheavals, the reputation of the East Ocean Dragon clan in the Dragon tribe dropped to a new low, and many of the dragon forces thought that they were very aggressive and demolished the West Ocean Dragon Palace on purpose. However, Xie Yujia saved the unknown wood elemental cultivator with her elixir pills, making the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan see the East Ocean Dragon clan in a new light. Since the elixir pill was delivered to them by the East Ocean's Fuma's spirit beast, the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan credited everything to the East Ocean Dragon clan. According to the first elder, he would bring the Shuan level cultivator to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to express their gratitude, which meant that they wouldn't come empty-handed. The Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan had a low profile but enjoyed an impeccable reputation. In the southwest area, they were not the most powerful in strength, but their words held the highest weight. In other words, Xie Yujia improved the situation for the East Ocean Dragon Palace with one elixir pill. Zhao Guang turned to look at Zhao Hongyu, and latter nodded with understanding. Xie Yujia brought great fortune to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. In the future, the two of them need to be more considerate toward Xie Yujia and offer more business opportunities to her parents in the US. Bang! In the arena, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo crashed into each other again. Sore and numb all over, Hao Ren's sword energies became messy. Since the sword energies were created by his nature essence, they represented Hao Ren's current state. Zhao Kuo's sword energies took the opportunity to hack toward the arena beneath Hao Ren instead of stabbing toward his body. Crack! The hard rocks instantly turned into dust. The sword energies created by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll were as sharp as Dharma treasures and could shatter these special rocks easily. Hao Ren retreated quickly, but Zhao Kuo's sword energies swept beneath his feet. The moment he lifted his feet, the rocks under him turned into dust. No. Hao Ren will lose, Zhao Yanzi blurted out. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at her and realized that Zhao Yanzi wanted Hao Ren to win after all. However, she didn't point it out and turned her gaze to the center of the arena. After all, faced with Zhao Kuo who had been at peak Qian level, Hao Ren had done a great job lasting for so long. Hao Ren retreated fast and was already at the edge of the arena. That was the limit. The 8 small arenas at the beginning of their battle were now all destroyed, and they had little ground to stand on in the grand arena. Bang! Zhao Kuo's last wave of sword energies swept over, and the rocks beneath Hao Ren's feet immediately broke. With the protection of his 320 sword energies, Hao Ren tried to jump toward one of the last remaining rocks in the arena. You are trapped. Surrender. With his sword energies, Zhao Kuo destroyed that piece of rock before Hao Ren could land. He left no place for Hao Ren to land. Dang! Dang! Hao Ren sent 160 sword energies to block Zhao Kuo's sword energies while he leapt over to another rock in the distance. In your dreams. After a long battle, Zhao Kuo finally got the upper hand, and he wouldn't give Hao Ren the chance to regain his footing. The 640 sword energies shot toward 12 places, shattering all the landing areas in the surroundings. By now, in the entire East exam area that had 12 small arenas and 1 grand arena, only the stone pillar with an area of half a square meter under Zhao Kuo's feet was left. It is done, Zhao Guang said pitifully. Boom! Zhao Kuo's sword energies withdrew from all directions. His 640 sword energies guarded 8 directions, each group containing 80 sword energies. He formed the magnificent and most powerful central defense array, 8 trigram array. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sword energies appeared beneath Hao Ren's feet and supported him in the air. Such high-level sword energies. Some cultivators recognized it and blurted out. The dragon cultivators, except for Qian level and Kun level cultivators who could use their nature essence efficiently, had to use Dharma treasures to fly. At Gen level, Hao Ren could hover in the air without any Dharma treasures. It was a great feat in the eyes of the others. Outside of the arena, Old Man Zeng also looked surprised. Releasing sword beams and sword energies were not extraordinary, but supporting one's body with sword energies was. It meant that the sword energies were almost as powerful as Dharma treasures. It meant that each of Hao Ren's 320 sword energies was a Dharma treasure. Wah! Wah! Zhao Kuo released 2 groups of 20 sword energies. Hao Ren's body shifted and dodged the 40 sword energies as he looked down at Zhao Kuo. The 40 sword energies returned to Zhao Kuo, and his 640 sword energies rotated around him slowly. Zhao Kuo used his defensive stance, and Hao Ren was exposed in the air like a moving target. The flashing competition became a battle of defense and attack. The key here was whether or not Hao Ren could destroy the stone pillar under Zhao Kuo's feet. Standing in the air, Hao Ren slowly tightened his fists, and his 320 sword energies lined up in order. Chapter 424. Killing Tribulation. The 320 sword energies formed a triangular pyramid around Hao Ren, and they blinked with more injections of Hao Ren's nature essence. Little White was jumping around the arena as if it wanted to join the battle. However, they were competing using their sword arrays, so it was no longer important if Little White was Hao Ren's mount or not. It looks like the 5 mountains bracelets are effective. Standing outside of the arena, Su Han thought to herself. Released from the restriction of the 5 mountains bracelets, Hao Ren experienced an explosive growth in the use of his nature essences. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 320 sword energies formed a line before stabbing toward Zhao Kuo who was protected by 640 sword energies. One-line snake array formation. Wang Shi who was standing at the sideline of the arena widened his eyes subconsciously. He had once seen Hao Ren's one-line snake array formation, but this time, the power was 10 times stronger than the last time. The 640 sword energies rotated at great speed around Zhao Kuo. As the former commanding general of East Ocean, Zhao Kuo had a profound understanding of arrays, and he was able to use light-splitting sword shadow technique. After all, the sword energies were like soldiers, and the cultivator was the general. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies dashed into Zhao Kuo's 8 trigram array and were bounced back instantly. Then, Hao Ren's right hand formed a sword gesture, and the 320 sword energies divided into 3 one-line snake array formations before dashing downward at Jauo in the center of his array from 3 directions. Jauo waved his hands, and the sword energies in 8 directions around him pulled back suddenly and closed like a lotus. Hao Ren's sword energies shot down onto the outer edges of Jauo's sword energies. The sword energies entangled with each other and then suddenly paused. After a short silence, Hao Ren's sword energies were pushed away for hundreds of meters. Standing in the air, Hao Ren almost fell to the ground due to the enormous impact on his spiritual sense. In his blue robe, Jauo stood proudly while his 640 sword energies spread out and rotated in the positions of the 8 trigrams. "It's no use. He can't win," Zhao Guang said in a low voice. If they were engaged in close-range combat, Hao Ren might have a chance to win. It was impossible for him to defeat Jauo this way. Standing where he was, Jauo waited for Hao Ren's attacks. He was well prepared in all 8 directions, and his 640 sword energies were like elite soldiers under his command. Jauo far surpassed Hao Ren in strategy, force, and position. They were respectively the former and the current commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon clan, but Hao Ren's experience in military battles was far inferior to Jauo's. This wasn't only a battle of cultivation strength but a battle of military strategy as well. Jauo was the general who had to guard the city, and Hao Ren was the general who had to siege the city. With narrowed eyes, Old Man Zeng finally saw through this. The power of arrays could deal with more than one cultivator. Hao Ren could release 320 sword energies at Gen level while Jauo could release 640 sword energies at Dui level. Each of the sword energies was equivalent to a Dharma treasure, and they could be positioned in changeable arrays. If Jauo cultivated to a higher realm, then no one could defend against this former #1 master in the mortal world. If Hao Ren and Jauo worked together, then the powerful sword energies would be like swarming soldiers. Old Man Zeng's eyes widened gradually, and he was suddenly struck with fear. The technique that Hao Ren and Jauo were cultivating was not a battle technique but rather a destruction technique. Even though the West Ocean Dragon Palace had 300,000 soldiers, they couldn't withstand 10,000 well-controlled sword energies. Bang! Another collision of hundreds of sword energies startled Old Man Zeng, and he was soon covered in cold sweat. 2 dragons array formation. Standing in the high sky, Hao Ren's 320 sword energies divided into 2 groups which tried to ambush Jauo's 80 sword energies from both sides. Jauo's 80 sword energies retreated 10 meters while his other 160 sword energies closed in on Hao Ren's intruding sword energies from both sides. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were locked into Jauo's array formation. Bang! Bang! The sounds of the explosion didn't come from the sword energies but Hao Ren's body. While his sword energies were damaged, Hao Ren's meridians exploded. His blue robe was dyed in patches of red instantly. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili immediately screamed. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi also screamed. However, Jauo didn't show any intention of going easy on Hao Ren. His 640 sword energies dismantled Hao Ren's 320 sword energies in the sword array little by little in all 8 directions. There was no mercy in war. With his 320 sword energies captured and destroyed by Jauo, Hao Ren would become defenseless. Jauo demonstrated to Hao Ren what war and cruelty meant with his action. A commander who didn't treasure his or her soldiers and commanded them impulsively would fail. Jauo. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Zhao Guang yelled in concern. If this continued, Hao Ren's sword energies would all be destroyed, and his realm would be significantly reduced. "I'm your enemy at the moment, not your third uncle," Jauo said coldly to Hao Ren while his 640 sword energies brightened again to destroy Hao Ren's remaining sword energies. Hao Ren remained silent while he maneuvered the remaining sword energies which decreased by the second, trying to find a way out of Jauo's array formation. Drops of blood fell from his heels, and his palms had cracks in them. "Hao Ren, admit defeat. Third uncle won't stop," Zhao Yanzi screamed in tears. Xie Yujia's eyes flashed with fear as well. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were ready to rush over and save Hao Ren. Everyone could see that Hao Ren was no match for Zhao Kuo and wondered why he persisted. Coldly, Zhen Kongming watched the battle and curled his lips as if he thought of something. By his side, Little White was anxious to jump into the arena but was held back by Zhen Kongming's palm. Hao Ren had also ordered Little White to stay put with his spiritual sense. "You are defeated. Why are you so stubborn?" Zhao Kuo looked up and asked him in a loud voice. "I'd rather fight it out with third uncle." With blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, Hao Ren answered in a loud voice. "What a fool." Zhao Kuo shook his head slightly. "Then, I'll give you a total defeat and beat you back to Gen level." Zhao Kuo's sword energies lit up with humming sounds. "Zhao Kuo!" Zhao Guang yelled. Not far from them, Old Man Zeng smiled with pleasure. Hum. Suddenly, a brighter light appeared in Zhao Kuo's sword array. Among the dozens of Hao Ren's remaining sword energies, 12 sword energies suddenly turned gray. Hundan's sword energies broke everything of the 5 elements. The Hundan sword energies abruptly scattered Zhao Kuo's 8 trigram array. The 12 sword energies connected with each other and shot toward Zhao Kuo's heart. It was a sudden attack. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were being dismantled, but it was within his strategy of breaking out. Who said that Hao Ren didn't know anything about the art of war? Wide-eyed, Zhao Kuo had no time to react. The sword energies were so fast that they hit his chest and sent him flying from the stone pillar, and there was no place for him to land. If he landed on the ground, he would lose. Dang. From Zhao Kuo's heel appeared a weapon. The pitch-black tri-point double-edged sword that was made from 10,000-year-old green water mystic iron. It was Zhao Kuo's weapon, the one that earned him his reputation, killing tribulation. Ding! The tri-point double-edged sword, over 1 meter long, shot into the ground with its tip upward. Zhao Kuo landed on the sword and regained his balance. As long as he didn't land on the ground, he didn't lose the match. Surprised at Zhao Kuo's response, Hao Ren rushed over to take the only stone pillar in the grand arena. However, Zhao Kuo's sword energies shot at it without mercy. If Zhao Kuo couldn't step on it, he wouldn't allow Hao Ren to get it. Hao Ren turned in the air and shot out 12 sword energies with both hands to block Zhao Kuo's sword energies before backing off by 10 meters. The arena was suddenly quiet. Zhao Kuo stood tall on the tri-point double-edged sword while Hao Ren hovered in the air 1 meter above the ground. Around them was all debris, and the 24 small arenas and one grand arena were no longer recognizable. Between them was a stone pillar that was only 1 meter long and half a square meter big. The surrounding cultivators held their breaths since none of them had ever seen such a fierce battle. "Kid, you are good," Zhao Kuo looked at Hao Ren and said. "So are you, third uncle," Hao Ren answered. Around Zhao Kuo rose 320 sword energies. Hao Ren clenched his fists and released 160 sword energies. At Dewey level, Zhao Kuo didn't feel like it was easy to use 640 sword energies at full force. On the other hand, Hao Ren, with his meridians damaged, had reached his limit when releasing 160 sword energies. Hao Ren's Hundan sword energies left a huge hole in Zhao Kuo's robe right in front of his chest, revealing a black color beneath it. Rip! Zhao Kuo tore off his robe. Black mystic iron armor. Beneath his robe, Zhao Kuo was wearing a black mystic iron armor. The armor weighed 2,250 kilograms. He had been battling while wearing such a heavy iron armor and carrying killing tribulation, a weapon that weighed over 3,250 kilograms. Wow! The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. These cultivators didn't know how to lead troops in battles, but they knew that Zhao Kuo's iron armor was used in wars and was very heavy. "You are the first person who has forced me to take off the iron armor." Standing on the tri-point double-edged sword, Zhao Kuo took off his iron armor and tossed it onto the ground. Thud! The iron armor created a small crater in the ground while a big cloud of dust flew up. At this sight, the cultivators who had been speculating about the weight of the iron armor were all astonished. After all, the platform the dragon god shrine was on was not made of ordinary rocks. With his upper body naked, Zhao Kuo revealed his magnificent figure. A fierce-looking black dragon tattoo was on his chest, running from his shoulders to his waist. At the moment, he was only wearing a pair of gray pants that covered his brawny legs. While everyone was staring at him, Zhao Kuo suddenly slid off the tri-point double-edged sword. The moment before he landed on the ground, his hands gripped the handle of the sword and pulled it from the ground with force. Bang! The black tri-point double-edged sword turned in a white beam of light before the tip smashed onto the ground. In the dancing debris, Jauo rode on the upward force and flew toward Howen while viciously striking his sword forward. Chapter 425. Break Your Killing Tribulation. Jauo's tri-point double-edged sword whistled toward Howen. The blade of the black killing tribulation shined a dazzling light. The 325 colored sword energies around Jauo attached themselves onto the tri-point double-edged sword, releasing magnificent aura. It happened in an instant, and Howen didn't have any time to dodge. He hurriedly condensed his 160 sword energies to form a shield. Crack! The tri-point double-edged sword easily broke through Howen's sword energy defense. With a twist of his wrist, Jauo turned the stabbing motion into a slap, smashing the body of the heavy tri-point double-edged sword onto Howen's chest. The killing tribulation weighed about 3,250 kilograms. Howen felt like his chest was going to shatter as blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew backward. "Uncle!" Zhao Yanzi tensed up and yelled. However, Jauo didn't stop. With an arc of light, the tri-point double-edged sword crashed onto the ground and bounced back, pushing Jauo toward Howen. With his tri-point double-edged sword, Jauo didn't need to fly on sword energies to keep him from falling to the ground. Swoosh! Black-faced and black-bearded, Jauo flew like a shooting star toward Howen with the black killing tribulation in his hand, and he quickly caught up with Howen. Who? The tri-point double-edged sword struck toward Howen's heels. Snap! Snap! With two crisp noises, the sword energies under Howen's feet immediately scattered. Seeing the sword coming at his feet, Howen transferred his nature essence into his legs and caught Jauo's killing tribulation in between his feet. However, his strength was no match for Jauo's. With a naked upper body, Jauo put strength into his arms, which then expanded as thick as water barrels, and he sent Howen flying hundreds of meters upward. Bang! Jauo smashed his tri-point double-edged sword onto the ground, and his massive body shot up like a rocket. Meanwhile, his 320 sword energies suddenly left killing tribulation and flew to the ground before rising abruptly. Jauo's momentum soon got cancelled by gravity, but he struck his tri-point double-edged sword onto his sword energies. Bang! The stronger repulsive force of the collision sent Jauo further up. All his movements were done in one breath. The cultivators in the area gaped since they had never seen such a fierce battle before. In the blink of an eye, Howen and Jauo were both 200 meters from the ground. However, Howen, who was flying on his sword energies, was in a passive situation. Wah! Wah! Jauo swirled his heavy tri-point double-edged sword like a windmill. In the face of Jauo's killing tribulation, Howen's 160 sword energies were scattered easily. Dang! Dang! Jauo's 320 sword energies followed him like shadows as he struck his tri-point double-edged sword toward Howen's sword energies, and Jauo could change positions in the high sky by hitting his weapon against his sword energies. Without a flight dharma treasure or having to fly on his sword energies, Jauo didn't fall to the ground. In addition, Howen couldn't escape from him. Like a ball, Howen was chased by Jauo from east to west, and then from west to south. The 160 sword energies barely guarded Howen's body, and he couldn't fight back at all. Bang! Jauo's tri-point double-edged sword scattered Howen's 160 sword energies again. However, the scattered 160 sword energies condensed back together immediately like bees. Kid, surrender! Jauo hacked toward Howen and yelled in a deep voice. I still have one breath left in me, Howen yelled. Bang! Howen's 160 sword energies were scattered again. In such a fierce competition, Howen had no time to organize and use his sword arrays, and Jauo wasn't planning to fight Howen with sword energies as well, knowing that Howen's sword arrays were stronger than his. He would beat Howen to submission with his killing tribulation, so that latter would know the great power of Z's third uncle and the killing tribulation and wouldn't dare to bully Z anymore. As Jauo and Howen battled in the sky, the cultivators around the ruined arenas had all kinds of emotions on their faces. Most of them were astonished by the fact that the match between a Gen-level cultivator and a Dewey-level cultivator was even fiercer than a battle between two Xuan-level cultivators. Good. Kill each other. Oldman Zeng stood beside the arena and said in satisfaction while stroking his beard. The moment he murmured those words, dozens of sword energies from the battle shot toward him swiftly. Hurriedly, Oldman Zeng raised his arms to block them but failed. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Although his aura was on the level of Qian level, his real strength was only at Dewey level. Sorry. It was an accident. With the killing tribulation in his hand, Zhao Kuo yelled while he chased Hao Ren in the battle. Oldman Zeng struggled up and was greatly disgraced as the old Dragon King of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. He was about to say something to save his face when Zhao Kuo's sword energies collided with Hao Ren's, and dozens of sword energies flew toward him again. Prepared, the 12 elders of West Ocean immediately stood before Oldman Zeng to protect him. However, the sword energies collided with each other again on the way and changed their direction, shooting toward Zeng Yitao. 2 elders rushed over to block them and were sent flying by half a meter. The weapons are blind. Be careful, everyone, Zhao Kuo yelled again. Okay. Many cultivators outside of the arenas yelled at the same time. Their responses weren't just an answer to Zhao Kuo's warning, but also a subtle way to express their satisfaction with the accidents. After all, Oldman Zeng's arrogant appearance with the elders of West Ocean brought resentment to the cultivators in the area. Therefore, when the bold Zhao Kuo embarrassed the West Ocean Dragon Palace twice in the accidents, it gave the crowd great satisfaction. Well done, kid. Zhao Kuo returned his gaze to Hao Ren and said. He deserved it. Hao Ren answered while he dodged Zhao Kuo's tri-point double-edged sword. Among the dozens of sword energies, some came from Hao Ren. While they were battling fiercely, they heard Oldman Zeng's gloating words and immediately turned the sword energies at him. They coordinated well even though they were in a fierce fight. Looking at the agile sword energies, Oldman Zeng didn't dare to utter another word at the sideline of the arena. His face turned from livid to red while his body shivered violently with pent-up rage. Surrender. Zhao Kuo shattered a patch of ground with his tri-point double-edged sword before leaping up into the air again. Hao Ren immediately tried to block it but fell for 10 meters. Dang. Zhao Kuo hacked at him again with the tri-point double-edged sword. Having nowhere to dodge, Hao Ren was forced down another 10 meters. Dang. Zhao Kuo repeated his attack. Hao Ren's body dropped 20 meters, and the shocks his body received messed up his nature essence, making it hard for him to condense his sword energies. If his body was not tempered by heavenly lightning, he would have been ripped apart by Zhao Kuo's attacks even if the 160 sword energies protected him. Despite all this, Zhao Kuo's tri-point double-edged sword shattered his sword energies and hacked onto his shoulder, opening his old wound. As blood gushed out from his shoulder, Zhao Kuo hacked toward him again with his tri-point double-edged sword. Dang. The sword energies Hao Ren condensed with great difficulty were scattered again. Zhao Kuo's intention was clear. It was to beat Hao Ren to the ground. Seeing the match entering this stage, the viewing cultivators all had their hearts in their throats. They shivered lightly as if Zhao Kuo's tri-point double-edged sword hit their bodies. Some high-leveled cultivators wondered if they could withstand Zhao Kuo's fierce attacks and shook their heads afterward. Dang. It was another vicious swing of the sword. Not able to remain standing, Hao Ren's body almost touched the ground with his face down. Surrender, and I'll make you lose gracefully, Zhao Kuo said while swinging the tri-point double-edged sword. I haven't lost, Hao Ren yelled. You are still stubborn. I'll make you surrender. Zhao Kuo moved his hands to the end of the handle of his sword and drew the biggest arc in the air before striking toward Hao Ren's back. If it hit, Hao Ren would drop to the ground face down instantly. Dang. Dang, Hao Ren's sword energies shot out together. Bang. The killing tribulation in Zhao Kuo's hands suddenly exploded. The killing tribulation that was very heavy and sturdy suddenly shattered. Without the support of his weapon, Zhao Kuo lost his balance and fell. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hao Ren hadn't had the strength to fight back, but Zhao Kuo's tri-point double-edged sword broke. Swoosh. Hao Ren's body flew 5 meters forward, and he found the balance. Since Zhao Kuo's weapon was made of water elemental materials, Hao Ren purposefully increased his earth elemental sword energies and hit the same location on the sword. Zhao Kuo's movements with the tri-point double-edged sword were swift, but Hao Ren's sword energies were faster. During each collision, they hit the same spot on the tri-point double-edged sword with accuracy. Among the 5 elements, earth countered water. After hundreds of collisions, Hao Ren finally shattered the water elemental tri-point double-edged sword with his sword energies. Without the support of the tri-point double-edged sword, Zhao Kuo started dropping to the ground in a straight line. Hao Ren learned the flying sword technique from 5th heaven, but Zhao Kuo never liked flight dharma treasures and flew around with his Qian-level nature essence. Therefore, that was why he couldn't fly on his sword energies. Panting, Hao Ren watched Zhao Kuo fall as he felt exhausted all over, and the dragon core in his body cracked. At his current state, he couldn't recover to his full strength even if he took elixir pills. Zhao Kuo fell straight to the ground, but the moment before his head crashed into the ground, the black dragon tattoo on his chest suddenly began to swim around his body. Roar! Zhao Kuo turned into a black dragon. Damn! He can do this! Hao Ren immediately flew back on his sword energies. Chapter 426. Slaying the dragon. After turning into a black dragon, Zhao Kuo could naturally fly. He was determined to win the match. As long as he didn't fall to the ground, he didn't lose the match. After all, the rules for the combat exams at the Dragon God Shrine didn't prohibit transforming into dragons. In the previous matches, the cultivators didn't turn into dragons despite the fierceness of the matches. That was because they couldn't use their powerful techniques and had to compete with physical strength only. Besides, the dragon cultivators usually wouldn't want to turn into their dragon forms unless they were in deadly danger. Zhao Kuo's transformation into a dragon at this moment surpassed everyone's expectation. "Third uncle, you are cheating," Zhao Yanzi blurted out as she stood on the sideline of the arena. After all, only the cultivators above Dewey level could transform into dragons. At Dewey level, dragon cores would have enough unlocked openings, which provided the necessary nature essence for the dragon cultivators to transform into dragons. However, Hao Ren was only at Gen level. Boom! While everyone was looking at Zhao Kuo's magnificent black dragon form in astonishment, Hao Ren suddenly shed his blue robe and became a small silver dragon. What is this? Everyone including Oldman Zeng was stupefied. After all, transforming into a dragon at Gen level was beyond common senses. Zhao Kuo, who was about to press Hao Ren to the ground with his claws, paused in the air in astonishment as well. However, Hao Ren didn't hesitate and flew up with a sway of his body. He was in high spirit while he battled with Zhao Kuo. After seeing the latter transforming into a dragon, he immediately turned into a dragon as well. Transforming into the dragon form consumed a great deal of nature essence and would cause some damage to the body, and that was why the dragon cultivators rarely did it. Hao Ren forced himself into the dragon form at only Gen level, thus causing greater damage to his body. While the audience was still in shock, the small silver dragon and the black dragon began battling in the high sky above the arena. Both Zhao Kuo, the black dragon, and Hao Ren, the silver dragon, were hornless. They were known as Kai dragons. Although the body of the silver dragon was only 1/4 to 1/3 the size of the black dragon and looked weaker, it still had a length of more than 100 meters. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were suddenly released. Zhao Kuo's 640 sword energies also appeared. Bang! Hao Ren released an aura and created another 320 sword energies, increasing the number of his sword energies to 640, the same as Zhao Kuo's. Wow! The audience member looked up and exclaimed in astonishment like mortals. Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren each had 640 sword energies which encircled their dragon forms with mysterious colors. The sword energies were their nature essence. Even in dragon forms, Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren, who cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, didn't need any dharma treasures to use their techniques. Although Hao Ren's dragon form was smaller than Zhao Kuo's, his body looked heavier with the 640 sword energies encircling him. Clap! Clap! Before the two dragons got close, their sword energies began to collide with each other fiercely. The 1280 sword energies traveled with each other. Riding on the sword energies, Hao Ren's speed was greater than Zhao Kuo's. The small silver dragon shot up into the high sky in a straight line, and the black dragon followed closely. Suddenly, the silver dragon paused in the sky. Zhao Kuo was about to strike his claws onto Hao Ren, but he suddenly realized that he was trapped. The 640 sword energies formed the 4 gates base guard array formation. The dense sword energies formed 4 square arrays in 4 directions. Zhao Kuo, who was flying up to chase Hao Ren, had the middle portion of his body trapped in the center of the array. The sword array was activated. The 640 sword energies instantly closed. Zhao Kuo tried to flee, but his dragon form was hundreds of meters long. Instantly, he felt great pain in his middle section. The sword energies hacked into Zhao Kuo's dragon form while the 5 elemental sword energies connected and became unbreakable. At only mid-tier gen level, Hao Ren's sword array was quite weak when he forced himself to activate the 640 sword energies. Otherwise, this attack would have cut Zhao Kuo into 2. Kai dragons were the weakest dragons, and they had no hard scales on their bodies. Thus, the sword energies all cut into Zhao Kuo's body. Slaying the dragon. Roar! Zhao Kuo roared, almost shattering the only remaining stone pillar in the arena. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi yelled immediately, feeling hurt for Zhao Kuo. Black blood oozed from Zhao Kuo's dragon form. The 5 elemental sword energies stabbed into Zhao Kuo's dragon form from 4 directions with doubled power. They buzzed and interacted with each other, almost cutting off Zhao Kuo's supply of nature essence. Even though the watching cultivators had never experienced the sword arrays, they knew that this sword array formation was of extraordinary power. Bang! Zhao Kuo's dragon form dropped from the sky, sending countless debris flying. The sword array formation built by Hao Ren's 640 sword energies struck down a black dragon. The cultivators in the audience were all stunned. Oldman Zeng of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was dumbfounded as well. He thought Zhao Kuo's failure in the Heavenly Tribulation and the drop to Dewey level was great news for the West Ocean Dragon Palace. But he now realized that the previously insignificant Hao Ren was even more powerful than Zhao Kuo. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 low-leveled cultivators who had been looking up at the high sky suddenly realized that their robes were gone. While they were panicking, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew up into the high sky and put the robes on Hao Ren from the front and the back. Returning to his human form, Hao Ren landed on the stone pillar in the arena with steady feet. Ren Yin is the winner, Qin Xiaoyang stood up and said reluctantly. He lifted his hand, and the identity token of Yi Mao which had fallen flew into his hand and instantly turned black. Gongzi, this is yours. Lu Lily picked up Hao Ren's identity token from the ground in the distance and handed it to him. Premier Xia, who had been standing beside Zhao Guang, rushed into the arena and took out a sheet of silk from his storage space and spread it across Zhao Kuo's wounded body before yelling anxiously, "Third Lord, Third Lord." Grunt. Zhao Kuo returned to his human form and spat out half a mouthful of blood. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi rushed to Zhao Kuo's side, crying. He, your third uncle can't do it. Zhao Kuo looked at Zhao Yanzi with a forced smile. Third uncle, don't die. Zhao Yanzi picked up Zhao Kuo's rough hand while tears fell from her cheeks. Squatting by Zhao Kuo's side, Premier Xia choked at Zhao Yanzi's words. Third Lord even survived the Heavenly Tribulation. How could he die of Fuma's sword array? He thought. Princess, Third Lord meant that he couldn't beat Fuma, Premier Xia whispered to Zhao Yanzi. Oh, you meant that. Zhao Yanzi immediately turned her gaze to Zhao Kuo and said, Third uncle, you are the most powerful man in my heart, always. I wanted to teach that kid a lesson for you. You don't have to do that, third uncle. I can teach him a lesson myself. Zhao Yanzi stood up abruptly. Hao Ren, I won't forgive you for wounding third uncle this bad. She was about to walk to Hao Ren who was standing on the stone pillar, but Hao Ren pointed his finger at Qin Xiaoyang and said coldly, Examiner Qin, I want to challenge you. Wow. The audience was shocked. Chapter 427, Black Dragon Spike. Shocked, Qin Xiaoyang looked at Hao Ren and wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. However, Hao Ren was still pointing at him while standing on the stone pillar. What did you say? Qin Xiaoyang asked while emphasizing each word, and his golden robe fluttered slightly. He could still tolerate it when Su Han challenged his authority since she was a Qian-level cultivator and a former level 4 inspector. However, how dare Hao Ren also challenge his authority? I want to see how powerful a main examiner is, Hao Ren said. Reckless. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't bear it anymore. Standing up, he abruptly released an overwhelming aura and said, "As the main examiner, I disqualify you from the combat exam." Examiner Qin, are you afraid to fight me? Hao Ren looked at Qin Xiaoyang and asked in a louder voice. Boo. Hearing his words, the nearly tens of thousands of cultivators all booed. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu exchanged a look, wondering what Hao Ren meant by that. Covered in blood, Zhao Kuo sat up and with the sheet of silk draped on his shoulders. He looked up at Hao Ren and thought, is this kid crazy after so many battles? Zhao Kuo couldn't even defeat Qin Xiaoyang, who was a mid-tier Kun-level cultivator, let alone Hao Ren, who was almost depleted of his nature essence. Su Han frowned in confusion as she looked at Hao Ren. After each battle, her regard for him increased gradually. Standing on the viewing platform, Qin Xiaoyang's white face turned purple instantly. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Hao Ren's words echoed in Qin Xiaoyang's ears and resonated around the arena. As a powerful main examiner, he was now insulted by a Gen-level cultivator. Although the cultivation strength Hao Ren showed in the battle far surpassed Gen-level, it didn't mean that he was powerful enough to challenge the main examiner, who was a Kun-level cultivator. Mr. Qin, this kid is too arrogant. Let's disqualify him, a deputy examiner by Qin Xiaoyang's side suggested. It was indeed outrageous for an examinee to challenge the main examiner. Humph. Qin Xiaoyang returned to his armchair, feeling that he didn't have to lower himself to fight a Gen-level cultivator. After all, it wouldn't reflect well on him even if he won the match. Examiner Qin, did you forget that you just got back your natural Dharma treasure from me? Hao Ren yelled again. Wow. The cultivators in the East exam area gasped again. Losing the natal Dharma treasure was the most shameful thing for a cultivator, especially when the main examiner got back his natal Dharma treasure from a Gen-level cultivator. You, Qin Xiaoyang felt the fury rise in his chest. It was a slap on his face. Hao Ren's words touched Qin Xiaoyang's most sensitive nerve. After thinking about how Su Han tried to protect Hao Ren all the time and how much she disliked him, Qin Xiaoyang stood up abruptly while the armchair behind him shattered into pieces. In a golden beam, his golden weaving shuttle suddenly shot in Hao Ren's direction. Bang! The stone pillar was shattered into dust. Standing on the sideline of the arena, Su Han's body shifted, and she rushed over. However, Hao Ren was prepared. He flew up into the high sky on his sword energies the moment the stone pillar exploded. What? Are you trying to flee? You think too highly of yourself. Qin Xiaoyang clenched his fists in resentment. Since you challenged me, I'll teach you a lesson so that you'll know your place. Bang! 2 deep holes appeared on the ground under Qin Xiaoyang's feet as he stomped his feet and shot toward Hao Ren. The cultivators in the audience all looked up, surprised and excited at the fact that Qin Xiaoyang decided to fight. On the one hand, they didn't expect the Kun-level main examiner to lower himself and fight with a Gen-level cultivator. On the other hand, they wanted to see how long this Gen-level cultivator could last in the battle. They didn't know that Qin Xiaoyang was trying to settle old and new accounts with Hao Ren in this battle. What Qin Xiaoyang hated Hao Ren the most was the fact that Su Han showed favors to Hao Ren and even gave him her rare smiles. Wait. Stepping on sword energies, Hao Ren flew up another dozen meters. It's too late for you to ask for mercy. Qin Xiaoyang rushed toward Hao Ren on his golden weaving shuttle. If I win, you must promise me one thing, Hao Ren yelled in a loud voice. All the cultivators in the East exam area turned their eyes toward Hao Ren. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Qin Xiaoyang had to contain his urge to hit Hao Ren. He paused to maintain his dignity and said, "What is it?" "If I win, I will take one thing from the Dragon God Shrine." Hao Ren locked his eyes on Qin Xiaoyang. "Can you promise me that as the main examiner?" Whoosh! All the cultivators turned their eyes toward Qin Xiaoyang. As a main examiner, does Qin Xiaoyang dare to accept such a condition? Does he have the authority to accept it? People thought, choose one thing he wants from the Dragon God Shrine. What treasure will he pick? Although they were just watching, the cultivators were full of excitement and wanted to see if this main examiner could accept such a big bet. Humph. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't lose face now. If you can defeat me, I will accept any conditions you set. Okay. Let's begin, Hao Ren said coldly. Seeing Hao Ren's calm expression, Qin Xiaoyang got alerted. No, at Gen level, he couldn't possibly win against me. He used tricks to defeat Zhao Kuo, and I can't fall into his traps. At this thought, Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle flew out swiftly from beneath his feet. The golden weaving shuttle emitted dazzling white light, which was the purest metal elemental nature essence. Not wanting to waste time on the battle, Qin Xiaoyang launched his most powerful attack. Standing on the ground, Su Han put her hand on the handle of her longsword, ready to interrupt Qin Xiaoyang's attacks at any moment. Hao Ren was indeed impulsive in challenging Qin Xiaoyang, but she wouldn't allow Qin Xiaoyang to kill Hao Ren. The golden weaving shuttle flew toward Hao Ren with an overwhelming aura. The natal dharma treasure of a mid-tier Kun-level cultivator. Such pressure would have crushed an ordinary Gen-level cultivator. While all the cultivators watched with fear for him, Hao Ren suddenly took out a black sword from his necklace. An overwhelming amount of murderous spirit came from the surface of the black sword. This was the sword that the old Dragon King, Howen, gave Hao Ren, Black Dragon Spike. Peak Qian level. Instantly, Qin Xiaoyang sensed a pressure thousands of times greater than Gen level. He lost his balance and almost fell from the sky. With the overwhelming murderous spirit of the Black Dragon Spike came the power of Peak Qian level. This powerful aura permeated the entire East exam area and immobilized the low-leveled cultivators. It even spread to the South exam area and the North exam areas, which were on the two sides of the East exam area. Sensing the presence of a powerful master, the cultivators battling in the other arenas withdrew their dharma treasures in astonishment. Su Han widened her beautiful eyes as she looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. Peak Qian level was her dream realm, and Hao Ren was there already? At mid-tier Kun level, Qin Xiaoyang was hundreds of times stronger than the mid-tier Gen level, but he was nothing before the realm of Peak Qian level. Even 10 Qin Xiaoyang couldn't defeat one Peak Qian level master. Dang! Hao Ren's Black Dragon Spike hacked into Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle. The golden weaving shuttle was knocked back hundreds of meters away, since such a dharma treasure was no match for the Black Dragon Spike, which contained the essence dragon soul of Howen. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Hao Ren's attack almost cut him off from the golden weaving shuttle, his natal dharma treasure. Holding the Black Dragon Spike with his right hand, Hao Ren turned his left hand toward the ground and exerted a slight force. Hualala! All kinds of debris were drawn toward his feet by the suction force from his palm, and they piled up into a rock tower as high as 100 meters. Removing the sword energies from beneath his feet, Hao Ren landed steadily on top of the rock tower and looked down at Qin Xiaoyang overbearingly. If you admit defeat now, I'll spare your life. Each of his words resonated in the East exam area like thunder. Bang! At the same time, the aura of the Peak Qian level was re-released. Crack! Crack! The chipped rocks around the rock tower were shattered into dust under this aura. Pale-faced, Qin Xiaoyang summoned back his golden weaving shuttle. Outside of the arena, Oldman Zeng was even paler in the face. This Hao Ren is terrifying, he thought. Thinking back to the times when he messed with the East Ocean Dragon Palace and Hao Ren, Oldman Zeng had chills running down his back. Suddenly, he felt like the most fearful thing was not being beaten back to Gen level by a Grand Master but looking at Hao Ren's aura. Humph! You are playing tricks on me. With his golden weaving shuttle, Qin Xiaoyang flew toward Hao Ren to hit him. No Gen level cultivator can instantly elevate himself to Peak Qian level. He can only achieve such illusions with certain secret elixir pills. Qin Xiaoyang thought, I know that the West Ocean Dragon Palace has such secret elixir pills, but I didn't expect the East Ocean Dragon Palace to have them as well. You think too highly of yourself, Hao Ren said to Qin Xiaoyang. He struck with the Black Dragon Spike while he remained standing on the rock tower. The overwhelming murderous spirit formed a solid black beam, hitting the center of the golden weaving shuttle before pushing the golden weaving shuttle onto Qin Xiaoyang's chest. Crack! Qin Xiaoyang felt like all the bones in his body broke, and he had no strength to even block half of the attack. Not able to move, Qin Xiaoyang was pushed back by dozens of meters. Whoosh! Dense sword energies shot out of Hao Ren's body. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. There were tens of thousands of sword energies circling Hao Ren. Chapter 428. What I need, tens of thousands of sword energies. Hum, the sword energies spread around Hao Ren and blinked. The nature essence fluctuation suppressed the power of the cultivators around the arena. If so many sword energies formed a sword array, even the Deluo Golden Immortal could not escape from it. The low-leveled cultivators almost cried when they imagined the scenario where the sword energies trapped them. Wah! Tens of thousands of sword energies turned their tips toward Qin Xiaoyang. Looking up at Hao Ren, Qin Xiaoyang's face was now ashen. He felt like he could get the chance to experience the feeling of being pierced by tens of thousand sword energies in the heart. Hao Ren's right hand casually pointed forward. The east exam area was empty since all the arenas had been turned into ruins. Having no place to hide, Qin Xiaoyang couldn't flee from these tens of thousands of sword energies. His expression was even worse than crying. As ambassadors of the Dragon God Shrine, the inspectors could send signals for help with their tokens when they were in danger, so the nearby inspectors or masters from the Dragon God Shrine could come to their rescue. Usually, inspectors could only send such signals when they were in deadly dangers or when they couldn't get out of traps. However, Qin Xiaoyang was fighting a 1-versus-1 battle with Hao Ren on the platform of the Dragon God Shrine, which was the home base of inspectors. It would be a disgrace for him to send out a signal for help. Besides, he declared himself that this competitor had no limits. Directed by Hao Ren's finger, tens of thousands of sword energies suddenly moved. Su Han squinted and counted. There were roughly 40,000 sword energies under Hao Ren's command. The 40,000 sword energies moved simultaneously. It was a magnificent sight. It felt like giant mountains and seas that were made from sword energies were moving. If the sword energies moved at high speed, they could turn Qin Xiaoyang into a beehive. Su Han gripped her longsword and thought, I'm no match for the sword energies since my white jade sword isn't that top tier. However, Hao Ren didn't move the sword energies at high speed. Instead, he lowered them meter by meter. Standing on his golden weaving shuttle, Qin Xiaoyang lowered himself from the sky 1 meter at a time as well. If he fled, he would lose, but if he didn't, he was no match for the tens of thousands of sword energies. He only hoped that the surrounding inspectors could offer help. However, the 6 deputy examiners were no fools, and none of them dared to make a move against so many sword energies. As to the level 1 and level 2 inspectors who were responsible for keeping order, they were holding their breaths in fear. The Black Dragon God Shrine was also silent. Standing on the rock tower made of debris, Hao Ren raised his hands. The tens of thousands of sword energies pulled back meter by meter. The overwhelming nature essence suppression decreased as that happened. Landing on the ground, Qin Xiaoyang was about to heave a sigh of relief when Hao Ren suddenly whipped down his arm. The retreating sword energies suddenly stabbed toward Qin Xiaoyang. Each of the sword energies released a dazzling light. All the cultivators in the area, including Su Han, couldn't open their eyes. Boom! The sword energies cut out a square crater with a depth of 1 meter, a length of 500 meters, and a width of 500 meters. The entire east exam area shook. In the middle of this square crater was a small piece of flat ground. It was about the size of 1 square meter, and it looked like a lone island in the huge crater. Holding his head, Qin Xiaoyang squatted on the ground while his golden weaving shuttle rolled to his feet. Hu! Zhao Hongyu heaved a sigh of relief. If Hao Ren wounded or killed Qin Xiaoyang, the main examiner of the east exam area, on the territory of the Dragon God Shrine, he would be in big trouble. Examiner Qin, did I win the competition? Standing on the tall rock tower, Hao Ren asked casually. Qin Xiaoyang stood up, and his face was still pale. Although Hao Ren's sword energies didn't pierce him, the violent nature essence and sharp sword blades shocked his spirit and mind, just like how an ordinary person narrowly missed a flying rocket. How could a person look good in such a situation? At this moment, the nature essence in Qin Xiaoyang's body was rushing aimlessly, and he even couldn't jump over the 50-meter ditch surrounding him. Will you fulfill your promise, Examiner Qin? Hao Ren continued to ask. Qin Xiaoyang tried his best to smooth out the nature essence in his body and wanted to answer. It was a great disgrace for him to lose to Hao Ren, and it would be more shameful if he went back on his words. Hao Ren put the black dragon spike back into his necklace and jumped down from the top of the rock tower. Hualala, the rock tower that was piled with debris collapsed instantly. Hao Ren walked directly to Su Han and asked, "Am I an official inspector now?" Looking at him with her bright eyes, Su Han was at a loss for words. Standing by Su Han and Zhao Kuo's sides, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren in amazement. "I can't continue with the rest of the combat exam," Hao Ren told Su Han. Su Han froze for a moment before nodding. Okay. Since he defeated Qin Xiaoyang in a challenge, Hao Ren was now already an official inspector, and it was not important for him to continue with the remaining exams and enter the top 3. "Please collect the thing Qin Xiaoyang promised me." Hao Ren placed the identity token, Ren Yin 246 feet, into Su Han's hand and said, "What do you want?" Su Han finally regained her composure and asked. "The thing the East Ocean Dragon Palace wants," Hao Ren said. "That?" Su Han hesitated for half a second and said, "I can't do that, and neither can Qin Xiaoyang." Hao Ren had expected this, so he paused before saying, "Then, I want another thing from the Dragon God Shrine, 7-core 5-color lotus." 7-core 5-color lotus, Su Han repeated in her mind as if she had never heard of it before. "Uncle, auntie, let's head back," Hao Ren said to Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu. "Okay." Zhao Hongyu immediately took out her River Mountain Qian Kun painting and spread it out. Zhao Yanzi helped Zhao Kuo onto the painting, and the others stood on it as well. Wah! Under the envious stares of many cultivators, the painting carried them away. Riding her flight Dharma treasure, Zhao Hongyu was very satisfied with the fact that Hao Ren had made a great show of East Ocean strength. In a black secret chamber in the Dragon God Shrine, a burly cultivator faced the wall, showing his large back. "What's the background of Ren Yin 246? A deep voice sounded. "He's the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the commanding general of the East Ocean, and Su Han's assisting inspector," one of the 9 cultivators who was sitting in the secret chamber answered. "Oh? He's Su Han's man?" "Yes, Shrine Master." After a few seconds of consideration, this mysterious person raised his hand slightly and said, "Demote Qin Xiaoyang to a level 3 inspector for acting impulsively and promote Ren Yin 246 directly to a level 3 inspector as we do with the usual top 3 cultivators. His performance is excellent." Chapter 429. Handsome can't feed him. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting flew out of the Dragon God Shrine and headed toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Little White turned into its puppy form, and it bit Hao Ren's heel and made a series of excited squeaky noises. Even though it was excited, it still made sounds to complain to Hao Ren about not including it in such a tense battle. It hadn't developed its full intelligence yet, but it was much calminger than other pets. It knew that Qin Xiaoyang was the bad guy and was happy for Hao Ren when he defeated Qin Xiaoyang. Premier Xia also threw Hao Ren an admiring look. But since he stood beside Zhao Kuo who just lost to Hao Ren, he couldn't really praise Hao Ren at the moment. Although it was the first time they attended the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, Hao Ren had won the East Ocean Dragon Palace a lot of pride. Zhao Hongyu was so excited that her face was flushed. However, she wasn't overwhelmed by the victory. She thought for a second and asked Hao Ren, "When did you reach peak Qian level, Ren?" "The black sword you used is the old Dragon King's weapon which he carries with him at all times. How come he offered it to you?" Zhao Hongyu was wise, but she never thought that the old Dragon King already passed away. Zhao Kuo's face was gloomy as he kept quiet. "Auntie, I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace." Hao Ren didn't really know how to explain this to her. However, he knew that Zhao Guang and the others would find out about Zhao Horan sooner or later. He fought a hard battle against Zhao Kuo to prove himself, and Zhao Kuo didn't want to lose to the younger generation either. Therefore, the battle got more and more intense. As a result, Hao Ren's meridians were damaged, causing the spiritual core which stored Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength to leak. Hao Ren depended on his nature essence to keep the spiritual core under control. However, since he consumed all his nature essence and tried to defeat Zhao Kuo, Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength was accidentally released. At this moment, the 1,000-year cultivation strength was dashing around in Hao Ren's body and made him feel like death was better than living. The fact that he could still reply calmly was all because of his willpower. Okay. Zhao Hongyu thought that Hao Ren must be tired after the back-to-back battles, so she didn't keep asking even though she had many more questions. Hao Ren crossed his legs and sat down. He regulated his breath and frowned. Zhao Horan's strength was indeed overly powerful, and he wasn't able to control it as a mid-tier Gen level cultivator. On the other hand, if Hao Ren were on Gen level, only touching this strength would have killed him. Humph! Zhao Kuo snorted. His face was pale, but he wasn't actually injured that bad. In this battle, Hao Ren showed his strength and won some prestige. In fact, both Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo wanted to defeat each other, and Zhao Yanzi was the key here. Zhao Kuo wanted to prove that Hao Ren was too weak, and Hao Ren tried to show that he wasn't weak at all. Deep in their hearts, what they were fighting over was Zhao Yanzi. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili sat on Hao Ren's sides. They put their hands on Hao Ren's shoulders to help him recover. With their help as Qian-level cultivators, Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength slowly got under Hao Ren's control. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and then at Zhao Kuo. She thought for a bit and picked Little White up before sitting down in a corner of the river mountain Qian Kun painting. Xie Yujia breathed out deeply while standing on the edge of the river mountain Qian Kun painting. She finally felt relieved as she looked at the clouds floating under her feet. Each of Hao Ren's battle was alarmingly dangerous, and Xie Yujia paid attention to each of Hao Ren's movements from the side of the arena. She was undoubtedly nervous for him. Xie Yujia was exhausted now that Hao Ren had won, and she felt like she was the one battling the entire time. Zhen Kongming sat on the river mountain Qian Kun painting with his back facing everyone else. He took out a piece of paper and a pencil from his storage space and started doodling. He had always wanted to take a look at the Dragon God Shrine, but he never got the chance to. When Hao Ren attended the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, Zhen Kongming tagged along with Zhao Guang and the others. He had no interest in the battles of the low-level cultivators except for when Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo battled. In the meantime, he had been scanning around the Dragon God Shrine the entire time. The Dragon God Shrine could be considered as the supreme headquarters of the Dragon tribe, and the amount of resources they possessed were even greater than the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces. Zhen Kongming stayed in the East Ocean Dragon Palace with Chu Niu for the time being. As shameless as he was, he didn't want to take advantage of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. When he exploited the West Ocean Dragon Palace last time, he obtained a lot of stuff, but nothing was rare. He used the most precious items and made a flight Dharma treasure with them. However, the Dragon God Shrine was different. Since Zhen Kongming was not a dragon cultivator in the first place, and he was not familiar with the Dragon God Shrine either, the famous Dragon God Shrine was like a mountain of treasures to him. Zhen Kongming's white paper slowly showed some complex lines. He added tons of symbols and comments, and it looked even more complicated than a mathematical reasoning problem and stricter than an architectural blueprint. Even the most famous scientist in the world wouldn't be able to understand his drawing. However, for Zhen Kongming, the challenging courses at universities, such as linear algebra and advanced mathematics, were only of the kindergarten level. Zhen Kongming was a master who could overturn the most complicated math theory and physics law in the world. If he were to learn to program, he would be the best hacker in the world. He calculated and restored over 600 array formations outside the Dragon God Shrine within an hour. That was ridiculous. Zhen Kongming was a little arrogant, but his intelligence was the best of the best. The river mountain Qian Kun painting flew over the clouds as everybody kept quiet. They were either meditating or buried in their own thoughts. "We are here," Zhao Hongyu said abruptly. Hao Ren opened his eyes and found himself above the ocean already. The port of the East Ocean City was only a couple of kilometers away. Under Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's help, the exploding nature essence in his body finally returned to the spiritual core in the Qihai acupoint. Then, he sealed it up with force. "Congratulations, Gongzi." The twins stood up beside Hao Ren and said in a pleasant voice. Although they were both at Qian level, Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength was of peak Qian level. Now that they had completed sealing that strength, they both were sweaty and tired. Their soft silky dresses were both half soaked. Hao Ren clenched his fists and stood up. The dragon core near his dantian felt very refreshing, and he now had 178 openings. Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength dashed through Hao Ren's body, and he put the spiritual core in its place slowly afterward. In fact, it was like rinsing Hao Ren's body with the nature essence of peak Qian level, and the benefits were tremendous. In a sense, 3 Qian level cultivators battled in Hao Ren's body, and he certainly sweated more than Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. But instead of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's crystal clear sweat, his sweat was black and smelly. The twins looked at Hao Ren from the sides, not showing disgust at his stinky sweat at all. Hao Ren looked down at the layer of dirty stuff on top of his skin, knowing that his physical condition had significantly improved again. That was what Lu Linlin and Lu Lili congratulated him on. Ew, so stinky. Zhao Yanzi sniffed the smell from Hao Ren in her sleep, and she couldn't help but complain as she held little White in her arms. Hee, please take a shower, Gongzi. Lu Linlin pushed Hao Ren off the river mountain Qian Kun painting with her beautiful hands. Hao Ren fell from over 100 meters into the rough ocean. Hao Ren would have cried out in a panic if it were before, but he wasn't worried at all now. Splash! Hao Ren fell into the ocean, and the waves he splashed up were immediately swallowed by other waves. His body was incredibly strong after being tempered by the heavenly lightning. Hao Ren moved his legs and swam a few meters under the water. He knew how to swim because he lived by the beach, and he was way more flexible and powerful than before. With a little kick, Hao Ren moved quickly under the water like a tuna fish. Water rinsed off the dirt on Hao Ren's skin, and it made it much easier for his pores to breathe. Then, Hao Ren took one of the 2 robes that were on his front and back and wore it before dashing out of the water on his sword energies. Splash! Hao Ren was refreshed. He hopped directly onto the river mountain Qian Kun painting that was a few hundred meters above the ocean, and his face was no longer dirty. Instead, his clean face looked handsome under his wet hair. The subtle salty scent of the ocean replaced the stinky smell. Gongzi got more handsome. Lu Linlin took the opportunity to flatter Hao Ren. Lu Lili covered her mouth as she laughed while looking at Hao Ren in admiration. Xie Yujia lightly smiled at Hao Ren. She didn't say anything. Handsome, handsome, handsome. What's the point of being handsome? Handsome can't feed him. Zhao Yanzi shouted, but she couldn't help but glimpse at Hao Ren. Let's get back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace as soon as possible, Auntie. We need to talk about some important issues, Hao Ren said to Zhao Hongyu. He circulated the fire elemental nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and it dried his soaked robe immediately. Okay. Zhao Hongyu nodded. As she made a hand gesture, the river mountain Qian Kun painting sped up and created an energy sphere. Splash! They dived into the ocean. Chapter 430, Hatred. Greetings, Dragon King. A dozen purple-robed elders and a dozen East Ocean's generals were already waiting there when Zhao Guang and the others reached the front gate. Zhao Guo's face had already recovered from its paleness, and he walked behind Zhao Guang quietly. The elders were surprised to see Zhao Kuo, and the generals were thrilled to see him. Third Lord is back. Third Lord is back. The soldiers cried out from above the defense wall in excitement when they saw Zhao Kuo. They didn't dare shout out too loud since Zhao Guang and the elders were around, but Hao Ren still heard them. Zhao Kuo passed through the gate after Zhao Guang with a stern look, and the elders followed them in as well. The generals bowed toward Zhao Kuo before they returned to their positions. Anything new these days? Zhao Guang asked as he walked. Dragon King. Everything is normal around the East Ocean City, one of the purple-robed elders who stayed in the Dragon Palace answered. Zhao Guang nodded. You may leave now. Arrange a few places to stay for Ms. Xie, Ms. Lu, and little Taoist Zhen. Yes, sir. The elder who was leading the way slowed down immediately. You must all tired. Have some rest in the Dragon Palace today, Zhao Guang said to Xie Yujia and the twins. Okay. Xie Yujia smiled lightly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren, and they followed the elder to the palace that was assigned to them after Hao Ren nodded. Zhen Kongming followed them, and Little White hopped out of Zhao Yanzi's arm and followed Xie Yujia. Then, Zhao Guang dismissed the dozen purple-robed elders and entered his palace with Elder Lu, Elder's son, Zhao Kuo, Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren, and Premier Xia. The 8 of them entered the palace, and Zhao Guang asked Premier Xia, who entered last, to close the door. Then, he walked to the chair in the center of the palace and sat down, facing Hao Ren. Premier Xie walked ahead hastily to stand beside him, and Zhao Kuo and Zhao Hongyu sat on each side of Zhao Guang. This was Zhao Guang's resting palace, so the conference lobby wasn't large. It appeared to be very intimate after the door closed. "Please go ahead with what you wanted to say, Ren," Zhao Guang said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren nodded and said, "First of all, I resign from my commanding general position, and I am returning the token to third uncle." He took the token out of his storage space and walked a few steps ahead, handing it to Zhao Kuo. "Not necessary." Zhao Kuo waved him off, "Skip this." Hao Ren didn't push it and put the token back in his necklace. Then, he went on with what was more important. "The second thing is that I need to give this to third uncle." Hao Ren took the black dragon spike from his storage space and laid it in front of Zhao Kuo with both hands. The black dragon spike looked very sharp and heavy even without any nature essence inside. "The old Dragon King asked me to hand it over to you," Hao Ren added. Hearing that, Zhao Kuo reached out and took the black dragon spike. "The third thing is," Hao Ren backed up beside Zhao Yanzi before he looked at Zhao Guang, Zhao Kuo, and Zhao Hongyu and said, "The old Dragon King had passed away." Elder Lu and Elder's son looked utterly surprised when they heard what Hao Ren had said. Zhao Guang was stupefied while Zhao Hongyu slightly opened her mouth. "Ah!" Zhao Yanzi gasped, and Premier Xie looked down with sadness in his eyes. His hunchbacked body bent even lower than before. Zhao Kuo had no facial expressions with the black dragon spike in his hand. There was a silence of 3 seconds. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and stood quietly. Zhao Kuo suddenly stood up. He laid the black dragon spike on the handles of the chair. Then, he took 3 steps back and kneeled to the black dragon spike. Dong, 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 Zhao Kuo made 3 hard kowtows with his hands on the ground. The marble tile was smashed into pieces, and there was blood on Zhao Kuo's forehead. He didn't use any nature essence when he kowtowed, so the pain went straight through his body. "Dad!" Zhao Kuo growled as tears rushed down his cheeks. Zhao Horen was most fond of his youngest son, Zhao Kuo, amongst his 3 children. One reason was that Zhao Kuo's brave and fierce personality was similar to his. Another reason was that Zhao Kuo was incredibly talented. He cultivated a lot harder than his 2 elder brothers. Being a tough guy, Zhao Kuo never shed a single tear no matter how strong his enemy was nor how painful his wounds were. He didn't even surrender at the life and death moment when he went through the heavenly tribulation. But he kept knocking on the floor with his fists at the moment as tears dropped into the crack of the tiles. He remembered every single thing Zhao Horen taught him about cultivation. Zhao Horen kept an eye on Zhao Kuo's growth from a gen-level teenager to a peak Qian-level cultivator. Although Zhao Horen didn't laugh much, he always had a smile on in front of Zhao Kuo. But since Zhao Kuo chased after the heavenly dragon realm later, he concentrated heavily on cultivating and battling. The times he went to see Zhao Horen grew fewer and fewer. He was too ashamed of himself to see his father due to failing to break through to the heavenly dragon realm. Who would have thought that he never would be able to now? "Dad!" Zhao Kuo growled sadly as he smacked the floor with his fists. Tear covered his face. As a matter of fact, Zhao Kuo had already sensed something was wrong when Hao Ren took the black dragon spike out. But now that Hao Ren had told him the truth, there was no way he could lie to himself anymore. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu kneeled behind Zhao Kuo and kowtowed to the black dragon spike on the chair. Zhao Yanzi looked at the black dragon spike, stupefied. Then she stepped ahead and kowtowed to it as well. Zhao Horen was almost 1,000 years older than her. Zhao Yanzi wasn't really close to this grandpa of hers. She was a bit scared of him when Zhao Guang took her to the States to visit him during summer vacations. But the backbone of the East Ocean Dragon Palace was gone, and so was her one and only grandpa. Zhao Yanzi felt the emptiness in her heart. Now that she thought about it, Zhao Horen actually cared a lot about her. Although he seemed stern, he never blamed Zhao Yanzi when she made mistakes. Premier Shah, Elder Lu, and Elder Sun kowtowed to the black dragon spike as well. Hao Ren also stepped forward politely to kowtow to the black dragon spike. Although Hao Ren had only met him once, he knew clearly that Zhao Horan was a real hero, a one and only overlord. Zhao Kuo picked himself up. His face was covered with tears. He took 3 steps forward and picked up the black dragon spike with one hand. Then, he stared at Hao Ren. What did my dad say? His ruthless look showed that he might kill Hao Ren if he said something wrong. Instead of calling Zhao Horan, the old Dragon King, he always addressed Zhao Horan in the human way of speech by calling him, Dad. It was obvious how close he was with his father. The old Dragon King told me to hand this sword to you in person when you came back, answered Hao Ren. Hand it to me in person, Zhao Kuo murmured. This black dragon spike was the weapon Zhao Horan had always bought with him. During the War of the Cultivation World, Zhao Horan defeated countless masters as the leader of the East Ocean Dragon Palace with this black dragon spike, forcing the human cultivators to leave the land and move all the cultivation sects to and above 5th heaven. Young dragon cultivators weren't aware of this. In fact, to avoid young dragon cultivators from causing trouble, a lot of them didn't even know about the existence of 5th heaven. This was also why when Hao Ren took this black dragon spike out during the Dragon Shrine's general exam, most cultivators didn't know about the history of this weapon. Even some elders in the dragon tribe didn't know the legend behind the black dragon spike because they hadn't even been born during the war. Zhao Horan put his black dragon spike away after the war and never used it again. At the last moment of Zhao Horan's life, he asked Hao Ren to hand his favorite black dragon spike to Zhao Kuo. This clearly explained his intention. He wanted Zhao Kuo to take his tremendous murderous spirit over and never lose his will. Zhao Horan never broke through the heavenly dragon realm his entire life, and he handed this dream over to Zhao Kuo. Ah, Zhao Kuo lifted his head up. He had bloodshot eyes. He hated himself for not being able to break through the heavenly dragon realm and not being able to see his father before he passed away. He also hated himself for running away from reality and leaving the East Ocean. As the commanding general of the East Ocean, he wasn't in the East Ocean Dragon Palace during its most critical time. They had to get his father, who didn't have many years left and already retired, to save the situation. Hatred. The black dragon spike let out a ray of black light of the width of a bowl. It shot straight through the ceiling of the palace. Boom. The black light dashed out of the dragon palace's array formation, out of the ocean surface, and into the clouds. The waves lifted up high into the sky as the clouds twirled around. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Kuo, scared. She had never seen him as horrifying as this. Hasty footsteps could be heard outside the palace. The patrol soldiers saw the Dragon King's palace being damaged, so they all circled around it. No need to panic, we are fine, Zhao Guang shouted. The soldiers hastily stepped away at his voice. Zhao Kuo looked at Hao Ren with his red eyes. What else did my dad say? Nothing else. Hao Ren shook his head. He continued after thinking for a bit. The old Dragon King passed his 1,000-year cultivation strength to me. I think he meant to pass it on to third uncle. Now that third uncle you are back, these 1,000-year cultivation strength. Fool. Zhao Kuo suddenly interrupted Hao Ren with his cussing. Chapter 431. Practice. Zhao Kuo's cussing startled Hao Ren. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but shout. Zhao Kuo wasn't in a good mood, but he didn't have to let it all out on Hao Ren. In Zhao Yanzi's opinion, Hao Ren had done an excellent job on this matter already. Having ignored Zhao Yanzi, Zhao Kuo kept staring at Hao Ren as he said, "Did my dad pass his cultivation strength to anyone else?" "No." Hao Ren looked at Zhao Kuo in his eyes. "Did my dad give the commanding general token to anyone else?" Zhao Kuo raised his voice. Hao Ren shook his head. "No. Why didn't he ask someone else but you to pass the black dragon spike to me?" Zhao Kuo shouted. Hao Ren looked at him, not knowing how to answer. "My dad trusted you with the black dragon spike, the general position, and his cultivation strength." Zhao Kuo's eyes were as big as 2 bells. "He asked you to pass this black dragon spike to me, so I will accept it. Did he ask you to pass the commanding general token and the 1,000-year strength on as well?" Zhao Kuo asked. "No." Hao Ren had to shake his head. "In that case, he gave those to you." Zhao Kuo lifted his head and continued to stare at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was stupefied as he didn't think that Zhao Kuo would be so generous. This 1,000-year strength could send Zhao Kuo directly to top-tier Qian level. Zhao Kuo might be able to use this strength with his experience entirely. He could potentially go back to his peak Qian level. I, Zhao Kuo, will reach the heavenly dragon realm on my own. Zhao Kuo raised the black dragon spike, and the muscles on his arm bulged up. Wait and see, Dad. Then, he turned to Hao Ren and said, defeat me again next time if you could. I will, Hao Ren answered lightly. Okay. Zhao Kuo put the black dragon spike away and took 2 steps forward. He knocked Hao Ren half a step back with his tough body before he exited Zhao Guang's palace. Zhao Guang said to Premier Xia and the others, don't tell anyone else about my dad. Yes, Dragon King. Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Premier Xia nodded immediately. Although Zhao Horan had retired for many years, the fact that he passed away would still cause a tremendous shock in the dragon tribe. Hao Ren had just earned the East Ocean Dragon Clan a lot of credit in the Dragon God Shrine. It would put East Ocean in a terrible position if this news got released. Zhao Horan's 4 guards had returned to the States to look after Zhao Horan's mansion as usual, so Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu both thought that he had already gone back. It was clear that Zhao Horan didn't want the news to get to the public. Is Fuma staying here tonight as well? Premier Xia asked Zhao Guang. Yes, Ren is staying here and is going back with us tomorrow, Zhao Guang answered. I want to stop by your house and get something, Uncle, Hao Ren said immediately. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Guang handed the key to Hao Ren. By offering Hao Ren the key to his house casually, it meant that Zhao Guang already considered him a family member. Hao Ren walked out of the palace with the key. Since neither Zhao Guang nor Zhao Hongyu mentioned the thing the East Ocean Dragon Palace lent to the Dragon God Shrine. Premier Xia said to Zhao Guang as he watched Hao Ren leaving, Dragon King, you have found yourself a great Fuma. Zhao Guang simply nodded. Then, he looked up at the broken ceiling of the palace and said, go get ready for the banquet. Hao Ren flew out of the East Ocean Dragon Palace on his sword energies. He put up an energy shield and headed toward Zhao Yanzi's place. It wasn't as tiring as before to fly on the sword energies after Hao Ren reached mid-tier gen level. Although the speed wasn't as fast as Little White, it was more than enough for regular commuting. Ordinary dragon cultivators weren't allowed to fly in the sky, especially in the city. However, Hao Ren could since he was Su Han's assisting inspector. As long as he became an official inspector, he would be able to fly anywhere below 5th heaven. Boom! Hao Ren landed before Zhao Yanzi's house and put away the energy sphere. Then, he opened the door with the key. This was the first time he went into Zhao Yanzi's house when there was no one inside. The quiet home was very cozy. Hao Ren headed to Zhao Yanzi's room on the 2nd floor and took the thing he was looking for from her desk. Zhao Yanzi's carton-patterned blanket was squeezed into a ball on her pink bed, and it looked very messy. Obviously, she didn't make her bed before she left. A pair of plastic slippers were left on the floor beside the bed, and there was one piece of her underwear left with the blanket on her bed. She must have been woken up by Zhao Hongyu in her sleep and then got dragged to the Dragon God Shrine with everyone else. Hao Ren could imagine this scene as he observed the situation in her room. He took a random glimpse and saw another one of her underwear that had strawberry patterns on it left in the corner beside her desk. This girl isn't too hygienic. Hao Ren shook his head, thinking of how tiring it must have been for Zhao Hongyu to take care of a daughter like this. However, Hao Ren had no interest in cleaning up the room for her. He took the thing he needed and left the room, heading back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He made the entire trip in just half an hour. By the time Hao Ren got back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, there were already lanterns everywhere. It looked very festive. Premier Xia was asking some soldiers to hang up lanterns and put up decorations himself. What is this about, Premier Xia? Hao Ren walked over and asked. Hee, the Dragon Boat Festival is also called the Dragon God Festival, Gongzi Hao. It is a big day for the dragon tribe, so we are celebrating it, Premier Xia answered. Oh, I see. Hao Ren remembered Grandma telling him about the Dragon Boat Festival. It was not only to commemorate Ku Yuan but also to worship the dragon god. However, he didn't know that the Dragon Boat Festival was a big festival for Dragon Clan cultivators too. No wonder the annual Dragon God Palace's general exams were always set close to the date of the Dragon Boat Festival. Please sit and rest, Gongzi Hao. I'll take care of these small things. Premier Shah bowed to Hao Ren before he turned to the soldiers. Lift those 3 lanterns on the left a bit higher. No, let me help. Hao Ren rolled up his sleeves up and walked over. He helped the soldiers who were having trouble lifting the table. The soldiers felt like the table become a lot lighter all of a sudden. They turned and were startled when they saw Hao Ren. Hao Ren was the commanding general of East Ocean, and he was assigned by the old Dragon King, Jauo. Although Jauo was back, nothing was changed officially just yet. It was very flattering for these 2 soldiers when Hao Ren helped them out. Don't waste your energy on this, Gongzi Hao. Premier Shah quickly walked over to stop him. That's okay. Hao Ren put more force and lifted the 100-kilogram round table all by himself. He had always practiced his fundamental boxing techniques and got his body tempered by heavenly lightning. On top of that, he was at mid-tier gen level. So, it was a piece of cake for him to lift the table up. Catch this, kid! Jauo shouted at the gate of the palace from a distance. Hao Ren turned back and saw a round table flying toward him. He immediately put the heavy table down to catch this one that was coming toward him. Boom! Hao Ren caught the table between his hands and turned 360 degrees in order to cancel the force. Jauo shouted, again. Another round table flew toward Hao Ren as it spun in the air. Hao Ren caught the table with the same technique and put it beside him. Jauo was fast and accurate with his throwing, and Hao Ren's palms were getting hot after those 2 catches. Again. Jauo threw another one over. These round tables were stored in a warehouse, and they were only taken out when there were significant events like tonight. Jauo, as the former commanding general, didn't hesitate and immediately joined the soldiers. Hao Ren caught the round table again and put it down beside him. 2 of the soldiers beside Hao Ren lifted one of them and headed toward the large empty space. Hey! Jauo picked up 2 round tables and threw them at Hao Ren. Hao Ren saw where the tables were heading. Paw! Paw! He snitched the edges of the tables with 2 hands before putting them down steadily beside him. Nice! The soldiers who were busy preparing for the banquet couldn't help but put everything down to applaud and cheer for Hao Ren. Wah! Wah! Another 2 round tables flew 500 meters and dashed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught them with both hands again as his feet stayed perfectly still. Surrounding soldiers circled in and moved the tables to their spots. Zhao Guang stood at the gate of the warehouse, and Hao Ren stood in the center of the plaza. One threw, and the other one caught smoothly. They saved the soldiers lots of time since they didn't have to carry them over. The speed in which Jauo threw the tables got faster, and Hao Ren caught them more quickly as well. In 4 hours, Hao Ren caught numerous round tables, and dozens of soldiers came over to move the tables away. His arms were a little sore, but this was also a great exercise. Last one. Jauo threw the biggest round table that was about 20 meters wide toward Hao Ren. The round table dashed at Hao Ren's head. He raised both hands to catch the table, but the spinning force was too strong. He kicked himself into the air and started twirling in the sky with the table above his head. This move looked like the classic Rasen Rising Dragon blow from the anime, Saint Seiya. However, Hao Ren didn't aim to destroy this round table. Instead, he needed to avoid any damages that could happen to it. It was like catching a raw egg that was falling from 50 meters above and trying to keep it from cracking. It required a tremendous amount of control. That was even more difficult than smashing an egg. Boom! Hao Ren had completely cancelled out the force of the spinning round table when he landed on his feet. Nice! The soldiers cheered again at Hao Ren's perfect catch. Hao Ren lightly breathed out and handed the round table to the 6 soldiers who came over. They could barely lift the heavy table with 12 hands, and they slowly headed toward the east end of the plaza. Hao Ren finally got a break, and he turned to look at the plaza. There were already 3,000 round tables covered with red cloth in the large plaza. Chapter 432. Treating all. A few thousand soldiers were busy putting up these 3,000 round tables, and the chairs were neatly arranged at each table. Similar to embattlement, these tables were arranged in an organized manner. Since each table could seat 20 people, it meant that there would be around 60,000 people attending the banquet. Haha, The Dragon God Festival is a huge festival for dragon cultivators, including the East Ocean Dragon Palace. That's the reason for the large-scale gathering. Premier Shah saw Howen's shocked expression and walked toward him to explain. He suddenly changed his tone and said, "However, on the day of you and the princess's wedding, I'm afraid the scale of the gathering is going to be 10 times larger." 10 times larger? Possibly 30,000 tables. Premier Shah, what are you talking about? Right at that moment, Zhao Yanzi's cute voice appeared. Howen turned around and saw Zhao Yanzi, who was dressed in a red ancient dress, hopping toward him. Haha, what brings the princess here? Premier Shah's face turned red, and he changed the topic as he saw Zhao Yanzi. Just here to check on the preparation. Zhao Yanzi looked around and asked, "Where's third uncle?" Her red dress was made by layers of material called Loyan silk, and there were 2 belts on both sides of her waist. They danced gently along with Zhao Yanzi's movements. Also, her hair was tied into a bun with a butterfly-shaped hairpin that was decorated with a few pearls, making her extremely beautiful and classy. Howen looked at her and almost didn't recognize that it was Zhao Yanzi. "Third Lord just finished moving the tables at the Guangling Palace," Premier Shah said. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and finally found Zhao Kuo at the entrance of Guangling Palace. She stared at Howen and mumbled, "You are not even helping." Then, she ran toward Zhao Kuo. Howen sighed and thought, "I helped set up 3,000 tables. You just didn't see it." Premier Shah looked at Howen and blamed himself for not finishing his sentence. Zhao Yanzi ran toward Zhao Kuo like a little red bird. She knew Zhao Kuo wasn't happy, so she went to talk to him. Soon, the huge plaza where the soldiers usually practice their formations was beautifully decorated. Purple-robed elders walked out from the palaces along with their families and entered the huge plaza one by one. Elders with indigo robes and blue robes came to the plaza with their families as well. The difference was that the elders with purple robes and their family sat at the tables on the east side, and the other elders sat with their families further down. The male cultivators who didn't get promoted to an elder position wore dark red robes, and the white dresses were for female cultivators. The cultivators' positions and their responsibilities were obviously shown through the different colors of the robes. In fact, other than the differences between robes, they were treated differently as well. Each purple-robed elder had a small palace all to themselves. Elders with indigo and blue robes, on the other hand, lived in large palaces altogether. During all this excitement, Elder Xingyue and her female disciples appeared. Her purple robe was extremely prominent against all the white dresses. Elder Xingyue was the most special elder among all elders. Not only because she was the only female purple-robed elder, but also because she occupied one of the largest palaces and led all the low-leveled female cultivators in the Dragon Palace. All female cultivators in the Dragon Palace were instructed by Elder Xingyue herself, and her palace was similar to a giant dormitory where female cultivators had to return to at night. Because of that, other elders all paid respect to Elder Xingyue. Some of their female family were being taught by Elder Xingyue right now. "Elder Xingyue, Elder Xingyue." Many elders greeted when they saw Elder Xingyue. Elder Xingyue smiled lightly and led her disciples toward the table that was near the main table. Her smile was rare to see, so the fact that she smiled was already a return of respect. The elders sat down at their tables with their families. Then, the soldiers who just finished patrolling entered the plaza one by one as well. Their seats were located even further away compared with the elders' tables. However, there weren't many elders in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Therefore, the general's seats were comparably closer to the main table to the east. "Gongzi Hao, you should go get ready." Premier Shah looked at Howen and reminded him. Howen looked at his own clothes and realized that his clothes were taken by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily from a cultivator at the Dragon God's shrine. After the intense battle and being soaked in seawater, the clothes were covered in wrinkles and deteriorating, making Howen look shabby. Yeah. Howen picked up the bag next to him and followed Premier Xie to the small palace near them. Premier Shah usually lived in this palace, but at the same time, this palace was the supply management center of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Premier Shah picked out a bright red robe from a small room and gave it to Howen to wear. This robe had a smooth and classy design. With the bright red color, it looked extremely elegant. Hao Ren was dignified, elegant, and brilliant after he put on the robe. Premier Shah put on an elegant furry robe as well and led Hao Ren back to the plaza. Although Zhao Guang looked stern, he didn't have too many rules. Other than the elders and soldiers who had to wear uniforms, everyone else could wear casual outfits normally. However, everyone dressed up nicely today since it was such an important festival. When Hao Ren and Premier Shah re-entered the plaza, all 3,000 tables were filled with people. Around 100 tables were for elders and generals, and the rest were for the soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. All these soldiers wore their armors tidily and didn't dare to disarm themselves for the banquet. They put their helmets on the table and their weapons on the side of their chairs. Even though there were more than tens of thousands of them, they were all dressed neatly. The atmosphere was delightful during the festival, but the soldiers were ready to fight at any moment, such strict discipline. Zhao Kuo looked bold and powerful, and he also had strict military rules and disciplines. Therefore, the Zhao Kuo was the soul of the army. "Ren, over here." Zhao Hongyu, who was sitting at the main table, waved at Hao Ren. Hao Ren saw Zhao Hongyu and walked quickly in that direction. Zhao Guang was wearing a golden dragon robe today, which was extremely rare. Although the patterns on the robe weren't complicated, the design and the color of the robe made it look majestic. Zhao Hongyu, who was sitting right next to Zhao Guang, was wearing a golden dress. She put her hair up in a bun with a jade hairpin, and thin streaks of hair framed both sides of her face, making she look very gentle and calm. Zhao Yanzi sat right beside her mom. Although she was still very young, she stood out a lot because of her red ancient dress. The royal family sat at the center of the main table and faced the few thousands of round tables. Those who got to sit at the main table were the honored guests of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wore blue ancient dresses and were sitting at the main table as well. Although their outfits weren't too eye-catching, they wouldn't be neglected because of their gorgeous faces and smooth skin. However, Xie Yujia was the one who caught Hao Ren's attention. Xie Yujia, who had never worn ancient dresses before, wore a bright purple dress with a pink ribbon tied on her waist. Her slender figure was easily shown through the dress. For jewelry, Zhao Hongyu gave her a jade bracelet with flower carvings. She also put her hair up with 2 jade hairpins, which made her look like a beauty from ancient times. Hao Ren never expected that Xie Yujia would look so good in ancient clothes. As Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren staring at her while walking toward the table, she smiled shyly and put her head down. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Zhao Yanzi showed her teeth and complained. There was an empty seat right next to her, and it was obviously for Hao Ren. Hao Ren shook his head and smiled before he sat down right next to Zhao Yanzi. Because of Zhao Hongyu's intentional arrangement, Xie Yujia sat right next to Hao Ren on the other side as well. In fact, Zhao Yanzi was a little mad. The reason why Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wore more ordinary dresses was to make sure that Zhao Yanzi could stand out the most. However, why did she dress Xie Yujia up so nicely? Zhao Hongyu was so kind and gentle to Xie Yujia, and it felt like she was even treating Xie Yujia better than her own daughter. Zhao Yanzi was extremely jealous. Other than the girls, Zhen Kongming, Little White, and Zhao Kuo were also at the main table. Zhen Kongming was still wearing his gray plaid shirt, keeping his modern style. According to his personality, he could wear whatever he wanted. No one could stop him. On the other hand, Little White stood on the chair in the form of a dog as it had its own seat. Also, the chair was specially raised with a pillow so that Little White could easily eat at the table. It was Hao Ren's spirit beast, also Zhen Kongming's best friend. Considering its excellent performance at the Dragon God Shrine, Zhao Guang especially rewarded it a seat at the table. Zhao Kuo wore a long black robe as he looked powerful and masculine. However, he did not seem happy and stayed silent. Some elders heard the rumors that Zhao Kuo lost the battle against Hao Ren at the Dragon God Shrine. Other than being surprised, they also thought that this was the reason why Zhao Kuo was unhappy. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Kuo and knew the reason why Zhao Kuo chose to wear a long black robe. Although Zhao Kuo sat at the main table with them, he sat on the east side of the huge main table, facing most of the people in the area. In contrast, Zhao Guang and Hao Ren, who were sitting at the middle of the table, had become the center of attention. The guy who is wearing a red robe is the new commanding general. He does not look powerful at all, The soldiers who have never seen Hao Ren before sat far away from the main table and whispered to each other. Chapter 433. Only Third Lord. There were 3,000 tables in the plaza, and they were full. Zhao Guang raised his wineglass and stood up. He accumulated sufficient nature essence and said with a powerful voice, "Today is the day to worship the dragon god. It is also a day to treat the soldiers." His voice echoed to every corner of the plaza. Our East Ocean Dragon Palace has a history of thousands of years, and it's still standing today. It is you who are sitting here right now and those who came before us that dedicated their lives and efforts to defend our East Ocean Dragon Palace. I, Zhao Guang, give a toast to everyone. Zhao Guang raised his wineglass and chugged the drink down in one breath. Wah, wah, wah. Tens of thousands of people stood up at the same time and raised their glasses. The sound of glass clinking against each other gave out a loud noise and created a spectacular scene. All hail the Dragon King! Shall the Dragon God bless our East Ocean! Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted at the same time. These soldiers trained for day and night and were very mighty and strong. With all of them shouting at the same time, they created a vibrating sound effect. All hail the Dragon King! Shall the Dragon God bless our East Ocean! All hail the Dragon King! Shall the Dragon God bless our East Ocean! The soldiers' nature essence empowered the loud shouts. They may not be highly skilled cultivators, but the sound waves that they created were quite amazing. All hail the Dragon King! Shall the Dragon God bless our East Ocean! All the soldiers shouted at the same time, indicating that their hearts were dedicated to their clan. They had the confidence to fight off all enemies who would try to invade their territory and protect the big family known as the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Different from how the Dragon God Shrine uses the selection system and employment system, the people in the East Ocean Dragon clan lived here for generations, and the East Ocean Dragon Palace was their root. Hao Ren remembered the time when Zhao Kuo underwent the heavenly tribulation after seeing this spectacular scene. Back then, tens of thousands of soldiers willingly took damage from heaven in place of Zhao Kuo. The combined power of even low-leveled cultivators could not be underestimated. All hail the Dragon King! Shall the Dragon God bless our East Ocean! When their last shout ended, even the protective Grand Array formation of the East Ocean Dragon Palace showed signs of vibration. That was shout alone. If these soldiers formed arrays, their combat power would be insane. This was also the reason why Old Man Zeng was so surprised when he saw Hao Ren let out 40,000 sword energies at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. In a sense, Hao Ren was able to create 40,000 strong soldiers. Each of those sword energies was powerful and could pierce through walls. It was even more powerful than well-trained soldiers. How could this power not scare Old Man Zeng? Sit. Zhao Guang said with might while he waved his hands. Wah, 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 wah. Tens of thousands of soldiers sat down. Barrels of good liquor were moved from the storage place to the plaza. The small bottles of alcohol on the table was only a starter. The real good liquor was stored and were being moved out continuously. Over 3,000 tables were in the feast, and each table had 6 big barrels of good liquor. The liquor was all made from rare herbs from the 100-Flower Palace. Ordinary people would become instantly drunk while those who cultivated would improve their cultivation strength. For those who come from smaller forces of the dragon tribe, the 100-flower liquor of the East Ocean Dragon Palace was an extremely rare treat. Even those dragon kings of smaller rivers might not have been able to try such great food and liquor. However, at the East Ocean Dragon Palace, even the lowest level soldier would be able to drink such good liquor. The great food with great liquor helped cheer everyone up, and the atmosphere at the plaza was extremely lively. It was the first time Xie Yujia tasted the 100-flower liquor, and she was a bit drunk from it. Her cheeks were bright red, making her look even cuter. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily weren't afraid to get drunk. They took turns giving toasts and drank down cups and cups of good liquor. They were extremely happy and relaxed. Although they had plenty of opportunities to drink good alcohol, it was rare to have such a relaxing environment for them to drink in. Zhou Kuo in a black robe was silent. The surrounding noise didn't seem to bother him at all. He grabbed another bowl and began drinking in sorrow. Third uncle, let me give you a toast. Zhao Yanzi held a small ceramic cup and presented it to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo looked up at Zhao Yanzi and also raised his ceramic bowl. He drank the liquor in his bowl at once. Zhao Yanzi put the little cup by her mouth and swallowed it down. Ah! It burns! It burns! Zhao Yanzi rapidly put her cup down on the table. She stuck her tongue out and waved her hands at her mouth to fan the burning. Zhao Kuo looked at Zhao Yanzi and couldn't help but laugh. Although she looked silly, he suddenly realized that it was her first time drinking. She only wanted him to be happy. Third uncle, let me give you a toast. Hao Ren raised his glass towards Zhao Kuo and said. Hao Ren deeply respected Zhao Kuo, so this toast was sincere and honest. Zhao Kuo threw a ceramic bowl toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught it and understood what Zhao Kuo meant immediately. He lifted the tank of liquor on the side and poured till the bowl was full. Dang! Hao Ren's and Zhao Kuo's ceramic bowls clashed together, spilling some of the good liquor. Wah! Wah! Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo both looked up at the sky and poured the liquor down, emptying the bowls. Slow down a bit. Xie Yujia, who sat next to Hao Ren, couldn't help but warn him. She knew that Hao Ren knew how to drink, but the liquor at the Dragon Palace was strong, not like the beers, wine, or hard liquor outside the school. Hao Ren put down his ceramic bowl, and his face turned bright red. No one could see any changes on the Zhao Kuo's dark face. Zhao Yanzi had only drunk one tiny cup, and her throat was burning. She immediately ate a few bites of food, but her face was still bright red. They were both wearing red clothing. With their face bright red, it suited the celebration and was like a practice for their wedding. Especially because Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi sat at the center table, they were the spotlight of thousands. Zhao Yanzi didn't grow up in the Dragon Palace and didn't come back to the Dragon Palace with Zhao Guang often. Hao Ren was Zhao Yanzi's fiancée but had never been to the Dragon Palace before. Both Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were rather strangers to the soldiers of the East Ocean. The soldiers were eating and drinking but were also looking at them to see what was happening. It was only normal to be curious. Third Lord, I'm not convinced. A general wearing golden armor suddenly stopped eating and stood up. This general's table and Zhao Guang's main table had a distance of one other table, which belonged to the blue-robed elders. This meant that the general wearing golden armor had a high ranking in the Dragon Palace. Lu Yi, what are you doing? Zhao Kuo jumped up violently. Third Lord. Only you can be the commanding general. Bullshit. Zhao Kuo violently threw his ceramic bowl, breaking it into pieces. This general, however, was not startled. He pointed his finger at Hao Ren and said, what abilities and credentials does he have to lead 1 million soldiers? The commanding general we want is Third Lord. This general had a strong and firm force. Even though he didn't accumulate sufficient nature essence, everyone around was able to hear him loud and clear. What he said was actually what many of the soldiers thought, but most soldiers were too scared to express themselves. Lu Yi. Sit down. Zhao Kuo screamed at him. He held the broken pieces of ceramics so tightly that they turned into white powder. This general called Lu Yi took advantage of the courage he gained by getting drunk and yelled loudly, I'm not convinced, I only follow Third Lord. In the midst of this intense argument, the purple-robed elders beside the main table all became serious. Who does he think he is, only following Third Lord? What do they think of the Dragon King Zhao Guang? Is he trying to rebel? How dare you? Zhao Kuo opened his eyes widely and shouted at him. Take him out and give him 500 hits as a military penalty. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Kuo was trying to protect this general, so he commanded him to be commanded. If he were punished, he would only receive some physical injury and some face, but the situation would be resolved. However, if they were to find him at fault, he could be expelled and sent to the uninhabited borders. Wait. A general sitting beside them suddenly stood up and also started pointing at Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at the general and then looked at Zhao Kuo. He calmly said, Third uncle. You no longer are in the army. How can you punish this general? Although Hao Ren was calm, each of his words were loud and clear. The tables around them all heard what he said. The tables around the main table were the high-ranked elders and generals of the Dragon Palace. Zhao Kuo paused and didn't know how to respond. Since he's under me, I can decide what to do, right? Hao Ren said. Zhao Kuo was speechless, and so were the generals around them. Hao Ren took out the commanding general's gold token from his necklace and put it by his waist. The golden token on top of his red clothes looked especially bright. Hao Ren's composure and strong aura immediately overwhelmed the experienced soldiers. What are you not convinced about? Hao Ren raised his eyes and looked at the general called Lu Yi. This general had been compulsive but was shocked by Hao Ren's calm words. He looked around and saw tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of generals staring at himself. He held tight and stood straight. You're not suited. I, Lu Yi, am not scared of dying. But the hundreds of thousands of courageous soldiers should not die because of you. He paused and then started shouting again. You don't have the capability of leading 3 armies. If you dare, I challenge you to a fight. Lu Yi, you really don't want to live? Jauo had now really exploded. His eyes were mad red. Although Lu Yi only led soldiers, he was not at a low realm. He had reached Xuan level and was the general in charge of the East Ocean Dragon Palace West Gate. There were 5 gate generals in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the main gate, the East Gate, and gates at the other 3 directions. None of the gate generals were weak. Just when everyone thought this general would be sentenced to death, Zhao Guang, who was wearing the golden dragon robe, said softly while waving his hand, "Let them fight." Chapter 434. Majesty. As the commanding general, Zhao Guang was remarkably calm. With just one word, he was able to use his aura to hold down the situation. The golden armored general named Lu Yi didn't know if he should take a step back or forward. Hao Ren pushed his chair to the side and walked up. He took off the golden token, which was a symbol of the commanding general, raised it, and waved it around. Then, he threw it toward the palace on the left side with great strength. Bang! Hao Ren lightly slammed the table, shaking a pair of chopsticks. He tapped the table with his nails, making a chopstick chase after the golden token as if they were darts targeting their prey. Ding! Buzz! The chopsticks nailed the golden token onto the plaque above the gate of Guangling Palace, which was a few hundred meters away. Wah, 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 wah. The golden token swayed back and forth on the chopsticks. The shape of the golden token was like a jade pendant, with a string in a small hole, and Hao Ren put the chopstick right through the hole. The chopstick was made from 100-year-old sandalwood, but the plaque was made from 1,000-year-old sandalwood. It was a lot tougher. Everyone was stunned by what Hao Ren did. If you can get the token, the role of commanding general is yours. Hao Ren looked at the crowd and said to Lu Yi calmly. Lu Yi looked at Hao Ren and then turned to look at the golden token. I don't need to be the commanding general. If I win, Third Lord is our commanding general. Lu Yi said in a mighty voice. Sure. Hao Ren nodded. Please. The golden armored general saluted and then stomped with his right foot. His whole body turned golden, and he charged at Hao Ren as if he were a cannonball. Hao Ren's right foot shoved back, and his body slanted slightly. He pressed this general's fist that was shooting toward him with his right hand, and he spun around before using his shoulder to hit Lu Yi in the chest. In a sense, Hao Ren used Lu Yi's strength against Lu Yi. Lu Yi was pushed back by 5 steps. Hao Ren was able to push back Lu Yi single-handedly, and the elders were shocked by Hao Ren's strength. Only Jauo knew that Lu Yi's punch, though it looked strong, was really just a test to see how powerful Hao Ren was. Although Lu Yi was not happy with the current commanding general, he didn't dare to use his ultimate strike right off the bat. Just when Jauo thought about that, Lu Yi already stopped backing up. His fists let out a soft blue light. Since the generals and elders had different responsibilities, their training emphasized different aspects. Elders emphasized their training on the cultivation strength. They keened on using Dharma treasures and elixir pills. Generals, however, focused on battling and were great in close-range combats. Therefore, even if the generals had reached Xuan level, they still wouldn't make their own Dharma treasures. Instead, they would focus on making their weapons stronger. Just when Lu Yi was stacking his nature essence, Hao Ren jumped up with agility and kicked Lu Yi. Bang! Hao Ren kicked Lu Yi's golden armor, creating a loud noise. The heavy golden armor was made of a unique material that allowed it to be almost indestructible. It was extremely sturdy. However, the impact of the kick wasn't cancelled. Hao Ren's power was able to spread to Lu Yi's chest, and the impact made Lu Yi fly back 2 meters. Lu Yi wasn't weak. He was able to stand up firmly on a round table after a backflip in the air. Crack! The round table couldn't withhold Lu Yi and his armor's weight and broke into 5 pieces. Even though the table broke down, Lu Yi was able to stand still. Take off your armor, or else you won't be able to defeat me, Hao Ren looked at him and said. I, Lu Yi, I'm the general of the West Gate. I will never take off my armor. Lu Yi responded in a loud and clear voice. Hao Ren's friendly reminder was an insult to Lu Yi. For the soldiers that stayed in the territory of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they need to defend against potential invaders at any moment. If they were to take off their armors, it would mean that they were surrendering. The East Ocean Dragon Palace had strict orders for these generals. Unless they were not on their shifts, they never took off their armors. Even when fighting with Hao Ren, General Lu was still ready to fight off potential enemies. If he were to take off his armor now and enemies came to invade, he would need to put his armor back on for war. That would be wasting precious time. Boom. Lu Yi reached out with his right hand. A green dragon crescent blade on the table next to them was sucked into his palm. Commanding General. The soldiers of East Ocean would use weapons. Doesn't matter if we are facing one person or 1,000 people. Don't say that I'm bullying you with a weapon, Lu Yi said while holding the green dragon crescent blade and pointing it at Hao Ren. No worries, I understand. Hao Ren stood firmly and smiled. Lu Yi was straightforward, and Hao Ren didn't dislike this trait. In fact, he respected it. Ha! Lu Yi held the green dragon crescent blade and charged toward Hao Ren. Since this general was direct, Hao Ren wasn't going to avoid his attacks. Hao Ren used both hands to block the blade. You're underestimating me, Lu Yi exclaimed and pulled a nature essence through his hands. Hao Ren used a single hand to counter his test attack, and now Hao Ren was using his bare hands to stop this attack. It was such an insult to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, who was holding back a bit now, was angered and gave it his all. There is plenty of good elixir pills in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. If the Fuma gets wounded, he will be able to heal within 10 days to half a month. I'm not scared of a death sentence. If I can make everyone know that the commanding general is even weaker than a gate general and couldn't lead 1 million soldiers, my sacrifice is worth it, Li Yi thought. He held the green dragon crescent blade, and a bright turquoise light shined, giving out a cold shiver. Since Lu Yi was at Xuan level, he could transfer a lot of nature essence into his weapon. If one were to get hit by it, there would be incredible damage. Even the purple-robed elders were a bit nervous. They were afraid that Hao Ren couldn't defend himself from this strike. Since cultivators usually concentrated on Dharma spells and techniques, they weren't a match when it came down to close-range combat. When the green dragon crescent blade slashed at Hao Ren's palms, a crisp noise sounded. Hao Ren's robe was similar to traditional Han Dynasty robes with wide sleeves. When he moved around, it looked as if he were performing traditional Beijing opera. On the other hand, this golden armored general was wearing heavy armor and held a heavy blade. They looked drastically different. One was tough while the other was gentle. You secretly keep a sword in your sleeves, Lu Yi shouted and struck hard again. The Xuan level realm wasn't low. Lu Yi focused all his energy into the green dragon crescent blade, and the power shook Hao Ren's sleeves. Lu Yi was powerful enough to become the commanding general in the river and lake dragon palaces. When Lu Yi shook Hao Ren's sleeves, everyone realized that Hao Ren didn't have any weapons stored in his sleeves. He was fighting with his bare hands. Wow! The soldiers couldn't help but gasp. The soldiers all knew that General Lu was in charge of the West Gate, and he had a straightforward personality but was also extremely powerful. Many of the patrol generals in the East Ocean Dragon Palace were no match for him. However, Hao Ren stopped Lu Yi's green dragon crescent blade with his bare hands. The elders who were sitting next to them knew what really happened. From Hao Ren's hands, they could see some blue light. Hao Ren had covered his hands with his nature essence. You didn't go all in on me in the first attack, so I withheld some power as well just now to be polite. Now, it's my turn, Hao Ren said. This is just the beginning. Lu Yi's face was bright red, and he gave a loud shout. He lifted Hao Ren, who was holding the tip of his blade, completely. Shoo! 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 Hao Ren flew up, and 3 sword energies came out from his fingers. Lu Yi spun the green dragon crescent blade as fast as lightning to fend off the 3 sword energies. Lu Yi's weapon wasn't as deadly as Zhao Kuo's and his armor wasn't as heavy as Zhao Kuo's. However, he was still skilled to be able to use the green dragon crescent blade so smoothly. The soldiers who sat further away stood up because they couldn't clearly see the fight when sitting down. They had never witnessed the true strength of the Fuma, and they took advantage of the fight between Lu Yi and Hao Ren to see where Hao Ren was at. Bam! Hao Ren landed on the ground firmly, and he used the fundamental boxing technique. One fist was in the front while the other was further back. His calm expression was gone now, and it was replaced with a serious one. He was fighting a large blade with his fists. Take this. Lu Yi charged forward 2 steps, and his entire body flew across the sky. The soldiers were all watching anxiously. Lu Yi was serious about the fight, and the soldiers thought that whether he won or lose, he would be dead for sure. Hao Ren stared at the blade that was charging at him and backed up half a step. The tip of the blade slashed close to Hao Ren's nose, and there were only a few centimeters between the blade and Hao Ren. This scared Zhao Yanzi so much that she let out a sharp screech. Xie Yujia held onto the tablecloth tightly as well. Wah! The big blade almost slashed Hao Ren's chest. It barely missed. However, what was surprising was that the blade stopped half a centimeter away from the ground. Lu Yi didn't want to destroy the floor, so he stopped his power. Good techniques with the blade. Hao Ren couldn't help but praise. This blade was probably at least a few hundred kilograms. Being able to stop the blade precisely required a lot of skill. Whoosh! The remaining power of the blade split the dust on the ground to either side. Lu Yi looked gloomy. He spun his blade and charged toward Hao Ren again. Hao Ren jumped up swiftly, landing on the back of the blade with both feet. Then, he shot 6 sword energies at Lu Yi. Lu Yi held his wide blade diagonally and blocked the sword energies in front of him, but he was still forced back by 3 steps. Humph! Lu Yi wasn't convinced yet and started to attack again. This time though, Hao Ren used the fundamental boxing techniques and left a slight dent in this tough blade with his fist. Good punch. A general nearby praised subconsciously. This general was the patrol team leader who taught Hao Ren the fundamental boxing techniques. He initially thought Hao Ren was only curious, and he would never have thought that Hao Ren would practice arduously and master the techniques to the extent that he was able to battle Lu Yi with it. Lu Yi was getting anxious and slashed the blade more rapidly toward Hao Ren, and Hao Ren backed up while punching the blade. The dozens of punches came in quick successions. Every hit on the green dragon crescent blade let out a loud noise, making dents on the blade. The green dragon crescent blade that was shiny and smooth looked like it was in bad shape. General Lu is actually no match for the Fuma. One is at Xuan level, and the other one is only at Gen level. His fundamental boxing techniques are great. I need to practice my fundamental boxing techniques arduously too. Being able to punch with such ferocity, the Fuma has good skills. The soldiers who were watching started to discuss amongst themselves. Lu Yi held his weapon tightly and continued to attack. His face was even redder after hearing all the whispers. Suddenly, a streak of nature essence appeared from the blade. Lu Yi. Back out. I'll do it. Suddenly, another golden armor general with a long black spear entered the fight. He was Wang Sheng, the general of the South Gate. His black spear was like a dragon, piercing toward Hao Ren's chest. If we get punished, we should get punished together. If we die, we should die together. The South Gate general, Wang Sheng, was a loyal person. He knew that if Lu Yi lost, the ending would be extremely ugly. However, if the Fuma were defeated, it would become proof of what Lu Yi said. If the generals begged for mercy for Lu Yi together, they might be able to save Lu Yi's life. Dang! Dang! Hao Ren slapped the spearhead away with both hands, and Hao Ren released 6 sword energies at Wang Sheng. Lu Yi was holding his bent green dragon crescent blade, and he looked shocked for a moment when Wang Sheng entered the battle. Come at me together! Hao Ren shouted out. When he said this, he shot a sword energy toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi used his big blade to block this sword energy. Lu Yi was just getting started, and he was hungry for battle on the inside. How could he stop now? Without thinking, he charged toward Hao Ren. It turned into 2 Xuan-level generals fighting Hao Ren, who was only a Gen-level cultivator. Whoosh! Wah! 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 Tens of sword energies dashed out of Hao Ren's fingers. The 2 generals couldn't help but defend themselves. They backed up. I told you already. If the golden token could be taken, I lose, Hao Ren said. Lu Yi and Wang Sheng looked at each other and suddenly realized something. While Wang Sheng pierced his long spear at Hao Ren's Danjiang acupoint, Lu Yi jumped toward Guangling Palace. Wah! A sword energy that was half a meter long dashed at Lu Yi. Lu Yi used his big blade to block it, but he was blown off in another direction. Hao Ren stuck his arms out and continued to shoot out sword energies. Sword energies flew out from Hao Ren's fingers. They aimed at Lu Yi and Wang Sheng, leaving them no chance to even move. "Come at me together," Hao Ren said as he looked at the other 3 gate generals who were already holding their weapons. "As you wish." The other 3 generals rushed into the fight. They didn't want to outnumber Hao Ren, but it was Hao Ren who commanded them to come and fight. However, didn't matter if it were 2 against 1 or 5 against 1, they wanted the same result. Only if Hao Ren lost, the generals who had deep bonds would be able to help Zhao Kuo get back power. 5 against 1, the soldiers around watched silently. They were too absorbed in the battle to eat the good food and drink the rare liquor. The 5 generals were all at Xuan level. Although their realms differed slightly, they were all powerful. However, Hao Ren cultivated all 5 elements at once. In the same realm, he would be stronger than 5 cultivators together. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll made it hard for the generals to approach as they were used to close-range battles. "Take down the golden token," one of the 5 generals shouted. Since they already started it, there was no going back. They started to move right after. The 5 generals all rushed toward the gate of Guangling Palace. Hao Ren moved swiftly and rushed over before them to the gate of Guangling Palace. He let out a fierce attack of hundreds of sword energies. It was just tens of sword energies before, but the sword energies suddenly turned into rushing waves, dashing toward the 5 generals. In response, they could only back up 10 steps. Hao Ren let out tens of sword energies from his sleeves, flying toward the 5 generals. Hao Ren's sleeves danced in the air as he stood in front of Guangling Palace, looking extremely calm as if it were one man battling against thousands. The 5 golden armor generals were well equipped but couldn't defeat Hao Ren, who was only wearing a red robe. The generals would be pushed back once they tried to move forward. The symbol of the commanding general hung above Hao Ren, not moving for even a little bit. They were able to see it but couldn't touch it. General Lu, General Wang, General Mo. The soldiers who were under the generals saw that their superiors couldn't defeat Hao Ren. They took a deep breath and charged at Hao Ren with their weapons as well. To live and die together, to be punished together. The soldiers were willing to sacrifice themselves. Hao Ren let out 3 rows of hundreds of sword energies. With Guangling Palace as the center, Hao Ren let out sword energies towards the 3 directions, left, center, and right. 3 talents heaven-earth array formation. The swords charged out in a half-circle. Hualala, hundreds of soldiers fell to the ground. The 5 generals were not able to defend against this power, and they backed up 5 steps and could barely stand straight. The soldiers slowly climbed back up, and the generals slowly regained their stance. Together, they charged at Hao Ren again. Suddenly, Zhao Kuo, who was sitting at the main table, shouted, "Enough!" This shout stopped the soldiers and 5 generals. Although Zhao Kuo had fallen to Dewey level, he still had a strong aura. No matter if it were generals or soldiers, as long as they heard him shout, they would shiver. "Haven't you guys lost enough face?" Zhao Kuo looked angry and stood up. "Hao Ren doesn't want to hurt you guys." The 5 generals who were holding their weapons didn't make a sound after hearing Zhao Kuo's scolding. The soldiers looked down at themselves and didn't see a scratch. Hao Ren's sword energies looked fierce, but he made them blunt so that the soldiers wouldn't get hurt. Although they were hot-headed and charged at Hao Ren did not want to hurt any single one of them. Hao Ren didn't even use his full power. Zhao Kuo opened his eyes wide and shouted. Everyone heard what Zhao Guang said, and they looked extremely shocked. "I'm willing to give the position of the commanding general to this kid. If any of you aren't convinced, come fight me." Zhao Kuo slapped his chest and exclaimed. All the generals looked at Zhao Kuo and stayed utterly silent. "Even I lost to him. What are you not convinced of?" Zhao Kuo said. Hiss, the soldiers and generals all looked at Zhao Kuo with curious eyes, and they couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Kuo was mighty, but even he lost to Hao Ren. More shockingly, Zhao Kuo admitted defeat himself. Humph. Zhao Kuo went back to his seat and looked at Hao Ren. "You're the commanding general. Do as you wish." Chapter 435. Fuma, you can't do this. Hao Ren was extraordinarily mighty. He defeated hundreds of soldiers and the 5 generals on his own. All those soldiers who were fighting with their lives admired the supreme masters. Unlike those strategic powers, aka elders, who didn't fight battles regularly, the soldiers had to battle in wars very often. A powerful leader could bring them greater chances of survival and more hopes for victory. Therefore, when Hao Ren fought Lu Yi, Wang Sheng, and the other three gate generals, the soldiers' minds changed. In the beginning, they wished for Hao Ren to lose so Zhao Kuo could take back the position as the commanding general. But slowly, they started to hope for Hao Ren to defeat all five of them as some sort of miracle. The bottom line was, there was no point if Lu Yi and the others won. However, if Hao Ren could win, it meant that East Ocean Dragon Palace got another great leader in battles. They weren't familiar with Hao Ren, but they knew that as straightforward as Lu Yi, he wouldn't put on an act. Also, all five of the gate generals were brave and skillful in battles. Lu Yi. Hao Ren looked at the general who was his first opponent. Here, Lu Yi stepped forward and bowed with his head down. His face and back were both sweaty. Hao Ren had completely defeated him in the battle. During the process, he didn't show Hao Ren any mercy. There was no way that he looked like a drunk person. Hao Ren slightly raised his hand, and his sword energy immediately sucked over the token and chopstick that nailed it under Guangling Palace's plaque. He put the token back on his waist and looked at Lu Yi, who was a head taller than him. "You have violated the military law. Are you aware of that?" "Yes, sir." Lu Yi's lips trembled, but he couldn't go on with the harsh remark of, "Do whatever you want to me. I don't give a damn." He looked down at Hao Ren, so he used rude remarks to push Hao Ren into a fight with him. But after the fight, he realized that Hao Ren was a lot stronger than him. Therefore, he had some respect, along with fear toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the other four gate generals clenched their fists and kneeled together behind Lu Yi. Shoo! Tens of thousands of soldiers who were just watching also kneeled. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were both stunned at this. "Please show mercy, commanding general," the four gate generals shouted together. Then, tens of thousands of soldiers shouted, "Please show mercy, commanding general." This showed the unity and morale of the troops of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Hao Ren wanted to act a little, but he was a bit lost in front of tens of thousands of soldiers at this moment. No matter what, he was still a second-year student at the East Ocean University. He was only using the confidence he gained from the Dragon God Shrine to press the generals a little. A few people were fine, but it was too much for him to lead 1,000,000 soldiers. Growing up, the most number of people he was in charge of was 10. And that was when he was the class president in his elementary school. Punishment is still necessary. Hao Ren calmed himself down and looked at Lu Yi. "Since you like battling so much, I will make you the herald general, and you can lead the first troop into future battles." Lu Yi clenched his fists while kneeling. "I accept the punishment." The other four gate generals behind Lu Yi looked at each other, thinking, "How is this a punishment? It's indeed a reward." The generals at the East Ocean Dragon clan had their own responsibilities and areas of charge. They had different levels, but titles were another story. Taking Hao Ren as an example, he was the commanding general who led close to 1,000,000 soldiers. But on top of that, he was titled as the commanding general of West Peace. That was an honor as well as an expectation. "And your blade is terribly damaged. Ask Premier Shah to find someone to make you a better one," Hao Ren said. Premier Shah immediately stood up from the table beside Hao Ren and said, "Yes, I got it." "Okay. Get back to your drinks." Hao Ren waved. Hao Ren's attitude toward that battle was causal, as if he was just having some fun after drinking. He didn't mind it much at all. The other four generals looked at each other, relieved but a bit disappointed at the same time. However, they got back into the mood and thought, "We didn't get punished, and we left a good impression in the commanding general's mind." Hao Ren returned to the main table. He sat between Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia and asked Zhao Guang, "Is it okay for me to do that, uncle?" "It's your call as long as the morale of the troop is solid." Zhao Guang was upright. As the king of the Dragon Palace, Zhao Guang wasn't pleased when the generals publicly challenged Hao Ren, and he wanted Hao Ren to suppress them. However, he was glad that Hao Ren could easily gain their respect in stabilizing the morale of the army. Therefore, he didn't mind the event Lu Yi created anymore. Hao Ren wins people by virtue. He is indeed a treasure for us East Ocean, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said. Hao Ren laughed as well. He secretly considered himself lucky because he went through specialized training with Su Han before attending the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, and he also improved his skill in battles and leveled up his realm a little. If it weren't for all that, Hao Ren would never be able to defeat the 5 generals. In fact, he would even be intimidated when faced with just one general. His confidence came from his strength. To acquire the confidence to defeat the opponents, he had to keep improving his strength. At the same time, he needed the strength to get admiration from all these generals. Otherwise, Hao Ren might have been killed in front of everybody by one of the generals in an event like this. Hao Ren got a lot more nervous at the thought of this. Cultivation was key. Stop praising him, Mom. He is going to float to the sky. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren from behind before shouting to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu shook her head with a smile before she put some food in her mouth with her chopsticks elegantly. Zhao Yanzi had nothing to worry about in her life, and only Hao Ren would let her get her way every single time. Xie Yujia, who sat beside Hao Ren, secretly pinched Hao Ren's palm. Your hand is all sweaty. Look at how nervous you were, she said softly as she glimpsed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't know what to say. He wasn't panicking at all when he battled the 5 generals since he had gone through the Dragon God Palace's general exam. However, he was sweating all over when he announced Lu Yi's punishment in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. What could he do? He had never been a big leader since he was a little boy. He had no experience in making a speech in front of so many people. Speaking of which, Xie Yujia looked more like a leader since she was once a class president. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili couldn't help but cover their mouths as they laughed at Hao Ren's awkwardness. The soldiers were stunned by Hao Ren, but the twins had always been close to Hao Ren, and they certainly knew what Hao Ren was like. He was so shy that he would get nervous even if he were asked to speak to 20 people. The thing was, Hao Ren was already the commanding general, so he had to do this for the sake of the royal family's dignity. The banquet continued along with the soldiers taking turns in guarding. They took shifts to make sure that each and every hardworking soldier could enjoy the delicious liquor the East Ocean Dragon Palace prepared for them. The atmosphere was excellent. The East Ocean Dragon Palace was as lively as a big family. Zhao Yanzi had a few more drinks, and her face started to turn red. She wouldn't be allowed to drink on land due to her age, but she could already get married at this age in the Dragon Circle. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Kuo must be very depressed, so he had quite a few drinks with him. Zhao Kuo started to find Hao Ren not as annoying as before when he looked at him. The banquet lasted till midnight. Only then did people start to leave gradually. Hao Ren's walk was a bit wobbly, and his eyes were seeing double. He and Zhao Kuo finished 2 barrels of 100 flower liquor after they kept drinking one bowl after another. Let us take you back so you can get some rest, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili held Hao Ren up by putting his arms around their shoulders, and they looked at each other and smiled pleasantly. Helping him getting some rest meant that they could help him change. It seemed like an excellent opportunity now that Hao Ren was drunk. Premier Shah! Hao Ren shouted ahead. Premier Shah, who was walking in the front, hurried back. What can I help you with, Gongzi Hao? I am going to Zi's place tonight, Hao Ren said. Premier Shah was stupefied. He turned his stiff neck to Zhao Guang who was already walking away. Then, he asked, Are you drunk, Gongzi Hao? Please ask them for me, Hao Ren said. Yes, I will. Premier Shah wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurried toward Zhao Guang's family with his bent back. Dragon King! Dragon King! He shouted when he was only 3 steps away from Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang turned back and looked at Premier Shah with a stern look. Premier Shah didn't really know how to start. However, Hao Ren's status was a lot different than before, so Premier Shah said awkwardly after a few seconds, Fuma said that he wants to spend the night in Princess Zi's palace. Ah! Zhao Yanzi looked at Premier Shah in surprise. Her face was blushing, and she looked charming and cute under the lantern light. Zhao Guang considered it for half a second, approved. This time around, Premier Shah was the surprised one. He looked at Zhao Guang, wondering if the Dragon King was drunk as well. Zhao Yanzi's fingers tangled together when she heard Zhao Guang's words. Okay, I will bring Fuma the princess's palace after he has showered and changed. Premier Shah nodded. As the rules went, although Hao Ren was the Fuma, he hadn't formally gotten married to the princess yet. At the end of the day, he was on probation, and he was absolutely forbidden from spending the night in Zhao Yanzi's palace. Of course, there was nothing they could do if Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had been sneaky about it. However, the Dragon King had approved it. Premier Xia ran back to Hao Ren in a rush as he was almost out of breath. He said, Fuma, please come to the palace with me. We will go to the princess after you are well prepared. Chapter 436. I'm drunk. Do you want to come with me, Yujia? Hao Ren asked Yujia. Premier Xia almost tripped in surprise. I'll pass. I need some good rest. I'm going to spend some time with Grandma tomorrow, Yujia said. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. Then, he turned to Premier Xia again. Sorry for the trouble, Premier Xia. Yes, Premier Xia wiped the sweat off his forehead and led the way. Lin, Lily, stay with Yujia tonight. Hao Ren turned back and shouted. Okay, Gongzi, the twins pouted in disappointment. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked to their palace with Xie Yujia while Hao Ren followed Premier Xia back to his palace. In Premier Xia's view, this was Hao Ren's first servicing, and everything had to abide by the rules. Although Hao Ren was East Ocean's commanding general, Fuma was still lower in status than princess. Hao Ren had no idea that Premier Xia was going to make such a big deal out of this. He followed Premier Xia into the palace and took a cold shower. Then, he put on a blue robe, grabbed his stuff, and followed Premier Xia to Zhao Yanzi's palace. Her palace was connected with Zhao Guang's, and the Dragon King only opened an area up for Zhao Yanzi to stay in. The guards stepped back as soon as they saw Premier Xia, and the two of them arrived at Zhao Yanzi's palace gate in no time. Princess, I have brought the Fuma here, Premier Xia announced as he stood outside the door. The palace was extremely quiet. Premier Xia cleared his throat and repeated himself. Oh, Zhao Yanzi's voice came from the room. Should I let the Fuma in? Premier Xia wanted to make sure. It's all right. She knows that I'm coming. Hao Ren stepped forward. Zhao Yanzi wanted to hold her ground, but Hao Ren already pushed the door open. Premier Xia couldn't even pull Hao Ren back before he stepped inside. Zhao Yanzi was sitting on her bed. Her eyes were opened wide, and her face turned red when she saw Hao Ren enter. 6 dragon and phoenix candles were shining brightly in the room, and all the decorations in the room seemed to be magnificent. So, this is Zhao Yanzi's actual room. Hao Ren looked around. Premier Xia hastily chased after him from the door. Fuma, you shouldn't barge in. She's not sleeping yet, Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi was terribly mad and worried when she saw Hao Ren's attitude. She was nervous and was looking forward to it when she heard that Hao Ren was coming. She was hoping to experience what it would be like to be a spoiled princess, but who would have thought that Hao Ren would have such an attitude? Fuma, you can't mess around since you are servicing the princess, Premier Xia immediately said. Servicing? Hao Ren was stupefied, and he looked at Premier Xia, confused. Then, he turned to Zhao Yanzi and found her suddenly blushing. Her face looked as if it was being baked in the oven. He lifted the bag in his hand and said, I'm here to tutor the princess. Zhao Yanzi was stupefied on the side of her bed. Jerk. She suddenly got furious. Zhao Yanzi hopped off the bed and threw herself in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren was pushed onto the floor before he realized it, and he felt a pain in his shoulder along with a crack sound. Zhao Yanzi pushed him over and bit his shoulder. Hao Ren tried to push her away, but she didn't move at all. Zhao Yanzi was at the Foundation establishment realm, so her strength was much more powerful than ordinary girls. She wrapped her arms tightly around Hao Ren's neck as she laid on his body. Her white teeth bit Hao Ren's shoulder as her body wrapped around him like vines. Instead of pushing her away, Hao Ren rolled around on the floor. Jerk. All of Zhao Yanzi's suppressed jealousy was released, and she kept biting his shoulder. She even reached out and tried to hit Hao Ren's neck. Hao Ren dodged her fists. He rolled around by 180 degrees again since he didn't want to crush her. Fuma, princess, Premier Xia stood beside them, not knowing what to do. He had worked as the premier in the Dragon Palace for many years and had seen many things. But this was his first time seeing the Fuma and princess getting into a fight when they first tried to sleep together. A long time ago, it was Premier Xia who arranged Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang's first date in the Dragon Palace. How could Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren be like this? Everything is consensual here, he thought. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Premier Shah circled around the two of them. He didn't look like he was trying to stop the fight. On the other hand, he looked like the judge of a wrestling game. But there was nothing he could do. The Fuma and the princess were rolling around on the floor, and he didn't know how to stop them. It appeared that the princess was fiercer. Stop it. Hao Ren finally let out a wave of force and pushed Zhao Yanzi up since the pain on his shoulder got worse. He picked her legs up and lifted her with his arms. Zhao Yanzi suddenly lost her balance, and she swayed her arms and legs in panic. She looked pretty in the white dress she changed into. Premier Shah suddenly realized that this was beyond his responsibility, so he backed out of the door and closed it quietly. Zhao Yanzi, who was still struggling in Hao Ren's arms, blushed again. Maybe she was just unwilling to submit, or perhaps she was tired. She kept breathing deeply as her chest quickly went up and down. Why are you so vicious? Hao Ren looked down at her. Humph. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at him as she struggled again, trying to escape from Hao Ren's arms. What is servicing? Hao Ren asked. He knew this word, but he found it a little weird in this context. Zhao Yanzi was angry, so she hit Hao Ren's chest again. Her heart sunk a little when she heard that Hao Ren was coming here, but she thought Hao Ren just wanted to spend some time with her. He had been very popular these 2 days. Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, Xie Yujia, Su Han, everyone was on his side. She wanted to tone it down a little bit by acting like a spoiled princess and letting him sleep on the floor. However, Hao Ren didn't abide by the rules and etiquettes at all. He barged into her bedroom. On top of that, instead of comforting her, he came to tutor her. How could this not piss Zhao Yanzi off? After all, Zhao Yanzi never expected that Hao Ren would make a specific trip to her house to bring her study materials to the Dragon Palace. You went into my room. Zhao Yanzi was stupefied at the thought of this. Yeah, Hao Ren answered calmly while looking at her. Zhao Yanzi suddenly remembered the mess in her room, and her undergarments were thrown everywhere. Jerk. Who said that you could go into my room? Let go of me. I'm going to bite you. Bite you. She started to struggle fiercely in Hao Ren's arms again. Premier Shah, who was standing outside the palace, heard Zhao Yanzi's yelling. He suddenly understood and thought, I am lacking a sense of romance. He didn't dare to stay there and eavesdrop, so he hastily left the area while blushing. Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's neck and bit into his shoulder again. Hao Ren felt like she was trying to eat him. He threw Zhao Yanzi onto her bed before lifting his robe to check his shoulder. There were sets of red bite marks on both sides of his shoulders, and some bite marks on the right side were even showing a hint of blood. Were you born in the year of the dog? Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi angrily as he rubbed his shoulders. I didn't allow you to enter my room. Zhao Yanzi was as mad as him. Your final exams are coming up. Do you want to place first in your class again? Hao Ren asked. First place, Zhao Yanzi murmured. She knew that Hao Ren meant first place at the bottom. Her face gradually softened. It's for your own good. I don't want you to get crappy results on the exams again. Hao Ren rolled his eyes at her. Then, he picked the bag up and took some materials out. Zhao Yanzi looked up at Hao Ren angrily, but she didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. So, she pouted instead. Studying was her weakness. Zhao Hongyu had promised to take her to the beach if she could rank top 3 this time, and she could forget about going out the entire summer if she ranked after 20. Math first. Hao Ren took the math books out of the bag, took his shoes off, and sat on Zhao Yanzi's large bed. Then, he even rolled under the blanket. Zhao Yanzi twisted her pretty eyebrows as if she was choked on an egg. Shameless. He just rolled under my blanket like that, she thought. Hao Ren didn't seem to care at all. He pulled the candlestick closer to the bed and coughed twice. We need to go over the key concepts. The formula for the difference of squares, factorization. What Jack SS. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at him angrily, but she still moved closer to him. In fact, Xie Yujia had tutored her for a while now. Although she was thorough, Zhao Yanzi found it a little boring. Hao Ren seemed to be better at it in comparison. This separating factorization method seems to be your weakness. Hao Ren pointed the pen on the paper as he went through the key points. Zhao Yanzi turned to look at Hao Ren's face. His face was only a few centimeters away from her, and she shrugged and suddenly enjoyed the sweet feeling. She put her legs in the blanket, and her soft feet touched Hao Ren's shank. Hao Ren was in the green robe premier shop prepared for him. It was sort of an ancient-style pajama. The material was very thin and light, so he felt Zhao Yanzi's foot as soon as she touched him. And this one, getting the common factor. Hao Ren paused for a bit before moving his legs toward the edge of the bed a little bit and continued. Bad uncle, Zhao Yanzi's feet followed over on purpose. Hao Ren leaned on the pillow. He had the material in one hand and a pen in the other as he moved his feet a bit further. But Zhao Yanzi didn't want to give up. She directly landed her soft feet on Hao Ren's thigh. Hey, don't push it. Hao Ren turned to her. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with her big eyes as she snorted at him. Her feet didn't keep fighting over territory but were still on Hao Ren's firm right leg. She stepped on it as if it was a piano footboard. Her feet were tiny and soft, and Hao Ren felt like they were kitten's paws massaging his leg. Let's start with square differences. Hao Ren flipped the materials to the front and looked at Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi looked beautiful up close, and there was a sweet scent from her body. She looked like a cute kitty when she pouted. Oh, Zhao Yanzi answered absent-mindedly. Let's do an exercise to warm up. 2 squares perimeter total is 32 centimeters, and their area difference is 48 square centimeters. What is the side length of these 2 squares? Hao Ren flipped to the exercise page and turned to her. Zhao Yanzi stuck her head over and picked up the pen from Hao Ren's hand. She stared at the question, and the back of her head was right in front of Hao Ren's chest and chin. Her black hair was so smooth like silk, and her round shoulders had a nice shape to them even though they were under her clothes. She rolled over with the book and the pen as she laid the material on Hao Ren's chest, and she started working on the question while biting her lips. She treated Hao Ren as her personal desk. Hao Ren couldn't do anything, so he just waited patiently. A plus B, A B, she raised her head and said, 1 is 7, and the other is 1. Looks like that's okay. Now, let's talk about factorization. Hao Ren took the book and pen out of her hand. Too easy. Humph, Zhao Yanzi said proudly. Hao Ren thought to himself, you worked for such a long time on an easy question like this, I'm even too ashamed to blame you. However, he didn't want to kill her spirit, so he kept going through the key points. The middle school material was neither too difficult nor too easy. Hao Ren certainly found it easy since he was a university student, but it was a bit tricky to understand since it was all new material for Zhao Yanzi. Time flew by, and Hao Ren covered all the key concepts in math for her. Then, he walked her over some physics and chemistry concepts. Zhao Yanzi was already dozing off after all that. Hey! Hao Ren nudged her shoulder. I can't keep my eyes open. Zhao Yanzi rubbed her eyes. She placed her head between Hao Ren's shoulder and chest, and her face looked pinkish under the candlelight. Go to sleep then. We are done anyways, said Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi nodded. Just before she passed out, she suddenly lifted her head as if she remembered something. What's the matter? Hao Ren was startled by her sudden movement. I got drunk today, Zhao Yanzi pouted. I had 2 barrels, and I'm fine. You only had a few glasses, Hao Ren said. Before he could finish, Zhao Yanzi held him down with her hands on his shoulders. Then, she pressed her lips to his. Hao Ren breathed in deeply, surprised. Zhao Yanzi's little tongue lightly touched the tip of Hao Ren's tongue before she turned back and hid under the blanket. I'm asleep, she murmured under the blanket. Chapter 437. Who Dares to Bully Yujia? Hao Ren held the study material in his hands, stupefied. Was that a forced kiss? He slowly stuck out his tongue and touched it with his finger. Then, he looked at the blanket Zhao Yanzi hid under. She didn't even move a bit. She had already taken the blanket, and Hao Ren was left outside in his robe. You are asleep? Hao Ren asked. The blanket stayed still. Hao Ren bit his tongue lightly, and that sensation seemed to have lingered from that moment. The middle schoolers nowadays are quite something, Hao Ren thought as he coughed twice on purpose. If you are sleeping, I better get going. There was still no movement under the blanket, so Hao Ren had no idea what Zhao Yanzi's facial expression was. Happy, shy, or sleepy? Hao Ren slid to the side of the bed and put on his shoes. I'm leaving, Hao Ren repeated. He was planning to go back after tutoring Zhao Yanzi. He never wished to stay the night. Zhao Yanzi kept quiet under the blanket. Don't smother yourself, Hao Ren walked out the door. Then, he flipped out 6 sword energies and extinguished all 6 candles before slowly closing the door behind him. The grasses were green, and the flowers were blooming in the yard. Hao Ren looked up. Instead of the moon, he saw dark blue ocean water. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw Zhao Kuo lying on the roof of Zhao Yanzi's palace in a black robe. He was drinking by himself with a kettle of liquor in his hand. Third, uncle? Hao Ren had a bad feeling about this. Humph. Zhao Kuo landed with the kettle quietly. He grabbed Hao Ren and hopped over the fence. The patrolling soldiers had just walked by them. Zhao Kuo let go of Hao Ren and pushed him smoothly. Son, if you dare to do anything to Z, I will kill you. Hao Ren began to sweat and thought, Zhao Yanzi's third uncle was spying on us. Thank God I was just tutoring her. Otherwise. Come have a drink with me. Zhao Kuo grabbed onto Hao Ren and hopped again onto another roof. Then, they jumped toward the profound cultivation palace. Who is it? The patrolling soldiers sensed the motion and shouted immediately. It's me. Zhao Kuo answered. The soldiers immediately bowed when they saw Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo. Greetings, Commanding General. Hao Ren was in Zhao Kuo's hand, so he just waved in embarrassment. Zhao Kuo leapt into the sky, opened the array formation that was protecting the profound cultivation palace, and went to the top of the roof. The profound cultivation palace was 7 floors tall. It was the tallest building in the Dragon Palace. Since there were all kinds of precious techniques, regular cultivators were not allowed near it. Therefore, it was also the quietest place. Pa. 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 Zhao Kuo had one of his iron hands on Hao Ren's shoulder, and they reached the top of the profound cultivation palace in several flips. The design of the profound cultivation palace resembled a 7-floor pagoda. The techniques were stored according to the grades, and they were color-coded into red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. The top floor was the smallest in size, and its circular roof was only about 6 square meters. Zhao Kuo sat on the glazed tiles and took out another kettle of liquor from his ring before throwing it to Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught it and sat down. They could see the entire East Ocean Dragon Palace from the roof of the profound cultivation palace. Palaces of different sizes looked magnificent under the lantern light. Zhao Kuo leaned on the roof behind him with the drink in hand, and he said slowly, "This will all be yours in the future." Underneath them was the 7th floor where purple grade techniques were stored. These techniques were dreams of all dragon cultivators. Certainly, even Zhao Kuo wouldn't be able to come out alive if he barged into the incredibly powerful array formation recklessly. Hao Ren looked around at the large East Ocean Dragon Palace. It was covered by mysterious golden light. He opened the kettle up and took a sip. "What else did my dad say to you?" Zhao Kuo asked. Hao Ren zapped his mouth. This liquor tasted even purer than the ones from the banquet. He answered, "He said that I'm brave enough, but my temperament is not domineering enough to become an overlord." Well said. Zhao Kuo drank a mouthful of the strong liquor. He said that Z's father has the ambition but is not assertive enough. You are brave and powerful but not calculative enough, and Z's second uncle is smart but can't cultivate, so he could only enjoy the wealth in the mortal world. Zhao Kuo was buried in his thoughts. He also said that Z is not calm enough to become a leader, and East Ocean might be in trouble in the future. Therefore, he didn't want the commanding general's position to fall into other people's hands. He would rather pass it on to an incapable man than a vicious schemer. Incapable man, humph. Zhao Kuo looked at Hao Ren and said, "I don't see how you are an incapable man." He knew that Zhao Horan had good eyes. Hao Ren would never get this position if he were really incapable. How could an incompetent person guard the commanding general's token after all? Hao Ren didn't comment on that. He continued, "He wanted to pass his cultivation strength to you, but you didn't come back. He thought it would be a waste to give it to Z's father, and it was inappropriate to pass it to Z as well. Therefore, he gave it to me." "What else?" Zhao Kuo questioned. He said he had cultivated for more than 1,000 years, but his strong murderous spirit hindered him from breaking through to the heavenly dragon realm. However, he had been on the throne all his life, so there were no regrets, Hao Ren said. Zhao Kuo nodded and kept silent. Hao Ren didn't say anything else as well. "Anything he wanted you to tell me?" Zhao Kuo couldn't let go and kept asking. He just asked me to pass the sword to you. Nothing else, Hao Ren answered. Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth as he snorted through his nose. Then, he took a few more sips of the liquor. He looked at Zhao Horan's palace. Zhao Kuo had too many memories associated with the large practice field in front of the palace. Zhao Horan taught him how to stand on the ground when he first learned how to walk, and he taught him fist techniques and the spirit concentration scroll. At that time, Zhao Kuo was a little kid, but he practiced extra hard. Zhao Kuo sensed that his nose got a little runny, and his eyes watered. Are you okay, third uncle? Hao Ren noticed the change on Zhao Kuo's face. I'm okay. It's the alcohol. Zhao Kuo raised his kettle and toasted Hao Ren. They both took a sip of their drinks. Kid, Zhao Kuo put the kettle down and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at him. Who is that Xie Yujia? Zhao Kuo asked. She's my classmate, Hao Ren answered after half a second of hesitation. It's not that simple, is it? Zhao Kuo asked. What do you think? Hao Ren posed the question back to him. I don't want Z to be in an unfavorable situation. I don't care what kind of agreement Zhao Hongyu made with that girl. I am not okay with it, Zhao Kuo said. He glimpsed at Hao Ren, who did not respond, and continued, sever ties with that Xie Yujia, or I am pushing you down. Zhao Kuo put one of his hands on Hao Ren's shoulder. Hao Ren looked at him quietly and responded, I won't. Zhao Kuo suddenly pushed, and Hao Ren's body tilted as if he was about to roll down from the tower. However, Hao Ren took the opportunity to grab onto Zhao Kuo's arm, and he applied a simple China 1 technique and grabbed Zhao Kuo's wrist. Damn, kid. Zhao Kuo was pulled up by Hao Ren. He dropped the kettle in the other hand and swung his bowl-sized fist toward Hao Ren's face. Hao Ren stood still on the roof. He dodged Zhao Kuo's fist and swung his leg at him. Nice. You dare to fight me now? Zhao Kuo kicked back at him. Some glazed tiles were lifted, and the array formation of the Profound Cultivation Palace shook once. The Profound Cultivation Palace was the most important palace in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Chu Niu, who temporarily lived there, was invited to set up the array formation himself. Even a Qian level or Kun level cultivator would be immediately killed if they triggered the array formation. The roof was only about 6 square meters large, but it was over 50 meters tall. Both Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo suppressed their nature essence, and they fought only with their physical power and martial art techniques. Boom! 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 Hao Ren kept defending himself, but Zhao Kuo still landed a fist on his face. At the same time, Hao Ren's fist smashed onto Zhao Kuo's chest as well. However, it didn't bother Zhao Kuo at all since he was very sturdy. Paw! Another strike landed on Hao Ren's right cheek. He might have been equally as powerful as Zhao Kuo if he used the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, but if it was only physical strength and martial art techniques, he was nowhere near Zhao Kuo's level. Boom! Zhao Kuo hit Hao Ren's chest with his elbow, and Hao Ren slipped. His back crushed a few glazed tiles behind him. Even so, Hao Ren didn't use his nature essence. It would be like exploding an atomic bomb if he did that so close to the Profound Cultivation Palace's 7th floor. The array formation here was way too complicated. Get up and keep drinking. Zhao Kuo kicked Hao Ren's knee and picked up the kettle. Hao Ren rubbed his injuries and picked up his kettle as well. He toasted Zhao Kuo. If you ever make Z sad in the future, I'll teach you a lesson, and it will not be as easy as today. Zhao Kuo stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren sighed. He could neither defeat nor escape from this third uncle. He reached Dewey level in such a short time, and he was 1 generation older. Surpassing him in the future would be difficult. You better wish that I can't reach the heavenly dragon realm, Zhao Kuo continued. Why? Hao Ren asked immediately. I know that there is a soul formation realm cultivator behind that Xie Yujia. Once I get to the heavenly dragon realm, I will see who dares to bully Z. Zhao Kuo said fiercely as he raised his head. I would like to see who dares to bully Yujia. A voice came from above the Dragon Palace. An extremely strong power crushed the Grand Protection Array formation of the East Ocean Dragon Palace in a second. Chapter 438. Spell's Origin Note Scroll, Wa. A bright beam of green light suddenly dropped from the sky in front of Hao Ren. Then, an old lady who was wearing a simple green robe appeared. She stood firmly on the tiles, and her clothes were tidy and did not flutter at all. "Grandma," Hao Ren said in awe and surprise. "Humph. Who was the person that wanted to get rid of our Yujia?" Old Grandma looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo coldly and said. "I said it." Zhao Kuo stood up and said. "Humph." Old Grandma snorted and showed her displeasure. It was just a light sound, but both Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren were in so much pain that their heads felt like they were going to explode. They felt like there was a needle that was poked into the back of their heads. Old Grandma glanced at Hao Ren and saw that his face was swollen. "I don't have many shortcomings, but one of them is being overly protective," Old Grandma said. Zhao Kuo was just about to argue with her when a sudden strong gust of power came toward him, and he felt like his mouth was stuffed by nature essence and couldn't control his body. Then, he fell backward. During the whole process, Old Grandma stood still and didn't even move a single finger. Old Grandma stood firmly in front of Hao Ren and said, "If you don't treat Yujia well, you will pay for it." Oh, Hao Ren couldn't say anything. One was a dragon cultivator who had high chances of charging into the heavenly dragon realm, and the other was a soul formation realm cultivator. What else could he say? "I put a dharma note in Yujia's shoulders, so no one at the dragon god shrine would dare to hurt her. However, I still can't prevent other people from bullying her." Old Grandma took out an ancient book from her sleeve and said, "Give this book to Yujia." Even though her talent in cultivation is poor, she still got to the foundation establishment realm through hard work. Hao Ren took the book and looked at it. On it, it said, "Spells Origin Note Scroll," in ancient characters. He put the scroll that had a ton of nature essence into his necklace. After thinking it over, he asked, "Yujia is at the Dragon Palace. Why don't you give it to her yourself? That girl is compassionate and emotional. I'm afraid of seeing her cry, so it is better if I don't see her," Old Grandma responded. Hao Ren nodded. He knew that Xie Yujia had missed Old Grandma who taught her dearly. Hao Ren thought that he had the potential to be a delivery agent. After all, Zhao Horan asked him to deliver the black dragon spike and Old Grandma asked him to deliver the scroll. "Didn't you put on a great show at the Dragon God Shrine? I see that your realm has reached new heights," Old Grandma said. "I reached the mid-tier gen level," Hao Ren responded honestly. Mid-tier gen level was impressive amongst the new generations, but it was nothing in front of a soul formation realm cultivator. "You think exhausting yourself to transform into a dragon is fun?" Old Grandma took out a white elixir pill and threw it toward Hao Ren. "It might look as if your realm improved, but your meridian is secretly wounded in reality. I know the youngsters like to climb up the ladder quickly, but you also have to be careful. This is a marrow transformation pill, and it can heal your meridians. At Yujia's current realm, she couldn't make it. Cultivation needs to be steady. I don't want to see Yujia becoming a widow at such a young age." Old Grandma stared at Hao Ren and said. "Widow." Hao Ren's face turned bright red when he heard this word. It looked like this soul formation realm cultivator was hard-selling Yujia, and Hao Ren couldn't escape the fact that he was going to marry Yujia. Hao Ren hurried and swallowed the pill as Old Grandma stared at him. She could easily kill him since she was at a soul formation realm cultivator and wouldn't need to poison him through the pill. This pill was the legendary level 9 golden pill. It was so rare that it was like a myth. It was called a golden pill because it was so rare, not because it was golden in color. Once he swallowed the golden pill, Hao Ren felt warm inside and filled with energy. This pill was much more potent than the level 4 pill Xie Yujia made. Pa, 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 pa. Suddenly, the newer openings that appeared within Hao Ren's dragon core abruptly closed, and the nature essence in those openings condensed and froze. "I had helped you open tens of openings before, and now that they're closed, I'll count it as that I took back what I give you. The dragon core is your foundation. If you only rush to elevate your realm, your dragon core will collapse eventually," Old Grandma said. Hao Ren was a bit shocked. He quickly used his light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and the pain that his meridian experienced when he used nature essence all disappeared. He thought that it was the sequela of a fierce battle. Never did he know that it was the sign that his foundation was shaking. This little elixir pill helped heal all the unseen injuries that Hao Ren had accumulated through battles. Although he was healed, his realm fell from mid-tier to low-tier gen level. It just wasn't realistic to assume that by fighting continuously, his realm could rapidly increase while causing him no harm. In fact, his dragon core was injured, and his meridian had wounds that were hard to detect. Old Grandma didn't tell Hao Ren that it was a level 9 elixir pill. She just glanced at Hao Ren and said, "I need to go to 8 heaven and cultivate, and I don't know when I'll come out again. However, if I find that when I finish cultivating, something happened to Yujia, you'd be responsible. Even Lu Lily and Lu Linlin can't stop me from hunting you down." Once she finished her words, a beam of green light rose into the sky. There were no signs that old grandma came to the roof of Profound Cultivation Palace. Bam! Bam! Zhao Kuo stepped on the corners of the pagoda and climbed back up to the top of Profound Cultivation Palace. "Old witch! I'll defeat you one day." Zhao Kuo looked up to the sky and shouted at the beam of green light. He had fallen to the ground and was paralyzed for a moment. He had spent a lot of energy climbing back up the rooftop, but old grandma had left. Hao Ren, who was standing next to Zhao Kuo, was sweating profusely. He thought, Zhao Kuo is extremely brave to curse at a soul formation realm cultivator. Suddenly, a beam of green light flew toward the Profound Cultivation Palace. Zhao Kuo used his hands to block it, but he was hit by it again and pushed backward. He landed on a team of patrolling soldiers, and 5 to 6 poor soldiers who were wearing armor were knocked to the ground. When the soldiers saw it was Zhao Kuo, they quickly lifted him. Zhao Kuo was in a bad mood and kept cursing. Hao Ren stood on the roof of the Profound Cultivation Palace, and he turned around and looked at the fading green light and thought, old grandma isn't a tolerant person as well. After such a commotion, the dawn arrived. A white beam of light was approaching the main gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "Who is it?" a general protecting the main gate said in a loud voice. "Su Han from the Dragon God Shrine." Su Han said her name and rushed into the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang was still in his pajamas in the palace, reading documents. "Dragon King, Su Han from the Dragon God Shrine wants to see you," a guard shouted from the outside. Zhao Guang stopped working and looked up as he asked, "Where is Fuma and Zhao Kuo?" "They were drinking at the rooftop of the Profound Cultivation Palace last night, and they're now at the practice field, watching the soldiers' morning training," the guard responded. "They're getting pretty close now," Zhao Guang said to himself. Then, he said loudly, "Take Su Han to the Yangxin Palace, and then get Premier Xia, Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Xingyue over here." "As you wish." The guard quickly left. Moments later, many were gathering at the Yangxin Palace. Zhao Yanzi, who was still half asleep, was dragged over by Zhao Hongyu. Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily were also brought over by Zhao Hongyu. Su Han stood there quietly, she was waiting for Hao Ren. Half a minute later, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo both arrived at the Yangxin Palace. Su Han finally moved. Before she could reach Hao Ren, Lu Lily and Lu Linlin rushed over to him like butterflies. "Gongzi." Hao Ren was about to block them, but Lu Linlin stopped and asked in surprise, "Gongzi, what happened to your face?" On Hao Ren's face were 2 strip bruises, and the corner of his left eye was also a bit swollen. As Hao Ren didn't know how to explain it, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had already started to inspect Hao Ren's entire body. Lu Lily even opened Hao Ren's shirt and discovered rows of bite marks on his shoulders. "Who did this to Gongzi?" Lu Lily, who was pure and simple, asked immediately. She was mad. Zhao Yanzi, who was standing next to Zhao Hongyu, woke up from her half-asleep state. Her face turned bright red, and she felt guilty. Zhao Hongyu turned back and looked at Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Yanzi's face turned even redder. Hao Ren, the most embarrassed of all, quickly put his shirt back on. "Su Han, are you looking for me?" he asked. "Yeah." Su Han nodded lightly. She threw a token at Hao Ren and said, "This is the token for inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine. Because you showed exceptional performance during the exams, they promoted you to a level 3 inspector." Hao Ren caught the heavy token and felt his forehead burn a bit. A 3 dark golden flame symbol lit up and then disappeared on Hao Ren's forehead. This meant that Hao Ren was no longer an assisting inspector but an official inspector now. Hao Ren held the token and sensed the auras in the palace more clearly. He could tell the realm of each person from their lights and strong auras. For instance, Premier Xia was top-tier Xuan level while Elder Lu and Elder Sun were low-tier Kun level. It looked like the token of inspectors were also Adharma treasures. There are still many other uses for the token. I'll explain them to you in the future. Su Han took out a golden box from her bracelet and said, "Here's the 7-core 5-color lotus that you mentioned." When Su Han said those words, Zhao Kuo's eyes brightened up. Hao Ren noticed it and knew that Zhao Kuo entered the Dragon God Shrine's general exams to get the 7-core 5-color lotus while practicing his skills. Not only did Zhao Kuo stare at the treasure, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili also got excited. As long as Hao Ren possessed this treasure, his probability of getting to peak Qian level increased drastically. He could also pass by the heavenly tribulation easier and increase levels quicker. As long as Hao Ren had this treasure, he could become a heavenly dragon, and they could stay by his side forever. Hao Ren took the golden box from Su Han and carefully opened it. Inside the box was a normal, gray lotus flower. It was the size of the tip of the pinky finger, and one couldn't sense nature essence from it. In other words, it looked like a withered lotus. It looked much different from what Hao Ren had imagined. Its plain appearance was also why no inspector took it. "Linlin, Lily, come over and look at this for me," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily went over speedily. They looked down on Hao Ren's hands and carefully inspected the box before looking up and saying in a cheery tone, "Congratulations, Gongzi. This is the genuine 7-core 5-color lotus." "Okay." Hao Ren closed the box with a satisfied look on his face. Then, he turned to Zhao Kuo and said, "Uncle Kuo, this is for you." Ah, Zhao Kuo had seen many things in his life, but he was shocked at this moment. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were also shocked. The 7-core 5-color lotus was an extremely rare treasure. They had looked everywhere and only discover one at the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren's act of gifting the 7-core 5-color lotus was equivalent to gifting his own future to Zhao Kuo. On this treacherous journey of cultivation, cultivators took every opportunity they got and would even risk their lives to get ahead. Normally, no one would do what Hao Ren did and gift their chances away. "Third uncle!" Hao Ren shouted. Zhao Kuo woke up from his shock after hearing Hao Ren's shout. He looked at Hao Ren and saw the bruises on Hao Ren's face again. He thought, "I beat him up last night, and he is still giving such a rare treasure to me?" Gongzi. The Lu sisters couldn't just take the 7-core 5-color lotus away from Hao Ren, so they tried to stop him by shouting. "Third uncle is the one who has the most hope in charging into the heavenly dragon realm. Giving the 7-core 5-color lotus to him is the better decision," Hao Ren said. "Well, since you've put it that way, I'll take it with gratitude." Zhao Kuo took the golden box from Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked frustrated, and they pouted for a long time. They tried so hard to get the 7-core 5-color lotus for Hao Ren, but he just gave it out as a favor. "Why did you make me get this thing for you? What is it really?" Su Han asked Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't respond, but the frustrated Lu sisters responded before Hao Ren could. "This is the best-suited mystic crystal for Gongzi." Su Han didn't know what this lotus was for, but her eyes opened wide after hearing the Lu sisters' explanation. She was shocked as well. Any dragon cultivator was willing to sacrifice their everything for an excellent mystic crystal, but Hao Ren just gifted it away. Other than Su Han, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Xingyue all looked at Hao Ren in surprise. "Third uncle. If you can't get to the heavenly dragon realm, you'd be wasting this great treasure," Hao Ren joked. "Humph. I don't need you to tell me." Zhao Kuo put the golden box back into his storage ring. Although Zhao Kuo didn't say thanks, the gratitude was written in his heart. He owed Hao Ren his life for this. Su Han calmed down and looked at Hao Ren. "There's another thing. The Dragon God Shrine demoted Qin Shaoyang and sent him off to the cold and remote Northwest Territory again. That's why from now on, you and I will be the inspectors in charge of the East Ocean City." Chapter 439. Girls all around. Hearing such news, not only did Hao Ren's face lit up, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were also pleased. Due to the different origins and experiences of the inspectors, although they were all inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine, they still had their own preferences. For example, Su Han grew up in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Therefore, on some issues, she was more lenient toward the East Ocean Dragon Clan. As for Qin Shaoyang, he obviously favored the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Him being an inspector in the East Ocean City certainly would make the East Ocean Dragon clan somewhat uncomfortable. Now that Howen replaced Qin Xiaoyang and became an inspector of the East Ocean City, this was certainly good news for the East Ocean Dragon clan. A while back, East Ocean brutally defeated West Ocean, and Howen was so outstanding in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams that he even defeated Qin Xiaoyang. The East Ocean Dragon clan was having so much momentum, and the Dragon God Shrine felt that Qin Xiaoyang, who couldn't even defeat East Ocean's Fuma, had no chance in holding back the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so they had made some adjustments in strategy. "There is nothing else. I'm going back," Su Han said. "Inspector Su, it's better for us to go together. We also have to head back," Zhao Guang said. "Sister Su, let's go together." Zhao Yanzi held Su Han's arm and quickly found a backing. The fact that she left bite marks on Howen's shoulder was exposed, so it was only safe for her to stay with Su Han. Zhao Hongyu took a look at Zhao Yanzi and then at Su Han. As expected, she didn't say anything. "Let's go back." Howen put away the inspector token and looked around. "Where is Zhen Kongming and Little White?" "Little Taoist Zhen is still asleep. I will go call him right away," Premier Shah said. "There's no need. I'm already up." Zhen Kongming appeared at the door of the Yangxin Palace in his white shirt, and Little White was with him. He still had that proud look on his face as if everyone owed him money. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily moved closer to Howen's side. They gently picked up Howen's palm and checked the balance of elements in Howen's body. Being held by their two soft hands, Howen couldn't get away from them even if he tried. He heard Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's surprised tone. "Gongzi, how come you fell half a realm?" Xie Yujia, who tightly followed Howen, heard this statement and immediately looked at Howen in worry. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily continued, "But Gongzi's foundation is actually much better than before. The 5 elemental nature essences are perfectly balanced." Howen cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The more balanced the 5 elemental nature essences were, the higher his power. During this time, Howen was exhausted from fighting, and the balance in his body was already thrown off. Now, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily found that the 5 elemental nature essences in Howen's body were like being packed in grids, neatly arranged. How could they imagine that Howen had just swallowed a level 9 elixir pill? Any kind of level 9 elixir pill had the magical effects of cleansing the flesh and reshaping the bones, not to mention the fact that old grandma gave Howen a level 9 elixir pill that specialized in repairing the body. If it weren't for Howen's serious physical injuries, a level 9 elixir pill was enough to increase Howen's realm. Of course, reliance on pills wasn't stable. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and there should be a dragon boat race. "Let's go see it with Grandma," Xie Yujia said softly. Zhao Yanzi, who was walking in front of them, perhaps it was her superb hearing or her full attention of the dialogue between Howen and Xie Yujia, she suddenly turned around and asked, "Dragon boat race?" Xie Yujia didn't expect Zhao Yanzi to hear her conversation with Howen. She went blank for a moment and nodded. Dragon boat race happens every year during the Dragon Boat Festival. But this year, several cities are competing together. Dragon boat race. Zhao Yanzi thought for half a second and raised her head. "Mom, I also want to see the dragon boat race." "You haven't done your homework yet." Zhao Hongyu immediately glared at her. "I'll do it in the evening, and there's time." Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu and begged. "It's been a long time since we met up with Howen's family." "All right, I'll take you there," Zhao Hongyu softened and said. "Yes. Yes." Zhao Yanzi was so excited that she jumped up and down. She then swung Su Han's arm and said, "Sister Su, why don't you come and see the dragon boat race too?" Su Han hesitated. Okay. It was not her style to spend half a day on activities other than cultivation. But thinking of the fact that the Dragon God Shrine's general exams kept her mood anxious for quite a few days, it was all right to relax. Seeing Su Han agree, Zhao Yanzi immediately talked to the others, "Elder Sun, Elder Lu, and Elder Xingyue, let's go. I still have the task of rainfall today. I'm afraid I cannot join you," Lu Qing apologized. Elder Sun and Elder Xingyue smiled and nodded. Seeing that the princess invited them, they had to be respectful and agree when they could. "Premier Shah, you come too." Zhao Yanzi immediately looked to Premier Shah. Premier Shah moved his gaze to Zhao Guang and hesitated. He wanted to go out. When they went to the Dragon God Shrine, he was particularly happy. However, since his duty was to manage the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he couldn't leave his post without authorization. Let's go together, Zhao Guang said. Thank you, Dragon King. Premier Shah, whose face was filled with vicissitudes of life, laughed like a child. When we're outside the palace, don't call me Dragon King, Zhao Guang reminded him. Yes, understand, Mr. Zhao. Premier Shah caught himself and changed how he addressed Zhao Guang. He went on land very few times, but he often communicated with Elder Lu and Elder Sun. Those two elders interacted with the Dragon King on land, so he picked up a few things from them. Premier Shah's words and expression caused everyone to laugh. Zhao Guang also smiled helplessly. Howen showed his supreme power in the Dragon God Shrine, but he gave the best mystic crystal to Zhao Kuo, making him hopeful of becoming a heavenly dragon. This series of events allowed Zhao Guang to sweep away the depression from before and feel happy. Those bite mark. Xie Yujia walked beside Howen and touched Howen's wrist with her hand. Did Z bite you? Howen turned to look at her and smiled embarrassedly. Xie Yujia looked up and stared at Zhao Yanzi. She felt somewhat unpleasant and thought, Zhao Yanzi is too willful. Judging from the marks, the bites were deep. It's okay, she was just playing around. Howen looked at Xie Yujia's expression and couldn't help but explain. You are still protecting her, Xie Yujia whispered softly. Then, she took out a bottle from her bracelet, poured out a pale green elixir pill, and put it into her mouth to gently crush it. What are you doing? Howen looked at her, puzzled. Don't move. Xie Yujia spat the crushed pill into her hand. Mixed with her saliva, she applied it to Howen's shoulder. Howen suddenly felt a dash of cool and refreshing moisture penetrating into his skin and bones. Zhen Kongming taught me this. Crush the detox elixir pull and applying it to the skin could boost blood circulation and recovery, Xie Yujia said. Howen reached out and touched his shoulder, and he then pulled up his collar and felt deeply moved. Even Lu Linlin and Lu Lili praised, Big Jumu is so considerate. There are still some injuries on the face, Howen said while peeking at Xie Yujia. Bam! Bam! Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's hearts were shattered. Gongzi is so naughty. Look at how sneaky you are. You are responsible for the injuries on your face. Xie Yujia pouted and stuffed a detox elixir pill into Howen's hand. Howen smiled and put the detox elixir pill into his mouth. After he had crunched it, he applied it to the injuries on his cheek and the corner of his eye. Later, he would see his parents. The bruises on his face weren't acceptable. Howen and Xie Yujia's actions would definitely cause other human cultivators to faint. The precious level 4 pills were used as healing ointments. If I knew earlier, I'd applied it for Gongzi, Lu Lili whispered and pouted as she looked at Howen's face. Girl, you think of naughty things all day. Lu Linlin reached out and turned Lu Lili's ear. Ah! Lu Lili was dragged to the front by Lu Linlin. The group walked to the gate of the Dragon Palace and took out their own Dharma treasures, created energy spheres, and got back on land. After getting back on land, Howen first gave Grandma a call. Ren, you came back? Grandma's voice sounded on the phone. Hey, where are you, Grandma? Howen asked. I'm here in the Eastern Plaza by the Yellow Dragon River with your parents, and we are watching the dragon boat race, Grandma shouted. Okay, we'll be there soon. Howen hung up. In the Eastern Plaza, Howen turned to Zhao Hongyu and said. Let's go. Zhao Hongyu took out her River Mountain Qian Kun painting and opened it. They stepped on the painting that was more than 10 meters long and flew to the Eastern Plaza. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting released colorful lights as it flew up the Yellow Dragon River, gliding in the wind. Wasn't it more majestic than any dragon boat? They arrived at the Eastern Plaza in a blink of the eye. Howen immediately spotted his parents and grandma in the crowd. Among the crowd, there were also some dragon cultivators mixed in. However, their realms were not high. They were from river and lake clans, and they were only here to join in on the fun. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting landed behind a commercial building near the Eastern Plaza. Then, Zhao Hongyu removed the energy sphere and led the group to the riverside. First time being in such a lively place, Premier Shah seemed excited. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, and he suddenly looked cool. Grandma. Hao Ren saw her and shouted, "Ren! Ren!" Grandma turned and saw Hao Ren. She then waved her hand above her head. Grandma. Zhao Yanzi dashed over and ran into Grandma's arms. "Little Z, Grandma missed you so much," Grandma said as she squeezed Zhao Yanzi's face. Hao Ren was speechless as he thought, "You say this every time, Grandma. Can't you change up the lines?" Grandma. Xie Yujia also walked over and called out sweetly, "Hey, Yujia." Grandma reached out her hands and took Xie Yujia into her arms. Grandma. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came together and called with joy. Linlin, Lily, you're here too." Grandma opened her arms again and took in Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Hao Ren looked at Grandma and thought, "You're old now, so please show some restraint. Don't be so greedy. Your body is not big, to begin with, and you still desperately want to take all 4 of them in your arms." Sure enough, the 2 skinny arms of Grandma couldn't wrap around the 4 girls, so she let go of them all at once. Auntie. Zhao Hongyu came over gracefully and greeted. Chapter 440. Are you single? Hongyu. Grandma reached out her arms at Zhao Hongyu in excitement. Zhao Hongyu smiled softly and stepped forward to give Grandma a gentle hug. Grandma was very kind, and Zhao Hongyu had a gentle personality. Therefore, Grandma felt close to her from the bottom of her heart. On top of that, Grandma stayed at Zhao Hongyu's place for a while, so they had bonded very well. Hee, Zhao Hongyu smiled to Yu Yang after the hug. Grandma and Zhao Hongyu cared a lot for each other, and Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu understood each other. When Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang were making eye contacts, Zhao Guang and Hao Zonghua both stepped forward for a handshake. Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang were 2 good friends on the same educational level, while Zhao Guang and Hao Zonghua respected each other. The 2 families got along very well. "Where did you go?" Grandma asked joyfully. "We took a trip to the nearby mountain." Zhao Hongyu smiled. Hee, thank you for taking care of these 2 little ones. Grandma nodded pleasantly. She didn't worry at all since Hao Ren and Xie Yujia went on a trip with Zhao Hongyu's family. "What are you talking about? We should thank you for taking care of Z," Zhao Hongyu said politely. Okay. Grandma looked behind Zhao Hongyu and asked, "These are?" "Let me introduce them," Zhao Guang said brightly. "This is my little brother Zhao Kuo. This is Mr. Sun from Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo. This is a good friend of mine, Mr. Xia. This is my wife's good friend, Xingyue, and this is also a good friend of my wife's, Su Han. She teaches at the East Ocean University." Premier Xia took his sunglasses off and bowed instinctively with a smile on his face when Zhao Guang introduced him. Grandma looked at them and smiled kindly. Elder Sun was in a very straight brown robe, and Premier Xia wore a Chinese-style long robe over his hunched back. Elder Xingyue wore a white robe. She looked cold and haughty. Su Han, who was also in a white robe while standing beside her, appeared to be calm and elegant in comparison. Ahem. Yu Yang noticed that Hao Zonghua was staring at Su Han, so she nudged him on purpose. Hao Zonghua looked away immediately. When he saw Su Han, he couldn't help but wonder, why are all the girls around Ren so pretty? "Very nice young man. You look pretty strong." Grandma patted Zhao Kuo and smiled. Zhao Kuo froze for a second before revealing an ugly smile. "I haven't met your younger brother before. Did he just arrive at the East Ocean City? Does he need Zonghua to refer him to a job?" Grandma continued. Zhao Kuo looked confused. He knew that he looked very built, but that didn't mean he was a labor worker with no educational background. "Don't worry about it, Mom. Z's father knows a lot of people. They wouldn't need us for that," Yu Yang said immediately. "You are right. I'm being overly concerned," Grandma nodded apologetically. Then, she looked around and said, "Let's find a nice spot before it's too late." The East Ocean City was hosting a dragon boat race with a few nearby cities for this year's Dragon Boat Festival. Therefore, many tourists, as well as local residents, came here for the event. Therefore, there were lots of people on both sides of the Yellow Dragon River. They had to walk to a higher place for a better view. While they walked forward, Grandma got closer to Zhao Kuo and asked, "What school did you go to? Are you still single?" Zhao Kuo rolled his big eyes, not knowing what to say. If Zhao Guang didn't drag him to see this boring dragon boat race, he wouldn't even talk to mortals. How old are you? Grandma continued as Zhao Kuo didn't respond. Mom. Yu Yang stopped her immediately. It seems like it's Zhao Guang's brother's first time in the East Ocean City. I just want to know more about him, Grandma said to Yu Yang. It's his first time in the East Ocean City, and he doesn't know much about this city. He is very shy, so don't ask him too many questions, Yu Yang said to her patiently. I wouldn't be asking him those questions if he isn't Zhao Guang's younger brother, Grandma complained lightly, but she stopped her interrogation at last. Zhao Kuo looked a little defeated after Grandma asked those questions. At this moment, Zhao Yanzi walked over and said, "Third uncle." What? Zhao Kuo looked at her. Don't hit Hao Ren without my permission in the future, Zhao Yanzi said to him with a pout. Zhao Kuo was stupefied. He was feeling wronged and sad at the same time. Me hitting Hao Ren? I was hit by someone else. That old wicked cultivator only flipped her finger, and it almost broke my bone, he thought. After saying that, Zhao Yanzi murmured something lightly before speeding up to catch up with Hao Ren. Zhao Kuo looked at Zhao Yanzi's lively figure, feeling lost. This little girl is starting to get on other people's side, he thought. When he was sighing lightly, a figure in a white robe walked closer to him. Zhao Kuo turned over and saw Elder Xingyu's charming face. Are you leaving this time? Elder Xingyue asked. In order to provide convenience for the residents to watch the dragon boat race, vehicles were blocked from the bridges over the Yellow Dragon River. Thousands of citizens were standing on the cement bridges at the moment. Hao Ren and the others walked past the Eastern Plaza. The nearest bridge to them was the Shuchuan Bridge. It was also the highest one amongst all the bridges over the river. The police force of the East Ocean City was heavily situated there. There were at least 100 police officers on Shuchuan Bridge, making sure everything was in order. They made sure no resident was crossing the railing. So many people. Zhao Yanzi sighed. Kongming, come to Grandma. Grandma saw Zhen Kongming walking through the crowd and waved at him. Zhen Kongming walked over with Little White in his arms, and Grandma put her arms around him immediately to protect him. Zhen Kongming was moved by her caring act. His master Chu Niu was the most powerful array master and elixir master in the world, but he never cared for him as much as Grandma did. Grandma was already old, but she protected Zhen Kongming in her arms in such a crowd. She didn't want him to get pushed down by the surrounding adults. Zhao Hongyu and the others squeezed over at last. They didn't expect to see so many people at the dragon boat race. Premier Shaw even lost his sunglasses on the way here. He had been the premier of the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years, and this was his first time looking this messy. Where is Zhao Kuo? Zhao Hongyu looked into the crowd. Xingyue isn't here either, Zhao Guang said. Is there anything wrong? Elder Sun was a little worried, but he was short in size and couldn't see far without flying. Zhao Guang was a little worried too, and he started to look around in search of them. Don't worry about it. Zhao Hongyu suddenly laughed happily. She patted Zhao Guang's shoulder and pointed in a direction. Zhao Guang looked in the direction that she was pointing at, and he saw Zhao Kuo in his black shirt and Elder Xingyue in her white robe standing beside the bridge. As they looked into the river, they chatted and ate ice creams. It seemed like Zhao Kuo hadn't had ice cream before. There was ice cream on his nose, and the way he held the cone in his right hand looked very weird. It seemed like he was holding a weapon instead of an ice cream cone. I see, Zhao Guang smiled, let them be. Premier Shaw was somewhat excited. Elder Xingyue and Third Lord, at last. Don't gossip, Zhao Guang stopped him. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Premier Shaw immediately closed his mouth. Elder Sun laughed as he patted Premier Shaw's back. Premier Shaw rarely came on land, and it was his first time at a mortal group event. He was obviously overly excited. There are so many people. Let's just watch here, Grandma shouted toward Zhao Hongyu and the others as they walked over. Looks like this is the only way. Zhao Hongyu smiled lightly. The dragon boat race was about to start, and there were people everywhere on the bridges over the Yellow Dragon River. Su Han followed them quietly. Since she didn't like crowds, she almost wanted to go home. On the way over, many guys tried to get closer to her, but she used her power to push them away. A few bold ones even tried to touch her, so she immediately broke their wrists. Academician Hao. Someone called out from above when they headed toward the bridge railing. They looked up and saw the mayor standing on top of a platform. It was normally used for sentry duties, and that space wasn't too big. However, it was still enough for a dozen people. "Come up, Academician Hao." "Oh, Mr. Jauo is also here," the mayor shouted. Hao Zonghua didn't want to stand together with the politicians. However, Grandma was old, and it was too crowded for her down here. So, he walked up the stairs while holding Grandma, and the police officers let them on. "Please stay here, Premier Shah and elder son Zi, Hongyu, come with me," Zhao Guang said. Zhao Guang had his connections in the East Ocean City, so the mayor had to show respect as well. Zhen Kongming didn't want to go up, but he suddenly saw a little figure on the platform. Therefore, he immediately picked up Little White and headed onto the platform. "Come up with us, Su Han," Hao Ren said to Su Han when he saw her not moving. Su Han hesitated for a second before she walked upstairs. It was unrealistic to create an energy sphere when she was this close to a crowd. Therefore, it was a good idea to get on the platform to stay away from the crowd. "I didn't think that I would run into Academician Hao here." The mayor shook Hao Zonghua's hand in excitement. Hao Ren took the opportunity to look at the people up there on the platform. There were several deputy mayors, including Deputy Mayor Huang, who was in charge of the economy, Deputy Mayor Huang's son Huang Zuji, the famous painter Qin Xiaoyang, the CEO of the Conqueror Group Zheng Xin, his grandson Zheng Yitao, the mayor's daughter Wu Luoxue. It seemed like Hao Ren had quite a few acquaintances here. Chapter 441. Alliance, with 4 people in Hao Ren's family, 3 people in Zhao Yanzi's family, the Lu sisters, Xie Yujia, Su Han, Zhen Kongming, and Little White standing on the platform. The spacious place became a bit crowded. Huang Zuji, who came with his father, widened his eye, surprised at the sight of Su Han, who had never attended public events. More astonishing than seeing her in this crowded environment was that she stepped onto the platform with Hao Ren shoulder to shoulder and together with Hao Ren's parents. In the school, the rumor had it that Su Han was Hao Ren's distant cousin. However, from the looks of it, their relationship was closer than that. In the past, Su Han would never allow any guy within half a meter of her, but now, Hao Ren's shoulder almost touched hers. Intense jealousy burned in Huang Zuji. He didn't know that it was the first time Hao Ren's parents met Su Han, and Hao Ren and Su Han's relationship was indeed close since they were both level 3 inspectors who were in charge of the East Ocean City. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V £3.11n. Gongzi. The Lu sisters stood behind Hao Ren so close that their chests almost touched his back. "This place is a bit crowded," Xie Yujia said and gently held Hao Ren's arm. After reaching the Foundation establishment realm, Xie Yujia became even more elegant and beautiful. Also, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked like 2 vibrant jasmine flowers. However, none of the 3 girls spared a glance at Huang Zuji. While Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ignored him, Xie Yujia didn't have a good opinion of him after what he had done to Hao Ren in the past. Standing at one corner of the platform, Mayor Wu found the place crowded as well since he didn't expect that Hao Zonghua and Zhao Guang would bring up so many people. Not wanting to ask the little kids to get off, he turned to look at Deputy Mayor Huang, and understanding the mayor's intention, Deputy Mayor Huang immediately said, "Zuji, didn't you say that you wanted to watch from the head of the bridge? Let's go and watch from there." Before he could utter any objections, Huang Zuji was dragged to the stairs by his father. Today, he came to watch the dragon boat race on the Shuchuan Bridge with his father, the deputy mayor. He was smug about the best view and the privilege he enjoyed until Hao Ren and the others came over and squeezed him out. However, it couldn't be helped. After all, the city could have another vice mayor to manage the economy. But there was only one Hao Zonghua, a world-famous scientist. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had drawn the high-tech businesses to the East Ocean region, which covered East Ocean City and the surrounding cities, to form a large-scale high-tech industry chain. Not only did the government science research funds come here, but some big world-famous companies had expressed their willingness to invest in the East Ocean region. The economic benefits and brand Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang brought far surpassed a deputy mayor who managed the local economy. "Mayor Wu, I'll go and check up on the situation on the other side. A journalist from the morning news is asking for me. I have a meeting in the Land Bureau. I'll go earlier." The deputy mayors who were responsible for transportation, culture, and planning all found excuses to leave. Hee hee, Mayor Wu laughed crisply and said, "Let me introduce you to each other. This is Mr. Qin Xiaoyang, a famous painter. This is Mr. Zeng Xin, chairman of Conqueror Group, and this is Mr. Zeng Xin's grandson." He turned slightly and introduced people on Hao Ren's side. They are well-known academician Hao and academician Yu. This is Mr. Zhao Guang, chairman of Mingri Group, and this is his wife Zhao Hongyu, a famous architect. You may know each other already. "Hello, how do you do?" they greeted each other politely. Hao Ren looked at Zeng Xin cautiously, afraid of any unexpected moves from him. Zeng Yitao looked at Hao Ren with resentment but remained obediently by Zeng Xin's side. A few days ago, Hao Ren couldn't observe him comprehensively in the Dragon God Shrine. Now with the inspector's token on him, Hao Ren could clearly see that Zeng Yitao emitted vague lights and was at Li level. He remembered that Zeng Yitao's cultivation strength was ruined, and he guessed that Zeng Yitao restarted his cultivation after Zeng Xin traded treasure for him with the Dragon God Shrine. The Dragon God Shrine was indeed resourceful since it could help a cultivator who got his foundation ruined to get back on the path of cultivation. Now that Hao Ren reached Gen level, he didn't have to worry about Zeng Yitao who was only at Li level. Oldman Zeng had acquired a second chance for Zeng Yitao to cultivate since he wanted his grandson to inherit the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Hee hee. Mr. Zeng plans to invest in a huge car manufacturing base in our East Ocean city. We were in the middle of discussing this, Mayor Wu said with a smile. Oh? Auto manufacturing base? Zhao Guang looked interested. Although Zhao Guang was the Dragon King of East Ocean, he was also an intelligent business tycoon on land. With a glance at the situation, he knew that Qin Xiaoyang had arranged this informal meeting between the mayor and Zeng Xin. Yeah. Mr. Zeng plans to invest 5 billion yuan in the suburbs of East Ocean City to build a modern auto manufacturing base. Hao Ren immediately felt engaged. After all, it was a very sensitive topic since Zeng Xin planned to build a big auto manufacturing base in the suburbs of East Ocean City. Although the dragon cultivators couldn't interfere with mortals' lives, they could do business in the disguise of mortal identities. By planning to build an auto manufacturing base in the suburbs of East Ocean City, close to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Zeng Xin was walking a fine line on the rules. If the mayor approved his plan, then the East Ocean Dragon Palace could only force the auto manufacturing base out with business methods instead of destroying it by force. "Mr. Zhao, are you interested in this project?" Mayor Wu asked Zhao Guang. The mayor had heard about the recent conflicts between Mingri Group and Conqueror Group. But in the world of business, profits always took priority, and no one would be enemies with each other forever if profits were involved, especially between these two former partners. That was why Mayor Wu thought that Mingri Group, another capital tycoon, might be interested in joining the venture. If the auto manufacturing base doubled its size, it would be a big investment, creating an automobile industry with its center in the East Ocean region and branches all over the country. This industry would certainly push up East Ocean City's economy, which would be a great political achievement for him. "I think it would be better if the East Ocean City doesn't build such a plant," Zhao Guang said calmly. Oh? Mayor Wu was surprised at Zhao Guang's answer. With beautiful sceneries of mountains and oceans, East Ocean City is a city for leisure and tourism instead of a city that features heavy industries. It would be a big mistake if Mayor Wu introduced an auto manufacturing base into East Ocean City, Zhao Guang said. His tone was calm, but his words were blunt, showing no consideration for Zeng Xin. After all, as the biggest taxpayer and the largest conglomerate in East Ocean City, Mingri Group was the leader in the local business circle. The mayor of East Ocean City would change every several years, but Zhao Guang as the business leader of the East Ocean region would stay. Mayor Wu wanted to draw in the investment of Conqueror Group, but he didn't want to offend Mingri Group. After all, Mingri Group far surpassed Conqueror Group no matter in reputation or capital. "What do you think, academician Hao?" Mayor Wu turned to ask Hao Zonghua. Despite his low profile, Hao Zonghua was a powerful figure in East Ocean City as the leader of the scientists in the East Ocean region and even the whole country. By asking his advice, Mayor Wu was finding a way out for himself. "I agree with Mr. Zhao. East Ocean City isn't a city with its focus on heavy industries. In fact, Mingri Group has its own heavy machinery factories, but they are all situated in other places around the country instead of being close to East Ocean City, Hao Zonghua said in a clear voice. Not expecting Hao Zonghua to be so blunt in his opinion as well, Mayor Wu had no choice but to turn to Yu Yang and ask, "What do you think, Academician Yu?" Mayor Wu, 5 billion yuan is a big investment, but the living environment of tens of millions of residents is an intangible asset. Looking at the Yellow Dragon River which travels through the city before entering the East Ocean, you can see that the water is still clear, which is why we can hold such a lively dragon boat race here on the Dragon Boat Festival. Our East Ocean City plans to become the #1 high-tech zone in the country and then the #1 high-tech zone worldwide, taking over Silicon Valley. Just like cultivating talents, we can't have everything in the city development. We must have our own goals and unique features, Yu Yang said in a clear and steady voice. After hearing Yu Yang's words, Mayor Wu didn't have any more doubts. He smiled at Zeng Xing apologetically and said, "Sorry, Mr. Zeng, but I agree with Academician Yu. We can't have everything in the development of the city. Our East Ocean City specializes in high-tech, and Mr. Zeng can invest in the new scientific research projects if you are interested, or you can contribute to the education of our city like Mr. Zhao." Displeasure flashed across Zeng Xin's face, but he controlled himself. After all, East Ocean City was Zhao Guang's territory. If Zeng Xin couldn't build his own base here, it would be no use to invest in other projects at East Ocean City. Zeng Xin had dominated over the West Ocean for the last hundreds of years, but now his plan was obstructed by some reckless mortals. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang with gratitude. With their statuses being higher than the mayor's, the opinions of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were very important. Although they talked from the perspective of future development of East Ocean City, they also supported Zhao Guang. Since Mingri Group and Conqueror Group had fought fiercely not long ago in the business world, Mingri Group wouldn't allow its rival to enter the territory of East Ocean City. It sounds pretty nice that East Ocean City plans to develop the high-tech industry, one of the scientists who came with Zeng Xin said. Recently, Academician Hao started the project called Dragons, right? Chapter 442. Good girl. Hearing his words, his companions all had weird looks on their faces with a trace of mockery. However, none of them dared to be obvious about it. When Hao Zonghua, the world-famous biologist, declared that he planned to search for dragons, it immediately became a hot topic in the media. When he decided to lead this project personally, it quickly became a chat topic in the science circle. Those underachieved and lazy scientists who had been in the science circle for years all pointed fingers and waited to see Hao Zonghua's public humiliation. After all, dragons only existed in the legends, and Hao Zonghua was destroying his own reputation by establishing this project. Even some senior members of the science circle called him, trying to talk him out of such a silly project which attracted public attention but would harm his future career. However, Hao Zonghua worked under pressure and established the project with his own funds. To show respect to him, the government granted some symbolic fund to the project and put it under the category of marine life. At this moment, this scientist brought it up to mock Hao Zonghua. Hao Zonghua looked at this scientist coldly, knowing why he held such a grudge against him. In fact, the scientists who came on the tour in East Ocean City with Conqueror Group were experts on auto engineering. Now that the 5 billion project was gone to thin air, the future they had expected was gone as well. Although Hao Zonghua welcomed criticism and suggestions, he was displeased that his biology project was mocked by someone who specialized in auto mechanics. Zonghua, ignore them. Sensing his displeasure, Yu Yang tried to placate him with a whisper. With their status and reputation, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang didn't have to waste their energy on the arguments with these insignificant scientists. If they did, they would help these guys gain publicity. After all, some scientists didn't work hard to make achievements in their fields but focused on attracting attention by frauds and bluffing. Academician Yu, do you also think that finding dragons is high-tech? Receiving no response from Hao Zonghua, they continued to pressure and ask. Although Yu Yang wasn't too keen about dragons, she supported her husband who persisted on this project. In my opinion, Academicians Hao and Academician Yu, the so-called new stars in the international science circle, are overrated. The project about the mythical creatures is just a trick to get funds, and you guys are just frauds, one of them said. Fury rose in Yu Yang. She could ignore other gossips, but she wouldn't stand by and allow them to defame Hao Zhonghua's reputation. She knew more than anyone else about how hard Hao Zhonghua had worked. For his beloved science research projects, he had been away from home for months and had immersed himself in the lab. It was due to his honest and rigorous work ethic that allowed him to make significant scientific discoveries one after another. To focus his attention on research, he even declined many international awards, which showed his disregard for fame. But now, these guys branded him as a fraud. How dare you insult my son like this? Yu Yang was about to retort when Grandma picked up her walking cane and stabbed the scientists who bad-mouthed Hao Zhonghua. Before they accompanied Grandma to watch the dragon boat race at the Yellow Dragon River, Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang were worried about her lack of physical strength and got her a walking cane. Hearing her son being insulted by some strangers, Grandma was furious and hit them with her walking cane. Ouch! Ouch! The scientists tried to dodge in a hurry. Although Grandma wasn't strong, it was still painful to be stabbed by the hard walking cane. I'll break your legs for saying such nonsense about my son. How dare you say that my son is a fraud and a liar? Grandma got even more furious and began to swing the walking cane with both hands. The platform was 10 meters above the bridge, and outside of the railing was the rushing river. Startled by the fierceness of this old lady, the scientists almost fell over the railing in the process of dodging. Dang! The brawny Zheng Xin suddenly caught Grandma's walking cane with one hand. Grandma tried to retrieve it from his grip with both hands but couldn't move it by even an inch. Mayor Wu, I brought them here. Is it proper for them to get beat? Zheng Xin asked. The moment he said this, Hao Ren took 2 steps forward and placed one hand on Grandma's walking cane. Grandma. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily steadied Grandma on either side of her. Humph. In a bad mood, Zheng Xin tightened the grip of his right hand. Afraid that Zheng Xin would hurt Grandma, Hao Ren took the walking cane from Grandma and tightened his grip as well. Crack! The pearwood walking cane instantly broke in two. Looking at Hao Ren and Zheng Xin, the mayor was astonished at their great force and wondered about the poor quality of the walking cane. Hao Ren beat them. Toss those jerks into the river and feed them to the Dragon King, Grandma said angrily after Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked her to the back. Hearing her words, both Zhao Guang and Zheng Xin's faces froze, and they thought, we don't eat such things. Mayor Wu, I don't think it is right to hit people like this, Qin Xiaoyang walked forward and said as light beams gathered in his palm. Although ordinary dragon cultivators couldn't attack mortals, inspectors were not restricted by this rule. Mr. Qin, how do you feel about their insults? Suddenly, Su Han walked forward with a streak of green light in her palm as well. They were just arguing. It's not right to hit them. At the sight of Su Han, Qin Xiaoyang softened his tone. From what he knew about Su Han, he thought that she wouldn't get involved in such things. To his surprise, she took the matter into her own hands. Mr. Qin, I remember that you planned to draw paintings in Ziliang City. Why are you still here in East Ocean City? Su Han asked lightly. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't say anything. Su Han released her invisible aura and suppressed Qin Xiaoyang. After all, the Dragon God Shrine had relocated him to the bitter cold place in the northwest, so he shouldn't continue to stay in East Ocean City. Mr. Zheng, you are here to visit East Ocean City, so you are our guest. As a guest, you must abide by the rules and not mess with the hosts, Su Han said to Zheng Xin calmly. Although Zheng Xin was the Dragon King of West Ocean, he couldn't say anything to Su Han. After all, she was the regional inspector and a mid-tier Qian-level cultivator. He was on their territory, and the West Ocean Dragon clan's strength had been greatly damaged and thus had no power to challenge the Dragon God Shrine. With a livid face, he turned toward the scientists beside him and said, "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Hao." These scientists were employees of the research center of Conqueror Group and received paychecks from them. After looking at each other, they immediately lowered their heads and said, "Academician Hao, Academician Yu, we were just joking. Please don't take our words seriously, we apologize to you." Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang didn't spare a glance at them, thinking, these spineless people don't deserve to be scientists. After forcing Qin Xiaoyang back, Su Han snorted and went back to Yu Yang's side. Grandma's angry face turned into a smile while she lightly picked up Su Han's smooth wrist. "Good girl. I like you. What's your name? Embarrassed, Su Han withdrew her palm and said, Su Han. Su Han, good girl. Grandma nodded with satisfaction. Yu Yang also cast several glances at Su Han, and she felt like this girl was mature and beautiful with a dignified aloofness in her calm manner. Okay. The dragon boat race is beginning. Let's watch. Mayor Wu tried to smooth things over and said, pointing to the distance. Dropping the broken walking cane in his hand, Hao Ren returned to Grandma's side. Ever since he saw Zheng Xin, Hao Ren had been on guard. After all, mortals were fragile in front of cultivators, and he would battle Zheng Xin if the latter tried to deal with his family. The 7 dragon boats had set off from the distant Xinchuan Bridge and would cross below the Shuchuan Bridge where they were standing on and finally reaching the Wuchuan Bridge on the other side. The red boat in the middle was the dragon boat team of East Ocean City while the other 6 were rivals from nearby cities. The drums began to beat on both sides of the river while cheers resonated all around. Each dragon boat had 100 strong men in them, and their uniformed rowing pushed the boats through the waves in the river at a great speed. Standing by Grandma's side, Hao Ren turned his head to look for Zhen Kongming and realized that the kid had slipped to Wu Luoxi's side without anyone noticing. Zhen Kongming was saying something to the little beauty while the latter seemed to be paying him little attention. Academician Hao, how about we make a bet on who will be the winner? Mayor Wu said to Hao Zonghua to change the atmosphere. Okay. Hao Zonghua agreed with pleasure while he looked at the 7 dragon boats in the distance. I bet on the black boat to the most west. How about Mr. Zheng? Mayor Wu turned his head and asked. Humph. Zheng Xin snorted and didn't answer, not caring to show any respect to a mayor who could do nothing to him. Displeased, Mayor Wu turned his head toward Zhao Guang and asked, what about Mr. Zhao? I bet on the blue boat, Zhao Guang said. He, I'll make a bet as well then. I think the green boat will win, Grandma said in high spirit. Then, I'll bet on the red one from our East Ocean City, Mayor Wu said. What's the wager then? Yu Yang asked with a smile. How about 100 yuan? Mayor Wu suggested. Zhao Guang and the others all nodded. At this moment, Zhao Yanzi suddenly bumped Xie Yujia with her arm and looked at her in hostility. Let's make a bet as well, she said. What's the wager? Xie Yujia looked at her calmly. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Hao Ren who was standing by Grandma and then turned her gaze back to Xie Yujia. What do you think? Chapter 443. Winner takes Hao Ren. Xie Yujia took a moment to think, using Hao Ren as a bet? Hao Ren was with Grandma. He heard his name, so he turned around and looked at Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Are you scared? Zhao Yanzi opened her cute little mouth and looked at Yujia with her head slanted. I bet on the yellow, Xie Yujia said with composure. I bet on the purple, Zhao Yanzi immediately responded. The two stared at each other firmly, almost to the extent that sparks might appear between the two. I bet on the white, Su Han suddenly said. Both Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi turned around and were surprised. Su Han's hands were behind her back, and she faced the river. In her white clothes, she looked extremely calm. Dong, dong, dang, 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 dong, dong, dang, dang, dang. Drums sounded from either side of the river, and the drummers on the 7 dragon boats hit their drums forcefully as well, making incredibly loud noises. The red dragon boat was in the lead while the rest kept trying to catch up. The dragon boats were rowing toward the Shuchuan Bridge, and thousands of residents on the bridge watched and cheered. This was the first time the East Ocean City collaborated with the surrounding cities to host a dragon boat race, so many news channels and residents were interested in this event. Monday was a holiday for everyone because of the Dragon Boat Festival, and people took advantage of the holiday and came by the river to watch the race. With so many people watching the match, the small businesses set up a lot of cultural and food stands by the Yellow Dragon River. These exceptional events held in the city were proof that the mayor was a person with a great vision. Hurry up, purple boat. Zhao Yanzi looked over at the boats aiming toward the Shuchuan Bridge and couldn't help but shout. Xie Yujia didn't say anything, but her eyes were set on the yellow dragon boat. Zhao Yanzi was always aggressive, and Xie Yujia did not want to lose to her. Zheng Xin, Zheng Yitao, along with a few scientists who were all not famous, were standing on the side of a platform. They were completely ignored by Hao Ren's group. Hao Ren looked up at the sky and saw a red light beam flashing through the sky. "It's going to rain soon," Hao Ren said. The few scientists who were ignored couldn't help but say, "It's so sunny right now. How could it rain?" Hao Ren turned and stared at them for a few seconds. "If it really rains, then you guys shouldn't stay here," he said. Hao Ren really disliked these people. Conqueror Group hired such people, and that was probably why they weren't as competitive as Mingri Group in the business world. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB, J, N. Hao Ren. Yu Yang looked at him as if she were scolding him. These people obviously lack experience, so there is no need to argue with them. This was the thought in her mind. However, those people continued to argue with Hao Ren. What if it doesn't rain? Before they could finish their sentence, the sky turned cloudy. Whoosh! A shower of rain poured from the sky. The entire Yellow Dragon River was covered and turned into a blur, and the festive atmosphere of the Dragon Boat Festival was intensified. The so-called scientists froze on the spot. They never thought that the rain would just suddenly pour down when it was so sunny a moment before. Hao Ren stared at them. The pressure from a gen-level cultivator wasn't something mortals could withstand. They were so scared that they walked toward the stairs to escape. Humph! Zheng Xin lightly snorted, stopping Hao Ren's pressure. He dragged Zheng Yitao with him, and they walked steadily toward the stairs. There was no purpose for them to stay here anymore, and Inspector Su Han was there so he couldn't get mad at the mortals in front of her. Zheng Yitao turned his head to look at Zhao Yanzi. He was unwilling to let Zhao Yanzi go, but the latter didn't even look at him. She put her hands above her head to shield off some rain while her eyes locked on the race. Qin Xiaoyang didn't look like he was in a good mood as well, and he also walked down the stairs. Not only was Hao Ren a lot more powerful and now a level 3 inspector, but the East Ocean City was also now Hao Ren's territory. Theoretically, inspectors could go anywhere. However, if they entered a big city, they would have to respect the regional inspector. This was to prevent any negative effects on the regional inspector's power. If Qin Xiaoyang was a level 4 inspector, he could use his superior ranking to suppress Hao Ren. However, Qin Xiaoyang was also only a level 3 inspector now. If Hao Yan and Su Han combined forces, Qin Xiaoyang would have no place in the East Ocean City. As Oldman Zheng's group left, the platform had more space. The needle that was poking Hao Ren on the inside was finally taken out. As Qin Xiaoyang officially left East Ocean City, Hao Ren and Su Han became the managers of East Ocean City. They were in charge of managing all the dragon cultivators within the East Ocean region. All cultivators who were above Shuan level had to get permission from the regional inspectors before they could enter East Ocean City. That meant if the high-ranking elders from the West Ocean Dragon Clan were to enter the East Ocean region without permission, it would be seen as trespassing. The Dragon God Shrine had the right to request the West Ocean Dragon Clan to explain themselves. With the remaining powers of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, they were not the Dragon God Shrine's opponent. Also, the low-leveled cultivators weren't brave enough to attack mortals. The benefit of all this was that Hao Ren could ensure the safety of his family. Dong! Dong! Dang! 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 Just as the race was at its halfway point, the cheer grew louder. Mayor Wu looked over at the river, acting as if he didn't see Zheng Xin and his group leave. Just when Zheng Xin walked down half of the stairs, he heard a voice from the back. "Oldman, if you dare to do anything to the people around me, I won't let you go easily." Zheng Xin could tell it was Zhen Kongming. He was angry but also a little scared. Zhen Kongming had powerful Dharma treasures, but that didn't mean he was invincible. The one that Zheng Xin was afraid of was Zhen Kongming's master, Chu Niu. The stronger the cultivator, the more isolated they were. Therefore, they had less friends and protect the people around them more. If the West Ocean Dragon Clan were to pick a fight with little Taoist Zhen, this little boy wouldn't even need to fight the West Ocean Dragon Palace. All he had to do was hurt one of his arms on his own and go to Chu Niu and say that it was the West Ocean Dragon Palace that wounded him. The West Ocean Dragon Clan was weak at the moment, and it did not want to pick a fight with someone like Chu Niu. They decided to come to East Ocean City this time because they wanted to change its strategic direction and try to develop on land more. Zheng Xin had never thought that his plans would be shattered so easily. Dong! Dong! Dang! 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 Dong! Dong! Dang! 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 The fast and furious drum beats were as if they were sending Zheng Xin and his group off. Hao Ren watched as the people of West Ocean faded into the crowd, and then he looked back at the dragon boats. The red dragon boat was still leading, but it was starting to slow down. This light drizzle didn't have any effect on the race but added an extra element to an elegant scene. Pa! Zhen Kongming suddenly opened an umbrella. His storage space was different from Hao Ren's necklace. He was able to store anything in there, regardless if it possessed nature essence or not. He held the umbrella over Wu Luoxue, helping her block out most of the rain. Wu Luoxue turned and looked at Zhen Kongming, but he purposely stared toward the river with his back straight. Wu Luoxue was slim, and she wore a pair of white leather boots which made her look a bit taller. Zhen Kongming had handsome facial features and a strong body. As long as he hid his vicious expression, he was a good-looking kid. The two leaned against the fence under the umbrella. They didn't say anything but still looked good together. Wu Luoxue stared at Zhen Kongming for a few seconds and then looked back at the river. She wasn't familiar with Zhen Kongming and was also not interested in him. Zhen Kongming couldn't hold it any longer. It's raining. Be careful and don't catch a cold. Wu Luoxue nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Zhen Kongming was rattling like a cat. He wanted to act cool but also wanted to talk to her. The 7 boats on the river passed through the Sichuan Bridge where Hao Ren and the others were standing. Ha ha ha, the purple one is catching up, Zhao Yanzi said happily. The yellow dragon boat that Xie Yujia chose was far in the back. The drizzles turned into showers, and the strong men on the boats increased their pace and rhythm. They were all soaking wet with their t-shirts stuck to their bodies, making them look especially muscular. Hey, ha, dong, dong. Hey, ha, dong, dong. Each dragon boat had 100 strong men on it, and they rode with the drum beats while shouting. The residents were so absorbed in the exciting race that they didn't find covers and continued to watch the race. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were leaning toward Hao Ren. They were wearing dresses made of chiffon fabric. If they got wet, they would become see-through. The two sisters were a little bit embarrassed. Their shoulders were already wet, and one could see the fabric sticking to their skin. Their faces and shoulders were all wet, and they looked especially innocent. I'll go buy umbrellas, Hao Ren said immediately. The owners of the little carts that sold umbrellas were delighted to see the sudden rain. They now were able to sell cheap 10 yuan umbrellas for 30 yuan. With the higher price, people were still willing to purchase them. Hao Ren went down the stairs and through the crowd to reach these vendors. 30 each. Do you want it? This rain is going to last for a while. There are so many people now, and you wouldn't be able to go back even if you wanted soon, the vendors urged while waving the foldable umbrellas. These cheap umbrellas were expensive now for the majority of people. Also, most of them didn't think the rain was that heavy, and the dragon boat race was almost over. That was why a lot of people asked, but few actually bought. There were 2 umbrellas left when Hao Ren went over to this vendor, and he bought 2 umbrellas and also bought 2 drinks. He quickly returned to the platform. He first put up 1 umbrella for Grandma, and he then put up another and handed it to Lu Linlin. Thank you, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili said with cute smiles. They used 1 umbrella together and even squeezed Hao Ren in between them. Hey, these are for you too. Hao Ren gave them the 2 bottles of drinks he was holding. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili followed him everywhere, and they never asked for anything in return. Hao Ren remembered all of this. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili each took a drink, and they were extremely touched. Gongzi didn't buy drinks for anyone else, only us, they thought. After finishing what he had to do, Hao Ren looked back toward the direction of the Wuchuan Bridge. The 7 dragon boats separately passed by the Sichuan Bridge and were racing toward the finish line. There was only 1/3 of the race left. It was approximately 3 kilometers from the Xinchuan Bridge to the Sichuan Bridge, then another 3 kilometers to get from the Sichuan Bridge to the Wuchuan Bridge. The dragon boats had to travel for 6 kilometers to finish the race, and this required skill, perseverance, and explosive force. The red boat was currently first while the purple boat was right behind it. Green, black, blue, and white followed respectively with a few meters between each. The yellow boat that Xie Yujia chose was last. Hao Ren was focused on the race and didn't notice that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's heads were slowly closing in toward him. Bo! Bo! They took the opportunity to kiss Hao Ren on the cheeks lightly when no one was looking. Hao Ren's shoulders shivered. He was shocked and looked at them speechlessly. Lu Linlin covered her mouth and laughed while Lu Lily's face turned red. "Thanks for the drinks, Gongzi," they said sweetly. Hao Ren shook his head but smiled. He then walked a few steps over to Grandma and stood next to her. "Ah, looks like the red one is going to win." Grandma stared at a far point on the river and said. Ever since Lu Linlin and Lu Lily helped improve Grandma's health, she no longer suffered from blurriness and bad hearing. She could clearly see that those dots on the river were the dragon boats. Dong, 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 dong. The drum sounds from both the dragon boats and the shores resonated in the area, and the rhythm became even faster. Listening to the sound of the rain hitting the ground, the audience anxiously watched the race which was coming to an end. Zhao Yanzi stood on her tiptoe as she opened her eyes wide. She was extremely anxious. Xie Yujia clasped the railing since she was anxious as well. Hey! 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 The strong men on the dragon boats continued to use their full force to move forward. The 7 dragon boats continued to move forward in the rain. The few dragon boats that had fallen behind started to rush forward and catch up. The purple and the red dragon boats were extremely close, and the yellow and the white dragon boats were slowly catching up as well. Dong, 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 dong. The drum beats on the shores were getting faster and faster. The dragon boats were close to the finish line. It was hard to determine who was going to win because if anyone on the boats didn't have enough strength to finish, the speed of the boats would fall. Just when the red dragon boat was only 200 meters away from the finish line, Su Han moved her arm. A strange gust of wind suddenly blew on the surface of the river, and the white dragon boat continued with its speed while the other 6 boats were slowed down a little. Whoosh! The white dragon boat crossed the finish line without any blockage. It was as fast as an arrow that was shot from a bow. Ah! Zhao Yanzi was at first startled but then thought to herself for a while. Then she turned her head to the side, raised her brows, and said, "You cheated, Sister Su." It felt like Su Han didn't hear Zhao Yanzi. As she looked away, a relaxed and proud smile appeared on her face. Right now, she could take Hao Ren with her. After all, Zhao Yanzi didn't say that they couldn't cheat. Chapter 444. Girl, come and play when you have time. Ah, so close, Mayor Wu exclaimed. None of them bet on the winning dragon boats, so no one won this small bet where the stake was only 100 yuan. The people on the bridge started to leave by walking toward the end of the bridge. The police who were in uniforms made sure there was order in the process. Academician Hao, I need to go into the city for a meeting this afternoon. If possible, can Luo Shui go with you guy? I'll come to pick her up after my meeting and then take her to her piano lesson, Mayor Wu said. Yeah. No problem, Hao Zonghua nodded and said. The people who had sons generally liked girls, and Hao Zonghua was no exception. He didn't stay in East Ocean City that much before and thus didn't have a close relationship with the mayor. However, after the landslide incident and when Mayor Wu came to visit him in person, their relationship became closer drastically. Especially since Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue both went to Lingjiao Elementary School. Zhao Zonghua sometimes bumped into Mayor Wu when they drove the kids to school. Their relationship became a lot closer even more. What time is the piano lesson? Yu Yang asked. 2 in the afternoon at the Youth Palace, Mayor Wu responded. How about this? I'll drive Luoxue over, and you could pick her up when she finishes her lesson, Yu Yang said. Thank you so much, Mayor Wu said with a grateful smile. He turned around and told Wu Luoxue to behave and quickly walked toward the west side of the bridge. Hao Zonghua's car was parked on the east side of the bridge. In the light rain, Hao Zonghua held Wu Luoxue's little hand and walked toward the parking lot across the bridge. Wu Luoxue dressed extremely cute today. She was wearing a light-colored one-piece with strips on it. There was a light pink ribbon tied around her waist, and she also had on a large white ribbon on her dress as decoration. It was fluffy like marshmallows. She was calm and quiet when Zhao Zonghua held her hand. She had good manners. Zhen Kongming followed Wu Luoxue closely. He wanted to impress her badly, and that intention was not at all a secret. Wu Luoxue was one of the most popular Lingjiao Elementary School. Although she tried not to attract a lot of attention to herself, and most didn't know she was the mayor's daughter, many boys were still drawn to her beauty. The boys in the elementary school didn't know that crushes were supposed to be bittersweet, and they were direct. Since Zhao Luoxue was pretty, they tried everything to attract her attention. When Zhen Kongming entered the school, he attracted a lot of attention with his wits and haughty personality. He scored full marks in math, Chinese, PE, music, art. It was just English that he didn't score full marks on, but it was still good enough. Zhen Kongming was basically the idol of the girls in his class. There were many girls around Zhen Kongming, and they would bring him delicious food and snacks every day to the extent that his desk couldn't fit all of them. However, Zhen Kongming liked Wu Luoxue, who was in the class next to his. The primary upload of this chapter happened on N0V3L=B, J, N. Zhen Kongming couldn't explicitly state how he felt. Little White, who was abandoned by Zhen Kongming, walked in the puddles that were created by the rain, next to Hao Ren's feet. "You little thing. Only now do you follow me." Hao Ren rubbed Little White's neck, which was extremely soft and furry, before picking it up. Its 4 paws were all wet, and it looked innocent. "Hey, don't bully Little White anymore." Xie Yujia took out a few tissues and rubbed Little White's feet dry. Then she took it over and hugged it. Premier Xia and Elder Sun, who waited nearby, were about to walk toward them. Zhao Guang waved at them, and Premier Xia and Elder Sun hurried over. It was the perfect timing, as Premier Xia wanted to look around the city. He could take advantage of the opportunity and have Elder Sun take him around. "Where's your little brother?" Zhao Zonghua asked Zhao Guang. "Don't need to mind him." Zhao Guang looked around and said, "Let's go find a place to sit down." "Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen each other. We need to catch up," Grandma said happily. "I know there's a nice tea room around. It's not far ahead." Zhao Hongyu linked arms with Grandma, carefully guiding her around. "Let's go." "Sounds good," Grandma said happily and held Su Han's hand immediately. "Girl, come and join us." When Hao Ren saw how close Grandma was acting with Su Han, sweat poured down his forehead. He thought, Su Han isn't Xie Yujia and isn't Zhao Yanzi. She's the regional inspector of the East Ocean City. "I still have work to do, so I won't be able to join you." Su Han gently lifted her hand away from Grandma and said. "Oh." Grandma sounded a bit disappointed but quickly said, "Come by our place for a visit sometime. We live by the sea, so the view's great." Hao Ren sweated even more. He was screaming inside, "Grandma, can you not do this to me?" "Of course," Su Han said with a gentle smile. She actually said yes to it. "Bring the umbrella with you. Don't catch a cold." Grandma gave the umbrella she was holding to Su Han. Su Han hesitated for a second but still accepted Grandma's umbrella. "If only my son Zonghua had kids earlier. Then maybe I'd have a granddaughter like you," Grandma said. Hao Ren was driven crazy when he heard that. Why does this have any relation to that? Bye. Su Han held the umbrella and walked towards the crowd. She actually didn't need to use an umbrella since the rain couldn't touch her anyways. However, the picture of her holding the umbrella and disappearing into the crowd created an elegant scene. "This girl doesn't like to talk, but she's still really sweet." Grandma praised her and then looked at Zhao Hongyu and said, "Where is the tea room?" "Just ahead," Zhao Hongyu responded. Moments later, they were sitting in a rotating restaurant located in the Eastern Business Tower at Eastern Plaza. They sat by the glass windows. The restaurant slowly rotated, enabling them to watch the whole scenery of the city. Especially this weather with light showers, the busy city now looked more quiet and peaceful. "This place isn't cheap. Thanks for the treat, Hongyu." Grandma held the delicate cup and said in an apologetic tone. "It's not a big deal. It's such a good opportunity to sit down and chat with each other," Zhao Hongyu said with a bright smile. She then looked outside and said, "In this rain, there aren't many places we can go to anyways." Hao Ren looked outside the glass windows. From the high heights of the buildings, he was able to see vaguely the red energy sphere set up by Elder Lu high up in the sky. This rainfall was set up by Elder Lu. What Grandma said about how the good fortunes of the East Ocean City were owed to the East Ocean Dragon Palace wasn't completely inaccurate. Hao Ren looked even further and saw Oldman Zeng's ship like Dharma treasure soar through the clouds. When Hao Ren officially replaced Qin Xiaoyang as the regional inspector, the West Ocean Dragon Palace had lost its opportunity to influence the East Ocean City. What the West Ocean Dragon Palace did wrong was that it underestimated the power of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and this caused them to lose the whole battle. Hao Ren could understand why Old Man Zeng was full of anger and why he still hoped to turn the situation around. However, everything was futile. After he returned to the West Ocean Dragon Palace from the Dragon God Shrine, he confirmed that the weapon Hao Ren used was the black dragon spike that made Jauo famous. He had his hopes up and thought that Jauo was dead for real. However, after he saw Zhao Kuo at today's event, he thought that the rumor couldn't possibly be true. The last hope of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was destroyed. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu also looked at that soaring ship like Dharma treasure and exchanged looks with each other. After this last trial, the West Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't step foot in the East Ocean City for a while. Now, the East Ocean Dragon Palace and Mingri Group would be able to grow without interference. Hongyu, are you busy these days? Grandma asked. Haha, it's not bad, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. She wore a pair of silver earrings, and she looked pretty. Yu Yang looked carefully at Zhao Hongyu. She thought that Zhao Yanzi would grow up looking as beautiful as her mother, and her love for Zhao Yanzi intensified. Zhao Zonghua looked opposite of them. He looked at how Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were together and smiled gratefully. Hao Ren became more handsome and manlier these days, while Xie Yujia turned prettier and gentler. The two were a great match for each other, both in appearance and personality. Hao Ren sat next to Xie Yujia. He leaned closer to her and quietly took out a technique. Old grandma gave you this. Old grandma? Xie Yujia was confused. Her hair was still a bit wet, but it made her look sexier than usual. Yeah. Old grandma came to the Dragon Palace in the morning today. She told me to give this scroll to you, he said. Xie Yujia looked down and took the technique immediately. On the cover were 5 words, Spell's Origin Note Scroll. When Zhao Yanzi had reached Foundation Establishment Realm, she received a sword technique, and its powers were incredible. Even though Xie Yujia didn't mention it, she was still jealous when she saw how each morning Zhao Yanzi would practice her sword technique at the Ethereal Summit. Although old grandma had given her of life death notes, she couldn't use them easily, and they had minimal variations, despite their powers being immense and requiring only little energy. Xie Yujia had looked at the techniques Zhao Yanzi collected on 5th Heaven, but none of them were like the 5 elemental life death notes. Old grandma had only taught her how to use both the gold and silver notes, and she had not given her the training technique. Just now, old grandma had asked Hao Ren to pass on to her a scroll, and it was just the right time to help her. Old grandma, Xie Yujia held onto this thin scroll that was embroidered with gold lining. She was extremely grateful. She thought old grandma didn't care about her anymore. However, old grandma still cared about her deeply. Now that she had reached the Foundation Establishment Realm, old grandma had rushed from afar to treat her with a great gift. Grandma said she's going to go into seclusion cultivation, and she doesn't know when she's going to come out. However, she hopes that you'll work hard. Hao Ren relayed old grandma's message to Xie Yujia. I will. Xie Yujia put this technique into her storage space. The technique Big Dipper Constellation Scroll that Zhao Yanzi was cultivating was from 7th Heaven. The Spell's Origin Note Scroll that Xie Yujia got was actually from 8th Heaven. Hao Ren didn't know that this Spell's Origin Note Scroll could counter his light-splitting Sword Shadow Scroll. The reason why old grandma gave this technique to Xie Yujia was not hoping that she'd continue with her cultivation, but also hoped that she could manage Hao Ren. Men needed to be managed by women. Hao Ren had given away his life and freedom by giving Xie Yujia that technique. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came over. You really don't want the 7-core 5-color lotus? They were really unwilling for Hao Ren after he gave the 7-core 5-color lotus to Zhao Kuo. If Hao Ren had any signs of regret, they would go take back the 7-core 5-color lotus as long as Zhao Kuo hadn't used it. Don't play any tricks, Yu To. 3rd Kuo needs the mystic crystal more than I do. Also, Hao Ren turned the conversation around and said, I kept these for myself. Hao Ren opened his palm, and there were 3 round little black pearls on it. Chapter 445. Sneaking into the Sky Mountain Sect? This is, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's eyes shined brightly. Lotus seeds, Hao Ren slightly nodded, confirming their guesses. Actually, when Hao Ren took the 7-core 5-color lotus out of the little golden box, 3 lotus seeds rolled out of it. Therefore, he decided to offer the 7-core 5-color lotus to Zhao Kuo and take time to grow the 3 seeds. Jauo had cultivated for over 200 years. Due to the failure in the heavenly tribulation, he had to start all over. That was 200 years of cultivation wasted. If he didn't have the 7-core 5-color lotus, it would take him years to reach peak Qian level. Therefore, Jauo needed that 7-core 5-color lotus a lot more. Howen was only a low-tier gen-level cultivator, and it would take him a while to get to Dewey level. It wasn't urgent for him to use the 7-core 5-color lotus. At this moment, the 3 lotus seeds in Howen's palm were black, and it didn't seem like there was any nature essence on them at all. Gongzi. The twins became a bit disappointed after the excitement. It takes thousands of years for these spiritual lotuses to mature. These 7-core 5-color lotuses will take at least 10,000 years. They don't have to mature. I just need them to grow up, said Howen. A mature 7-core 5-color lotus, as the one Howen gave to Jauo, would have lotus seeds. However, it didn't have to mature if it was used as mystic crystals. It takes 1,000 years just to blossom. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily continued. Xie Yujia was curious. Is this thing very important? She had been taking care of spiritual herbs on 5th heaven lately and didn't find those 100-year or 1,000-year spiritual herbs that special. But the twins' reaction made her realize this was not as simple as she thought. This is Gongzi's mystic crystal. It will affect his realm in the future. Lu Lily, who was usually calm, became worried. All right. Howen patted her little fist when he saw her getting worked up. I have my own plan. Lu Lily realized that she was too worked up, and she immediately took her fist back, blushing. What is your plan? Lu Linlin asked. The lotus seeds need a planting process to blossom, Howen said calmly. We have a field on 5th heaven where the nature essence is abundant. However, neither Yujia nor Zhen Kongming had any experience in planting lotus seeds. Xie Yujia nodded. This was the first time she had ever heard about the 7-core 5-color lotus. As for the spiritual herbs on 5th heaven, she was just taking her chances according to the description Zhen Kongming gave her. In fact, Zhen Kongming had only stolen spiritual herbs. He had never had any experience in planting them. However, I heard that the Sky Mountain sect was the best at planting spiritual herbs like spiritual lotuses. Howen changed the topic. Sky Mountain sect. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other when they heard this name. Zhao Yanzi was looking out the window with a cup of milk tea in her hand, and their conversation suddenly grabbed her attention as well. I heard that after the war a few hundred years ago, the Sky Mountain sect moved above 5th heaven. It became a large sect on 6th heaven. So, Howen looked at the twins. We can go up to 6th heaven and see if there are any rare techniques on how to plant lotuses. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other again. They finally understood Howen's point. Zhao Yanzi was drinking her milk tea and feeling bored. This suddenly caught her interest, and she looked at Howen in excitement. It sounded exhilarating to sneak into a 6th heaven sect. Plus Sky Mountain sect, it sounded somehow familiar. Oh, yes. That arrogant girl was from the Sky Mountain sect. Zhao Yanzi finally remembered Duan Yao who was riding that golden snow lion. Good. We can take the stuff from her sect. Zhao Yanzi got super excited just at the thought of this. We could try that. But we are not familiar with 6th heaven, the twins said. That's okay. Someone is familiar with it. Howen looked over at the other table. Zhen Kongming was playing chess with Wu Luoxue. Zhen Kongming appeared to be anxious while Wu Luoxue seemed very calm. Checkmate. Wu Luoxue moved one of the pieces and said softly. Zhen Kongming opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. At last, he waved his hand back and forth. This one doesn't count. I made 2 mistakes at the beginning. I was letting you win on purpose. Without saying anything, Wu Luoxue started to rearrange the pieces. The twins didn't know much about Zhen Kongming. However, they knew what Howen meant when he glimpsed over there. I'm coming too. Zhao Yanzi interrupted. What can you do? Howen asked. Zhao Yanzi was stuck for a few seconds before she said, I could cover for you guys. It's better to go earlier. Gongzi, please start planning, Lu Linlin said calmly. Although she and Lu Lily weren't spoiled growing up, they had high statuses. They had never done anything like stealing. However, they were willing to become 2 female thieves for Howen this time. Howen had his own plan. He thought of the Sky Mountain sect when the twins first mentioned stealing the 7-core 5-color lotus from the Dragon God Shrine. Compared to taking a risk in the Dragon God Shrine, he preferred going to the Sky Mountain sect on 6th Heaven. Now that he had the 7-core 5-color lotus seeds, it would be much easier and safer to acquire the cultivation technique of planting lotuses. It would be okay to bring this plan forward. Okay, I will go with you guys, of course. I won't just put you two in danger. Zhen Kongming is familiar with 6th Heaven, so he will guide us. You both are of higher realms, so you can protect us from both ends. So just the four of us, said Hao Ren. And me. Zhao Yanzi raised her hand immediately. You don't need to come. You are only at the Foundation Establishment realm. Hao Ren glimpsed at her. Xie Yujia was about to say something, but she swallowed it when she heard Hao Ren's comment. I can be on the lookout for you guys. Zhao Yanzi blinked her big eyes. How could she miss something so fun and exciting? Hao Ren looked at her and remembered when he sneaked over walls to steal sweet potatoes. He caused a lot of trouble during that age. Therefore, he could understand since Zhao Yanzi was at that age right now. She would be upset about it for a long time if he didn't let her join them. In addition, since she knew the Big Dipper constellation scroll, she could pretend to be a Sky Mountain sect disciple to get out of trouble. Alright, you may come, but you have to behave and do what you are told to do, Hao Ren said as he looked at the table behind them. He wondered if it was a bad idea to take her out to do something like this behind her parents' back. For sure. Zhao Yanzi kept nodding. Hao Ren would have never thought that the Big Dipper constellation scroll was not a technique regular Sky Mountain sect's disciples could cultivate. It was the sect master's only daughter's personal technique. Hao Ren continued when he realized Xie Yujia's stare. Yujia can stay on 5th Heaven. We should be back soon. Xie Yujia nodded lightly. In fact, she wanted to join Hao Ren. But she also knew that the more people went, the more problems there could be. Her cultivation level was low, so she would drag them behind instead of helping. The old grandma's life-death notes would be too loud to use up there. So, it would be the best for her to cultivate the technique the old grandma taught her to improve herself. Then, she would get to go to more places with Hao Ren. We will go to 5th Heaven at 11 tonight then. We'll get ready there and then head to 5th Heaven by midnight. I am going to let Zhen Kongming know about this, said Hao Ren. Okay. The twins answered. I'll stay at your place tonight then. Zhao Yanzi was so excited she forgot all about the unpleasantness. She forgot about Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's intimate conversation when she thought of stealing things from that annoying girl sect. Hao Zonghua, Yu Yang, Grandma, Zhao Guang, and Zhao Hongyu were having a pleasant conversation on the other table at this moment. The rain made it a bad time to go shopping, but it was nice to sit down and chat with a cup of tea. Checkmate. A pleasant yet calm voice came from the table on the other side of Hao Ren. Zhen Kongming looked at the chessboard in regret. He suddenly said, I saw it wrong. It doesn't count. Wu Luoxue didn't say anything this time either. She picked all the pieces up and slowly set them up again. Xie Yujia opened the spell's origin note scroll and started to study it against the window. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily borrowed a chess game from the waitress and sat opposite of each other before playing. They were very chatty and lively. Even Hao Ren laughed at their jokes. Zhao Yanzi looked outside the window as she sipped her milk tea. It was rare for her to be this quiet. Checkmate. There went the pleasant and calm voice again. Hao Ren looked towards the little table and saw Zhen Kongming pouting as he moved a piece. He frowned in concentration. Obviously, he was serious this time. Wu Luoxue had won 2 games in a row, and this had severely challenged his intelligence. Wu Luoxue moved another piece softly and said, checkmate. Zhen Kongming was stupefied. Then, he made another quick move. Wu Luoxue pushed a piece 1 space forward with her little hand. Checkmate. Zhen Kongming stared at the board. His pupils were shivering. You lost. The word sounded like a thunderbolt out from the blue to Zhen Kongming. He had no more excuses. Little Shui, it's about time for your piano lesson. Yu Yang stood up. Oh, Wu Luoxue stood up and wiped her hands with the little towel beside her. Then, she walked to Yu Yang, leaving Zhen Kongming upset and desperate. How was it? Did you win the game? Yu Yang asked Wu Luoxue. I won 3 games, Wu Luoxue answered. Did Kongming win any games? Yu Yang asked randomly. He is very dumb, Wu Luoxue said as she followed Yu Yang to the gate. Her words sounded like a punch to Hao Ren. Sure enough, Zhen Kongming pulled his hair as he knocked his head on the chessboard. Chapter 446. Connected to Su Han. After Yu Yang dropped Wu Luoxue off at the Youth Palace, the two families chatted for a bit, and Hao Zonghua took them out for dinner. To show his appreciation for Zhao Hongyu's treat, Hao Zonghua picked a relatively high-end restaurant. The Dragon Boat Festival was not only a traditional festival but also a statutory holiday. Typically, they wouldn't be able to get a seat in such a restaurant. However, when the manager knew it was Hao Zonghua and his friends, he managed to get a private room for them. It was good publicity for the restaurant to have Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang there. They were well known internationally, and the owner of the place even came to take a picture with Hao Zonghua. They offered the meal for free, but Hao Zonghua politely declined their offer. There was pleasant music in the elegant restaurant, and the dinner went very well. The elderlies were happy at a festival like this. Grandma was the happiest since all her favorite kids were there, and it was like a family reunion. As the night got later, the rain stopped at last. Hao Ren's family and Zhao Yanzi's family were about to part. Come and visit me when you have time, Hongyu. Grandma held Zhao Hongyu's arm, not willing to let go. Okay, I will. Take care, Auntie, Zhao Hongyu answered. Then, she looked at Yu Yang and said, let's go for tea and shopping sometime. Okay. Yu Yang smiled. She was busy with work before and had always been outside of East Ocean City. She didn't have many good friends due to this reason, and Zhao Hongyu filled this void up perfectly. They were both successful at work yet needed to take care of their own families. On top of that, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's situation provided them with even more common interests. Although Hao Zonghua, the head of the family, favored Xie Yujia, Yu Yang insisted on leaning toward Zhao Yanzi. Mom. I want to stay at Hao Ren's place tonight, Zhao Yanzi shouted. You have to go to school tomorrow. Zhao Hongyu looked at her seriously. It's okay. I can take Z to school tomorrow. Yu Yang patted Zhao Yanzi's head pleasantly. Zhao Hongyu couldn't say much against Yu Yang's offer. Therefore, she looked at Zhao Yanzi and said, behave when you are at Ren's house, okay? I will. Zhao Yanzi cheered up. Grandma hugged Zhao Yanzi in her arms as she couldn't stop laughing. She had no idea that she was gradually becoming connected to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Hao Zonghua could only carry 5 people in his vehicle. So, he took Zhao Yanzi, Zhen Kongming, Grandma and Yu Yang. Hao Ren, the Lu sisters, and Xie Yujia had to take a taxi back. Hao Ren took the inspector's token out to look at when he was in the taxi. It was made of special materials. Unlike the token he got as the commanding general of East Ocean, which was only a symbol, this one had a unique array formation in it, and it behaved like a Dharma treasure. Xie Yujia, who sat in the passenger seat, had a green mark on her left shoulder. Hao Ren had never noticed it before when he was cultivating. Hao Ren had taken the written exam in the Dragon God Shrine, so he knew what this mark stood for. It meant that a soul formation realm cultivator was protecting her. Even an inspector wouldn't dare to cause her any trouble. Instead, the soul formation realm cultivator had to be contacted. Hao Ren finally understood the reason why the arrogant Qin Shaoyang was intimidated by Xie Yujia while Zheng Yitao, who was of a lower realm, didn't care much about her. That was because only inspectors could see marks like this. According to the rules, amongst all dragon cultivators, only inspectors could make moves against humans. This mark was invisible to regular dragon cultivators to avoid a lot of unnecessary attention. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sat on each side of Hao Ren, and they leaned their soft bodies against Hao Ren's. Unhem. Hao Ren coughed twice on purpose. The twins looked at each other and smiled. Then, they sat up and leaned against the door. If it were any other guy, they would have gone far away from him. However, they just couldn't help but take advantage of Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled with his head down, and he looked back at the inspector's token. There was a golden dragon, that had 3 claws on each of its feet, on the token, demonstrating that he was a level 3 inspector. Hao Ren couldn't help but inject some nature essence in there since it was a Dharma treasure. The token connected with Hao Ren immediately, and he sensed something of the same nature to the west of him. Don't use the token when it is unnecessary. Su Han's voice traveled to Hao Ren's mind. Hao Ren was startled and took the nature essence back immediately. It turned out that he could search for nearby inspectors and communicate with them through this token. So, he could communicate with Su Han whenever and wherever, even if he were eating, sleeping, and playing games. However, Hao Ren cut that thought off when he thought of Su Han's cold reminder. Although he got along well with her lately, she would still cut him up if he disturbed her cultivation too often. Hao Ren put the token on his waist and applied his nature essence. Then, the token melted into his body. The Dragon God Shrine's token was indeed outstanding, and it even had the effect of a natal Dharma treasure. A token like this would rarely get lost. But, would it expose my whereabouts? Hao Ren suddenly thought to himself. Inspectors could search for nearby inspectors through the tokens, and the Dragon God Shrine was the supervisory control station. Therefore, they should also know the exact location of each inspector. I should keep it in my storage space, Hao Ren murmured. The token reappeared in his hand, and it got thrown into Hao Ren's necklace. The storage space could cut off spiritual connections. Hao Ren really didn't want the Dragon God Shrine to find out about him going up to 5th and 6th heaven. In the Dragon God Shrine, white, silver, yellow and golden dots were spattered on a complex formation, and they were moving around. Suddenly, one of the yellow dots, which represented a level 3 inspector, disappeared in East Ocean City. The level 2 inspector who was in charge of observing the formation stood up nervously. He ran over to the small room besides him and said, "6th Shrine Master, the level 3 inspector of the East Ocean region, number 1782, suddenly disappeared." "Oh, that Hao Ren, right? Don't worry about it," a lazy voice responded. The disappearing of the dots usually meant the elimination of an inspector, and that would be a very serious issue. If the dots kept flashing, the inspectors were calling for help, and the Dragon God Shrine would immediately notify all nearby inspectors to go help. The level 2 inspector then returned to his position and kept on observing. Hao Ren arrived at his home at this time. He was exhausted from the trip to the Dragon God Shrine, and he couldn't rest well at the East Ocean Dragon Palace the night before either. So, he felt very relaxed the second he got home. Zhao Yanzi, Grandma, and the others already came back. Zhao Yanzi already fell asleep in Grandma's room, which was surprisingly early for her. Hao Ren went back to his room and took a nice hot shower. Then, he started to doze off. Cultivating could refresh his mind, but all he wanted after the battles at the Dragon God Shrine was to have a nice sleep. Gongzi, Gongzi, the voice outside the door was as soft as an ocean breeze. Hao Ren opened his eyes and noticed the shadows outside his door. He asked them not to enter his room without permission, and it seemed like they kept it in mind. Hao Ren found it very amusing, and he yawned and opened the door for them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wore sets of dark blue pajamas of the same style, and they stood outside the door timidly. There were star patterns on their pajamas, and these pajamas were being used by them as nightclothes. "It's time to go, Gongzi." They lowered their voice in order not to wake up Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang who were next door. Hao Ren rubbed his eyes and said, "Where are Yujia, Zi, and Kongming?" "They are in the living room. Big Jumu already explained everything to Zhen Kongming, and he is in," Lu Lily said timidly. She acted like she wanted everyone to know that she was going to 6th heaven to steal stuff. Okay. Hao Ren didn't want to waste any time. He put on his shoes and quietly followed the twins into the living room. Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, Zhen Kongming, and Little White were all ready to go. Zhao Yanzi was in a set of dark pajamas, and it looked like she got it from Hao Ren's closet. Xie Yujia was in a set of sportswear. Zhen Kongming was in a set of purple tight fits. Lastly, Little White was naked as usual. Zhen Kongming was dressed the most professionally. "Shish. Let's get out of here," Hao Ren shushed and said quietly. He opened the back door which led them to the backyard. Little White wanted to make some noise in excitement since it knew that they were about to do something big, but Hao Ren covered its mouth up with his hand. Boom! Little White turned into its snow lion form, and its flaming paws were sparkling brightly in the dark. "This is for you." Zhen Kongming threw an armor on Little White. The armor was made of black bamboo, and it covered Little White's body perfectly. It also hid its scent as a spirit beast. Zhen Kongming was an extremely high-level Dharma treasure master, so even the treasure he casually took out was of high quality. Zhen Kongming had his own flight dharma treasure, so he didn't need Little White, and the twins could fly pretty fast on their own. Only Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Zhao Yanzi were on Little White's back. Little White hopped up, and the powerful, colorful light looked like neon lights under its paws. "Little White, take the light back," Zhen Kongming said. Shoo! The colorful light turned black. The six of them headed toward fifth heaven at a very fast speed. Chapter 447. Herb King Valley, Bulletin Board. After arriving on fifth heaven, it was a comfortable and familiar ride. Within only a few moments, they opened the array formation and entered the ethereal summit. Due to preparation for the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, Hao Ren had not visited this place for a while. Coming back here at this time made him a little nostalgic. The valley was dark, and there were no birds and beasts, it seemed even quieter. Little White was Hao Ren's spirit beast, but it was a demon beast after all. On fifth heaven, there were almost no demon beasts. How could ordinary creatures dare to trespass the territory of demon beasts? Even the bugs didn't dare to approach this land that had a demon beast scent. Hao Ren landed in the valley. Under the cover of the night, he carefully observed the situation in Ethereal Summit. The spiritual herbs planted in the valley in the middle of the valley were lush and growing better than before. Xie Yujia used some barriers to divide the land piece by piece like potted plants, which had better effects. In the long warm shed, the spirit flowers that Hao Ren couldn't name had already produced fruit, and they were hanging on the branches. The river from the summit slowly irrigated a small piece of paddy field. Inside, the daffodil-like spirit herbs had bright green roots. Xie Yujia was good at housekeeping and able to organize all things. Even these spirit herbs that she wasn't experienced at planting were being well taken care of as well. Hao Ren deeply admired Xie Yujia. Black exotic vine, soul spice, Venetian flower, silver waste grass, water phoenix lily. Looking at the spirit herbs, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were surprised. So many. Girls who didn't know how to grow plants like beautiful flowers as well, and most of the spirit herbs were delicate, fragrant, and beautiful. "It's all done by Yujia alone," Hao Ren said. "Big Jumu is so skillful," the Lu sisters praised heartfeltly. "It's nothing," Xie Yujia blushed. This nickname, Big Jumu, seemed very strange to her. In fact, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had seen super gardens that stretched far beyond the horizon and planted tens of thousands of spiritual herbs. However, this place belonged to Hao Ren, and it meant something completely different. "If you have any free time, you can help Yujia take care of them," Hao Ren said. "Since Gongzi asked us to help, then we'll certainly do our best," Lu Linlin said playfully and then turned to look at the valley. "But there isn't a cave for my sister and me." "Well, let's open one up for you." Hundreds of sword energies appeared and surrounded Hao Ren. He flew toward one side of the mountain, and Hao Ren immediately carved a big cave. His realm had improved compared to the past. In addition, he had experience in creating a cave abode, so making one for the Lu sisters was a breeze. In the blink of an eye, a brand new cave abode appeared before the Lu sisters. Little White jumped up and looked at Hao Ren with yearning in its eyes. Hao Ren didn't bother. "After a little rest, we'll head to sixth heaven," he said. "Woo!" Little White bit on Hao Ren's trousers and rolled around wildly. "Little White also wants a cave," Zhao Yanzi said. "Rough. Rough." Little White hugged Hao Ren's ankle with its front legs, and its eyes were full of pleading. "Okay, I'll make you one." Hao Ren released more than a dozen sword energies helplessly. He drilled a doghouse beside his own cave and then carved a path along the mountain wall outside, so Little White could directly run to Hao Ren's cave. Little White flew to its own exclusive cave in excitement. Bam! It was stuck at the entrance of the cave abode with half of its butt exposed to the outside. It kicked its back legs, and it was no use. Boo! It turned into its puppy form and finally got into its cave. Zhen Kongming, help me take a look." Zhao Yanzi suddenly remembered the item she had plundered before and called at Zhen Kongming. Zhen Kongming stepped on his black flight dharma treasure and casually flew toward Zhao Yanzi's cave abode with a haughty expression. Soon, Zhen Kongming's voice came out of Zhao Yanzi's cave. "Trash. Trash. Trash. Trash." After half a minute, Zhao Yanzi walked out of her cave ashen-faced with a lot of stuff in his arms. She worked so hard to plunder so many things from bad cultivators, But she didn't expect all of them to be trash in Zhen Kongming's eyes. Not a single item was good. Don't throw them away. Since they're hard-earned things, keep them. Xie Yujia saw Zhao Yanzi throwing things out of her cave and shouted. There were hundreds of items, and Zhao Yanzi's cave was not big enough. To begin with, her cave abode was almost completely filled. Zhao Yanzi thought that there were some excellent treasures among everything, but unexpectedly, Zhen Kongming saw none of them useful. This severely affected her enthusiasm. Keep them. Hao Ren agreed with Xie Yujia. He waved his arms, and dozens of sword energies pierced straight into the portion of the mountain that was next to Zhao Yanzi's, forming a new cave. Treasure Light Pavilion. Hao Ren's sword energy carved 3 large words above the cave. Immediately after, dozens of sword energies swept in the interior of the cave. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of small square holes were formed on the walls. Zhao Yanzi stepped on her purple-green treasure sword and threw the items into this new cave. Xie Yujia shook her head and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren also smiled helplessly. He stepped onto 2 sword energies and flew up with Xie Yujia. I'm off to cultivate. I collected so many things, but they don't worth anything. Zhao Yanzi pouted and flew back to her own cave. Those things were once piled up in her cave, so she had to clean again. It never crossed her mind that some of the items were indeed valuable to cultivators on 5th heaven. Zhen Kongming only collected rare treasures, and that was why these items weren't valuable in his eyes. After entering this new cave, Xie Yujia bent over and started packing things. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed in and helped to sort things together as well. This is bruise dissolving pill for healing wounds. This is a low-tier flying sword. This is a low-tier spirit stone. The Lu sisters handed things to Xie Yujia while explaining what they were and their uses. Xie Yujia took out labels and stuck them on accordingly before handing them to Hao Ren, who placed them in different square holes on the walls. Elixir pills, cultivation techniques, Dharma treasures, spirit stones, and some miscellaneous things, such as tokens, maps, and jewelry were grouped accordingly. Judging from these items, Zhao Yanzi's plunder was very thorough. From storage bags to flying swords, even to basic jewelry and identity tokens, she took them all. As long as Zhao Yanzi was the perpetrator, only shirts and pants would be left untouched. Soon, all kinds of things were tagged with labels according to their types and got placed in different square holes. Together, they looked quite dazzling. These items may not be useful for us, but they're still very good for the small sects nearby. Xie Yujia exhaled and said, these days, the 3 small sects nearby often send spiritual herbs to the valley, and we don't have anything to give them in return. I used to give beauty pills to the Qin Yin sect, but we can gradually send these things out from now on. Indeed, you're always the thoughtful one. Hao Ren nodded, thinking that Xie Yujia's idea was a good one. He looked at the gentle Xie Yujia. Suddenly, he thought that Xie Yujia was not only a master housekeeper but also had great potential as a great wife. When she saw Hao Ren stare at her, Xie Yujia couldn't help but touched her own face and thought that she had something on her face. However, her face was smooth like eggs. How would there be something on it? Let's do it like this, Hao Ren said. Let's put a bulletin board outside the valley. If there are any spiritual herbs that we need, then we can write them on it. The corresponding reward should also be written on it. Xie Yujia pondered for a few seconds and said, this is a good method. After all, no one dares to siege the ethereal summit on 5th heaven. She had accompanied Grandma to Qin Yin sect, and the cultivators there thought that Grandma, who had no nature essence fluctuation, was a nascent soul realm cultivator. The array formation around the Herb King Valley was indeed not something that core formation realm cultivators could arrange. Therefore, cultivators on 5th heaven wouldn't dare trespass the ethereal summit. Recently, she was trying to create a type of marrow washing pill that could improve one's body constitution, but she lacked a few key spiritual herbs. If they could be gathered, then she would be able to make the elixir. As she thought about asking Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming to look the missing herbs when they sneak into the Sky Mountain sect, she suddenly swallowed her words. Hao Ren was going to look for the rare technique of growing lotuses. Why should she give him more trouble? Hao Ren's safety was more important than her own cultivation. It's almost time. Let's go. Hao Ren looked at the Lu sisters beside him and said. Okay. The Lu sisters nodded energetically. Be careful, Xie Yujia said in worry. She knew a little about 6th heaven. The number of sects on 6th heaven was far less than that on 5th heaven, but there were far more nascent soul realm cultivators. The Sky Mountain sect that Hao Ren was heading to had a few nascent soul realm cultivators on guard, and Hao Ren was currently equivalent to between nascent soul realm and core formation realm, so it was still dangerous for him. Especially for the big sects, there were array formations everywhere. It wouldn't be easy for Hao Ren to retrieve a rare technique. Okay, don't worry. Hao Ren turned to squeeze Xie Yujia's palm and then flew out of the cave. Kongming, let's go. Having cleaned up her own cave abode, Zhao Yanzi, who was waiting to start moving, immediately stepped on her purple-green treasure sword and flew out of her cave. Zhen Kongming stepped on his black flight Dharma treasure and appeared in the middle of the valley. Little White. Hao Ren shouted again. Bam! Little White bumped onto the cave entrance and hurriedly shrunk its body size. It drilled out of its little cave, turned into its snow lion form, and rushed to Hao Ren's side. Go! Hao Ren sat down on Little White's back and shouted. He had a bad impression of the Sky Mountain sect, not to mention the fact that the sects on 5th heaven obeyed the law of the jungle, so Hao Ren didn't feel guilty at all for stealing their rare techniques. The White Sand sect that had been dominating over other sects on 5th heaven was also the affiliated sect of the Sky Mountain sect. A few black flashes of light dashed out of the valley's array formation. Standing in front of the treasure light pavilion, Xie Yujia looked up at the direction in which Hao Ren left. Then, she looked down at her palm that had just been squeezed by Hao Ren, and she gently clenched her fists in worry. Chapter 448. The Sky Mountain Sect. Hao Ren's group flew out of the valley and ascended towards 6th heaven. 5th heaven and 6th heaven had strict divisions. 5th heaven cultivators were not allowed to enter 6th heaven without the permission of 6th heaven sects. Therefore, there was a large-scale one-way array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven. 6th heaven cultivators could enter 5th heaven at any time, but to enter 6th heaven from 5th heaven, they must pass through a special passage. Such a passage was jointly safeguarded by more than a dozen 6th heaven sects to avoid 5th heaven cultivators from smuggling into 6th heaven. Of course, such an array formation was ineffective for array formation masters such as Zhen Kongming. Zhen Kongming casually pointed with a finger, and the array formation melted like a plastic bag, opening a big hole. Hao Ren's group snuck in. The first feeling of entering 6th heaven was the abundance of nature essence blowing into their faces. If the average concentration of nature essence on 5th heaven was 3 or 4 times that of 1st heaven, then the intensity of nature essence on 6th heaven was more than a dozen times that of 1st heaven. Any mountain or any corner here would become a treasured land on 1st heaven. Also, if there were any places on 5th heavenly that possessed this intensity, a lot of sets would fight over it. The intensity of nature essence of Hao Ren's ethereal summit was only 6 or 7 times that of 1st heaven, slightly higher than the average on 5th heaven, and it caused the 3 nearby sects to fight for it. If I could cultivate here, the effect would definitely be better, Hao Ren thought. His thought actually echoed that of the cultivators on 5th heaven. However, unless the 5th heaven cultivators had excellent talent, exceptionally accepted by 6th heaven sects, or cultivated to the nascent soul realm and became a truly powerful cultivator, they could never enter 6th heaven in their lifetime. Follow me, Zhen Kongming said coldly, stood still on his black flight Dharma treasure, and flew in the direction of the west. Zhen Kongming was a frequent visitor of 6th heaven. He even ran a few laps on 7th heaven. Therefore, he was very familiar with the location of the sects on 6th heaven. For these few years, his master, Chu Niu, went into seclusion cultivate in the 9-Dragon Palace, leaving him alone in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Without the support of Chu Niu, Zhen Kongming didn't dare to wander around 6th heaven. Even in 5th heaven, he must be careful. With his realm, he still had a certain chance of being caught. If he didn't transmit messages to his master, those sects would treat him as a normal Foundation establishment realm cultivator and kill him. If he reversed his realm and showed his true form, it would be big trouble. It wouldn't be fun to disturb his master who was cultivating in the 9-Dragon Palace. Zhen Kongming's black disc-like flight Dharma treasure drew a black tail, and Hao Ren and the Lu sisters followed immediately behind. This black disc was ugly, but it was a top-tier Dharma treasure. If driven in full force, the speed was comparable to the traveling speed of nascent soul realm cultivators. The speed of Little White was also not below the nascent soul realm, and the Lu sisters were on the nascent soul realm. Therefore, they had no issues dashing forward at full speed. However, Zhao Yanzi was flying on her purple-green treasure sword. With her power barely reaching the Foundation establishment realm, it was a little demanding for her to catch up with others. Hao Ren turned and saw Zhao Yanzi falling behind. He patted Little White's butt, made a half-circle turn, and held Zhao Yanzi's wrist. Zhao Yanzi suddenly felt that her traveling speed drastically increased and felt that it was empty underneath her feet. Hao Ren picked up the purple-green treasure sword by hand and gently lifted Zhao Yanzi onto the back of Little White. Now, she was sitting in front of Hao Ren. Hold the sword. Hao Ren put the purple-green treasure sword in Zhao Yanzi's hand. Zhao Yanzi's blushed slightly. She wanted to say a few words, but she couldn't. She thought that Hao Ren would take the opportunity to mock her. But Hao Ren put his arms around her shoulders and patted Little White's neck. Rough. Little White sped up and immediately caught up with Zhen Kongming and the Lu sisters. In the high altitude, Zhao Yanzi only felt the warmth of Hao Ren's chest and arms, and her face couldn't help but feel hot. Fortunately, Hao Ren couldn't see the change in her face in the dark. The overall scenery of Sixth Heaven was similar to that of Fifth Heaven, except that the mountains were higher and the distance between them was greater. Floating among the mountains were layers of thick fog. If the group fell from here, they would fall directly to Fifth Heaven. If they were unlucky, they could drop all the way to First Heaven. Therefore, if the cultivators on and above Fifth Heaven didn't reach the Foundation establishment realm, they wouldn't dare to fly between the peaks. Wah wah wah. Hao Ren's group drew multiple dark shadows in the sky. Zhen Kongming knew the way and went around other sects on Sixth Heaven. The Sixth Heaven sects were not to be messed with like the Fifth Heaven sects. Each sect had at least one nascent soul realm cultivator for safeguarding, and often one or two more of them were in seclusion. If the Sixth Heaven sects found traces of Hao Ren's group, it would be troublesome. We cannot enter from the front. We have to go from the back mountain, Zhen Kongming, who was very experienced, whispered as he stood on the black disc. He quickly turned at a corner and took Hao Ren to the back mountain. The back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect opened 1,000 acres of fertile land, and there was a large area full of spirit beasts. It was at least 100 times bigger than the Herb King Valley. The Sixth Heaven sects were indeed more powerful. This back mountain alone was enough to build 3 sects on Fifth Heaven. These mountains are the core areas of the Sky Mountain sect. In fact, all 6 mountain ranges that are scattered around here belong to the Sky Mountain sect. The inner disciples live in the center of the sect, and outer disciples live in the surrounding mountains, Zhen Kongming said while flying. How many disciples are there? Hao Ren asked. There are 30,000 inner disciples and 150,000 outer disciples, Zhen Kongming said. Hao Ren was secretly surprised, and he no longer took tonight's infiltration lightly. He suspected that the female disciple who he encountered should be a core disciple who was above inner disciples. Her arrogance in Fifth Heaven was indeed reasonable. In a few words' time, Zhen Kongming had taken Hao Ren's group around to a small forest in the back mountain. This is the beast region. It's the safest to get in from here. Zhen Kongming landed on the ground, took out a set of tools from his sleeves, and placed them in order. This is the edge of the mountain array formation. Once we destroy a formation footing, we can enter. Of course, there will be all kinds of array formations inside, but it will be fine if you follow me. Zhen Kongming embedded a spirit stone into a temporary array formation he arranged. Shallow blue light emerged a few centimeters in front of him. Zhen Kongming raised a small yellow flag as if it were a guide to lead the way, and a small hole appeared in the blue mountain array formation immediately. Such a gap was enough for Hao Ren's group to go through with ease without triggering the array formation. Zhen Kongming's techniques were probably insufficient to deal with Seventh Heaven's array formations, but it was more than enough for Sixth Heaven sects. The Sky Mountain sect's herb garden was robbed once by Zhen Kongming a few years ago. The incident shocked all the high-ranking cultivators of the sect, and the patrol force doubled in the following months. Today, Zhen Kongming was here again. Zhen Kongming, who was leading the way, easily broke open another array formation. In the wild land of the back mountain, there was a large group of snow lions. They were quietly asleep, but they suddenly felt that enemies were breaking in. They all opened their eyes, and their eyes shone chillingly in the dark. Zhao Yanzi, who walked side by side with Hao Ren, hurriedly grabbed Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren raised his left hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his hand. As the fire rose, they clearly saw that nearly 200 snow lions had surrounded them. The snow lions were at least level 2 spirit beasts. Each of them was equivalent to a core fruition realm cultivator. Little White went to the front, roared twice, rolled on the ground, and swayed its tail, trying to show the snow lions that they were friendly. Roar! The 200 snow lions growled together. Little White saw the situation was not good, and it hurriedly hid behind Hao Ren. Humph! Zhen Kongming stood in the same place and kicked the ground. A dominating aura was emitted from Zhen Kongming. In a flash, the snow lions showed fear in their eyes. Immediately after, they all groaned and bowed their heads while they scattered. Little White ran from Hao Ren's leg to Zhen Kongming's happily and rubbed its head against his knees. This lion, Hao Ren, was completely speechless toward Little White. Zhen Kongming led the group onward. Those level 2 snow lions that were awakened all avoided the group, and those level 3 snow lions shrunk in their own caves, simply not daring to come out. As for the snow lions on and above level 4, they were fed by the senior elders from the sects and didn't live in the wild. For ordinary cultivators, these beasts were extremely dangerous, but for Hao Ren's group, they were not a threat at all. Although there were also other spirit beasts, once the creatures saw Zhen Kongming, they also hid far away. Zhen Kongming broke open the array formations layer by layer and led the group to the herb region of the back mountain. Sky Mountain sect was known for its spirit beasts and spiritual herbs. Therefore, the back mountain was divided into the beast region and the herb region. Of course, the goal of Hao Ren's group was the scroll pavilion. Therefore, Zhen Kongming deliberately went around the critical areas of the beast and herb regions. These areas were often the most heavily guarded and had the most complex array formations. Back in the days, Zhen Kongming plucked all the spiritual herbs in the critical areas in the herb region, which made the Sky Mountain sect suffer heavy losses. Hey! Where are you thieves from? How dare you sneak into the Sky Mountain sect? Suddenly, a loud female voice sounded on a cliff to the right of Hao Ren. Chapter 449, HMPH, you will repay for what you did. This sudden voice shocked Zhen Kongming. Everything went smoothly with the path he chose, but he didn't think he would run into a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren, who held Zhao Yanzi by the arm, turned back immediately and saw a beautiful girl standing by the cliff. At the moment, she was wearing a long bright yellow robe. In the white moonlight, this girl, who was similar to Zhao Yanzi's age, stood on a stone in front of a cave, and her eyes were opened wide, glaring. When Zhao Yanzi saw her, her eyes also opened wide. The foes always encountered each other. Duan Yao was also surprised. She had been thinking about how she could find Zhao Yanzi after this self-reflection period ended, and she had never thought that her enemies would trespass into the Sky Mountain sect and run into her. She had been grounded at the back mountain to reflect on herself. Each day, Luya, her father's snow lion, would come and bring her simple meals. No one was allowed to visit her. However, her mom couldn't bear to watch her suffer, so she secretly brought some good snakes for Duan Yao a few times. At this moment, Duan Yao was infuriated when she saw Zhao Yanzi holding her purple-green treasure sword. She quickly took out a signaling note and put nature essence into it before releasing it. She thought some spirit beasts had escaped from the beast region when she heard the loud noises. Then, she saw a few vague figures and wasn't sure if they were the other disciples of the Sky Mountain sect who were here to catch the beasts. She thought it was impossible to succeed trespass all the array formations that were in the Sky Mountain sect. Multiple array formations were protecting the mountains and stopped people from trespassing. However, to her surprise, the people who came here included that pervert, and that girl who robbed her on Fifth Heaven. Hao Ren saw the flaming note in Duan Yao's hand, and there was no way that he was going to let her release it in full. Therefore, he shot a sword energy toward her immediately. A purple sword energy made from the wood and fire elements shot towards the note in Duan Yao's hands, and it was put out. Duan Yao felt a sharp pain in her arm, forcing her to take 3 steps back, and looked at Hao Ren angrily. In this Sky Mountain sect, the disciples treated her with respect, and outsiders didn't dare to anger her as well. However, Hao Ren hit her and wasn't refrained from using his power at all. Let's not make things so complicated. Just kill her, Zhen Kongming said. The cultivation sets on and above fifth heaven didn't have an organization governing them, so they still used the system passed on from the ancient times in first heaven, the law of the jungle. The ones who did not have adequate powers or good backgrounds were easily killed, and their treasures would go to whoever won that battle. Therefore, Zhao Yanzi was actually nice when she left the cultivators she defeated with their pants and spared them their lives. The cultivators who were spared should go home and thank the heaven. When Zhen Kongming was active on 5th, 6th, and 7th heaven, he had frequently bumped into robbers and murderers. However, his flight Dharma treasure was fast so that the other cultivators couldn't catch up to him. Duan Yao looked extremely pale and scared after hearing that. She understood what Zhen Kongming meant. She was the daughter of the sect master of the Sky Mountain sect, and she was always protected by senior disciples. No one would dare to hurt her. Even when she was alone on 5th heaven, she was still riding on Luya, level 5 snow lion. This kind of spirit beasts had auras that scared most cultivators on 5th heaven to death. Therefore, she did not know how dangerous the world really was. You don't need to kill her. Just make her faint, Howen said. Although he knew that on and above 5th heaven was much more dangerous than 1st heaven, Howen still couldn't kill this arrogant girl. Duan Yao relaxed a bit when she heard him say that. However, she was also extremely infuriated by his words. Who does he think he is? She thought. I'll do it. Zhao Yanzi didn't like Duan Yao in the first place. She rode on Little White with her sword and aimed the hilt at Duan Yuan. Zhao Yanzi used the first sword techniques in the Big Dipper constellation scroll at Duan Yao. Duan Yao saw Zhao Yanzi using her sword and technique, and she was so mad that her eyes almost turned white. However, Duan Yao was not able to stop the power of the purple-green treasure sword. She was also flustered and did not have adequate combat experience, so she couldn't even stop half of Zhao Yanzi's strike. She was hit hard by Zhao Yanzi with the hilt of the sword, and her mind weakened, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Howen saw how Zhao Yanzi finished the battle with one move, and his heart shivered a bit because he knew Zhao Yanzi wasn't the easygoing type as she was ferocious in battle. Just when Howen thought she would come back quickly, Zhao Yanzi jumped down from Little White, kneeled close to Duan Yao, and searched Duan Yao's clothes. This girl, Howen was speechless as he thought, she got addicted to being a robber. After searching Duan Yao's clothes and finding nothing, Zhao Yanzi got nothing, so she searched inside the cave as well. However, Duan Yao was reflecting on herself in the cave in the back mountain, and she didn't have a lot of stuff with her. Zhao Yanzi couldn't find much in the cave, so she just took 2 pieces of jades that looked valuable from Duan Yao. Then, Zhao Yanzi climbed back up on Little White and returned to Howen. Howen rolled his eyes at her and was too lazy to give her a lesson. He turned to Zhen Kongming and said, "Let's keep going." Yeah. Zhen Kongming created an array formation to cover the cave entrance and Duan Yao to prevent her from destroying their plans after she woke up. What he did was actually unnecessary since Zhao Yanzi hit Duan Yao hard, and Duan Yao would probably faint for the whole night. Zhao Yanzi got the revenge she wanted from the time when Duan Yao used Luya to bully her without mercy. This area was also strictly restricted by the sect master. Anyone who disobeyed his orders would be executed. The scroll pavilion of the Sky Mountain sect was also near the back mountain. Howen and his group climbed up to the peak of the back mountain and was able to see the entire Sky Mountain sect. A large majestic mountain was in front of them. This majestic mountain was lit up brightly. There were dense rows of houses and many different palaces. The buildings were all over the front and the back of the mountain. The so-called big sects on 5th heaven were nothing compared to this. The Sky Mountain sect is considered a medium-sized sect on 6th heaven, but they specialized in growing spiritual herbs and cultivating spirit beasts, so they have a good standing and reputation, Zhen Kongming explained. Howen nodded and thought, even this is only a medium-sized sect. How big would the large-sized sects be? And how magnificent would the sects on 7th heaven be? Under a rough estimate, there were probably tens of thousands of buildings on this mountain in the middle. If all the cultivators who stayed in the Sky Mountain sect were to initiate a fight together, they would be 1,000 to 10,000 times more terrifying than the group attack at the White Sand sect. With Howen's current realm, there was no chance that he could go home in one piece if faced with a group attack organized by tens of thousand cultivators, let alone that there were nascent soul realm cultivator here. The gap between the power of 6th and 5th heaven was huge. That was why within the territory of 6th heaven, it would be impossible to open a small valley to plant spiritual herbs. Even creating a cave abode would be difficult since it was hard not to be discovered by the disciples of the sects on 6th heaven. Inside these forests, which appeared to be peaceful, there were many hiding core formation realm cultivators. If it were not because of the night and how focused those cultivators were with training, even Zhen Kongming would not dare to trespass into 6th heaven. That gold building is the scroll pavilion. Zhen Kongming pointed to the building near the back of the mountain and said. Hao Ren looked in the way that Zhen Kongming was pointing at and discovered that the scroll pavilion was not smaller than the size of East Ocean University's library. If they didn't go through the back mountain, they probably would not be able to step half a foot into the Sky Mountain sect's main gates, given how this entire sect was structured. There are a lot of cultivators there, so it's better if we suppress our auras. Zhen Kongming reminded everyone. Hao Ren followed orders and suppressed his aura as much as possible. He didn't have much of the aura of a dragon cultivator because of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, but his power level, which was equivalent to at least a core formation realm cultivator, might still attract the attention of some foundation establishment realm cultivators. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were at Qian level, and they were able to hide their auras well. If they also hid their nature essence, nothing could be sensed from them. Zhen Kongming put on a cloak, which made his aura disappear instantly. Zhao Yanzi practiced a human cultivation technique and reached the foundation establishment realm, so she shouldn't be in much trouble. Little White. Hao Ren threw Little White into his necklace. He didn't need it at the moment, they only needed it to escape. Let's go. Zhen Kongming bent down slightly as he walked down the hill toward the scroll pavilion. The scroll pavilion had many complicated defense array formations, and that was why there weren't many patrolling or guarding disciples. The last star array, the 9 turns cloud array, at the back of scroll pavilion. Zhen Kongming took out his yellow flag to detect the array formations by order. Zhen Kongming had never been to the Sky Mountain sect scroll pavilion before, so he needed to take his time. If it only required him to break the array formations, Zhen Kongming could do it within a few seconds. However, since he had to break the array formations without triggering any alerts, he would have to do it very carefully and patiently. Each array formation had its weaknesses. However, if array formations were layered on top of each other, they could hide each other's weaknesses. Around the Sky Mountain sect scroll pavilion were 18 array formations, and each array formation was powered by 5 spirit stones. The power of these array formations was formidable. Zhen Kongming had to unlock the array formations in order, but Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were already a bit unsettled. They were in their enemy's territory, and one wrong step could cause tens of thousands of cultivators to fly over. These cultivators were also much more powerful than the ones in the White Sand sect. Okay, Zhen Kongming said as he took out a few black and white chess pieces to construct a temporary array formation. Tens of radiant circles appeared out of nowhere. These were the 18 formation array's weaknesses. Yanzi is on the lookout. Linlin, Lily, and Zhen Kongming follow me, Hao Ren said. The Lu sisters nodded immediately. Anywhere Hao Ren went, they would follow without hesitation. If this temporary array formation is broke, we would be locked inside, Zhen Kongming said to Zhao Yanzi. Hey, Zhao Yanzi shouted lightly. However, the group of 3 followed Hao Ren into the circles, stepping into the territory of the array formations. She said that she could be on lookout only because she wanted Hao Ren to bring her along. She never thought that Hao Ren would really let her be on the lookout by herself. It was extremely quiet here, and she was standing in the space between a forest and the scroll pavilion. She couldn't help but feel scared in the dark. There weren't many disciples patrolling the scroll pavilion area, but that didn't mean there were none. Zhao Yanzi, who was standing next to the temporary array formation, had the risk of being exposed at any time. The one who was on the lookout seemed to have the most pressure. At the same time, Hao Ren, Zhen Kongming, and the Lu sisters who were inside the array formations stepped on the rooftop of the scroll pavilion. There were Sky Mountain sect's disciples guarding the front gate of the scroll pavilion, so the only chance to sneak in was through the roof. There was another layer of formation array on the roof of the scroll pavilion that prevented damage, but this was very easy for Zhen Kongming. With just a few moves, he unlocked the array formation on the roof. They slipped through a hole in the roof, and inside were just rows and rows of rare techniques with no patrolling disciples. It was understandable because the scroll pavilion was such an important place, so the high-level cultivators couldn't even trust their disciples and relied on powerful array formations. Hao Ren jumped down from the hole in the roof and caught Zhen Kongming as he was falling. Zhen Kongming didn't have strong powers. If he were to trigger an alert, it would be a huge mess. Gongzi. Lu Linlin jumped from the roof on purpose so that Hao Ren would catch her. Hao Ren couldn't do anything but hold out his hands and catch her. This naturally led to him hugging her in his arms. Lu Linlin's face turned bright red, and she smiled with happiness. Then, Hao Ren turned around and caught Lu Lili. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were now both in Hao Ren's arms. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's go find the rare technique that teaches us how to grow lotuses, Hao Ren said gently. His heart was beating fast, so he pushed Lu Linlin and Lu Lili away from his chest. Yes, Gongzi. Lu Linlin nodded lightly while her words sounded a bit playful. Don't move. Zhen Kongming suddenly yelled out just when Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were about to step forward. They quickly stopped. There are more arrays formations in here, and it is more complicated than I thought. If you take the wrong steps, the whole alarm system will go off, Zhen Kongming said cautiously when he looked at the irregular patterns on the ground. What should we do? Hao Ren quickly asked. I can calculate the way to walk around, but I need to know which shelf the technique you want is on, Zhen Kongming said. Hao Ren was surprised, thinking that the Sky Mountain sect was indeed protective over their techniques. The rare techniques were the treasures of the sects, and the people who were authorized would know which rare technique was on which shelf. However, for trespassing cultivators who didn't know which shelf the rare techniques were on, they would set the alarm off after a few wrong steps, causing the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect to rush over. Not even the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect were allowed in the scroll pavilion because they weren't allowed to read and study these super rare and powerful techniques. The advantage of the Sky Mountain sect was their knowledge on cultivating spirit beasts and growing spiritual herbs. If the spirit beasts and spiritual herbs were stolen, they could just make more. However, if the rare techniques were leaked, then the loss would be devastating. If they didn't keep going, they wouldn't know which shelf had which technique. However, if they walked without aim, they would trigger the alarm array formation. This array formation was embedded in the ground floor and linked to the scroll pavilion. They could only be destroyed and not unlocked. Spiritual senses could only scan the surrounding cultivators but won't be able to see the covers of the rare techniques, Zhen Kongming said while rubbing his hands. He felt a bit challenged. If this problem couldn't be solved, they would have to go back for now and wait for another opportunity. I'll try. Hao Ren suddenly sat down cross-legged. Chapter 450. Roar. Hao Ren's body released many small sword energies, and they slowly flew toward each corner of the scroll pavilion. This was a technique that Hao Ren learned from the light-splitting sword shadow scroll after he reached Gen level. He could scatter his spiritual senses and put them into each of the sword energies. This way, he was able to detect the surrounding environment. Hao Ren let out hundreds of sword energies that were as small as fireflies. Suddenly, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili opened their eyes wide and thought of something. They liked being with Hao Ren, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Hao Ren sat cross-legged on the floor. He was concentrating his energy, and his face turned bright red. Gongzi, Lu Linlin said in a tone that was lower than her usual one. When the Lu sisters played in their room at the three-story building at the Dragon God Shrine, they remembered clearly that a light spot entered their room. Hao Ren never meant to keep it a secret from Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. That day was the day when he had an epiphany and figured out this technique, and he couldn't help but give it a try. If it weren't for the importance of finding the rare technique, he would never use this technique in front of them. I thought it was some bad guy, but it turned out to be Gongzi, Lu Lili said lightly. Hao Ren sweated heavily, and his face was bright red. In the same time, he let the white light dots scatter all over the scroll pavilion. The strong array formation in the scroll pavilion stopped people from flying on the swords, but it wasn't able to stop spiritual senses. Normal spiritual senses could only detect the nature essence of nearby cultivators, but they weren't able to send back the visual imagery of the surrounding environments. When Hao Ren concentrated his spiritual senses onto his sword energies, he could achieve that effect. The white lights landed on the rare techniques, and Hao Ren was able to see the words on the covers vaguely. Mid-tier Spirit Beast Training Technique, Black Tortoise Technique, 100 Herb Theory, Lagerstremia Technique, 9 Palace Array Formations, 72 Ways of Elixir Making. Hao Ren focused and used his light-splitting sword shadow scroll to get as much information as possible. Level 9 Lotus Growing Technique. Hao Ren sensed something important, and hundreds of his sword energies rushed to that direction. 9 Ways of Snow Lotus, 5 Color Lotus Techniques, 5 Elemental Lotus Cultivation Technique, Level 9 Lotus Cultivation, Secret Technique, 7 Core 5 Color Lotus. In the pile of lotus growing techniques, Hao Ren found the rare technique on 7 Core 5 Color Lotus. The Sky Mountain sect was, in fact, the master of growing lotuses. All the white light dots focused on the 7 Core 5 Color Lotus. It's that way. Hao Ren stood up. His back and chest were soaking wet, and it took a lot of physical energy and nature essence to find it. Although the 5 elemental sword energies could lift common items, they were incapable of raising the rare techniques that were locked by array formations. Zhen Kongming looked down at the pattern on the ground. He did some calculations with his hands and took a step up. He turned around slightly. Then, he took half a step. Who is that? There were noises outside the scroll pavilion. Hao Ren knew that something was wrong, but Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's reactions were much faster. They had already turned into 2 dashes of white light and flew outside from the hole in the roof. As the 2 muffled noises sounded, the yelling died down. The 2 patrolling disciples of the Sky Mountain sect were beaten up by the Lu sisters, and they fainted. This also meant that Hao Ren and his group couldn't stay in the scroll pavilion for much longer. Since there was one set of patrols, there would be another. If the patrolling disciples didn't return, the others would realize that something was wrong. Kongming, hurry up. Hao Ren rushed him. At any time, there could be many cultivators rushing over from the tens of thousands of building near the scroll pavilion. Even though Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were on the nascent Soul Realm, they would still have no chance of escaping once the defensive array formation of the Sky Mountain sect got activated and tens of cultivators surrounded them. *T. Don't rush me. Zhen Kongming went 2 steps across and got closer to the technique they were after. The security of the scroll pavilion was top-notch, even surpassing Zhen Kongming's expectations. The alarm array formation enabled every tile to have traps, so one wrong step could trigger the formation array. Gongzi, hurry up. The Lu sisters' voices sounded from outside. Bam! Bam! They knocked out other 2 disciples of the Sky Mountain sect. Zhen Kongming walked another 2 steps and got closer to the technique. He wanted to touch it but hesitated. The Sky Mountain Immortal Locking Array. Damn it! How many more traps did the Sky Mountain sect put down? There were too many array formations inside and outside the scroll pavilion of the Sky Mountain sect. Even a thief like Zhen Kongming was triggered. He wanted to burn this place to the grounds with his powerful conch. Gongzi! Gongzi! The Lu sisters rushed them in low voices. Dong! Zhao Yanzi knocked a disciple to the ground. These patrolling disciples all reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and Zhao Yanzi was also on that level. However, she was using the purple-green treasure sword and the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Both of them weren't attainable by ordinary disciples. The Tianshu sword technique, which was the first chapter of the Big Dipper constellation scroll, was especially powerful, so it was perfect for knocking people out. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were on the roof, were in charge of helping Zhao Yanzi. Those Foundation Establishment realm cultivators couldn't even see the sisters' shadows and were knocked out Zhao Yanzi's sword handle. Yes. Zhen Kongming finally unlocked the last array formation at the top floor of the scroll pavilion. He took this book from the shelf and replaced it with a similar-looking book from his storage space. He tore the cover of this rare technique and stuck it onto the replacement book. Then, he put the replacement back in the original spot. When Hao Ren saw what Zhen Kongming did, he couldn't help but praise him. Just from the appearance on the shelf, nothing seemed off. There were at least 1,000 books in the scroll pavilion. If no array formations were triggered, the Sky Mountain sect couldn't check each and every one. Pa. Zhen Kongming returned to Hao Ren following the original path. Go. Zhao Ren pulled Zhen Kongming with him and jumped out through the roof. They put back the tiles to its original spot and saw 5 disciples of the Sky Mountain sect lying on the ground at the back of the scroll pavilion. Zhao Yanzi was standing there with both hands on the sword and was breathing heavily. "We got it. Let's go." Hao Ren stepped on a sword energy and flew out from the small openings in the array formations. Zhen Kongming took back the black and white chess pieces that were set at the back of the scroll pavilion. The small openings slowly disappeared. Seeing Zhao Yanzi standing in her spot in shock, Hao Ren dragged her from the back as if he were holding a small pet and ran straight into the forest. Zhen Kongming stepped on his black disc and escaped rapidly. Of course, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily weren't slow. They each took one side of Hao Ren and flew with him. They flew past the back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect rapidly, following their original way back. Roar! Jishin, the level 6 snow lion, that was the guardian of the Sky Mountain sect, suddenly woke up. Its roar shook the back mountain and the tens of thousands of buildings on it. The Sky Mountain sect's cultivators that were training were all shocked. Jishin was the guardian spirit beast and was also the pet of Sky Mountain sect's most powerful cultivator. That man reached peak nascent soul realm and had not come out of seclusion cultivation for 100 years. Since he was charging at the soul formation realm, his spirit beast guarded him patiently. Whatever happened in the Sky Mountain sect before hadn't disturbed this spirit beast, but Jishin was suddenly infuriated now. A thick black light shot straight out from the back mountain. A black lion that was as big as half a mountain stopped in front of them, and its head was held up high as if it were going to swallow the moon and stars. Shush! Zhen Kongming let out a powerful aura. The level 6 snow lion was suddenly suppressed. Zhen Kongming led Hao Ren and the group and past it, and they flew out from the small opening in the grand defensive array formation. The Sky Mountain sect was a total mess at this moment. Everyone, from the sect master to the elders to the disciples, were all confused. This night was meant to be sleepless at the Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren and his group flew back to 5th heaven and returned to the ethereal summit with the speed of light. Xie Yujia was cultivating in her cave abode and was extremely worried. When she sensed that Hao Ren had returned, she rushed out. She looked up and saw Hao Ren landing with an extraordinary aura. She then stared at the thick rare technique scroll that Hao Ren had in his hands. Xie Yujia was a bit confused. This rare technique didn't have a cover, and it had dense ancient writing on it. The method of growing the 7-core 5-color lotus, Hao Ren said with a smile. When she heard Hao Ren saying those words, Xie Yujia's face lit up with joy. "You really got it." "Yeah." Hao Ren took out the 3 lotus seeds from his necklace and placed them in Xie Yujia's soft hands. "I'll leave them to you." "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded. As long as Hao Ren returned from 6th heaven safely, she was happy. Zhao Yanzi put her purple-green treasured sword back and touched her waist. Then, she yelled out in surprise, "What? What is it?" Hao Ren quickly asked her. "Nothing. It's okay." Zhao Yanzi shook her head and quickly jumped into her cave abode. After this time, she realized how strong the Big Dipper constellation scroll really was. Even the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect who were at the same foundation establishment realm as her couldn't even stand one of her strikes. This also made her more enthusiastic about cultivating the Big Dipper constellation scroll. "Gongzi, we're going to go take a rest." Lu Linlin dragged Lu Lily with her, and they flew back to their cave abode. Lu Linlin looked calm, but she was still mad at Hao Ren for using his spiritual senses to spy on them. Hao Ren could only smile bitterly. If he actually had bad intentions, it wouldn't just end like that. "Kongming, thanks so much for everything this time," Hao Ren said to Zhen Kongming as the Lu sisters left. "HMPH. I'm only doing this because of Grandma." Zhen Kongming suddenly became arrogant again and went into Xie Yujia's elixir making room. Hao Ren wasn't bothered by this. Zhen Kongming's attitude made him hard to approach, but he was willing to become another of Hao Ren's grandma's grandson. That was why he had some brotherhood relationships with Hao Ren. Otherwise, he couldn't have gone through all the trouble. After Zhen Kongming went to the elixir making room, only Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were in the cave now. Under the moonlight, the two looked at each other dubiously. "Did you read the scroll that Grandma gave you?" Hao Ren tried to initiate a conversation. "Yes. I've read it all once and understood most of it." Xie Yujia slightly nodded and put the rare technique and lotus seeds on the stone table. Then, she slowly opened her arms. The gold and silver life-death notes came out from Xie Yujia's body, and they flew around her. Hao Ren counted to 16. These Dharma notes were only the size of the tip of a thumb but had complicated patterns which were still very clear to the eyes. Xie Yujia bit her lips and continued to use her nature essence to make the 16 Dharma notes fly out and float around outside the cave. After the evening breeze blew by, these Dharma notes slowly fell to the ground. Xie Yujia's face turned red, and she said, "I haven't perfected it yet." Right at that moment, Duan Yao was holding her head in shock in front of her father. "How dare you? You've become bolder and bolder," the mid-aged man who was in a long gray robe said. He looked so mad that it looked like he was smudged with a thick layer of spicy sauce. "Daddy. I'm telling the truth." Duan Yao rubbed her head that was still hurting and said, looking very honest. "There are 5 of them. 3 are female cultivators, and I've seen one of them before. She's the one who impersonated me and robbed people on 5th heaven. There was another one who looked like a kid, and the last one was a pervert who used sword energies and trespassed the White Sand sect on 5th heaven. Oh. There was also a black snow lion." "Impersonate you? Black snow lion? The last time you told me, it was a white snow lion. This time it's black." The mid-aged man roared with anger, and he stood up rapidly from his chair. It might be that it was dark, and I couldn't see clearly," Duan Yao murmured. "You can turn white into black. You're just making things up." The mid-aged man slapped something onto the red tea table with his hands. "What is this?" Duan Yao saw that those were the jades that belonged to her. She reached over to her waist and realized that the jades that were supposed to be with her had disappeared. "There's sufficient evidence. These were found behind the scroll pavilion by Elder Lu and his disciples. You even hurt 5 disciples, and you want to blame other people for it." The mid-aged man shivered when he saw how innocent Duan Yao looked. "Daddy. I really didn't do it." Duan Yao kept shaking her heads. She thought for a moment and asked, "Daddy, do you think that those thieves stole rare techniques from our scroll pavilion?" "Stop the nonsense." 6 elders checked the scroll pavilion's array formations and the rare techniques. No unusual signs were discovered. Even now, you're still making stories up to lie to me. The array formations of our Sky Mountain sect couldn't be unlocked that easily. The mid-aged man stomped his feet heavily, and a stone tile shattered into 5 pieces immediately. Duan Yao's eyes brightened up as she said, "Daddy, didn't you say that a few years ago, the Sky Mountain sect had a thief who came and stole from us once? There was a kid among those people this time." "Stop lying. That kid thief only works alone. Also, none of the spiritual herbs are missing. You're still just making up stories. Elder Lu and his disciples said they were hid in the dark by the purple-green treasure sword, and the person who hit them used the Big Dipper constellation scroll. If it weren't you, who else could it be? Also, your nonsense had woken up Uncle Master's level 6 snow lion, Jishin. It didn't attack you because it recognized that you are a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. What else could you say now? I thought that you would reflect on yourself in the back mountain honestly, so I didn't set up array formations to prevent you from coming out. However, I never thought that you would be this daring. Go back and reflect for 1 month longer. I'll set an array formation this time so that you won't be able to take even a step out of there." The mid-aged man let out a roar. He was impatient and flung his arm, blowing Duan Yao directly outside.